Entire Action News 5 coverage area now under a tornado watch until 7 o'clock. We've got a very ripe and juicy atmosphere all across the Mid-South, and now we're getting our first tornado warning that is moving on into the coverage area. Once again, as Eric pointed out, we've got a potent line of storms moving in our direction. Look at all of this activity back to the west, but we're with you right now for this tornado warning that is in effect. It is currently for Crittenden, Cross, Poinsett. It's going to go until 1 o'clock. We can expect more tornado warnings to be issued as the morning progresses. So let's take a close look at this. Let me show you where it is, where it's going. Eric, Wynne, Arkansas. We saw a tornado come through there, or potential tornado come through. There was damage in the area, confirmed. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis brought us pictures of that today. But right now, Wynne, Arkansas, Cross County, under a tornado warning at this time. We'll see if we can find where the potential rotation is. I think I see it right here. Eric, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's it right there. It's southwestern Cross County. All right, let's put a track on this.
And Ron, worthwhile to note too, they're about to have another tornado warning that will be for St. Francis County. So I wouldn't be surprised that they're going to have a whole entire pretty much long line of severe tornado warnings along this right now.
Absolutely agree with that. So folks, get ready, buckle up. This whole line is coming our way, but we're going to get this through here. It is the final push. There goes another one right now. Let's put a quick track on the one moving through Cross County. I'm going to extend it just beyond the polygon because we'll likely see that tornado warning extended as well. When you're in the path, get in your storm shelter right now. Lowest floor of your home, away from exterior walls and windows. It's going to move through around 1242, Cherry Valley, 1252. It's going to get into Parkin right at 1 o'clock. I'm tracking this at about 50 miles per hour. Eric, let me know if I need to increase or decrease that speed. Earl, Arkansas, coming in at 109.
Hey, Ron, these are moving at about 65 miles per hour.
I've got to make a big change on this. I tell you what,
hey,
I'm
going
to clear this off here. I'm going to let you take it. Let me make a quick adjustment to my speeds, and then we will continue tracking these storms.
Sounds good, Ron. I gotcha. All right, hey, so let's dive over here now and see what we got going on here. So as noted, this is a line that's racing to the east-northeast here at about 65 miles per hour. That's just the forward speed in general, not even necessarily the winds that are going to be embedded, and those winds could be even stronger than this. So let's put a track on this now. If we were to extend this out and it's going at about 65 miles per hour, I see no reason why it's going to go any slower than that. Hickory Ridge, we're looking at being here at about 1230. Wynne, Arkansas at 1239. Harrisburg, Arkansas, we're looking at the range of about 1249. Earl at about, 1255. Over towards Mark Tree in about 1 o'clock on the nose, and towards Tyronza just after the top of the hour here, we're looking at about 1203. So, Ron, these are going to be cooking off to the east and northeast here pretty quickly, and this whole entire line, I have a feeling they're going to issue some tornado warnings embedded within it. Even if you don't get put under a tornado warning, you have to treat this as if these are going to be tornadoes because, Ron, those winds are going to be just hauling as it is anyway.
And look, a 65-mile-an-hour wind can level a grove of trees or single trees, take down power lines, power poles as well. So these are stout winds that are coming on through. I expect to see multiple ones, as Eric did mention, but I tell you what, let me go back. I've adjusted my speeds on this. So let's track it from this little area right here. We'll go through the polygon. This is in close proximity to that rotation, but I've got a wide fan going. So Wynne, 1240, Cherry Valley, 1244. You need to be in your storm shelter. You need to be in the safest place in your home. 1252 in Parkin. Earl, 1257, Jeanette, 102, 106 into Truman. Should get into Turl right around 110, and then 114, this is going to move into West Memphis. Now, got another track just to the south of that. We've got an additional tornado warning now. This one for St. Francis, and really just kind of riding right along I-40. We're really hopeful that the atmosphere will be a little more stable north of 40, especially given the fact that we saw the stronger storms and the heavier rain earlier. But now Crittenden, Cross, and St. Francis under a tornado warning. This is going to go until about 1:15. So there is that warning. I'm going to zoom in just a little bit tighter because I want to take a closer look and move a little farther downstream as we get a little closer to Shelby County. Let's put the scope on this. Let's see what we can see in the form of rotation. Oh, I see something right there. There it is. Can you see that little area? I do believe that's what we're tracking there. Switch over to the velocity mode just to make sure. And yeah, there we go. We're getting a little inflow notch coming into play right there. So with that, let's put a track on that little notch and let's take it to the east-northeast. I'm going to extend this beyond the polygon, Eric, because I think it's going to continue to move in that direction. So,
is it why it shouldn't?
Yeah, Caldwell. I'm tracking it at 60 miles per hour, 1236. Wind, 1241. Wind, it is quite possible you get this first wave through, so you may be missed by this one, but that leading edge of the bow to your north, or just due west of you, actually, is what's going to hit you first. So Parkin, 1253, then into Earl, 1258. Crawfordsville, we'll get in there about 105, 112 into West Memphis. Witten at about 116, Whitehaven at 121. Let me zoom out here because I want to make an important point that if you have family, friends who are out and about right now, bring them home. Give them a call, tell them to come home. We have a potent line of storms that are making their way toward the Memphis metro and are going to move on into and across the Mississippi River within the next hour or so. So we want to have everybody at home, off the streets, in a safe place, and just know what your storm plan is should this storm impact you. But right now, we've got a large severe thunderstorm warning, and that warning itself encompassing several counties right there on that leading edge. So Cross, Lee, Poinsett, and St. Francis, you are under a thunderstorm warning with tornadoes possible with this. That is going to go until 1 o'clock, and we can expect that to be extended farther east downstream of this main line. One of the things I also want to point out with this, Eric, and this is what we saw this morning. So on the leading edge, tell you what, let me zoom in quickly and I'll point out in a little more detail. The leading edge of a bow echo, we saw it last night, that's similar to what came through eastern Arkansas in the early morning hours. We started seeing all these little spin-ups right along that leading edge.
And Ron, how many spin-ups did we have this morning out of that? I mean, it had to be
count.
15,
Yeah,
20?
I lost count at one point. But there's something that caught my eye just a moment ago. Let me clear this out of here. Now, we're hitting that at a pretty good distance from the radar site itself, but I'm already starting to see some notching right here that is right around St. Francis and Lee County. Let's zoom in and take a quick look at that and see if we can get a little more detail. We could have another tornado warning coming out in just a moment for areas just to the south. And I think anywhere along this line, there's going to be the potential for a quick spin up. I'm more concerned about the forward motion and that strong straight line wind with the potential to just lay everything down. But let's see if we can detect some other little inflow notches. I don't see anything as significant. And even the notch we were looking at earlier, it seems like it has turned now more into a straight line wind just coming on down. So we could just have a wall of wind. So I tell you what I want to do. I want to track once again this whole line itself. I'm going to move this down just a little bit, and let's just track it all the way from start to finish. Let me zoom out just a little bit so I can include more counties. Pan this back just a little, so bear with me quickly. And Eric, I'm going to track this whole line. If you see something in there that's catching your eye, let me know, okay?
So it looks like, I will say, Ron, and I'm kind of measuring this out right now, that the forward speed of this is kind of even accelerating quicker. So, you know, this is going to be impacting us maybe even a smidge quicker than what we anticipated.
All right, so I'm tracking it at 60, okay? So
I think we're still in the 60-65 range, so we're still in the right range.
Okay.
But
good deal.
Yeah.
I'm going to go ahead and bring it on through Memphis and Shelby County just to give our folks here their first alert. 133 Memphis. This is going to be hitting the city, likely hitting the city, or at the very least crossing the Mississippi River by 133. But in the meantime, 1253 Forest City, that's going to be moving through you. Then into Harrisburg at 1247. Marianna 1259. And then into West Memphis at 117. We'll see that move into Millington at 129, and then again into Memphis 133, Covington 142, should move into Brownsville at about 204. So looking for hail in this still, you're not going to see it. What you're going to be dealing with primarily is wind, tremendous winds coming out of this, and you can already see the area, The brightest areas right here, that's where the strongest winds are coming through. And right now, they've just entered western Cross County, and that's about to continue to move east into St. Francis County. So everybody along and north of the 40 corridor, really up to Jonesboro, needs to be weather aware right now.
And I'd say, Ron, the area that we have to keep an eye on right now for a quick little spin up is just north of Hickory Ridge and Fisher, near Waldenburg, headed towards Harrisburg, Arkansas as well.
Let's take a close look at it.
Sure, let's dive into it right now here. So the area, so one thing that I've just kind of noticed here, just as far as the past few days are concerned with our technology here at Action News 5, is when we start to see, let's take this full right now, the area that's right above the R in Ridge, where this says Hickory Ridge, there's a little yellow dot that's embedded right there. Hopefully you can see that there, right above, it pretty much just about dots the eye right now. Once we start seeing this pop up here, this is an indication that there's very strong winds that are embedded within this here. But actually, from what I've seen in the past, quite frankly, that's usually when we start to see an actual tornado that's on the ground here. So I want you to treat this as if it was a tornado on the ground here. And I'm going to put a track on this so you can get an idea where this is headed towards. And these are moving to the northeast here between about 60 to 65 miles per hour. That would put it in Harrisburg by about 12:51. But let's dive into that street level so we can see who's embedded within this right now and might be having to deal with this here extremely shortly. With these moving off to the northeast at 60 miles per hour, if you're over in a brushy lake, State Highway 214, Wimpy Road, Longview Lane, Gunter Road, over towards Roberts Lane, Wildwood Lane, over into Maddox Lane, and State Highway 1 to the north of Cherry Valley, right into Harrisburg right now. This is going to be bearing down on you in a very short time here, as noted. With these moving off at about 60 miles per hour, the thing that's convenient about it, how many miles away it is, that's how quick it's going to get here. So in Harrisburg, we're talking 18 miles out. That means at 12:53, this is going to be right on top of you, if not even sooner than that. And these are tornado-warned storms right now, folks. We don't have a tornado that is confirmed on the ground, but you want to treat all these as if there is a tornado on the ground, even really stretching from Forest City all the way up, I'd say, to Jonesboro at this point, Ron. So this is a long line.
What was that shear marker on there? Did we get a BTI on that?
Sure, let's see if we got one on.
And the Barron Tornado Indicator, the BTI, that is an indication on a scale of 1 to 10, with 10 being the highest threat, that a tornado is forming in that. And whenever we see it right around a 7, we know there's likely a tornado on the ground. We had those returns earlier this morning as it was coming through Wynn and getting into West Tennessee. Right now, it looked like a 2.9 on that? Yeah,
it looks like we have about a 2.9 on that right now. And if we look at that shear marker right now, it seems like it's got some mid-level velocity within it, or mid-level spin, I'd say, within it.
Again, the main concern right now is going to be this wind shield that's going to come through. It's going to be packing a punch as it pushes on through Cherry Valley. Cherry Valley and Wynn, you need to be in your storm shelters right now. Everybody north, Harrisburg, Weiner, Arkansas, get in your storm shelter. Got a brand new warning right now. Looks like it was just issued moments ago. Look, there's a lot on the radar to see this morning. We've got flood warnings. We've got a tremendous amount of lightning. But Lauderdale, Mississippi, Poinsett, Tipton counties, you are under a tornado warning right now until 1:15. This whole line moving toward you, and it's moving at about 60 miles per hour at this time. So this is what we're looking at. By the way, I want to take a quick look back here to the west because, look, we're looking at the potential today for tornadoes, damaging wind, the possibility of large hail, although I'm thinking that may be a minimal risk.
Agreed.
But the greatest threat really is going to be flooding. And look at this. We've got a flash flood warning, but notice it's lit up in purple. That is a flash flood emergency over Little Rock, Arkansas. We've seen a tremendous amount of rain over the last 24 hours right here. So any additional rainfall is going to create some major problems. That's why you need to be home. Stay off the roads. Make sure your family is at home. Let's let this line get through.
And Ron,
this is our final push, so we'll get it out of here this afternoon and evening. Eric?
One thing, I know that, power outages, we always usually talk about that after an event here.
Yeah.
But just to give you perspective, the people that are over in Little Rock right now, a couple of those counties in that area, we're looking at potentially over 80,000 people that don't have power. Specifically, the county that Little Rock is in, over 60,000 people with power. And that is what is headed towards the Mid-South as a whole right now here. I do think that maybe as far as the absolute brunt of this might be just north of specifically Memphis, but it could still impact your northern Shelby County. We're talking like a Millington right now. So if you can, you still have a little bit of time to charge your different mobile devices here, just in case that power does go out. At least, if you charge it for 20 minutes, it at least gives you a little bit more juice here. And hey, while you're at it, while you're charging your mobile device here, download that WMC First Alert weather app, so this way you can stay ahead of the storms, because folks, this is the last round. We got to get through this one here as far as really about the next 6 to 8 hours are concerned here around the Mid-South, but this is certainly a pretty strong little line of storms that's moving itself from the west to the east now throughout the Mid-South. And Ron, the National Weather Service, or we got a report here that there's apparently 70+ mile-per-hour winds that did occur here pretty much near Fisher, Arkansas.
Yeah, so the wind, the straight line wind, the biggest threat. I want everybody to have their mobile devices charged, fully charged. As this is moving on through, this is going to likely take out power for many. So you want to still be able to get warnings. That's why it's a great time right now to download the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. If you go to your app store, search WMC, you will find it right there. It's free for Apple and Android products. You will get your first alert. The other thing, you can watch our live coverage on your phone or your tablet should you lose power. Make sure your laptops are charged as well. You can watch us on actionnews5.com. Our live coverage is streaming there. We're also on Facebook, and we're also on all of our streaming app platforms on Apple TV, Amazon Fire, and Roku. So if you have the Action News 5 app on those streaming devices, you can watch our coverage there also. But power outages are likely. I'm not gonna say possible, I'm gonna say likely with this, just given the wind speed itself. So want to also take a look at the rainfall rates with this, because there is a tremendous amount of rain coming down just to the west of St. Francis, Arkansas, right around 1 1/3 inches per hour. We're gonna see it close to 2 inches per hour in western Cross County. You get up in Lee County, it's coming down at about 1.5 inches per hour. And then just to the west of Lee County, or I said Poinsett County here, sorry about that, Lee County here, right around just under 1.5 inches per hour. So we're also going to see a lot of activity there. Now, we're also looking at this line right here. That's a benign line, but it's also creating some issues with flooding, especially along and north of 40. We're getting some heavy rain in Haywood County, Crockett County. Not severe, but the warnings are certainly in place there, and you're currently under a flood warning right now, or a flash flood warning. That is going to go until 2:46. Eric, I want to remove some of these flood warnings from my map.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm going to toss it over to you for just a second. I'll be back. I want to be able to just give you as much clear, concise radar data as possible. So give me 2 minutes. Especially
too, I mean, we're going to have those flood warnings here for quite some time here around the Mid-South. Did just get told in the back that we had some sort of video going on as far as some sort of, what was that? Was it flooding? Okay, pictures from the Poinsett Sheriff's County office. Let's see if we can pop those up here so it could give us an idea what we have going on. So this is Highway 1 and Highway 158, looking like we have some water along the roads there. What do we have here with this one? Is this, So a lot of just street flooding going on here across the Mid-South. And I mean, this is what it's going to look like here all around the region. It doesn't really make a difference if we're talking about Poinsett County, Shelby County, into Phillips County. I think a lot of this is going to be pretty common here across the Mid-South. All right, let's dive back into it, what we have going on here. Do really appreciate everybody in the back with their hard work right now, but we got to get through this final stretch, then we're going to be good to go. And we still have a few hours to go with this. Let me be clear about that one here too. As far as that line of storms that's racing out ahead here, the worst of it right now is in the process of moving itself through eastern Arkansas right now. In eastern Arkansas, you took it on the chin earlier today with some of those tornado warnings that were around here. We've been talking about that Barron Tornado Index here over the past few days. That BTI, the bottom of your screen right now, you see that as a 4.8. Once that number starts to climb above 5, then we start saying, okay, this is becoming a bit more legitimate. And once it climbs above a 7, that's when there's pretty much confirmation that there's a tornado on the ground, even if it's not necessarily confirmed on the ground here. So it being a 4.8, that's getting into the range where we really have to keep a close eye on it right now. If we track this line from the west to the east here, and let's do that right now. And the forward speed on this line is still at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. So let's split the difference and go 62. Wiener, we're looking at right now, seeing this line on top of you. Cherry Valley, 1244. Harrisburg at 1249. Parkin at 1254. Jonesboro at 1258. Earl at 101. Bay, you can expect this line to move through your area at 102. Truman at 103. Mark Tree, Arkansas at 104. Brookland at 106. And Tyronza at 107 here. I know I'm not specifically talking about Shelby County or really just a lot of western Tennessee right now. And the reason being is because that's not the immediate impact area right now. This is northeast Arkansas, but this is going to be moving through western Tennessee here rather shortly. If you know anybody that's traveling along 555 or 55 right now and they are west of the Mississippi River, have them bring it on in right now while they still have a little bit of time, because if nothing else, the strong winds and rains that are going to be embedded within this, it's literally going to cause blinding conditions out there on the road. The visibility values are going to be extremely poor here. All right, let's dive back in now and see what we have going on with some of these specific little cells and notches that are going on right now across the Mid-South. And it is now 12:43 on Saturday afternoon. I'm meteorologist Eric Brill. We got Chief Meteorologist Ron Childips back in action as well. Two of us were able to get just a little bit of a nap in here, quite frankly, over the past little bit. Ron, I heard you snore, and I know you got that nap in here. But these are racing still up to the northeast here at about 60 to 65 miles per hour. So we got to keep an eye on this. And Ron, down to the south too, all the stuff that's pretty much down into Lee County, I think that's going to be what's headed towards Memphis and Shelby County as a whole here, and a lot of our population centers. So that's racing off to the northeast as well.
Yeah, certainly indeed. I want to basically put this into motion for you. By the way, there's a tremendous amount of lightning in this too, and that could contribute to power outages as well as it's coming on through. We'll monitor those lightning strikes. Right now, we're about just over 1,100 strikes of lightning just on that view itself. But right now, we've got this line bearing down on us. Let's zoom in and let's take a look at these warnings once again. We'll go through them one at a time for you, put some new tracks on here. Our first warning up here to the north that includes Craighead, Cross, Mississippi, and Poinsett County. That's going to be in place until 1:15. I'm going to clear this out. Then let's put a track on the leading edge of precipitation through that polygon, extended on out. These are some of the communities in the direct path of the wind coming through. 1248 Harrisburg, Anderson Tully, 1253. Should then move into Truman right around 102, Lepanto 110. Then it's going to move into Diess at about 116, Little River 127, Osceola 131, Ashport 142. Once that line passes, your severe threat is over. But then the flood threat begins. So that's something I want to emphasize. The heavy and ongoing rain that will last well into the evening and overnight tonight is going to create some big problems with flooding. So that's warning number one right here. Let's slide a little farther to the south. I've got overlapping warnings, kind of tough to see. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'll come back to this one right here. Let's take the one that is for, I do believe this includes Cross, Poinsett counties. Crittenden, Cross, and Poinsett, yeah, that's going to go until 1 o'clock. So with that in mind, let's go ahead, clear this out. Let's put a track on the leading edge. I'm not tracking rotation. What I'm tracking is the leading edge of the line itself, and I'm going to extend it beyond the polygon, and I'm going to give it more of a easterly progression. And I'll tell you what, let's just go ahead and bring it in towards Millington because it's going there. Colt 1247, Parkin, Arkansas 1257. We'll get into Earl right around 103. Turl, Arkansas 113, Marion 122, and then we get into Shelby Forest about 126. It's going to enter northern Shelby County at that time. Should be into Millington at about 133, and Atoka right around 1240. So these are the active warnings we've got right now. Let me clear this out of here, and I do believe this warning and this warning actually replacing the warning we had that is back to the west. That is the first one, or the second one, I do believe, we saw for Wynne, Arkansas. And this is going to be Crittenden, Cross, and St. Francis counties. This expires at 1:15. So let's go ahead and put a track on this portion of the line, and we'll track it from Wynne south, and let's take it on through Forest City and do that one more time. Here we go. We'll track it from Wynne, and I'm going to just go outside the polygon, track it through Forest City. We'll bring it off to the east, and right through Memphis. That line is coming right through there, so I'm going to track it right on through. Forest City, 1248. Parkin, 1256. Then it gets into Earl right around 102. We'll see it move into Turl at 114, then into West Memphis, 122, into Midtown at about 133. We get it into Memphis at 136. So that key time of 1:30 is when it's likely going to be moving into the Memphis metro. It will most likely cross the Mississippi River just before that. Germantown, 148. So again, make sure your mobile devices and your laptops are charged fully. Make sure you have some plans. You know where to go, the safest place in your home, as this line is rapidly moving in. And we're going to start to see some development in the southern portion of this too. I'm already starting to see a little notching just to the west of Phillips County. So we may have some additional warnings issued right here as we're starting to see a little spin. Now, Phillips and Lee County, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, but could quickly change over to a tornado warning. So we've got a severe thunderstorm warning, Crittenden, Lee, Phillips, Tunica County, tornado possible, and I'm already seeing a little notching right there, so we can't completely rule it out. That's going to be in place until 1:30. Tell you what, let's put a track on that also. Lots to see here, a lot to track, but really one main line. So let's bring it, tell you what, hit the wrong button. Let's bring it through here. And let's move it, just go ahead and take it east right there. So Hicksville, 1259, should get into Marvell right around 107. Then it's going to move into Lexa at 115, 137 into Helena, 143 into Clayton, 155 in Hernando, 210 into Coldwater, 224 into Senatobia. Jayla is our director in the booth this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. Jayla, can you pop up a high five camera? Do we have our Midtown high five? I want to be able to look to the west and just give our viewers a look at what is occurring right now. It's a tranquil morning. It is warm, it is muggy, it's 72 degrees. So there we have a look from Midtown. Now let's go to our first alert storm tracker. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis is in it. He is headed to that line of storms. I want you to get a view of where he is and where he's going right now. Got a lot of raindrops on the lens of the vehicle of the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker. Patrick, you want to tell us where you are and where you're headed specifically?
Hey. Yeah, we are. I just picked up Matt Infield. We're going to start heading across the river. Actually, we just did. We're now into West Memphis. We're going to go park in Jericho and just wait for the storm to come to us. We're not going to go out towards it, but we'll at least have a decent view added before it gets to that area as it makes its way off to the east. Now, I will tell you, as I was going through here earlier this morning, there is a ton of water in all these fields. Every single one of them is very much saturated, wet, and I mean completely flooded over. It is not just that one that you just saw, it is almost every field in this side of Arkansas. So you know, got to remember, while we're dealing with the severe weather threat right now, remember the flooding threat continues to build here over the next couple of hours. But like I said, we're gonna go up to Jericho, sit down, and wait for it to head in our direction. But folks who are in wind, you know, I was there this morning. This is going to be a straight line wind event for you guys. Heads up for Earl, heads up for Turl, heads up for our friends in Poinsett County as well. Painway, Mark Tree, Joyland, and Lepanto. That's all heading in your direction as well. Send it back to you guys in the studio.
Hey Patrick, quick question before I let you go. Are you going to get behind the line and then follow it in, or are you going to try to stay ahead of it? What's your plan with that?
I'm probably just trying to stay ahead of it.
Okay.
You know, with these straight line wind situations, you don't want to be involved with it.
Right.
You want to come up behind it. So I think we'll get a good view of it for a couple of minutes, and so we'll be able to see the shelf cloud as it's moving off to the east, and then we'll duck south and kind of get out of the worst of the wind. But that thing right on the front side of the bow, that's where the worst of the wind's going to be. So right now that would be kind of working its way through wind, heading over you know, Colt as well, crossing Highway 1, coming straight down Highway 64 directly for that area.
All right, buddy. Try to stay on the major major thoroughfares because those side roads, they're going to start flooding quickly. You already saw evidence of that earlier this morning. Matt Infield driving the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker, getting a master class in storm chasing this afternoon. It's going to be interesting to see and talk to Matt and Patrick as the afternoon and morning progresses.
Matt's from Long Island. He's got this.
Here we go. Let's take a look once again. I'm going to zoom out, take a look at the big picture. The entire area right now under a moderate risk. Storm Prediction Center upgrading us from an enhanced to a moderate. This is a level 4 storm event for the entire Action News 5 coverage area. I think you've got a pretty good look at it right here. There we go, Eric. There's our moderate risk right now. And we are looking at this basically just encompassing everyone. Memphis, Shelby County, Cross, St. Francis, even into Poinsett counties. And there's still a very moist and unstable environment to our north and northeast. Again, flooding, our main concern, especially for this area right here, but we can't rule out some quick spin-up tornadoes. And I think that's really what we're likely going to see today are the quick spin-up tornadoes coming through this, but it's that bowing segment or that straight line wind that's accompanying this. It's really going to pack a punch. This is the flood threat. Check it out. That is a high risk of flooding today. And again, basically encompassing the entire coverage area. We can see an additional 3 to as much as 5 inches of rainfall across the area. The ground's already saturated from rain over the last few days. And now we're looking at adding to that by the time it's all said and done. And I think we've got, what, 6, 7, 8 inches of rainfall in many areas. Now imagine adding another 5 inches to that 8 inches right there in southern Mississippi County. You're going to end up with more than 12 inches of rain. That could be the case for the Memphis Metro as well. It's imperative right now, if you're in advance of this line, that you take some time to clear out any storm drains, any areas where water is allowed to flow, to drain away quickly. Make sure it is not obscured. Make sure that water can flow freely, but take some time now, because once this gets here, there's no getting out of the house after that. Not with the lightning and not with the strong gusty wind. And be prepared once again to likely lose power. I want to take a little slice of this whole line. I'm going to ride just along it. And Eric, I'm going to ask you to keep a close eye on those shear swaths. I'm basically just kind of looking for hail. I want to see the height of this. And we can typically see little spin ups when we see some height on these storms. They're right around, I've got about a 30,000 foot top on a couple, well, yeah, between 25, 30,000 foot top right there along that. I don't see hail in this. I really don't. Eric, you may see something that I'm missing here, but I think this is a heavy rain
without
and
a question
wind event for the entire Action News 5 coverage area. So,
and Ron, even as far as a lot of these, you know, with tornado warnings when they get tagged or when they get issued here, they can also include the potential hail threat that's embedded within this. And pretty much all these that I've seen thus far are 3/4 of an inch or less, and that's sub-severe hail here around the Mid-South. So, as you said, I don't really think hail's a threat whatsoever. It's the winds and it's the heavy rain that's embedded right now that we got to keep an eye on, the closest eye on right now.
Yeah, and with that, let's go ahead and put a track on this just whole line right here, okay? So here's what I'm going to do. We've got several active tornado warnings going on right now, but what I want to do is just give you a first alert to the whole line. So there are going to be a few communities popping up in here, quite a few as a matter of fact. I'm tracking the line at about 60 miles per hour with its eastward progression, and let's just take it all the way through, and I'm just going to move it due east because really that is the movement of the line itself, even though we've got some little areas just kind of trying to spin north, south, for the most part. But the line, that main line of storms, Mariana 106, should get into West Memphis or in Memphis 133, so times remaining consistent on that. Hernando 150, Somerville 205, Jackson 233, so Jackson, Tennessee, yeah, we're talking about you. That's going to move in there if it continues on its current path, speed, and motion. It's going to get to Jackson and Madison County right around 233. Should get into Selmer at about 254. Look, we've got a lot of storm anxiety around the area from storms earlier in the week. We've had confirmed tornadoes, damage in many parts of the Mid-South, and now we're seeing this final push that's going to bring one more punch right to much of basically the entire coverage area for the most part. Corinth, 316, should get into Clifton at about 321. Now, once that line moves to the east, that's when we transition into a flood event, because we're going to continue to see a tremendous amount of moisture flowing in from the south. That's going to feed all into this, and that's going to exacerbate the flooding risk. And right now, our main concern, primarily for our northern counties, but just know that flash flooding is going to be possible no matter where you are in the area. I want to zoom in quickly and just take a look at the Memphis Metro, give everybody a first alert as to what's happening here in the city of Memphis and Shelby County right now. And I thought I had that the right place here. Let's take a closer look. Shelby County, we're faring well. Now, we've got rain just to our east in Fayette County and even into Haywood County. Some pretty good downpours just to the west of Somerville. It's coming down at just over 2.5 inches per hour. We're seeing that just to the southwest of Brownsville, right around 1.25 inches per hour. But in the Memphis Metro, it is warm, it is muggy, and it is rain-free. But this is coming in our direction right now, and more specifically, I'm going to put a track on this just for Memphis and Shelby County. So let's track it from just to the north once again, and I'm going to take it all the way through. Here we go. So Earl, 102, Turl, 112, then it moves into Marion, 119, West Memphis, 123, Millington, 133, Memphis, 137, Lakeland, 145, Fisherville, 153. So a few minutes difference there, but more specifically, Earl, it's basically right on top of you right now. So it's going to be moving in there in about 3 minutes. But as it gets into West Memphis, probably going to come in right around 120 to 125, into Millington right around 130 to 135. I think we'll see that get into Memphis right around 130 to between 130 and 140. You've got a pretty well-defined, looks like just shear swath in there. Is that just the shear rate, or is that the sheer? That's the sheer rate, isn't it? Let's take a look at that.
So this is looking at the whole entire line right now that is moving itself through portions of Poinsett and Cross counties. Mark Tree as well as Truman right now, you are about to take it on the chin here. Even if you don't necessarily see a tornado, you're likely going to see winds that are greater than 60 miles per hour and some extremely heavy rain going on right now. This is really going to go from 0 to 100 in the matter of a few moments here, and this is approaching 555 right now. I want to take a look at this shear marker that we have. Once you start seeing these be a little bit smaller here as far as the physical height of this, and right now we're looking at this polygon that's in three-dimensional figure right now when it starts to poke itself up in the sky here. So that is usually an indication that we could be seeing the best chance of rotation and potentially a tornado would be around right now into the central portion of Poinsett County. If we look at some of these values here as far as skits go, this gives us a good idea what the probability of a tornado being around is. Right now these are at a 2.8 here, and that's at a scale of 1 to 10. So the numbers are relatively low on that. But with this whole entire line right now, we are seeing extremely strong winds embedded within it. So it almost, Ron, I'd almost say, you're almost worse in a worse situation having strong winds embedded with this whole entire line than even just a specific tornado, just because that whole line, it engulfs a ton of areas. Yeah. As far as what we have going on here from the potential of hail, we really aren't worried about that whatsoever. This really is much more of a wind threat and a flooding threat than anything else here. And Ron, I know National Weather Service, they're pretty much saying, we don't have any flash flood emergencies around right now, but they're going to be keeping a close eye on those, especially in some of those metro areas where there's a lot of concrete and the water doesn't have the ability to escape as easily as others.
I tell you what, before the day is over, we are going to see flash flood emergencies in the area.
I unfortunately agree.
I cannot stress enough how important it is to just stay home today. There's going to be flooding around the area. That's going to make travel it's just going to make it extremely difficult and very dangerous. You could put your life in danger, and you could put the lives of first responders who may have to save you in danger as well. So stay home. Let's ride this out. We're going to get this through here. Should be through the Memphis Metro right around 2, 3 o'clock. And then we'll just be dealing with rain. We'll focus on areas to the east. But everybody in McNary, Alcorn, counties that are to the east of Memphis, just be prepared. Know where to go in your home. have a flashlight. Also, make sure you have multiple ways to get warnings. You can't always depend on sirens. You need a weather radio. If you have it, make sure it's plugged in, turned on, and the volume is up. And make sure you have the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. Got a brand new tornado warning, I do believe. Now, we were showing some of those skits kind of moving in this direction like this. You have the little rotation within it trying to move that way, but the whole line is just making an easterly progression. So I want to zoom in here quickly. Let's take a look at some of these new warnings. I see one for Mississippi County. Looks like it's coming on across the river also for Lauderdale County, but putting some info on here, Jonesboro under a tornado warning right now. Craighead, Greene, Mississippi, and Poinsett counties, that's going to go until 2 o'clock. We saw some potent storms in northeast Arkansas and around the Jonesboro area yesterday. They've been dealing with this. And then we've got the one just to the south of that. That's a tornado warning, Craighead, Mississippi, Poinsett, Tipton. Yeah, these are overlapping, but the National Weather Service identifying specific little areas of rotation within the line itself. So that's why we're seeing these overlapping warnings, but that's going to go until 1:15. We got another one just to the south. That is for the severe thunderstorm warning, Crittenden, Cross, Poinsett, and St. Francis counties, but there is also a tornado warning that is embedded in that right here, and that tornado warning is going to go for Crittenden and Cross until 1:15. So we'll get some of these warnings out of here right around 1:15, but the line itself still holding together, and that line is going to continue to make a rapid progression to the east. As I put this into motion for you, take a look at all that activity. So yeah, there is some motion in this direction. There's a little motion in this direction, but the general path is in this direction right here. We are on day 4 of a First Alert weather day. I got a tweet from someone who said they've lived here for 60 years and have never seen 4 consecutive days of severe weather. I got you by 2 years, and yeah, I haven't seen it either. So this is a significant event for the Mid-South, one for the record books, but this is the final day. This is the final push. Hey. And if everyone is where they need to be and safely in a safe space, odds are you're going to come through this just fine. So that's the most important thing. What do we have now, Melissa? Yeah. What are we talking about? Eric,
hey, Ron.
Take it.
Hey, Ron, while they're getting Patrick ready to go here, right above your left shoulder here, what is that purple box that is around?
That's emergency. That is a flash flood emergency. All right. So we're already seeing our first flash flood emergencies. It says flash flood warning, but because that polygon is purple, that tells us that there is an emergency in progress right now. Catastrophic flooding taking place in Lawrence and Sharp County. That's why it's so important you stay off the road. 6 inches of water, moving water, will sweep a car off the road. Something to keep in mind there. 2:30, that's going to go until 2:30, could even be extended. And if you notice, I'll clear this out of here, we're going to continue with training echoes. In other words, we're just going to continue to see moisture feeding in behind this, so we could be looking at several hours of rain. And I really expect the rain to continue over our coverage area well after into the evening. Late night tonight should start to taper off and make its way towards the Tennessee River and the Mississippi-Alabama state line right around midnight tonight. So we have about 11 hours of rain to deal with. I think we've got probably about 4 to 5 hours of strong to severe storms to work with and the potential for additional tornadoes. But the main threat with this whole line, or with this whole system right now, is really the threat for the straight line wind right there along that leading edge as it pushes off to the east.
And Ron, as far as the velocity on those, it looks like we're talking about 70-mile-per-hour winds here.
You got a good view on it?
Yeah, you want to let's dive into it right now.
Yeah,
Excuse me. So the velocity of the winds, just the speed of the winds that we'll be going through here, as noted, these are looking to be about 70-mile-per-hour winds. And keep in mind that we've seen, especially north of I-40, there's been a lot of rain over the past few days, so that ground is going to be saturated. That means as far as the roots of the trees within the ground, they're going to easily be able to, sway a little bit. And as far as them falling, the chance is going to be higher with a wet ground than if we had a little bit drier ground out there. So that is something to keep an extremely close eye on right now. We do have meteorologist Patrick Ellis. Is he ready to roll here? He's ready to go. Hey, you want to let's dive into it, because Patrick, I know you got a great view over there, just kind of overlooking. I believe that's I-55. What you got going on there, man?
Hey guys, yeah, we are over at I-55, in between Jericho and Clarkdale, and you know, this storm is going to come right at us. Now, we wanted to get this shot off and kind of give you a heads up before we start dropping back down towards the south to kind of get out of its way. But anybody that's in its path needs to go ahead and treat this as a tornado warning. I know there is a tornado warning embedded in that, but really and truly it is a wide-scale damaging wind threat. I think that's the biggest threat, and those embedded circulations could catch up with you. That's a look at the shelf cloud associated with that line of storms. Again, that's the leading edge of the wind that's about to be moving in. And again, this is just to the north of just to the north of Jericho. So that's exit 14, and that's I-55 right there, north and southbound. So you're looking right now towards Turl. And then as I swing the camera around, that's looking back up towards the north and east if you were to look towards Mark Tree and Tyronza. And then as we turn it around even farther, come back around all the way to the front. And again, we're right in that line as it's making its way off towards the east fairly quickly at about 50 to 60 miles per hour. So the forward speed with this in of itself could cause damage. You know, that motion can cause enough of that wind to come down to the ground as well, transfer the motion down to the ground, and I think that that's going to be a big problem. We haven't, unfortunately, I'm having some issues connecting to the internet on the computer, so you know, I don't know if there has been reports behind this as it's coming through Cross County and Western Crittenden County, but I can almost guarantee that somebody's probably seeing some wind. And keep in mind that a tornado is a small sector, and then the wind issue is going to be a much larger sector of people that are going to be affected by it.
Patrick, we just got confirmation of an 88-mile-an-hour wind in Truman, Arkansas. 88-mile-an-hour wind. That's going to take down, mow down anything that is in its path. So that was in Truman, Arkansas right now. I want you to be very careful out there. You've got years of experience storm chasing, so we are anxious to see what you bring us, but just use extreme caution while you're out there. So you're not only dealing with the potential of getting locked in due to the flooding, but that wind can really, really create some big problems for you guys, all right? So, Patrick, we were talking about a emergency flood warning up around Lawrence County earlier. We've got a TDOT camera up there. Melissa, can you tell me where that is? Melissa's our producer in the booth this morning, or this afternoon. I keep wanting to say morning. Let's take a look at that camera and show you where that is. We're already seeing that is southbound. What road is that? That's a RDOT camera. The Black River. That is the Black River, the raging Black River right now. So that is right outside of Walnut Ridge, Arkansas. You can see cars cautiously making their way through, but that water almost up to the bridge. And I think we're going to see many, many more sites just like that as the afternoon progresses, especially in our northern counties where we've already seen a tremendous amount of rainfall. Let's get back to our first alert Doppler radar right now.
And Ron, just so you know,
yeah,
they're about to they're going to up the severe thunderstorm warning to catastrophic here. So that, you know, that's
is that for this one that's down here in, or is it the whole line?
For a fact, I don't know. I'm going to guess it's probably that whole line.
I think we've got one line. So let me put let's take a close look at it right now, okay? So here we go. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning right now.
Holy cow.
And it's a big polygon.
Hey, Ron, they're saying 90-mile-per-hour winds with that warning up to the north here.
Yeah, well, we had that confirmation in Truman of an 88-mile-an-hour wind. So look, folks, anywhere along this main line, it is possible, especially from Poinsett County on through Cross. Well, Cross, you're in pretty good shape right now, but Mississippi County, also Crittenden County, you could see winds of 90 miles per hour, a sudden gust of 90-mile-an-hour wind associated with this. But let's see, I want to take a closer look at the info on the severe thunderstorm warnings that also accompany this. So we've got a severe thunderstorm warning right here. And notice it's lit up here so you can see the counties that are included in this. So we've got Crittenden, Mississippi, Poinsett, St. Francis. It extends all the way into northeastern Arkansas around Clay and Greene County. counties. The Missouri Boot Heel, Dunklin County being clipped by this as well. So that is going to go until 1:30. Tornado possible, but look at this right here. Destructive. We're talking about winds with this severe thunderstorm, destructive. They are going to basically wreak havoc on anything that those winds come past and come through. So let's put another track on this because it is really starting to gain momentum. I also see a new tornado warning right now, and I think we're going to see a lot of these as the morning progresses. So Craighead, or the afternoon progresses, Craighead, Dunklin, Mississippi, and Pemiscot counties. That's now going to go until 2 o'clock. We've also got tornado warnings right now that extend just east of the Mississippi River for Tipton County. That's going to go until 1:45. You can expect that to be extended downstream of this main line. But that is the line itself. Tell you what, I'm going to go through here, and Eric, if you see something, what I want to do is just kind of go through segments of this line itself. We'll go from Craighead County, but Eric, keep a close eye on velocities. If you see something, feel free to break in. But right now, what I want to do is put a track on this to get some first alerts to people on where this is going and who this is going to impact. So here's what we'll do. I'm going to track it from the leading edge, and I'm not tracking tornadic activity. I'm tracking that whole wall. All right, so we'll bring that down from Craighead County on down through, I believe that is Poinsett County, and let's go ahead and just go east with it. It is going east-northeast just a bit, but the general movement of the line is pretty much due east. So with that, Leachville, 115, it's going to be right there on top of you. The potential for 90-plus mile per hour winds, heavy rain, lightning, and the possibility of damage with those winds coming through. Osceola, it will get in there at 132. By the way, Big Lake, 121. Blytheville, 134. There's your first alert. Make sure you're in your safe place. You'll be able to ride this out. If you're along the leading edge of this or in advance of this, now is the time to prepare. Get to your safe spot right now. So Ashport, 142. We'll see that move into Burleson at 147, Ripley 158, Dyersburg 205. So Dyersburg, that's coming your way. It's been an active week there. You've got your shelter there in Dyersburg, so make sure you head to the shelter, stay safe, ride the storm out there. We're going to continue to track it for you and keep you updated. And then I'm going to put a track on the southern portion of that. Tell you what, let me clear it off. And then we'll track it from right here around the northern Crittenden County line back south to St. Francis County, and let's just go ahead and bring that through Memphis. Eric, I think we could see 80 to 90 mile an hour winds possibly coming, or 70 to 80 mile an hour winds possibly making their way into the Memphis metro.
Yeah, Ron, I think the absolute, hey, it's going to be windy. It's going to be raining up the wazoo all around the Mid-South, but I do think the absolute strongest winds, northern Shelby County, let's say Millington north. From Millington south, those winds are still going to be hauling.
Yeah.
You know what. But I think those absolute strongest winds are going to be just north of specifically Memphis. But Ron, this is going to cause, quite frankly, chaos and destruction all around the area.
Let me give you your first alert on time. So here's some of the times we're looking at right now. Hughes, 122. West Memphis, 130. It's going to move into Millington, 141. Gets into Memphis, 145. Although I think it's going to arrive probably a little close, a little faster than that. Germantown, 156, 205 into Collierville. Somerville, 217, 227 into Whiteville. And even though that's an hour away, Whiteville, Somerville, you're still about an hour away from the line itself. You need to be in your safe place right now at this very moment. We do have the active severe thunderstorm warning that is in place. I was showing you that just a moment ago, and destructive winds are likely with that. Now, let's track the southern portion of that because this is going to start to impact northern Mississippi. And look, northern Mississippi's basically been untouched. We
For
had
a couple
of
days.
severe storms. Yeah, so there's a lot of pent-up energy there. There's a lot of moisture, some latent heat. We're looking at temperatures near 80 in Oxford before the day is over, and that's really going to be the fuel for these storms. So let's clear this track off. Let's put another one on here. We'll track it from the southern portion. I'll tell you what, I'll take it on through right here around Lee County. We'll track it back to the northern Phillips County, and I'm just going to move it off to the east northeast. So your first alert here on when this storm will likely arrive: Marvell 117, then it's going to get into West Helena about 134, Helena at 139, then it moves into Hernando at 158, Senatobia 210, should get into Byhalia about 2:15. We're going to see it move into Holly Springs 2:33. We're trying to give you as much advance notice as we possibly can. So we've been able to do that. As a matter of fact, we were looking back at our coverage from Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. We were giving first alerts to folks in McNairy County and Selmer about 40 minutes before that tornado hit. So I want you to heed these warnings and these times. Don't wait until it's 5 or 10 minutes away. Know what to do and get there right now. Snow Lake Shores, 2:43. That's the timing for you. So again, the whole line pushing off to the east. I'm encouraged by the fact that we're only seeing a couple of tornado warnings right now, but the fact that this whole line is just really wreaking havoc and is just going to basically plow down everything in its path. That's the most important thing about this system right now. That's why it's imperative that you are in a safe place in your home. There's another tornado warning just issued. Here we go right now.
Looks that's like out Madison
County. Yeah, that is. And those were storms that were just producing some rain moments ago, some heavy rain with it. But Fayette, Hardeman, Haywood, and Madison County, you are under a tornado warning right now. That is going to go until 2 o'clock. Let's zoom into that. Let's take a close look at what's going on with that and what the National Weather Service is seeing and prompting that warning. We did talk about the fact that these severe thunderstorm warnings can produce a tornado with little to no warning. But look at that. That tornado polygon almost outlines the severe storm polygon. And I think I see what they're looking at right there. Let me zoom in just a little tighter. You see that hook just to the north of Somerville, right there north of 64, right there along the Haywood, Fayette County line? Yeah, there's some rotation in there. Let's hit it with the scope. We're looking at storm relative velocity with this. But, oh man, that is a well-defined little hook echo right there. And there's some serious wind within that. So let me move this off.
And Ron, I'm ready to rattle off some street names when you're ready.
All right, tell you what, let me get a track on it and then let's do this. Here we go. And I'm going to track it from that center of circulation. I'm going to get out just ahead of it a little bit because I want to give you as much advance notice as I possibly can. So Dancyville, 122. Fayette Corners, it's going to move in there about 125. Should get into Hillville right around 129, so just before 130. Get to your storm shelter right now. Woodland should move in at about 137. Denmark, 140. 144 into Huntersville, then into Bells at 146, and we'll see it get into Adair right around 150. I'll put a loop on this so you can see the general movement of it. And yeah, it is moving off to the north and northeast. So folks that are in Haywood County, Madison County, get ready. Jackson, Tennessee, that is coming your way. This has the possibility of clipping Crockett County just to the east of Alamo. So folks in that area, Medina, you are in the path of this storm. So just be prepared as this is moving on through. Eric, what are you looking at right now? Are you focused in on these storms to the west, or are you looking at that storm that I was just tracking?
So more so the storm that you were tracking, Ron. And so hear me out here. As far as some of the roads here that are just to the north of Somerville, so we're looking at Old Solomon Mill Road over towards McNabb Road, Stanton Road, Wilson Road, Yum Road, State Route 76, Hall Drive, Old 59 Drive, Aiken Road, Rogers Road, Hebron Drive, Hall Drive, Bernard Drive, Alexander Drive, Old Brownsville Road. And right now, the general area that we're looking at here is into northeastern Fayette County. So this is an area that is under a tornado warning right now. And of all the tornado warned storms right now, as far as an actual tornado, I'm saying that as opposed to just the strong winds that are moving through, this is an area that we're keeping, I think, the closest eye on right now, just on the north side of Somerville and into northeastern Fayette County. So your first alert here, if you are into Northeast Fayette County, yet again, over towards Mormon, Yum, Miller, Fayette Corners, State Route 76. Let's go further to the north now into Haywood County, Ureekton, State Route 179, Dancyville, Ureekton Road, Qualls Road, State Route 179 yet again, Hillsville Road, Bruce Road, some of those areas. If you heard me rattle off, or if you're relatively close to these areas here into the southern portion of Haywood County, here's your first alert. We're keeping an eye on these areas that are in blue right now. That's usually debris detection that gets picked up here.
Yeah, look just to the north of that, Eric. You see that line right there? There's some debris being lofted into the atmosphere as a result of that strong straight line wind coming through there. What is that, Hillville?
Yep.
I do believe.
And keep in mind, folks, just because we see debris get lofted, it doesn't mean that there was a house that got torn apart and thrown up into the sky here. That could be twigs, leaves, it could be anything like that that's just getting lofted into the sky.
Let me show you Patrick's shot right now.
Yeah.
He's in Crittenden County. Am I right? Melissa, Ben, our producers, where is Patrick? Yeah, take a look at his live shot right now. Let's pull that up, Jayla, and go ahead. And he is between Jericho and Marion. We're seeing that lowering cloud deck, and that is an ominous cloud. He is headed right into it. So he's between Jericho and Marion. So meteorologist Patrick Ellis, along with Matt Infield at the wheel in the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker. They're going right into the storm. We are going to bring you a live view of what is going on. And notice the flooding already on the side of the roads right there. And that's going to get exacerbated within the next hour or so as that heavy rain moves on through there. So that's what we're looking at. Let's go back to our first alert Doppler radar. Again, we're tracking 3 tornadoes. This one now moving up, tornado warnings, I should say. And really, wind is the greatest concern along this line. Possible tornado right here. We don't have any visual confirmation right now, but I tell you, we've got storm trackers all around the area. In the booth, I want you guys to monitor. I'm going to check in with one of our local storm chasers, William Frog, in just a moment to see if he's headed out into this, to see if we can pick up his feed and take a look, and then see where we're going to go with that. But right now, let me zoom in one more time. Let's just go ahead and outline, in case you're just now covering us, we've got severe storms. This is the final push, but this one seems to be the most potent in regard to just a wall of wind being associated with this. So not necessarily the tornadic, strong, long track tornadoes we saw Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. These are going to be more like quick spin ups, but this line has already had a history of producing winds close to 90 miles per hour as it's moving through. So that can create some catastrophic issues in regard to damage, and can create some serious issues for life and property. That's why I want you at home. I want you in the safest place in your home. Just stay away from exterior walls, doors, windows. Once it passes, if there's damage, you can get a picture. We want you to send it to us. You can send it to desk@actionnews5.com, or you can submit it through the Action News 5 First Alert weather app. But right now, Craighead under a tornado warning, Dunklin, Mississippi, and Pembascot counties. Quick spin up in there, I do believe, but that line, it's coming on through. 2 o'clock is how long the tornado warning goes. There's another one that's just embedded within that. So I think we're going to see, again, as we did early this morning, overlapping tornado warnings as these multiple little vortices just kind of popped up along the edge. So we often see this. This is more of a QLCS situation, as we call it. It's a quasi-linear convective system, although it's got a tremendous bowing segment, which makes it even more potent because you've got winds coming in from the back of this that's really just kind of pushing out the leading edge of that line. So you've got this, the line itself just kind of wants to be linear, straight, but with the stronger winds coming behind it, it gives a push, a more forward momentum to the leading edge. That makes it a bit more dangerous, especially in regard to the possibility of spin-ups and the straight line wind potential as well. Eric, what are you looking at?
So, Ron, just as a first alert here, that we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. It includes a ton of counties.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, so the warning that was just issued here, good chance your phone or your mobile device just went off here because it had that considerable tag put onto it. When we get that considerable tag, that means that there are 80-mile-per-hour winds embedded within this here, and that's why your phone went off. This isn't kind of a run-of-the-mill 60-mile-per-hour severe thunderstorm warning. It has 80-mile-per-hour winds that are expected to move through the Memphis metro, not, rural locations. This is the Memphis Metro here. So you better be ready for that. Get inside that safe place right now. Let me put this in just a little bit of perspective here. 80-mile-per-hour winds, if we were to put that on the enhanced Fujita scale, because, when it comes down to it, a lot of people, when they hear about tornadoes and things of that nature, it really starts to get their attention here. But if we start talking about an enhanced Fujita scale, and I say an EF0 tornado just hit your house, that would get your attention, I think, more than just 80-mile-per-hour winds. And that's essentially what's coming at you right now is an EF0 tornado coming all throughout the Mid-South here. Doesn't make a difference if you're up to the north in Mark Tree, if you're down south into Helena, West Helena. Just imagine if there's an EF0 tornado headed towards you right now, because that's literally what this is. Yep. All right. As far as this line goes here, it is still hauling the mail off to the east here at about 65 to 80 miles per hour. If we put that track on that here, let's go from Jonesboro pretty much all the way down to Lee County here. As far as the flow of this, man, we'll go with about a 63-ish right here. We're looking at Mark Tree at about 138, the same time for Mariana, Truman at about 134. And this is looking more immediately as far as towns and cities and communities. Madison, 129, Widener at 131, Bay at 132, okay. Lake City at 141, Tyron's at about 142. If we're looking specifically closer to the Memphis Metro here, let's dive a little bit closer into this, because obviously when it comes down to it, the Memphis Metro certainly is the largest population center that we have here across the Mid-South.
And it will get hit by this.
Yes, it will.
We will take a hit from this.
Yes. We're looking at West Memphis at about 154. So this might be a smidge after 2 o'clock or right around 2 o'clock when this is going to hit Memphis. So it's convenient, honestly, that it's at the top of an hour here. So 2 o'clock in Memphis, be ready for this.
Hey,
go ahead.
Can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
We've got a live shot from Truman, all right? So we're getting some reports of there's a tree down in Truman. There's also some minor damage to some signs, preliminary assessment from law enforcement. That is a look right now at northbound. What highway is that? Am I looking at right now?
555?
555?
I'd imagine.
Is that what that is? Melissa, do we know? Okay, so 555 in Truman, northbound lanes there. So there has been some confirmation of damage. Right now, it's being assessed as minor. A couple of trees, we've got some signs down, but Truman certainly saw some heavy wind coming on through there. I think you guys had another camera for us. What was that? Mark Tree, Arkansas. Let's take a look at that one. This is going to be southbound highway, what is it? 555. So southbound 555. This is, again, Mark Tree, Arkansas. Nothing really impressive there right now. I don't see any damage. Cars still going through, but I am encouraged by the fact that I'm not seeing a lot of cars on the road. Hopefully, everybody's headed home. Folks are in a safe place right now. If you are east of the Mississippi River in West Tennessee or northern Mississippi, and you have family or friends that are out right now, call them. Tell them to come back home. We've got a potent line of storms coming our way, and you don't want to be out on this. Now, I want to zoom in one more time and take another look and put some timing on this, because here we go. Starting to approach the Mississippi River. We're approaching 1:30. We talked about this approaching Shelby County right at that time. I'm going to update the track here. I'm tracking this along at about 60 miles per hour. The potential for destructive winds coming across the Mississippi River, moving through Memphis and Shelby County. And no, power outages are likely with this as it comes on through. So, and Eric, I'm going to ask you to pull up the power map as soon as I track this, all right? So 134 West Memphis, Fraser 143. We'll get that into Memphis at 148, maybe a little slower forward momentum. Nonetheless, it is about to cross the river, and it is making its way through right at 130 right now. So downtown, brace, that is coming through. Make sure your mobile devices, everything you need is charged. 153 into South Haven, Germantown 159, should get into Collierville right around 2 o'clock. So all of Shelby County will be impacted by this. It's going to continue its forward momentum, and then we're going to see that move into Fayette, Hardeman counties, McNairy County. You're in the path of this as well. Somerville should come on through right around 221, 225 into Fayette Corners. Now let me give you some good news. So once this leading edge moves through, once that leading edge crosses through your community, everything behind it is rain. Now you're going to get some very heavy rain right there initially, that strong gust of wind, then the very heavy rain. but then just rain will continue. Your severe weather threat will be over. Then you transition to a flood threat. So we're talking about multiple ways or multiple severe weather aspects with this. Flooding, damaging wind, isolated tornadoes, maybe some hail in this. I'm not overly concerned about the hail with this right now, but I tell you, we got the downtown camera. Are we pointed in that direction? Let's take a look. Let me show you what's coming our way. Skies are looking ominous right now. You can see it. This is from our Best Care Home Services camera overlooking the mighty Mississippi River, which, by the way, is expected to jump to 37 feet right around April 20th, I do believe, closer to the end of the month. Something to keep in mind, Tom Lee Park goes underwater at 35 feet.
That's going to happen.
So once that gets above 35 feet, Tom Lee Park will likely go underwater. That's also going to create some flooding.
And Ron, too, obviously, it's the beginning of April at this point, too, so we're going to start seeing some snow melt from the north, too. Yeah. Because keep in mind, the tributaries that eventually enter into the Mississippi River, those go even all the way back to Idaho near Yellowstone National Park. So this is a huge, the amount of water that goes through the Mississippi River is unbelievable.
Yeah, hey, the Mississippi River, the drainage basin for the nation, basically. Take a look at those power outages, Eric, because we're going to see those go up considerably.
Sure.
Let's see what you got.
So, Ron, right now, and this is before the line's actually going through the Mid-South here, specifically into Shelby County, 2,500 people are without power right now in Shelby County. And unfortunately, I did see that there was a little bit of an issue with some of my data that was popping up here just a couple of moments ago. So I apologize for that, folks. I believe we're rocking and rolling now. 600 people without power over to St. Francis County, about 200 into Crittenden County. If we turn around and look at that line of showers and storms, notice the time on the upper left-hand portion of your screen indicating that it is now 1:32. If we're looking at the potential rotation detector, it looks like the best chance of a tornado right now would be over in Mississippi County and then again into Haywood County. So your first alert, if you are in Haywood County, we still do have that tornado warning that is in place until 2 p.m. The time right now being 1:33 in the afternoon. This is racing off to the northeast here at about 60 miles per hour. If we can, let's go back to meteorologist Patrick Ellis here because he's got a shot of it looks like some flooding out there in the distance over in northeast Arkansas. Patrick, where are you at right now and what are you seeing?
Hey guys, we are in Jericho right now here in Crittenden County. I'll tell you, the winds really have picked up here in the last couple of minutes, the rain as well, and we haven't even really gotten to the strongest of the winds just yet. Starting to see the lightning popping off as well. A lot of the flooding, as we've been mentioning, of course, it's every field. We were trying to get over across a railroad track on the other side of, I think that was Highway 77, or very close to there, and the flooding in a neighborhood was you couldn't even get back there. So right now we're on the other side of the interstate, and this is what we're dealing with. Of course, not only from the flooding perspective, the winds have been picking up. They're not terrible right now, and we're in a position where we're kind of in between the lower end of one cell and the upper end of the other cell. I didn't want to get completely sandwiched and end up in a situation where things can get bad quick, but we're kind of in between two cells right here. But I will tell you that the winds have picked up. There's a ton of lightning associated with this, and of course the rain is coming down in droves. Nobody needs to be on 55 right now. I mean, trying to drive 60 miles an hour, or as the speed limit is 75, probably don't want to do that right now. Of course, we've heard those reports of damage up around Truman to 88 mile per hour wind gusts. We have not experienced 88 mile an hour wind gusts here, but it is possible. And of course, now with the destructive severe thunderstorm warning that encompasses almost all of West Tennessee, it seems like, or at least if you live along the river, that is something that you need to take seriously. That's why you got those alerts on your phone from the National Weather Service as that storm is now moving across the river. But from Crittenden County, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Appreciate your report there, Patrick. Great information that you're able to do there from the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker here. The line of showers and storms does continue to race off to the east here at about a forward speed of 60 to 65 miles per hour. Some good news is, as far as that severe thunderstorm warning is concerned, National Weather Service, it had been at 80 miles per hour. Now they backed it off just a touch to 70 mile per hour winds that are associated with that here. But hey, 70 mile per hour winds, that is still going to cause issues here around the Mid-South.
Eric, do we have a new forward momentum or forward
You took the words out of my mouth as to exactly what I was going to do. Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers getting Futurecast ready to go here. Let me turn around. So what we're going to do right now, I'm going to draw a line here, and this gives us a good idea where it is literally right now, and I know it's kind of obvious where it is. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to rock this back here about 15 minutes. The time right now is 1:36. So if I rock this back here 15 minutes, we're looking at about 1:21. And the reason why I do this is to see what the distance that this has covered over the past 15 minutes. So this has gone about 13 miles over the past 15 minutes. We go down here, we're looking at about 11 miles. So let's say it's an average of 12 miles every 15 minutes. Since there are 4 quarter hours in every single hour, that means the forward speed on this is going at about 48 to 50 miles per hour. If we turn around, let me get rid of some of these warnings as well and kind of give you a track on this one right now. We'll start this off from the north here, Mississippi County, go to the northeast. Yet again, moving to the northeast here at about 48, let's just call it 50 miles per hour. If you're over in Halls, we're looking at 231, the same time for Dyersburg. Gates at 230, Luxora at 155, Blytheville at 154, Osceola at 153, Dell at 146, Manila at 137. If we drop this a little bit further to the south here, we're just going to go right along this line and start from the north and swing down to the south here. Yet again, moving at about 48 to 50 miles per hour. Joyner 143, Kaiser at 145, Wilson 149, Osceola yet again about 154, Gilt's Edge at 205, Munford 207, Burleson at 208, Garland at 209, Atoka at 210, and Brighton at 213. Starting to go a little bit further to the south right now here. If we're going to start to include Shelby County really with this run now. Let's drop this down to the south here, and yet again extend this to the east northeast here at about 50 miles per hour. Turret 137, Clarkdale 139. Sunset at 143, Marion at 144, West Memphis 149, Mud Island at 156 here. So Ron, these are still continuing to move to the east here at an extremely quick rate, and do want to give everybody that first alert here just east of the Mississippi River. I know that you were getting Futurecast rolling here, so what you got?
I want everybody to know if you're in the Action News 5 coverage area, you are under a tornado watch right now. It's going to go until 7 o'clock this evening. Here's a look at our first alert Doppler radar. Now I want to line that up with Futurecast, which is initializing extremely well. I mean, almost right there on the money. So we started off at 1:30 here. Let's advance to 2, right around 2 o'clock. And those are the times we've been giving, right there at the Mississippi River, and then moving east into Shelby County. Between 2 and 3 p.m., that's when we're likely going to see the strongest winds come across the Mississippi River from Dyer, Lauderdale, Tipton, Shelby, DeSoto. We'll see that move into Tate, Tunica, and then coming on into Coahoma County. That's when it's going to start to make a push to the east. Right around 4 o'clock, we'll see this start to make its way towards Selmer. Selmer, there is your first alert. You've got a lot of storm damage in that area right now from tornadoes earlier this week. Now we're looking at the potential for straight line wind just before 4 this afternoon. Make sure you are prepared. Should be closer to the Tennessee River Valley by then, but our real concern is then going to be for northeastern Mississippi, where we could see temperatures close to 80 degrees. If that's the case, the possibility for even stronger tornadoes, more activity, and stronger winds is going to start to impact northeast Mississippi from 4 until about 5 o'clock. Right around 5, Corinth could be right on top of you. We may even have some spin-ups along that leading edge, but notice back behind it.
Hey, Ron, let's go to the
severe,
downtown camera. We got quite a shelf cloud.
Pushes east, and then by 6 o'clock, let me run this through one more time. By 6 to 7, we're going to be dealing with rain. That's when the flooding threat really starts to kick in as the sun sets and we get into the overnight hours. So let's take a look at it, Eric.
So there you go, right behind you.
Let me step out.
And there's a shelf cloud that's just off to the right now. Actually, let's go to the camera here above 1960 Union Avenue, if that's still looking towards downtown, because Ron, this is going to be heading straight towards us here, so long as that's the case. And there you could see that shelf cloud pretty much engulfing downtown right now, and it's headed straight towards us. And this is going to be here in a few moments.
Yeah, and this area that's right there, almost Union Avenue is there on the left side of your screen. You can almost see the lowest portion of that cloud right there along Union Avenue. As we look to the west, the strongest winds are going to be from, and can you pop me in front of this, Jayla? Is that possible? I mean, just pop into the screen there. Just let me know if you can. But the strongest winds are going to likely come from right here just to the south of Union Avenue, and then all the way basically spanning into northern Shelby County and then moving east in this direction. So that's what we're looking at right now. That is the situation at hand. Let's take a look at our first alert Doppler radar and let me show you what is going on there. We now have a new tornado warning just issued just moments ago. This tornado warning now extending into Dyer County. It is for Haywood, Lauderdale, Mississippi, Tipton counties. That's going to go until 2:30. We're at 141 right now. Got the tornado warning that goes until 2:30. So brand new warning just issued and basically just extending the tornado warning that was already in place as this cell was moving on through northeastern Arkansas right now. Still a couple of warnings going there till about 2 o'clock. We have the warning that's moving through Madison County right now. That one had a pretty good sign of a hook echo. Eric, I'm not sure if you had a shear marker or a skit on it. If you do, let me know. 2 o'clock for Crockett, Hardeman, Haywood, and Madison County. Now, we've got another tornado warning that is just to the south and just outside our coverage area, but that's going to start to move into Bolivar County. Currently for Deshay, Drew, and Lincoln counties, that goes until 2:15. So that may clip southern Phillips County, so something we want to keep a close eye on as that continues to progress to the east. But right now, the main line drawing right down on the Memphis metro, a lot of lightning in here. And look, the lightning, we had a house that caught on fire Wednesday night, Thursday morning, I do believe.
There's been a few of those, Ron.
Yeah, in Olive Branch, caught on fire, and we believe it was a lightning strike. Look at this view, 1,200 strikes of lightning just in this area right here. So a lot of, and this is cloud to ground lightning, all right? So this is not elevated or cloud to cloud lightning, but cloud to ground lightning. Those are strikes hitting the ground, 1,200 of them. Now, right around, still close to 1,200, but a lot of lightning nonetheless. I want to zoom back into the city of Memphis and Shelby County as this line is now approaching the Mississippi River. Jayla, let's keep that downtown camera handy. All right, I'm going to call for it in just a minute. Let me put a quick track on this. Once again, I'm tracking it now at about 50 miles per hour, all right? So it's slowed its forward momentum to some degree. I'll take that on through Fayette County. We're likely going to see a severe thunderstorm warning at the very least. Memphis and Shelby County right now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Midtown, 148. It's going to move into Memphis, 152. South Haven, 2 o'clock. Then 205 into Germantown. Snowden Grove, 210. Then it moves into Collierville at 217. Piperton, 223. Somerville at 230. I believe we had a pretty good camera. What were you guys looking at? Let me see. Here we go.
So that's Danny Thomas and I-40 rather.
Yeah, 40 and Danny Thomas. Man, that lowering cloud deck coming on in. We're going to get that initial burst of wind. That could likely take out power quickly. That's going to be followed by very heavy rain, a lot of lightning, and that's going to create some big problems. I'm not really seeing anything in the way of hail in this cell. Let's go back to the first alert Doppler radar. Let me zoom in one more time and just see if there's any hail that may be coming our way. We were looking at some of the tops on this storm. It's a little bit back to the west right now. Let's see. It's rather small.
So, Ron, I think the best chance of hail, yep, literally, I was about to say where you're pointing out there near Joyner, just to the east of 55, approaching the Mississippi River.
Yeah, right there. So that's the largest we've seen so far. I think you've got a better look at it. You want to take a quick shot of that?
Sure. So right now we're looking over in Joyner, and the thing I want you to keep an eye on are some of these purples and magentas and pinks and you get it, as far as that area goes. That's where we might be seeing some change size hail right now. So as far as what our storm threat is with this, we could be seeing, this is saying some ping pong ball sized hail. I will say this has a tendency to overdo the hail ever so slightly. So even if it's not ping pong sized hail, I wouldn't be surprised if it was quarter sized hail. I think that's probably a pretty fair assessment on that. Notice dime sized hail just to the south and even dime hail to the north of that. If we start to slip this a little bit further to the south right now and include the Memphis metro area here, right now it is 144 on this Saturday afternoon. The potential hail there looks to be about dime size, but hail's really not the big threat within this. This is much more of a wind threat than anything else. As far as some of the velocities on these winds go, they're probably not going to look too impressive. You're only about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So
we've got a Joyner camera. Let's take a look at it.
Sure.
Let's take a look. Wow, it's coming down pretty heavy right there. The semis, we saw some pretty intense lightning. Already seeing, looks like a little ponding there on the side of the road. The semis making its way through. You know, we had reports of semis over in Arkansas on Wednesday night, Thursday, and I keep referring to that simply because that was the night of the most potent storms
Ron,
coming on through. But
camera
look
above
at this
the
right
roof
now.
here.
we've got temperatures near already 81 degrees in Oxford. That is a juicy, ripe atmosphere for storms to really intensify rapidly. We're still at 73 in Memphis, but notice mid-50s in wind. Blythefield, Dyersburg at 61. Things are calming down now. You're transitioning to a flood threat, but where we're finding temperatures in the 70s to near 80, Corinth's at 82, we're still under the gun for strong to severe storms. Eric, you were talking about a camera. Which one are you looking at, the Midtown or the downtown?
So the Midtown camera, it was just bumping around quite a bit now, I think, with that initial shelf cloud and those initial winds really moving through the area here. And I think those winds are really going to start to amplify quite a bit here. We don't necessarily have crazy strong winds right now here at 1960 Union Avenue, but these are going to be moving in extremely quickly right now.
I think I've got another tornado warning that just popped up just to the west of Phillips County. Let me take a look at
Sure,
that.
go
We
for
were
it.
watching that cell that was just to the south of it. Looks like the National Weather Service just identified a little area within that where there may be a little notch right there coming on into, it's just south of our area. This is the one I was looking at right here. That is tornado warning, Arkansas and Monroe counties. So just to the west of Phillips County, that's going to go until 2:15. Let me clear this off of here and let's put a track on it. We've not paid a lot of attention to our southern counties, but it's coming in now and about to make its way into Lee and Phillips County. So I'll tell you what, I'm going to start with a track on this portion of the line. We'll track it from northwestern Phillips County, and this line's coming on in. I want to give a first alert to folks in Coahoma, Quitman, Panola County. We'll track this out at about 50 miles per hour, which is the general speed of this line of storms coming through. Marvell, 152. Then it's going to move into Elaine, 207. Helena, 217. Clarksdale at 235, 255. It gets into Senatobia. We'll see that move into Sardis at about 308. Batesville, 312. And Charleston, that's going to come in at about 337. Just the one tornado there, or tornado warning there right now, just outside of Phillips County. It's a very small, tight polygon, but that whole line of wind is coming your way. And as we take a look at that, we're a pretty good distance from the radar site itself, but you can see where the red and green are coming together, and because it's so linear right here, that's an indication we've got straight line wind moving through. But notice as I pan to the north here, we've got higher wind speeds that are coming into play. These areas that you see right here in blue, there's some pretty strong winds moving on through St. Francis counties and Lee County right now, south of I-40. Those winds moving off to the north and northeast.
Whew.
Yeah, what do you got on there, Eric? Let's see.
I was looking at the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker with meteorologist Patrick Ellis. Ron, they just had a lightning strike that was within 50 feet of where they are. Can we go over to Patrick right now? Patrick, what you got?
Yeah. Needless to say, yeah, we saw that. A little blinded now. Yeah, a lot of lightning with this and a lot of rain. I do want to circle back. The flood threat is increasing exponentially really quickly. So as soon as that initial line goes through, the rain is coming down heavily, and it's going to be like this for a long time. This area's already been inundated with a lot of rainfall already. Like we said, the ditches, the fields are all full, and very quickly it's going to go to runoff, and that's where we're going to get into some problems here. And I would not be surprised here. You guys have already mentioned it, the potential for some emergencies here as we go through the course of the day. I think that once that initial line gets through your area, you got to keep looking out for the potential for flooding very quickly.
Hey, Patrick, is it a quick transition from the wind just to the heavy rain? Are there any other severe concerns that you've seen behind it? Anything in the way of hail or any other than the flooding that we need to be concerned with? Just from your view?
Well, we did see a little bit of hail. It wasn't much. And I kind of go back to what we were talking about a couple of days ago, how quickly, when you're having a melting hail situation, how heavy the rain can get. Yeah. That's exactly what happened. I had a little bit of hail, but it was small. But the rain that was coming down was super heavy, and it continues to be super heavy. It's been like this since, you guys saw us about, 15 minutes ago? Mm-hmm. So, and it's only going to continue like this for quite some time. So again, flooding concerns are going to be high on mind moving forward as we go through the coming hours.
And look, we're going to get this wind out of here pretty quickly. As a matter of fact, I do believe that the wind threat associated with this is likely going to be over as we get to around 4, 5 o'clock at the latest. But then the rain is going to continue for several hours. well into the late night hours, likely lingering in the area across West Tennessee, northern Mississippi to midnight. So that's what's going to really exacerbate the flooding issue that we're seeing. But we're on air with you right now. We've got several tornado warnings. Let me just roll through them quickly. Right now, Madison County, you are under a tornado warning. This is Madison, Crockett, Gibson, and Haywood counties. That goes until 2 o'clock. Let me clear this off right now. We've got another one that is just to the west of you. Dyer County, you're included in this. So this is Haywood, Lauderdale, Mississippi, Tipton, and Dyer County. That goes until 2:30. So you've got about another 40 minutes on that. Then we've got one right here that is just to the west. That is for, let me clear this off so you can see. That is a tornado warning for Dunklin, Lauderdale, Mississippi, and Pemiscot counties. That goes until 2 p.m. And then just to the south, we've got that one that's just to the west of Phillips County. We've got a tornado warning there. That's going to go until 2:15. It's coming down pretty good on the roof here at 1960 Union Avenue. I can hear it. Jayla, can we take that Midtown camera and let's show our viewers at home what it looks like? Look at that, Eric. Almost whiteout conditions as a result of the heavy rain coming down. So just moments ago, we could see all the way to downtown Memphis.
We could see West Memphis.
Yeah, we could see across the Mississippi River. This is what we're looking at right now, torrential rain coming down in Midtown, and we could see this torrential rain continue for quite some time. Looks like the wind gust has come on through. I'm going to run over here and check I want to check our weather station and see what our peak wind gust was here at Midtown.
Hey, Ron,
Eric,
while
if
you're
you
doing
see
that,
something, let me know.
Yeah, while Ron's checking that out here, let me go and put another track on this here as this does continue to race off to the east and northeast here at about 55 miles per hour. So let's track this line off to the east here yet again. We'll call it 50 miles per hour. Atoka, well, let's start from the top. Burleson, 154. Munford, 155. Garland, 156. Atoka, your time is 158. Covington, 203. Brighton at 159. Henning at 209. Braden at 214. Charleston at 214. And Durhamville at 214 or 215 as well.
Eric, I've got a 37-mile-an-hour peak wind gust in Midtown right now, but the strongest wind hasn't gotten here yet.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ron. I do want to make sure that we do include a bunch of other communities right now as well. If we scoot this to the east and northeast here, the Memphis Zoo right now, Walls right now, Munford at 155, Atoka at 158, Bartlett at 158. Memphis International Airport, 2 o'clock. Horn Lake at 2:01, as well as South Haven at 2:01. Lakeland at 2:06. Germantown at 2:07. And Arlington at 2:08. With this line of showers and storms that's moving through the area, you're going to see, Ron, what did you just say? It was 36?
37-mile-an-hour wind here in Midtown, but the strongest wind is yet to hit. We're just now starting to see that leading edge of the heavy rain, and I think we're going to see likely a wind gust probably closer to 50 miles per hour. Sustained winds right now at 29 miles per hour in Midtown, and that's from our sensor on the roof here at 1960 Union Avenue. But something else to keep in mind, we have picked up just since midnight over an inch of rain, and it's coming down pretty heavy, and we're likely going to see at least another possibly 3 inches on top of that. That's going to create some flooding problems quickly across the Memphis metro, and flooding again is going to be an issue all around the Mid-South. Let's put some features on here. I want to outline the severe thunderstorm warnings. We've been focused on tornado warnings, but wind is a considerable threat. Tornado possible in Coahoma, Lee, Phillips, Tunica County, simply because of that wind shield that's moving on through there right now. It is that leading edge of strong gusting winds. So that's going to go until 2:45. Again, tornado possible in that. We have to be very cautious. That's why I want you in your storm shelter. We have got another severe thunderstorm warning that extends from DeSoto County through Crittenden, Mississippi, Shelby, and Tipton counties. That's going to go until 2:15. Lauderdale, you're included in this as well. There's only room for so many of the counties to be included in this, but considerable potential for damage and the possibility of a tornado, especially along the leading edge of that. Lightning has been an issue. We're keeping a close eye on that. And as we take a look at our lightning counter once again, let's see if we're getting an uptick. I'm going to track it from just north of that tornado warning cell that's back in Deshay County. And let's see on that. Can you move my name off there? Because I want to be able to see what the lightning strikes are. There we go, about 1,000 strikes of lightning just on that view right there. So we've got a lot of cloud to ground lightning. We can expect to see power outages. as this line moves on through. Eric, as a matter of fact, you want to take a quick look at that power outage map, see if we've got an uptick there?
Sure,
Melissa,
I got you.
if you can pull up our MLGW power outage map too, we'd like to see that just to get some verification as well and talk about the number of outages. But you've got a general look at it right now, Eric, for the entire area, correct?
Correct. So right now we're looking at still about 2,500 customers in Shelby County. I'm going to say pretty safely that number is going to climb. If it stays there, that'd be remarkable.
Yeah.
600 customers over into St. Francis and Cross counties. Only 200 in Crittenden, but that number is going to ramp up as well. And
Look
then
at Little Rock.
And then Poinsett County, 100 customers. And as Ron said, the thing that really stands out is over in Little Rock, 60,000 customers right now without power, and 22,000 just to the southwest of Little Rock as well.
That's a lot of folks in Little Rock without power. We've had flood emergencies there as well. Massive flooding has been reported in Little Rock. By the way, Ben and Melissa, if you guys have any reports on flooding in parts of Arkansas, from central Arkansas, if you can share any numbers with us, please feel free to do so. Eric, what have you got?
So, Ron, let's talk about this out loud right now. Obviously, we have this main line that's swinging through the region. I'm looking over at Poinsett and Cross counties. As far as a severe thunderstorm and a tornado threat goes, would you agree that has diminished significantly, and right now it's all about the flash flooding?
Yeah, I think it's gone. I think your severe threat. Let's tell you what. Let me just zoom in and show you, because the main line, that leading edge, has come on through, and that's what we've talked about this afternoon. Is once that leading edge moves through, we're now just going to see training echoes of rain. Just rain, training after rain, and that's going to continue to move in from the west and southwest. That's going to continue for the next few hours. So the severe threat, the stronger winds, they're gone. We'll keep a close eye back here, again, just for the possibility, slim possibility, but I do believe from Craighead County on through Poinsett, Cross County, St. Francis, you're close. South of 40, still under the gun, but these areas are now transitioning to flood threats. And as a matter of fact, just taking a look at the flood warnings that are in place, check this out. We've got a flood warning and considerable flooding for Crittenden, Cross, Poinsett, and St. Francis counties. That goes until 2:45. We've even got a flood warning for Shelby County, and now heavy rain coming into play here. We've got this thunderstorm warning, but I want to show you the flood warning, because we are looking at a flood warning right now for DeSoto, Fayette, Marshall, and Shelby County. Considerable flooding likely, and that's going to go until 4:45. And look, flooding is going to stick around for a while.
Yeah.
That's something that doesn't just go away quickly. Once things start flooding, it just continues. Then we've got all the tributaries that are going to be feeding into the Mississippi River, the smaller streams. You're talking about the Wolf River, the Nankana Creek. We're looking at the Loosahachie, Forkadeer River to the north, Arkansas River to the west. All of these tributaries are really going to start to see some major and significant flooding as a result of the continuation of the rain that will extend well into the evening and the afternoon. Want to give a first alert to this leading edge here. I want to put a track, and let's look downstream, all right? So I'm going to track the whole line of storms back to the Mississippi River and just progress it to the east, all right? I'll give it a little bit of a northerly progression, but I just want to give folks that are east of this main line a heads up on when that's going to come into your area so that you can prepare. As I mentioned, safest place in your home or your storm shelter to ride it out. Make sure all your electronics are charged, because you're likely going to see some power outages. Hernando coming in at 2:15. So right now we're at 1:59. You're about 15 minutes away from getting some very strong wind, very heavy rain. Somerville 2:34. Trenton, that's going to come in at about 2:54. Should see it into Jackson at about 2 o'clock. Madison County just got punched with a storm moving through there and a tornado warning, but now the main wall of rain and wind coming through 3 o'clock. Selmer 3:33, Camden 3:51. It's going to move into Corinth at 4:10. Then we'll see that move into Waverly at 4:11. Let's zoom in and take a look right now at Memphis and Shelby County. It's coming down good. It's getting loud out there as well. I'll clear this track off, and let's show you that heavy rain and wind right there. Let me track the velocity on this, and look at that. Eric, can you see that, just that line of That's just a wall of wind that's just moving off to the east. To tell you what, let's go ahead and put a track on the leading edge, tracking wind right now, all right? Strongest wind, 50, possibly 60 mile an hour winds with this. Bartlett, 202. Shelby Farms, 207. Germantown, 211. That's going to then move into Olive Branch right around 218. We'll see that get into Collierville at 222. Then 227 into Oakland. Rossville at 233. Somerville at 238. So that's for the Memphis Metro. That's the stronger wind and the potential arrival time of those winds to those communities. Melissa, I think you had a camera for, wow, show the Midtown. Yeah. Can we show that? Jayla, can you pop that up? You guys got to see this. That's our Midtown camera, and no, it's working. That's
and Ron,
rain.
This isn't looking even at the rain that's coming into it. This is looking towards East Memphis, and This is coming from west to east. So if anything, we should see a little bit better of a view looking towards East Memphis. But I mean, you could see, quite frankly, diddly squat right now. Let's look at what was it that we had in West Memphis as far as some flooding video going on here. Melissa, if you could tell me my ear yet again where this was at here. Gotcha. This is West Memphis. Was it Glen Street and West Bailey? Correct me if I was wrong on that. 7th Street. Gotcha. 7th Street and Bailey. So you can see there's obviously some ponding on the road right there in West Memphis right now. And this is exactly what we don't want you to do. You see that car that's in that intersection right now and another car that's in that intersection. Turn around, don't drown. I know it's cliche. I know it gets old and tiring to hear here. But folks, if nothing else, you ain't want to go through all that paperwork if you do have your car submerged here. It's no fun doing that
54 mile
here.
an hour wind gust in Midtown right now.
54 mile per hour wind gust. There you go.
Wind gust. We've already got an inch and a half of rain.
Okay, so
that's just in what, 15, 20 minutes?
And Ron, think about it. So we got what, approximately 3/10 to 4/10 of an inch of rain from earlier today with that round of showers. Then there was a bit of a lull. So over the past, let's call it about 20 minutes, we've seen about 1 1/4 inches worth of rain. And at that rain rate, that's 3 3/4 of an inch of rain here. So we're looking at rain rates about what, 4 inches an hour.
What we're looking at is some significant, considerable flooding that's going to impact really the entire coverage area for the most part, especially along and north of the Mississippi-Tennessee state line where we've already seen a saturated ground. I am still concerned to some degree about this area right here, well, really to a great degree, because that environment is pretty much untapped. We've got storms back to the west, and they are moving off to the east right now. Look, we've got crews out in the field. I hear sirens out there. I'm sure at some point we're going to start to see flood rescues or flood emergencies as a result of the torrential rain that's coming on through. This is going to create a big problem, especially as we get into the remainder of the afternoon and the evening hours as this rain is going to continue to fall. But the threat for more strong storms is going to be primarily along and south of the I-40 corridor, but we can't rule out the possibility of a tornado along and north of the corridor, especially embedded within that line itself. So heavy rain right now. Taking a look at the rainfall rates with this, I'm just going to zoom in a little tighter and then we'll go in and query some of this data. And let's start it off in Lauderdale County. Ripley, we've not talked a lot about you, but heavy rain is coming your way into Lauderdale County right now. And just to your west, taking a look at that, just to the southwest of Ripley, it's about just under 2.5 inches per hour. You get right there south and west of Covington, coming down at close to 2 inches per hour. Near Millington, we're seeing rainfall rates of about 1 1/3 inches per hour. I'm sure we're going to find higher amounts in there, right around 1.5 inches. The downtown area, just north of 40, about 1 1/4 inches per hour. South Memphis, you're seeing rain coming in at about 1.25 inches per hour, but I'm sure we're going to see higher amounts, and there's plenty more coming our way as it continues to move in that direction. Let's take a look once again from our Midtown camera. And Jayla, if you can, pop up the downtown camera. We'll follow with that. This is our Midtown camera looking to the east.
I mean, there's no visibility.
Typically, we see the businesses on the other side of Union Avenue. Yeah, we can see the I-Tower all the way into East Memphis, and we can't see a thing on that. And yeah, that camera's not broken. That's just a rain. Now, do we have the downtown? Let me take the downtown quickly, show you that. It's I can't even see the bridge. We can barely see Mud Island right now. A lot of heavy rain. Eric, you were about to make a point. What do you got?
So let's go over to what is this? T.A right now, as far as what that camera looks like. This is looking at Sam Cooper and Perkins right now. And while the visibility isn't necessarily as bad there because this is closer to the surface of the earth, the thing I want you to see is the cars that are going through the road there, and that water. You could see the ripple effect that they're creating here out on Sam Cooper. And keep in mind, this is a main road, so you expect it to be a little bit better as far as the drainage goes. Ron, if we start talking about some of those areas that are notorious for flooding here, I mean, those are going to be probably already having inches of water upon them right now. One thing I do want to talk to you about, Ron, I know we have talked about the tornado threat up to this point here a little bit here. The BTI for a cell that's in southwestern Shelby County, that's at a 6.9. I will say, as far as looking at the velocity and the shear on this, it doesn't look too terribly impressive, but I think we should kind of keep an eye on things like this because you get these quick spin-ups to happen, within the matter of literally seconds, and that's not an exaggeration here. All right, so giving you a wide view of things, that's what we have going on here throughout the Mid-South. I'm meteorologist Eric Brill. Got Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers here at the key, ready to go. Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, he's with me with Matt Infield in the Comfort Dynamics First Alert Storm Tracker. We are monitoring a line of showers and storms that's moving through the Mid-South right now. This stretches from Dyersburg all the way down into Memphis, into Helena, West Helena, and continues to race off to the east. Severe thunderstorm warnings, those are all over the place and engulf just about all the Mid-South, or will be engulfing all the Mid-South. Right now, we do have one tornado warning that is in place that does include Lauderdale County. I'm going to dive into that right now so we can see what we have going on. So notice these areas that are in orange, those are the severe thunderstorm warnings. Up to the north, that's where we have that tornado warning. That is just to the north of Henning right now. This one looks pretty impressive, Ron, here as far as the potential tornadic activity that could be going on here. I think we got to keep a close eye on this because, Ron, if we look close, we have some of those oranges that are embedded within there. Sorry, I zoomed in a little too close here.
No, that's good, though. Let's take it down to street level.
Yeah, may as well at this point, right? Okay, so let's see. I want to get you out a little bit ahead of this here because this is where it's headed towards. So you have Ripley, Tennessee on the right-hand side of your screen. You have Asbury over towards Lightfoot, Grimes, Store Road, Highway 19, Austin Road, Highway 51 in general, just outside of Ripley, especially west of Highway 51 right now. Coffee Shop Road, Flippin, Central, now Hope Road or New Hope Road, ARP Central Road, Central Curve Road, over towards Chipman Road, Curve up to the north here towards Curve Nankinpoop Road, Edith Dry Hill Road. And what else we have over here? Joe Webb Road, Edith Manikipu Road, and into Stelmar Road too. So if you live nearby any of those areas right now, keep a close eye out here. Your first alert to that. The BTI on this, or the Barron Tornado Index number, it is at a 2.9 right now. So that is a lower number, but it's certainly one we want to keep a close eye on. As far as the velocity on this, there's definitely some rotation that is ongoing right now within this region of Lauderdale County. Don't necessarily have a tornado that is confirmed on the ground, but Ron, this is the only actual tornado warning that we have here in the Mid-South. But with that line of severe thunderstorms that stretches really yet again from Dyersburg all the way down to Helena, West Helena, this may as well be a tornado warning really for all the Mid-South because it's an EF0 tornado.
Yeah, pretty much.
With those winds.
And Ripley, get in your storm shelter.
Yes.
As a matter of fact, if you are anywhere along this line right now from Dyer County through Lauderdale, Tipton County, Shelby County, Fayette County, just get in your storm shelter. Let's ride this out. We've got crews working to bring you reports on damage. Look, we've turned our Midtown camera around to the west. Let's take a look. We can make out a few features, but not much. That's Union Avenue right there, middle left of your screen. We are looking at Madison, or Union, and McLean as we look to the west, but we are seeing little beyond that. It is torrential rain that is going to create some big problems with flooding as the afternoon progresses. So I want you home. Call your loved ones. I saw a little more too many people on the streets as we were looking at Sam Cooper and some of the other areas. Just everybody needs to be at home right now. Ride this out, let it pass on through. The wind, a major concern, but then the flooding comes into play and you can get in trouble quickly, especially if you don't have good tires on your car. We saw that shot, I believe it was Sam Cooper and or 40, and we saw the cars, the wakes that were being created as a result of the heavy rain there. that can create some big problems. So if you're not on the roads, we don't have to worry about first responders possibly having to come out and put their lives in danger to save you from anything you may find yourself in. I want to take a quick look once again at info here as far as the lightning goes, and I'm going to track it once again. I want to see if that is increasing, because that gives us a good indication of whether a storm is holding together or weakening. Still seeing about 1,600 lightning strikes. As a matter of fact, we were about 1,200 as it was just making its way across the Mississippi River. So now we're starting to hit this unstable, moisture-rich environment. But look at this, from Memphis and Shelby County north, that's where we're seeing about more than 500 strikes of lightning. I think I just saw, let me clear this off of here. And let's see, did I just see an adjustment to that tornado warning? That's going to remain for Crockett, Dyer, Haywood, and Lauderdale counties. That's going to go until 2:30. But look, anybody that is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now, and that's basically much of West Tennessee. I do believe we just lost our signal there. We may have taken a lightning strike. We've got our engineering staff here, one of the best in the market. There we go, and we're back up and running. Those guys are great. Thank you, fellas. So I do believe the TV station may have just taken a lightning strike, and that's just what we were looking at right now. So this is a look. So several severe thunderstorm warnings associated with this. Let me clear this off. Let's go through one more time and just basically walk you through the warnings. Eric, if you see something, feel free to cut in. Let me know, all right? So our biggest severe thunderstorm warning right now, it extends all the way from Dyer County. It includes Crockett, Gibson, Lauderdale County, all the way down Tipton, Haywood County, Shelby, and Fayette County. Severe thunderstorm warning right now until 2:45. Tornado possible within this line, so we can't rule it out. Get those quick little spin ups, and they're going to be capable of producing some damage, along with the potential for damage that could come from the straight line wind associated with this. We've got another severe thunderstorm warning right now. That is for DeSoto, Lee, Tate, and Tunica counties. That's going to go until 2:45 this afternoon. Again, tornado possible. And in a situation like this, and with this setup that we have in place right now, we can't rule out a tornado popping up anywhere along this main line. So let me put a general track on this one more time. Then Eric, I'll toss it over to you for what you're looking at over there. Melissa, I'm going to ask for the MLGW power outage map in just a moment. Melissa, our producer in the booth, was us this afternoon. So let me track this quickly. I'm going to take it from Dyer County all the way down. We'll go to Shelby County, move it east at about 50 miles per hour, because that's the general movement of the line itself, all right? So Dyersburg, 220, Somerville, 240, should get into Jackson, 256, Lexington, 326, Selmer, 350, 336, 4 o'clock, it moves into Savannah. Then we're going to see it get into Waverly right around 406, should make its way into Dixon right around 433. So a very potent line of storms moving through that area there. Now let's track this line that is just to the south, because northern Mississippi, you're saying, what storms? Nothing much going on there, right? It's coming, and it will have the potential to intensify. Whoops, didn't want to do that. I want to put a track on that. Here we go. So we'll track this from the Mississippi-Tennessee state line down south just to the Mississippi River, and I'm going to go ahead and advance that out to the east, all right? It's moving at about 50 miles per hour. Hernando, 224. Then it gets into Senatobia, 240. Holly Springs, 307. There's your first alert, Holly Springs. That's coming. You're just about an hour away. Strong winds, possibility of some intensification, especially given the fact that we've got some warm temperatures in here. Oxford, your first alert, 323. It's 81 degrees in Oxford right now. When this hits that, it could rapidly intensify. So I want you to be ready. Charge your phones, charge your laptops, charge your tablets. Make sure all of your electronics are fully charged. Make sure you know where to go in the safest place in your home. Make sure your family is aware. Gather everybody together, get them home. Let's ride out this line and get it out of here. 415 into Boonville, Tupelo, 431. This is our fourth first alert weather day. Started on Wednesday. We had storms Wednesday night into the early morning hours of Thursday. Not a lot of activity on Friday. There were some strong storms across parts of northern Mississippi, but the real threat was to our north and northwest up around northeastern Arkansas. But now this is the final push. This line coming on through. So the areas where we're now seeing the severe threat, the potential for tornadoes or severe storms, has come to an end in Blytheville, Craighead County. I think you're in good shape. Poinsett, Cross County, St. Francis almost, but we're going to watch this as it's coming on just to your south and east. But now we transition into the potential for flooding, and there could be some catastrophic flooding in and around those areas. So once the main line moves through, that's when the severe threat moves out, but the rain continues, and we're looking at several hours of it. Right now, heavy rain coming on through Memphis and Shelby County at this time. As I take a little zoom in here to show you what's going on, the heavy rain we're seeing along north of the 40 corridor, but now spreading on into Cordova, Germantown, Collierville. It's on the way. Let me give you your first alert quickly. I'll put a track on this for you. Here we go. To the east, we'll track it right along and south of Highway 64. So Snowden Grove, 220. Should get into Collierville, 226. Piperton, it's going to move into you at 231. Rossville, 236. Williston, 238. Then it moves into Moscow right around 244. Should get into Mount Pleasant at 248 and LaGrange at 257. But now we have to worry about the potential for power outages. Once this moves on through, let's take a look at the MLGW power outage map, see how things are going there. And I got to tell you, I got to give a big hats off to all the folks, the linesmen, the folks working in the office, and everybody at MLGW who has been really just manning that, all the facilities, all the making our power, keeping it on for 24 hours a day for the last 4 days, working overtime and extra hard to try to limit power outages. Right now, we've got 2,900 customers impacted. You can see we've got a pretty good swath right there around northern Shelby County near Millington. Inside the 240 loop, some sporadic power outages here. Can we lift that up, the map up just a little bit so we can see the whole county? Can that come up? We're seeing just a few outages to the south and southeast. Looks like there's one right there around Parkway Village. The areas where you see the orange, that's where we're seeing the higher number of outages in those areas. So right now, 2,900 customers impacted by this. There you go. That's what we're looking at. Here's the line. Let me put it into motion once again. Then I'm going to throw it over to Eric, see what he's looking at as we take a look. Look, this is going to move out of West Tennessee first, all right? But it's going to be a little while before it gets through northern Mississippi. As this portion of the line is lagging through, there's also a strong southerly flow. We have a lot of moisture and warm air feeding in advance of this main line, and that's going to create some problems, I do believe, especially for areas south of the 40 corridor and down to Oxford along the Highway 278 corridor. So that's what we're looking at there. Eric, what do you see? Anything catching your eye in the way of rotation, maybe some stronger winds?
So the area, we still do have a tornado warning here that includes portions of Lauderdale, Crockett, Haywood, and Dyer counties. That is an area that I'm going to keep a close eye on right now just because it is a tornado warning, and that is the only active tornado warning that we have here in the Mid-South. That is until 2:30. Right now the time is 2:18, so it is set to expire here in about 12 minutes. As far as some of the rotation detector values are concerned, looks like just to the east of Ripley right now, if we're looking over towards Forked Deer, Curve, Frog Jump, Elmore, Woodville, that's another area to keep an extremely close eye on right now. That's where we might be seeing a little bit of turbulence within the air right now. And fortunately, it looks like as far as the debris detector goes, maybe there's a little something in the sky, and I just do mean a little something here. So it doesn't look like, as far as this tornado warning storm is concerned, it's too significant. But Ron, you look like you're kind of chomping at the bit here, ready to say something, or are you okay right now?
Okay. What was that? I'm sorry, Eric. I was talking to one of our producers. What do you got for me? Wait.
No, you're good. Okay.
Okay, take that Helena camera. Let me show you that. We were looking down south in Phillips County just a moment ago. There's a pretty good storm that's about to cross the river there, and it is just coming into Helena, West Helena, across the Mississippi River. That is going to make its way into, are we looking from the Mississippi side, or are we looking from the Arkansas side? That's the MDOT camera, so I assume we're looking towards Arkansas, am I right?
This is Mississippi into Arkansas.
Yeah, okay.
So this would be looking on the east side of the bridge.
Okay, good deal there. Now, I believe we've got another camera. Let's take a look. What was the other camera you had for us, Melissa? Because right now, torrential rain, that's the biggie. Here's T.B on Sam Cooper. A lot of folks out on the street. We're still seeing some of the, look at some of those flooded areas there. Look, driving through puddles of water like that, where water's ponding on the road, you can hydroplane and put yourself and others who may be behind you, in front of you, or to the side of you in danger. Don't do that. Do not cross a flooded lane or flooded road, because you can find yourself in trouble very quickly. I want to take that Midtown camera as we look to the west towards downtown. It's coming down pretty quickly. The heavy rain is the issue now. The wind's moving on out. We're going to start getting some reporters out behind this. I want to check in. Where is Patrick? Do we know? Do I see a downtown picture?
He's in Memphis. I know that.
Okay. Can we take his live shot? And if he's got anything to offer, great. But I just want to see where he is. It looks like he's
Union
downtown.
and 240.
Okay,
I think he's at Union and 240.
Yeah, Union and 240. Hey, how's it going out there, Patrick?
It's wet, to say the least. Going back to what we were talking about with the rain in respect to that, you know, we were coming across from West Memphis, and right now what we're doing, we're going to head down towards North Mississippi. So that's where we're headed right now. But, you know, coming across the bridge, and not only just the bridge, but also going across through West Memphis, around MLK and Missouri, that area, yes, there's some flooding. You know, the effect of what's happening with the rainfall, the amount of rain that's coming down so heavily, it would not take very much longer before that starts to cross the lanes there on the westbound side. I mean, on the eastbound side. So definitely some issues that could arise quickly in those instances. Also, the service road at Marion, coming off of Highway 64, and also right there at I-55, also flooded because of the amount of rain that's coming down. And it's not just in one spot, it's in multiple spots there along that little stretch of roadway, again on the service road on both sides, north and southbound on I-55. So again, we're coming down 240, just came past the Midtown Junction, and you know, me and Matt were just talking, it's like, you know, when we get down here, will that park down at 240 and like South Parkway and Norris, will that be flooded? We'll see once we get down there. But also, I know that more than likely you're going I-40 north or eastbound up closer to Watkins. Usually at least one or two of those lanes like to flood as well. So, you know, there's a lot of folks out, and you know, we understand it's a Saturday, and I had to think about that for a second. It is Saturday afternoon, and people are trying to do some stuff around the area. The thing is that once we get past that initial band of storms, and we've been mentioning that, once you get past the initial band of storms, your severe weather threat basically goes to near zero. Yeah. But the issue is that because of all the water that we've had over the last couple of days, the flood threat goes up exponentially and likely continues through tonight into tomorrow morning. So back to you guys in the studio.
Patrick, let me, do you have a monitor in there so you can see what we're doing? Because I want to show you the Danny Thomas T.A camera. Look at this right now.
This is significant.
Do not go in that direction, all right? If you're at home and you are getting ready to head out, stay out of that. You're going to find yourself in trouble quickly. And look, that water is going to continue to rise. We've got a Mack truck that's having a tough time even getting through that right now. I can't believe people are trying to drive through that. We say it time and time again, turn around, don't drown. You're not only putting yourself in danger, you are putting the lives of first responders who may have to come out there and rescue you. You're putting them in danger as well. So I want you to be very, very careful. Can I talk to Patrick quickly? One more second, Patrick, because I want to ask you, early this morning, you hit the road, what was it, right around 1:30, 2 o'clock this morning, headed over into Wynne, Arkansas, where we saw a considerable amount of damage. Can you just briefly talk about some some of the damage you saw, and have you seen anything in comparison in your travels so far this afternoon?
Well, yeah, it was probably about 2:30 this morning. I got on the road, started heading out towards, started getting on a storm that was coming across I-55. So I've seen I-55 in Crittenden County about 10 times this morning and this afternoon and the last couple of days as well. Worked my way up, and actually I didn't even realize it because, again, it was by the time I got up there, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. In southeastern Poinsett County, there was a point last evening or early this morning where a storm went through and pushed and derailed a train, a BSNF train, right before you get to the Lepanto exit at 555. I think that's like exit 8, maybe.
Yeah.
So I didn't even realize it when I went past it in the morning, but I came back to it later, and that's why I saw it. We actually do have some video at the station of that to kind of give you perspective. But once I got out to wind, it was a couple spots there, but it did look like there was at least a pretty persistent band of tornadic damage that was about 8 or 9, maybe 10 miles long. During the 6 o'clock newscast, we did a shot from Crowley's Ridge Country Club. Tons of oak trees were down, snapped, and not only that, we had some power poles that were snapped at kind of in the middle of the storm. So it definitely there was definitely some damage, and not to mention we also went down to Fitzgerald's Crossing.
Flash flood emergency.
A house had been hit by the storm down there.
Patrick, I've got to interrupt you quickly. We've got a flash flood emergency right now for
Shelby,
for Shelby County?
Shelby,
Flash flood
DeSoto,
emergency
Crittenden.
right now for Shelby, DeSoto, Crittenden County. This is where we've seen a tremendous amount of rain. It is still coming down at a heavy clip. As a matter of fact, Fayette County, right there on I-40, just to the west of Somerville. It's coming down at over 1.5 inches per hour. Keep in mind, this rain is falling on an already saturated ground. There's nowhere for it to go other than to run off into the streets, tributaries, so big problems there. Eric, can you give me a time on I turned the warnings off for flooding on my,
I got you.
On my map.
I got you, baby.
I want you to give me a time cue on that. What are you seeing?
So we got 8:15 right now that this is in place for, and this is for Crittenden, Shelby, and DeSoto counties right now. So I
want to check our rain gauge too.
So Ron, when I looked at the rain gauge here about 15 minutes ago, the rain rate was at 8.5 inches per hour.
Wow.
So 8.5 inches per hour. If that's on top of you for 15 minutes, and 15 minutes ain't a long time, that's 2 inches of rain, and really not the blink of an eye, but you get my point here.
And we've had right now 2.18 inches of rain in Midtown since this began. We had about 1/3 of an inch going in before this storm moved through. Now we're over 2 inches. We're going to start seeing some big time problems with flooding. That's why I want everybody to be at home. If you are on the leading edge of this, Haywood County, Fayette, we're also seeing Hardeman County. I want you to be in the safest place of your home because we're seeing strong winds coming through the area. That's a look at the rain itself, but let's take a look at the velocity. Basically, this is wind speed, and right there along that leading edge, and there are even some pockets of heavier wind. Looks like it's right there around Brownsville, north of 40. Some strong winds coming through there. And I tell you what, I want to put a quick track on that. Let me zoom into it quickly. I'm going to track these winds through Haywood County. By the way, we've had trees down in Midtown. I'm going to bring you a view of that in just a moment. But I want to show you this first because I tell you what, I'm going to put this track on it here. I'm going to take this and then go along 40. Let's track it off to the east-southeast. We're looking at Brownsville, 229, strong wind. All right, you're already getting the heavy rain, but now the potential for damaging wind coming in. Allen's at 237, 240 into Woodland. It's going to move into Leeton right around 243, Huntersville 248, 254 into Neely, Jackson 3 o'clock, 303. It gets into Bemis. Here's a look at the big picture right now. I want to give everybody their first alert as of this whole line it's moving through. We've got a tornado warning at this time still in effect for Crockett County, Lauderdale County. That's going to be in effect for Haywood County until 2:30. Dyer, Haywood, Lauderdale, but really the strong wind, the main concern with that. Melissa, I think you guys were talking about a camera in my ear. What do you got? What do you have? Or was there a camera or a view that you wanted to see? Okay, all right. So we're going back. If you see any impressive flooding on our TDOT cameras or our RDOT cameras, I want you to bring them to us as quickly as possible. It's important that our viewers at home, especially folks who are out here ahead of this and may not be taking it as seriously as they should be, I want you to see what's transpiring right now from Memphis on through West Tennessee and back into eastern Arkansas. So this is a serious situation. We have to watch this very, very carefully. So I want everybody in advance of this to know it's a serious situation. But if you're at home in a safe place off the streets, odds are you're going to come through this unscathed, and then we're going to start to transition into a flood situation, and that's where you don't want to be. You don't want to be out and about in that anyway. So that's what we're looking at right now. Still, we've got several severe thunderstorm warnings that remain in effect. This one right now, that's for Fayette, Haywood, Lauderdale, and Tipton County. That tornado warning looks like it just expired at 2:30, but we still have severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. Crittenden, DeSoto, Tate, Tunica County, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45, and a tornado possible, especially along that leading edge. Then we go just to the south of that. Coahoma, Phillips, Quitman, Tallahatchie counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible. We can't rule it out along that leading edge. That's going to go until 3:30. So look, we're in for what's shaping up to be a long afternoon, especially in this area right here where we've got the untouched air mass and still dealing with the very warm temperatures that are in place. Oxford, 81 degrees right now. It's going to be interesting to see what happens when this storm hits that. So we're watching closely. But if you are at home, Lafayette County, Marshall County, Alcorn County, just get to your house, ride it out. It's going to come on through. Things are, as far as the severe risk goes, along and west of the Mississippi River, that's just about cleared out, but it's the flooding threat that remains right now. And all of this making a rapid progression off to the east. So Memphis and Shelby County, heavy rain still coming down. We got that sudden gust of wind. We had a 54-mile-an-hour wind gust in Midtown. It took a tree down. I believe it was at Central. Was that where we were looking at the down tree, Melissa? Cooper and Central, can we show that image or that video? Wow.
That's a big tree.
That is a huge tree. Now, oftentimes, you see some of these old oak trees, they're shallow rooted. All it takes is a 50-mile-an-hour wind. It's going to knock it over, but it's also going to block a roadway, and it's going to be a while before crews can get out there to remove it. That's going to create big problems with traffic. You don't want to be out driving right now. Flooded roads, the potential for downed trees, the possibility also with those trees coming down, they're going to bring power lines with them down as well.
Hey, Ron,
how are we doing on power outages?
So surprisingly, we're actually still in pretty good shape with that here, but I think all of a sudden it's just going to ramp up and go from 0 to 100 real quick. But something to keep in mind too, because I'm still seeing a lot of people out there on I-40, 240 keep going down the road with interstates. You know, eventually these are going to become water covered, and the water is going to continue to go up, and people aren't going to go through it. So it's literally just going to result in stacks upon stacks of cars being on top of each other, and that water is going to continue to go up here. So that's going to result in those people that are the closest to the actual puddle being in a really bad situation here. So we encourage you, obviously, to stay inside. It's Saturday, 2:32 now. The good news is, though, Ron, we don't have any tornado warnings in place. The bad news is we have that flash flood emergency that is around for DeSoto, Shelby, and Crittenden counties. I believe that was until 7:15, 7:45, somewhere in that range here.
Yeah, it's going to go well into
tonight.
the evening. And look, we've got several more hours of rain coming our way. That's why I want you to stay at home. Flooding is now the big concern.
8:15.
The severe weather threat now extending east. That's going to be in for, we've got now Fayette County. We've got Hardeman and McNairy. Well, it's not including McNairy County just yet, but pretty big polygon there for Fayette, Haywood, Shelby, Tipton County, 245, but now extended downstream. This is going to now be for Fayette, Hardeman, Haywood, Madison County. That's going to go till 3:15. DeSoto, Tate County, you are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. Tornado possible there. As a matter of fact, anywhere along that main line, there's a potential for a quick spin up in there. Typically, kind of tough to detect on the radar because it is moving so fast, but you can get these little vortices that develop right there on the leading edge. So tornado possible. That goes until 2:45 this afternoon. But I do want to reiterate once again, We're still going to see the potential for severe weather here in northern Mississippi, our eastern counties in West Tennessee. Our severe threat for Memphis and Shelby County coming to an end, but flooding, the big concern, flood warning. And as a matter of fact, we've got a flood emergency for Memphis and Shelby County. That's why you need to stay home, off the streets. Tornado warning is back to the west right now. That tornado warning just outside our coverage area, but it is clipping Bolivar County. It may clip northern Sunflower County. Clarksdale, you're in close proximity, but also know that the precipitation is coming your way. Heavy rain, strong wind, and the possibility of this ramping up very quickly is coming your way very soon. So I want you to be careful. Let's give you your first alert on what we're seeing. Track that along the Mississippi River. I'm going to take it on off to the east, and I tell you what, let's just go ahead and bring it on into Oxford, because I want you to have your first alert on timing. Looks like storms are going to get there at about 4:12. So here we are right now, 2:35. You're a couple hours away, but that's plenty of time for you to plan. Make sure your family knows what to do. Make sure you know where you're going to be and where you're going to go should there be a tornado warning issued for your community, or should the damaging straight line winds come into play. So Helena, 239, Clarksdale, 259, Marks, 319. Then it's going to get into Senatobia right around 323. 342 to Batesville. We'll see it move into Oakland at 357. Then we're going to move into Oxford at 412. Should make its way into Ripley at 437. So this is a look once again at the big picture. Let's take T.A and let me show you some flooding, and let me show you what's going on there. People are still trying to drive
people pushing their car.
Let's go ahead, take it. Let's see it. We've got
changed the angle on it.
Okay, good deal. So crews are out there to shut the road down. This is 240 and Jefferson Avenue. So that's at 240 Jefferson Avenue exit. You do not need to be on the streets right now.
We don't have control over this camera, so we can't move it.
Right.
But on the right-hand side, I just saw two people that were pushing a car, presumably away, because they drove through this area, and that's where there's flooding right now. And just stay inside. It's simple as that.
Yeah, that's going to be the best.
And we got another person going through there while they have it closed off. Oh, I almost said some choice words. I'm glad I refrained from that.
Yeah, just be careful. Stay home. Just stay. We can't say that enough. Look, the severe weather threat, it's closely coming to an end for, it is location dependent, but it's closely.
Hey, Ron, we got a tornado warning coming out for Phillips and Coahoma.
All right, so that's that cell we were looking at right now, or just a moment ago. We saw we gave you your first alert on timing there. Looks like National Weather Service is seeing some rotation. Look, we're about 90 miles from the radar site, so there is some side lobe contamination that we've got to take into consideration, but we've seen these little spin ups, and you can even see, let me throw the scope on here, and you can maybe pick out some little vortices that are developing along the line itself. I see one right there. Look at this. I'm going to draw it out for you. I'll zoom into it a little tighter. So right there around southern Phillips County, that's where we're seeing what looks like a little quick spin up right there on the southern side of that bow echo as it's moving on through. Let's put the next rad on there and let's track it from that little area right here to the east-northeast. Here's your first alert. The warning hasn't popped up there yet, but a tornado warning coming for this is going to be for southern Phillips, Coahoma counties. Elaine, 255, Beverly, 305. Should get into Clarksdale right around 310. Coahoma, 317, 321 into Helena. Should move into Bertie right around 326. Marks, 331. Then we'll see it get into Tunica right at 340. So a lot going on this afternoon. Here we are at 2:38 right now. Storms started to develop back in eastern Arkansas right around noon. Forecast models were pretty much on the money with this, and now progressing to the east. We are going to get this out of here as we get to around, I think by 7 o'clock at the latest. The severe threat will end, but the rain is going to continue for several more hours, exacerbating the flood threat for the entire Action News 5 coverage area. And I tell you, we're here at 1960 Union Avenue, right in the heart of Midtown. And Eric, for the last, 30, 45 minutes, I'm just basically hearing constant sirens. So
yeah, I mean, it's raining sirens right now. That's kind of the
pretty much.
Yeah, that's the long story short here. And even as far as our crews go, I know that some people can't hear us right now. You got to be safe. Keep in mind, this is just a job. This ain't your life.
Yeah, absolutely.
Be safe.
Use extreme caution out there. Patrick is coming back right now. Do we still have, there's the tornado warning, just popped up. Let me give you your first alert on timing. I was going to check the National Weather Service to see what they were talking about on this, but let's take a look. Tornado warning right now. That is for Coahoma and Phillips counties. 3:30. We're at 2:39 right now. That's going to go for just under an hour. If you are in the path of this storm, Clarksdale, get to your storm shelter right now. Anyone in Coahoma, Phillips counties, Helena, get to your storm shelter. You're not included in the tornado warning itself, but at the same time, close proximity to it, and there is some damaging wind that is likely accompanying this. And again, as we keep mentioning, the potential for this to really explode as it gets into northern Mississippi is going to be a big issue. Temperatures there, look at this. Still in the mid and upper range of the 70s to low 80s from Bolivar through Holly Springs, Oxford, Corinth. We're starting to see a cooler air mass develop back to the west. Again, the severe weather threat coming to an end along and west of the river. But now it's all about the flooding, and that's going to stick around for a while as we're going to see rains continue well into the evening and likely into the overnight hours. A lot of activity right now, several severe thunderstorm warnings, but if you are from Gibson County on through Haywood County, Madison, Hardeman, Fayette, even McNairy County, get ready. This is coming your way within the next, I tell you what, let's go ahead and put a quick track on it right now, because I think within the next hour to hour and a half, I'll take it to the Tennessee River. Let's just get it out of here. 249 into Trenton, should be into Jackson at about 257, Milan 301, Henderson 313, Selmer, your first alert, 326, then Morris Chapel 336, Corinth is coming to you right around 349, Clifton right around 358. It's going to be a little while before it makes its way out of northern Mississippi, but I tell you what, let's go ahead and just track it on out to give you an idea of when the leading edge will get there. And then whoops, I hit the wrong button here, excuse me. Let me draw this track right here. I'm going to track it from the Mississippi-Tennessee state line. We'll go on through the tornado-warned polygon, and I'll just ride along the Mississippi-Tennessee state line, and we'll take it east of Corinth. Hernando, 248. This is your first alert to the arrival of the storm itself. Senatobia, 305. Holly Springs, 330. Oxford, 355. Once it gets to Oxford, if you're west of Oxford, you're going to be in good shape in regard to severe threats, but it's the flooding that comes into play. Then Ripley, 407. Corinth, 426. There's your first alert. 426 into northeastern Mississippi. That's going to then take it on through Alcorn County, get it into Alabama. It will be an issue for northern Alabama, middle Tennessee before the afternoon is over. By 4:59, Tupelo coming into there right around 5:15. Fulton. I think I can safely say that by 6 p.m., the severe weather threat will be over for the entire coverage area. However, the flood threat is going to continue for several more hours as we're seeing a tremendous amount of rain coming into play with this. Right there around eastern Dyer County, about to move into Gibson County, just over 1.5 inches per hour. Right along I-40, just to the east of Haywood, or in Haywood County, just to the east of Brownsville, almost 2 inches per hour. And we're looking still inside the city of Memphis, just north of the 240 loop. It's coming down at about 1.5 inches per hour. I think rainfall amounts are going to pick up, especially as this moves into northern Mississippi. Only seeing rainfall amounts right now around northern Phillips County, about 1 inch to 1.25 inches per hour, slightly over that. But Eric, what are your thoughts on this whole area right here? We've been talking about that being a ripe, juicy environment. What do you think?
You know, it's kind of interesting, Ron. The winds, as far as that biggest threat right now, really seems like it's approaching Madison and Gibson counties right now, and to a certain extent the northern portion of Hardeman County. But as far as just the heavy rain right now into really where that flash flood emergency is, that wind has dissipated quite a bit. So this is really all about the flooding right now as far as the Memphis metro is concerned here. So we recommend you're not going out, obviously. There's flooding all over the place here around the Mid-South right now, with an emphasis in the concrete jungle as far as Memphis goes here, just because the water, there's so much of it falling right now at such a quick rate. the sewers and the drains have no ability to catch up with that just because there's already so much water embedded within them here. As far as just kind of keeping an eye on some of these showers and storms up to the north here, where we do have some of those severe thunderstorm warnings around right now, these have been racing to the east and northeast here at about 50 miles per hour. So if we put a track on this, and we're going to start to get a little bit outside of the Action News 5 coverage area, but I still want to include some people that are tuning on in here into, say, Jackson. And Jackson, you're looking at about 259 when that wind is really going to pick up quite a bit. Heavy rain. Humboldt at about 253, looking at Trenton at about 252, and Atwood at about 310. Want to go further to the south now, especially in some areas that unfortunately saw some devastating tornado effects that came through here going back on Thursday morning now. If we track that out here, and I know that this isn't quite the same area as far as Selmer is concerned, but we're looking at Denmark at 248, Silverton at 307, Henderson at 314, Finger at 320, Enville at 330, Sardis at 337, and Liberty, we're looking at 343 here. All right, Patrick, meteorologist Patrick Ellis, what you got?
East Parkway and Union.
East Parkway and Union.
Oh, God. Yeah, East Parkway and Union. We're trying to get off at Union to get back to the station. We said, you know, this is getting bad when it comes out to the flooding. And, of course, right at East Parkway and Union, several cars underneath that viaduct they got tow trucks out there trying to get people's cars to get them out of there because it is flooded underneath the bridge at Union. So that's what we're trying to work through right now. A lot of folks are just trying to move out of the way. And of course, that's traffic that's trying to head down in the direction of Orange Mound that are facing you. And then you see some folks who are down there. Let me move the
oh man,
zoom out a little bit.
This is why we wanted people to stay home. Yeah. What you got, Patrick?
So what we're doing, we're coming back to the station. Just so you know, we're 2 seconds away from the station. That's what we're doing right now.
I'm very happy to hear that. Thank you for that. By the way, was there a worse area that you came across, or is this the worst you've seen thus far?
So when we were coming down 240, and you know, we talked about, oh, maybe we can get down to North Mississippi. It was when they issued the flash flood emergency. I said, no, that something's off here. But we had actually come up, and it was right there at 240, right before you get to 55. 2 lanes were blocked off there because of flash flooding. It kind of pooled up in a corner, and it was the same thing, you know, in a couple of other spots too. So it's like this in several different spots. And you guys have been talking about Sam Cooper as well. They blocked that off. I don't think they have East Parkway completely blocked off here, but people are turning around because they're realizing that there were at least 3 vehicles that got underneath here and stalled out.
Copy on that, Patrick. And hey, you know, we appreciate your hard work, buddy, over the past few days. We still got to get through the rest of today, man, but you're a beast.
Look, Patrick's probably gotten by on about 5 hours, maybe 10 hours of sleep over the last 4 days.
Past week.
Yeah, absolutely amazing. Great work today. You were up and at 'em this morning, headed right into the storms. We had strong storms and tornado warnings for Wynne, Arkansas, eastern Arkansas. He jumped in the first alert storm tracker. But know this, Patrick has been chasing storms for more than 10 years. He would go when he was at Mississippi State, hop in the car. He knows how to approach storms safely. He knows what to do. Do not think that you can go out there and do the same thing. He is a professional. He's a trained meteorologist with years of experience. He is able to go out in our First Alert Comfort Dynamic Storm Tracker to bring you those views, to show you so that you can see from the comfort of your home what's going on in and around the area. By the way, I just got a tweet from Dr. Gene Wrench. He is the retired hydrologist from the National Weather Service here in Memphis, just a renowned hydrologist and an incredible meteorologist. He's now expecting the Mississippi River at Memphis to reach 38 feet, quite possibly. 38 feet. Could see a crest of 38 feet. Very possible if this rain is in excess, which it is. And that will come within the next several days because it's going to take a little time for the runoff here. Look at this. This is Garner Montgomery's live shot from, I believe this is Central and Cooper, where a large oak tree has come down across the road blocking traffic. And look, that's a shallow-rooted tree. That's the thing about oak trees. They're shallow-rooted, so all it takes is a sudden wind gust, and boom, it's gone. We had a 54-mile-an-hour wind gust. We're about a mile from that site here at 1960 Union Avenue. That was enough to bring down trees, and I think we're probably going to see images just like that across much of the Mid-South once people are able to get out and see. And by the way, if you can get out and see and safely, all right, safely, I want you to get the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. I want you to put that on your smartphone, your tablet, because if you scroll down to the bottom of the, on the home page, if you scroll down, there's an area there where it says that you can watch live. If you lose your power, you'll be able to continue our coverage here so we can keep you safe, but also if you're in a safe area where it's safe to take pictures, just below that there's an area that says submit photos. We want to see them. That gives us permission to use them and show them on air. And right now, that's what we want to see. So Melissa, Ben, our producers who are in the booth right now, I want you guys to start scanning. You find some great videos, some great pictures, give them to us immediately. Eric and I are going to continue to track these storms right now. We've got one tornado warning that remains in effect right now. This is for Helena, Coahoma, for Coahoma and Phillips County. Helena, you're just to the north of it, but you're right there in the path of the strongest winds, the intense lightning that's in there as well. As a matter of fact, let me give you a first alert on the lightning that's in that. Check this out. We've got there's 1,000 strikes, there's almost 1,200 strikes of lightning right there. To put that into perspective for you, lightning strikes the earth on average every day, about 30,000 lightning strikes. Wednesday night, Thursday morning, I think we probably saw about 25 to 30,000 lightning strikes. But right now, this area, just from Phillips County south down to the south along the Mississippi River, we're seeing almost 1,200 strikes of lightning. That's impressive. You can expect power outages as a result there, but I want to track this, and I'm going to do it from the leading edge of the severe thunderstorm warned polygon, and let's take it off to the east, riding along right around Highway 278. So Shelby 258 is going to move in there. I'm tracking it about 50 miles per hour. Clarkdale, it's going to move in there about 307. Sardis 330 should get into Batesville right around 344. We'll see it move into Oxford at 409, then Taylor 414, Ripley 429. I want you to treat this seriously. Know that we are dealing with a couple of issues, big issues really. First, the potential for damaging straight line wind, isolated tornadoes. That's followed by the flood threat that we are seeing. Eric, can we take a look? Do you have quick access to rainfall totals thus far, just the NextRad estimated rainfall? They were impressive this morning before that hit here.
Ron, let's just go over the past 3 hours. I mean,
let's do it.
No reason not to just do that alone here. So if we're looking at the rainfall totals here over the past 3 hours, and something that's wild too, Ron, look at our screen.
Big lightning strike and thunder right here in Midtown.
But look over towards Collierville and Byhalia. There hasn't been any rain.
I know.
You know, and the matter of 5 miles, I mean, it's literally a day and night difference here. So I know that people are asking over in South Haven and Germantown, Collierville, Byhalia, Holly Springs, you know, kind of where's the weather at? Be happy you're not seeing it right now, trust me. But we're looking at about 1 to 3 inches worth of rain that's fallen throughout parts of the Mid-South right now, pretty much almost training from northeastern portions of Lee County all the way into northwestern portions of Hardeman County. And keep in mind, this is also falling on ground that is already saturated here around the Mid-South. Honestly, let's just go all the way back to the past 72 hours here, how much rain we could be seeing. And I will say, this has a tendency to overdo the rain just a smidge, but this is saying 8 inches. Let's just call it 6.5. Wow. That's an 11-inch total. That's into eastern Cross County, which might be hail contaminated just a little bit here. But even then, call it 9.5 inches worth of rain. That's going to cause flooding, no question about that, Ron. And I still can't believe Lafayette County. It's through this whole thing, it's pretty much been high, dry, no big thunderstorms. It's unbelievable the difference county by county here.
Yeah, and you know, forecast models were initially only showing about anywhere from 2 to 3 inches for that area.
Yeah.
Just heard from my buddy Jim Hagmeyer. He owns a limo service and reminded me this is a big prom night tonight. Big prom night tonight. We're going to be dealing with rain well into the late night hours. The flooding issues are going to continue.
They're going to
Once
get
the
worse.
severe weather, they're going to exacerbate rapidly.
Ron,
we could have flood emergencies all around the Mid-South as we get into the evening hours. Look, I want everybody to stay home. Man. I know it's a big night. It's a Saturday night, but this is, and once the severe weather threat finishes, you're thinking, okay, well, it's just rain. No, it's not just rain.
Flooding kills people more than tornadoes year over year.
Flooding is the #1 most deadly natural phenomenon. And that is because, do we have that camera showing the flooded bridge? Do we still have that TDOT camera? Flooding. Lightning, the second most deadly natural phenomenon. We've certainly seen that. You know why flooding is the #1 most deadly natural phenomenon? Because we see people try to drive through this stuff and they find themselves in trouble quickly. That's why it is imperative.
And look at these people. They're trying to inch ahead of everybody else. Guys, get off the road. What are we doing here?
Yeah. So, look, just hopefully they'll come and shut that roadway down.
They needed to close it down 20 minutes ago.
Need to close that down because I think we're going to find some issues there, and that's only going to increase because the torrential rain is going to continue. So let's put this into motion for you right now. Look, we're about to get the severe weather threat out of areas along and north of 40 as this is just about to clear. Gibson County is moving on through. Madison County right now, I know it's loud, I know it's windy. You've likely got about a 50-mile-an-hour wind gust at the very least along the leading edge. Rain's coming on through. Looks like the wind threat not that great along Highway 64, but we can't rule out what's going on back here.
Hey, Ron.
And again, still a lot of warm, moist air coming into play. Eric.
We're starting to get some Bowen, I think, over towards Clarksdale where there really hasn't been big issues yet.
Okay.
That wind's about to, I think, really ramp up here for Coahoma and Quitman counties here towards Clarksdale, even Clayton and Marks, Mississippi. So that we got to keep a close eye on that one.
Do you have you got a tight view on that?
Yeah, I got a tighter view on that. Let's do that, and we'll dive into the street level view here. So this is still a tornado warned storm, and not all tornado warnings are going to be treated the same. And I think as far as this goes, this is really a big time just general wind threat and really strong winds at that. So if we dive a little bit closer here over towards Burke Landing, Rescue Landing, Stokely, Farrell, along State Highway 1, this is going into Coahoma County. What do we have? King and Anderson, Clover Hill, Friars Point Road, Stovall, Old Highway 61, Dog Bog Road, Friar Point Road, Moon Lake Road, U.S. Highway 49, Matagorda, Jonestown, Eagles Nest, all these areas here that are in Coahoma County. Be prepared for some extremely strong winds that will be moving through the Mid-South here rather shortly. As far as the wind threat goes, I do think that this is the area that is the most under the gun, quite frankly, seeing those strongest winds around right now. Let me put a track on this for you so you can see where it's going. This is moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour here. And yet again, this is the biggest concern right now as far as those strong winds go here throughout the Mid-South. So we're going to get the front side of this here, extend this out to 55 miles per hour. So as far as some towns and cities that we're keeping an eye on here, Alligator at 302. Right now it is 256 on this Saturday afternoon. Duncan 302. Clarksdale 310. Lyon at 312. Jonestown 319. Lambert at 330. Marks, Mississippi at 330. Batesville 351. Cortland at 352. Pope at 352. So hopefully this gives you a good idea throughout Coahoma, Quitman, and Panola counties where we are going to see some of these stronger winds move through right now. And really, it's very dependent where you live as to how big the specific issues are here for the Mid-South. If you're in Mississippi County, if you're in Poinsett County, if you're in Cross County, if you're over even into St. Francis County, the thing you have to worry about right now more than anything else is the flooding. Fortunately, the heaviest rain is now behind you, but keep in mind, all that water, as far as the tributaries go, they're going to get into other tributaries and kind of all conjoin together somewhere, and that's where we are going to see the flooding threat around the Mid-South right now. If you're in Dyer County, if you're in Lauderdale County, kind of the same idea too, quite frankly, as far as the flooding threat. That's the amplified threat right now. And well, once we start going into Shelby County, Eastern Crittenden County, Northern DeSoto County, that's where there is a flash flood emergency, and that is until 8:15. So as far as the threats go, Ron, with the winds, I think right now into Coahoma, Quitman, Phillips County, and Panola County, that's the biggest threat. Northern Hardeman County still under severe thunderstorm warning for the initial line that still continues to race off to the east here. And I want to still keep an extremely close eye over into Selmer, which Selmer certainly has seen some pretty rough storms here over the past few days here. Don't want to forget about Grand Junction as well as Sladen. Those are a couple more areas that have seen some brutal storms here, and really just that whole entire Mississippi-Tennessee state line. Once you get close to Highway 72 there north of Holly Springs, that was rough there on Thursday morning. But the flood threat right now, it's big in the Memphis metro.
Yeah, so now we're looking at all the damage in McNairy County and around Selmer and even around Grand Junction, Sladen, tornado damage. Now we're seeing these strong winds come through there. That could exacerbate that, especially any areas that may still be unstable as a result of what moved through earlier this week. That's going to be followed by flooding. So I want you to keep all these folks in your thoughts and prayers, because it's going to be a long road to recovery. And now on top of this, you add that flooding issue, and listen, that creates some major problems. Even after the severe weather has moved through, the flooding remains for days on end. So this is a look at the big picture right now. We've got the storms moving through. I want to clear some of this off of here for you and let you see what we're dealing with. But as we take it back to the home view, we've got several severe flood warnings. As a matter of fact, flood emergency was for Shelby County and also Crittenden, DeSoto, and that is catastrophic flooding in many areas. We saw that from the TDOT camera right here in Memphis. Then we're looking at flood warnings that are also in effect for Lauderdale, Mississippi, Shelby, and Tipton County till 4:45. Griffin Demaray is out in it. He is in a safe location where he can bring us this live view. Let's take a look at it. Melissa, can you tell me where he is? Oh, okay. He's at Union and Poplar. Union and Poplar. We're going to talk about what you're seeing there, Griffin, and I want to do it quickly because there's still some lightning in the area. Let's go.
Yeah, Ron, I'll go quick here. We're right where Walnut Grove going west kind of turns into Union Avenue. There's 3 cars underneath that overpass. That overpass right there, that's Poplar. 3 cars stuck, submerged underwater. We got crews help people out already. They're kind of sitting on that ramp of the overpass right there. I know everyone's out safely. Police have blocked kind of where Union then turns into Walnut Grove if you're heading east. But again, Walnut Grove heading west towards downtown. If you were to go Walnut Grove, where it turns into Union, it's completely impassable. It's a lot of underpasses that are going to look like this, guys. So again, like they've said multiple times, turn around, don't drown, especially down this hill. It's tough to stop. It's going to be really hard. So you just got to really take it slow going on here. Ron, I'll send it back to you guys.
Buddy, get back, get in some shelter quickly, all right? There is some lightning out there. I want you to be careful. But you saw that could happen to you if you try to get out there and drive through this. Never try to cross a flooded roadway. I know you see it, you think, well, I'll be able to make it. You saw what happened to what those 2 or 3 cars right there, and then first responders having to come along behind them and help clean the mess up. Getting them to safety puts their lives in danger as well, and we certainly don't want to do that. Still a lot of activity going on right now. Want to check out the lightning tracker. Melissa, if you have any other good flooding video, let's bring it to us quickly, because I think right now it's a matter of sharing the images. We're in pretty good shape in West Tennessee right now in regard to the severe weather potential. We've got that severe thunderstorm warning moving out. Still dealing with about 1,400 strikes of lightning right there, but the bulk of those lightning strikes were with that little cell right down there that was moving through Phillips and Coahoma County. Out of the 1,400 strikes, 921 of those strikes are confined to this area right there. So a lot of lightning just within that view right there. So lightning, the second most deadly natural phenomenon. Flooding, the #1 most deadly natural phenomenon. And right now in the Mid-South, we're dealing with both. Eric?
So let's talk about some of those power outages here, Ron. I still think it's remarkable how low some of these numbers are. So in Shelby County right now, we're still looking at 1,000 customers that are without power, and I'm going to do this in order here as far as quantity of power outages from greatest to least right now. 900 customers over in Cross County. We're looking at 700 customers in Mississippi County, 600 customers in St. Francis, as well as Alcorn counties are without power. We have 500 customers in Tipton County without power, and over into Crittenden County, that's where there are 200 customers without power. This is also the case for Poinsett County as well. So, Ron, all things considered, it's actually kind of remarkable how fewer power outages we have here around the Mid-South. But the thing is, we're still seeing a heck of a lot of rain here around the region, and that rain is unfortunately only going to continue here. Want to give everybody kind of just a broad overlook as to what we are seeing here across the Mid-South. The biggest threat right now for the majority of the Mid-South continues to be the flooding right now. The only exception to this, and I'm telling you folks, it's a small little sliver. This is over towards Coahoma and Quitman counties, where there is a tornado warning that is still in effect right now. If we start to take a little bit closer of a look at that because I don't want to forget about you guys that are into the Mississippi Delta. The winds right now still packing quite the punch here. This had been moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. And if we put a track on this right now, excuse me, there we go. So we got this front line here racing off to the east-northeast at about 50 to 55 miles per hour. Alligator right now, Clarksdale, you're looking at 313. The time right now is 3:03, so about 10 minutes from now. Jonestown, 323. Lyon at 315. Marks, Mississippi, 334 is when you can expect this line of showers and storms to move into your area. And what you can expect if we take this full right now, the blue box that's on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, if we could take links full right now, those are some of the areas where you can expect this severe thunderstorm to move through. And what you can expect within this are some extremely strong winds, potentially 70-mile-per-hour winds, as well as some very heavy rain, and the possibility of a tornado as well. I will note it doesn't seem like the tornado threat is too great within this here. There's definitely some movement within the sky, but as far as just a classic hook echo, it doesn't seem like we have that around, but you still want to treat a tornado warning as a tornado warning because it is a tornado warning. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside world here. Keep yourself safe and bring some blankets or some pillows with you. So this way, if unfortunately you do get hit by a tornado, at least it gives you the ability to protect yourself here from any sort of storm damage. That's a possibility. We still do have the flash flood emergency that does engulf just about all, I think it is all of Shelby County at this point, northern DeSoto County and eastern Crittenden County. So this includes West Memphis, South Haven, Hernando, over into Whitehaven, Collierville, Germantown, Bartlett, Arlington, Millington, Frazier, Raleigh, Memphis, Olive Branch, Marion. There are so many different towns and cities and communities that are within this here. This is really the heart of the Mid-South as far as the population centers are concerned here. So, Ron, those are the two things that are really catching my eye right now as far as that tornado warning that is into Coahoma and Quitman counties, and then obviously the flash flood emergency that does engulf the majority of the population centers here around the Mid-South.
Joyce Peterson just drove into the television station and took a moment to tell me that it is raining so hard out there right now, it is difficult to see those flooded roads. So that's why we're telling you, stay home. Don't get out. This is going to continue well into the afternoon. Severe weather threat almost over for much of West Tennessee, with the exception of areas really south of 40 along Highway 64. Northern Mississippi, you're still under the gun. The potential for more severe storms and the possibility of widespread flooding there. But really the greater issue with flooding, northeastern Arkansas, Memphis and Shelby County, north and east into West Tennessee. I was looking at video. I just retweeted some video from, this was from White Station, where was it? White Station Creek. I'm getting all kind of video from flooding in here, but they look like just whitewater rapids, basically. The White Station Creek just north of Walnut Grove. And then another view of flooding at Fletcher Creek, Berry Hill Farms. That is rising rapidly. Got a brand new tornado warning just issued right now. This is now for Helena, West Helena. You are under a tornado warning in Phillips County. That Bow Echo that you were looking at, Eric, there we go. Coahoma and Phillips County till 3:30 this afternoon. Let me zoom in a little tighter, give you a better view of what we're seeing here. We got a lot of activity down there. Clarksdale, you are under a tornado warning as well. As a matter of fact, that is going to go now until 3:30. So Coahoma and Phillips County, two overlapping tornado warnings. The one just to the north of it, that goes till 3:30 as well. So two overlapping tornado warnings, and you're probably wondering, okay, why are they issuing two warnings for basically the same two counties? The National Weather Service detecting rotation, couple of different areas of rotation within that line. Notice we've got one track going off to the north. We've got another one that's coming off to the east. Let's take a close look at this and see if we can depict where that potential rotation may be. I see a little something right there, right around Clarksdale. That looks pretty intense. It's about 90 miles from the radar site, so it's really tough to get a good view of that. We start to get into a little side lobe contamination, so makes it much more difficult. Then the attenuation as a result of the heavier rain that's coming on through, so that radar beam a little weaker as it pushes in. But at the very least, look at the rain just to the south of Helena, right there around central and southern Phillips County, almost 2 inches per hour. Just to the west of Clarksdale, we've got rain coming down at almost 2 inches per hour. I'll put the next rat on here and let's track I'm just going to track the line. All right, I'm going to start it right here and we're going to bring it all the way down, move it off to the east. Quitman, Panola County, you're in the path of this as it moves off to the east-northeast. So Helena, 309, Jonestown, 323. It's going to get into Marks at 334. We'll see it then move into Sledge at 339, Crowder at 344, 358 into Batesville, 401 into Enid, and then 409 into Glenville. Now, extending just beyond that, we also have a severe thunderstorm warning. That is for Coahoma, Phillips, Quitman, and Tallahatchie County. So Quitman, Tallahatchie County, already under a severe thunderstorm warning. Be prepared for this to go tornado warned as this line is coming on through, and it is a pretty potent line of storms, and we've got some decent circulation right around Clarksdale. Again, it's a little tough to see just because of the distance from the radar side. I'll try spectrum width. That gives us an indication of turbulence within the atmosphere, but we lose that right around 75 miles, so a little tougher to see there. But heavy rain also coming down, and that's something you got to keep in mind because the potential for flooding now becoming a serious issue for Coahoma County. That's also going to come into southern Tunica County. So get ready, southern Tunica County, for strong storms to start to move through there. As a matter of fact, let me put a quick track on this. Eric, keep an eye on things. Let me know if I'm missing anything. You'll keep me updated on anything that may be occurring. Here we go. I want to track this portion of the storm to give Tunica County. And let's go with 55 because Senatobia, there's a lot of storm anxiety there from Wednesday night, Thursday morning. So let's track that to the east. Lula, 312, then 318 into Tunica. So here's what I'm tracking, the main line. All right, so that leading edge of the heavier precipitation, the stronger wind, where we may find a brief spin up embedded, and I think that's what we've been seeing so far. So Tunica 318, Dooley 327, then it gets into Sledge 334, should make its way into Arcabutla at 336, and then 345 into Senatobia, 350 into Como, Aiken 401. Some concern as that moves through Arcabutla Lake in Tate County, southern DeSoto County, simply because there's been some question about the integrity of the levees there over the last year or so. Corps of Engineers has been keeping a close eye on that. Right now, that lake has been holding up well, but we've not seen it in a situation like this where we're going to see a tremendous amount of runoff. We've got a tremendous amount of rain coming down on it right now. That's going to fill up quickly. That increases the pressure on those levees. That could create some big problems. So I want folks in that area to be well aware of that. Encouraging news right now, this area right here, if you were from Dyersburg through Alamo, Covington, northern Shelby County, back into Mississippi County, Poinsett, Cross County, you're in the clear. The severe threat is gone. It's now all about the rain that is going to continue for quite some time. And we have right now a flash flood emergency warning. That's that purple polygon you see right there. So notice catastrophic for Crittenden, DeSoto, and Shelby County. This is going to go until 8:15, so this is going to go well into the night. Look, a lot of parents are going to have some tough chats with their kids tonight because it is a big prom night, all right? I understand that. People got their dresses, their tuxes, they've rented their party limos, everything. You need to stay home. You really need to stay home. You can always have another party, but you cannot get out in a situation like this. It is imperative that you stay home tonight. Just be safe. Ride this out, let it go. And again, the severe weather threat, not the issue tonight. Flooding, that's the issue, and that's going to be the major concern as this continues for the next several hours. Eric, I want to jump over and pop up a future cast. I haven't shown that in a moment.
I got you.
Folks
I'll take
in
it
northern
over.
Mississippi, I want to give you your first alert. Start charging your mobile devices right now. Make sure your laptops, your computers, make sure your tablets and cell phones are charged because there could be some power outages coming your way. I'm going to be back in just a second. We'll take a look at future casts. Eric, let's do it. Look at that bridge shot right there at that smart way camera. Oh, wow.
Yeah, that's not ideal, Ron. Hey, you want to, hey, that caught Ron's eye, so why not, let's just show it right now. So this way we can encourage you not to go out by showing you what it looks like out there across the Mid-South. So if we turn around and take, what is that, T-Dot, there we go. Thank you for that, guys. This is pretty much where 40, 240, and Danny Thomas all meet here. Look at this, and let's just kind of hold this for a little bit here. Notice that we have obviously safety vehicles that are in the actual puddle or drainage area itself here. We have cars starting to stack up here just a little bit, and the rain that is still coming down at a pretty hard clip. So now it looks like at least that we're starting to see everybody kind of, well, as I say that, of course, we got to have somebody go through there. So this is what you don't want to do. I know it's cliche, and I know it gets old hearing us talk about it, but as far as turn around, don't drown here, you got to get from A to B. We get that, but folks, you got to keep yourself safe more than anything else.
Yeah.
Let's dive back into it as far as what we have going on here from the radar standpoint of things. Copy. Just talking to people in the back right now. We still obviously have a lot of flash flood warnings here across the Mid-South. I will note, Ron, this doesn't have as much forward movement as I thought it was going to. I kind of thought it was going to blow through here from west to east rather quickly, but really once it did reach Shelby County, especially south of Shelby County, it slowed down quite a bit, which, hey, you want to, that's good news for those communities that are into Marshall, Benton, Tippa, Alcorn, McNairy, and even into Hardeman counties here as far as that goes. Still keeping a close eye on that tornado warning storm that is approaching or just to the north of Clarksdale. This is registering as a 4.9 on the BTI or that Barron Tornado Index. So fortunately that number has kind of stayed moderate here and it hasn't elevated significantly. That storm has been moving itself to the northeast here at about 55 miles per hour. So if we turn around and put it, well, it's been moving slower than that in reality here. Let's call this moving at about 35 to 40 miles per hour because I think that's really more reality. Friars Point 315, Coahoma as far as the town goes at 322, Jonestown at 327, Lula at 332, Falcon at 347, and Sledge at 352. The time right now is 3:14, so hopefully that gives you a better idea if you are in northern Quitman, northern Coahoma, far northwestern Panola, and southern portions of Tunica County where you could be expecting potentially a tornado here in your area. Fortunately, it's not confirmed on the ground, but we are keeping an extremely close eye on it here as there is at least some broad rotation in the sky. Taking a step back out here, what we have going on, the areas that you see in green on your screen here, those polygons, those boxes, that's where we do have at the least flash flood warnings around into Shelby County, northern DeSoto County, and into eastern Crittenden County. That's where there is a flash flood emergency currently in place right now. If you're in Mississippi County, northern Crittenden County, when I say northern Crittenden County, I'm really kind of talking more I-40. And in northern Crittenden County, you're still under a flash flood emergency. I do want you to stay home. But into Cross, Poinsett, and St. Francis counties, those areas still seeing rain, and it's going to linger around here not only throughout the rest of the evening and overnight hours, but potentially even into tomorrow morning. Just stay home. Don't go out there exploring, see what we got going on here as far as the flooding around the Mid-South here, because you're going to get stuck and it's not going to be a good situation. Dyer County, Lauderdale County, Crockett County, the northern portion of Haywood County, Tipton County, those areas still seeing a lot of heavy rain. But as far as that tornado and severe thunderstorm threat goes, that has diminished quite a bit. Right now, the area that we are keeping the closest eye on when it comes to tornadoes and extremely strong winds is still down into Phillips and really more so Coahoma, Quitman, southern Tunica, and Panola counties here. The good news is at least it doesn't seem like we have as high of a tornado chance as some of the other storms that we've seen here over the past few days. But Ron, that rain continues to come down here at a pretty strong clip in northern DeSoto County and into Shelby County as a whole. Marshall County, quite frankly, it's been high and dry here over the past few hours. The rain is starting to scoot itself ever so slightly closer to you. And the thing that I find to be kind of interesting, I'm going to put this on a 2-hour loop here and kind of pop this back out. If we could take this full. The thing that I find to be interesting, so this was racing from the west to the eastern. You see that line continued just to the north of Bolivar and really riding along I-40. That continues to race itself off to the east here. But once we got this southern branch here near Memphis and Olive Branch and really throughout Shelby, DeSoto, Tunica, and Tate counties, it has slowed its progression down quite a bit, and that's why we're seeing such a large flooding threat right now. So we don't encourage anybody to go out, obviously, because we've seen flooding all over the place here throughout the Mid-South. If we could take that camera over at 240, 40, and 50 at Danny Thomas yet again here, just to see, they still have it be closed off here, and it does look like that the officials there really have kind of closed it. So I think it's safe to say here that we do have I-40 closed here at Danny Thomas, at least for the time being. And Ron, that's about, this is going to sound bad saying this. I don't mean this towards TDOT officials, but it's about time we got that closed here because there are way too many cars going through that, and that was getting way too deep.
Yeah, and I think one of the things We were running into also is just getting the crews out there, the emergency responders.
So many roads.
And we're telling, and there are a lot of roads to cover, a lot of underpasses, and many of those areas you can't see because it was raining so hard. Patrick Ellis coming back into the building right now. We're going to talk to him coming up in just a bit about his experience today. He's been tracking storms since the early morning hours before sunrise. Tornado watch remains until 7 p.m. Look, the real threat right now is going to be into northern Mississippi. I think we're going to likely see some of these counties in eastern Arkansas removed from that warning over the next couple of hours, or maybe even less, maybe even parts of West Tennessee as well, as this now transitions into a flood emergency. But you can see why till 7 o'clock that flood emergency or the potential for tornadoes will exist. It's 81 at Oxford. Corinth's now up to 82, and we've got mid and upper 70s all the way from Bolivar through Holly Springs and Marshall and Marks. That's a look at the first alert weather Doppler radar right now. Let's take a look at Danny Thomas and Marshall. Is that what? I-40 and Danny Thomas, excuse me, I-40 and Danny Thomas, and that's the big problem, clearing those storm drains.
And that's exactly what they're doing right there with those rakes. It seems like they're starting to clear those areas off here to try to put give us a gap into those grates so this way some of that water can drain itself out. But Ron, it's not like we don't have dry conditions here, so that rain's going to continue to rack up here.
Yeah,
people still trying to get on by.
It's going to help, but not a lot. Let's check in with Griffin Demaray. He's out there in it. He brings us a live report now. Griffin, tell us what you are, where you are, and what you're seeing.
Yeah, guys, we moved from kind of Walnut Grove over towards Overton Park. Again, this is the golf course. This is the golf course at Overton Park. If you look closely, you can see the flag in the background, and it is just running water, man. I mean, the whole golf course, this side of it, closest to Poplar, is just completely covered. I mean, there's some cars over here. If we kind of turn the camera, I know Lexi's trying her best here behind the camera. I know it's tough. If we turn it, there's one car that's somewhat straight. It's got nowhere to go because behind it, it's flooded. In front of it, it's flooded, so it's just kind of stuck there. No one's really kind of came through since then, but again, this is a golf course, man. There's a little stream right here that I guess is just kind of boiled over and just had a little too much when you look again. But again, the golf course at Overton Park, we're talking about all of Midtown basically just covered. There's nowhere to go. I had to take the hat off too, guys, because it's just doing nothing right now. But again, heavy water coming in. It's starting to get on the side of the roads, at least on Poplar when we came in. Really just 2 lanes. That third lane on the side, basically impassable at this point. Ron, back to you guys for now, but I mean, we're going to be seeing this throughout the day.
Joe Birch plays that golf course often. He has never seen flooding like that. He just tells me that is that creek that cuts right there through it, right along the 7th fairway there, and now it's a lake. That's an example of what we're seeing around the Mid-South, and I think we're going to see very similar instances just like that, especially in points farther north. Northeastern Arkansas has been inundated with rain just over the last 24 to 36 hours, and now this heavy push, the final push, I do want to emphasize, this is it. We've had 4 consecutive first alert weather days. This is the final day, but in regard to severe weather, we're faring okay in regard to tornadic activity, hail, and wind overall, but the flooding, that's the big issue today. And this whole line continuing to make a move off to the east as it pushes on through. And you can see that loop. We've got a flood emergency. And after seeing Griffin's video there or his live shot, you understand why. Those scenes exist all across Crittenden County, all across Shelby County. And I think you're going to find scenes like that around much of the Mid-South as we head on into the remainder of the afternoon and evening hours. We're coming up on 3:30 here this afternoon. Catastrophic flooding likely across much of the city of Memphis and Shelby County, and including other areas. We've got 2 active tornado warnings right now. We've got that one warning that is right there. Let me zoom in a little tighter because these are still holding together. Let me give you your first alert to what's going on. Right around Helena, West Helena, you are under a tornado warning. You're likely hearing sirens going off in Phillips County. Coahoma and Phillips, That's going to go until 3:30. Coahoma, you've got those sirens going off. Another tornado warning just to the south. That includes Clarksdale. That's also including Bolivar County right now. That's going to go until 3:30 this afternoon. Again, we want to keep a close eye on northern Mississippi. That's where we've got that warm, moist air. And now this system really starting to pick up a little momentum, moving in that direction. Did I just see a brand new tornado warning? I sure did right there. So that's for Coahoma, Lee, Phillips, and now Tunica County included in this. Let me zoom in. Let's put a track on this quickly. I'm going to clear this out of here, and then we'll get a closer look at this, show you where it's going. And here we go right here, right there on that northern edge. I think we've got a little inflow knot. Look, here's the real concern, I think, is right here. Let me draw this out. Can you see that little bowing segment right there? That's what we call a bow echo. That's where the stronger winds are coming on through, crossing Highway 61 right now, pushing on into Quitman County. But in the northern portion of that, looks like we got a little vortex that has developed, and that has prompted the National Weather Service to issue a tornado warning. Looks like it's south of Helena. It's right there on the Mississippi River. You can almost see it right there from that view. Kind of tough because we're about 90 miles from the radar site itself. But tell you what, let me switch this over and let's put a track right here. And I'm just going to track it on through the polygon. Lula, 329. Dundee, 333. We'll move into Austin at 340. Tunica, 346. We'll see that then get into Askew at about 350. Cottonville, 354. Then it moves into Tunica Resorts. That's going to take it right into the casino areas. 358, the potential for damaging wind, an isolated tornado, but the real threat of flooding coming down there too. Banks, 402. Let's take a look at some of the rainfall rates associated with this. Right now we're seeing the heaviest precipitation just to the south of Helena, coming down at almost 2 inches per hour. North of Clarksdale right now, it's coming down just under 2 inches per hour. You get up into parts of Tunica County along and west of Highway 61, it's coming down right around just under 1.5 inches per hour. But the other thing catching my eye right now is this strong wind, and I want to put a track on that because Quitman County, that's coming your way, all right? That's moving to the east. Yeah, we've got these tornado warnings that are going to basically to the northeast, but I'm going to track this along Highway 278. And let's just go ahead and take it on through Oxford because that's likely going to be moving in. So I'm tracking the leading edge of the strongest wind, all right, associated with this portion of the storm. So this whole area right here, that's just a big punch of wind that's going to ride right along 278, Marks 329. Then it's going to move into Sledge at about 338. We'll see it then move into Batesville 351, Sardis 357. It will get into Aylesville right around 414. Oxford, 420. There's your first alert, Oxford, 420 for the potential for some damaging wind, heavy rain, and we can't rule out the possibility of an isolated tornado as well. Water Valley, 433, then into Thaxton at 436. A lot of activity, and now the focus for the severe weather in our southern counties, from Tunica County, Coahoma, Quitman County, Phillips County, Lee County. I think you're in the clear for the most part, as it looks like the stronger storms have moved on out, although we still have the severe thunderstorm polygon that's in there. Does not clip Lee County, but Coahoma, Quitman, Tallahatchie, and Tunica counties included in this. Tornado possible in there, and there you see it, the 3 tornado warnings we have from that area. That's going to go until 3:30. Here we are right now at 3:26. So we clear all this out of here. Let's put this into motion, show you how this is moving. And again, there is a little bit of a northeasterly movement with that, but again, the whole line making that push to the east. So all of this just kind of converging, and that's why we start to see these little vortices develop right there along that. We've got a strong southerly flow, and then as that moves off to the east, it gets wrapped around the northern portion of that little that little bow echo right there. And we've also got to keep a close eye south right around Bolivar County. We can see a quick spin up coming into play right there as well. So a lot of drawing on that, but let me take you back. Let's take a look at the big picture, show you what's going on. We haven't talked about Northwest Tennessee lately. That's good news. Look, if we're not talking about your community, that means we're not seeing anything in the way of severe weather, but the potential for flooding is still there. Rainfall rates around Dyer and Lauderdale County have now dropped tremendously, but you're still going to continue with a steady rain that will linger well into the afternoon, evening, and overnight hours. Rainfall rates now just under ½ an inch per hour, but we've seen a tremendous amount of rain in that area, and as a result, even the lighter rain contributing to the flooding because it's running off. You can count on the Fork of Deer River likely being flooded, and then all of these little tributaries feeding into the Mississippi River. The Mississippi River, by the way, one of the largest drainage basins in the country. So all of the rain upstream is going to flow down. That's going to cause river levels to rise all the way from Cairo down through Memphis, south into Helena, West Helena. We could be dealing with some river flooding. And right now, there is some projection that we could see in excess of 37 feet at Memphis. Tomley Park goes underwater at 35. So what is it? What is Tomley? 46, is it 46, 47? I was thinking 35.
No,
okay,
no.
then my bad. I apologize for that. But you start to see right around 47. Okay, so 47 feet, but it's going to come very close, and we've seen a lot of rain. So we want to keep a very close eye on that. Thanks for the update on that, JP. Right now, heavy rain continues to fall over the area. And again, all of this moving off to the east, pushing towards the Tennessee River Valley. That's taking the severe weather threat out of West Tennessee right now, but we can't rule out areas along Highway 64 for the potential for more gusty, damaging wind and possibly some quick spin-ups. But right now, this area right here in northern Mississippi, that's still a ripe, juicy atmosphere. Eric, what are you seeing this afternoon?
So just monitoring and listening to what you're saying here, Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, as far as the flash flood emergency which is around and the tornado warning that is in place down to the south here. As you said, if we're not necessarily talking about your community, so we're looking specifically at Dyer County, Crockett County, Lauderdale County, over into Tipton County, Mississippi County, Poinsett, Cross, St. Francis counties. All those areas are doing pretty good right now. There's still flooding around, and quite frankly, flooding is one of those things. It takes days for everything to kind of get back to normal here. So this is still going to be an event that lasts for a while. We haven't really talked too much about Alcorn, Tippah, Benton, Marshall, and Lafayette counties because you're kind of on the front side of things. You haven't necessarily seen those issues yet, and that's even the case for McNairy County as well. But as far as that line of showers and storms is concerned, it stretches pretty much from the Tennessee River Valley down to the south of Jackson, into the Memphis, Olive Branch, Hernando area, and then down to the southwest here into Tunica, Coahoma, and Quitman counties here. Still have that tornado warning around. As far as the BTI on that is a 4.9. That is on a scale of 1 to 10 right now, 4.9. Just below that threshold that's really capturing our attention, but it's still one that we are monitoring extremely closely, especially since that is the only tornado warning that we have here around the Mid-South. That storm, it's been moving itself to the northeast as well at a pretty decent clip here. Let's see. It is moving to the northeast at about 55 miles per hour. So if we put a track on that and continue to monitor that to the north here, let's see some communities that this could head towards here. So got to extend this pretty far out for that matter. Hernando, you're looking at 410, Olive Branch about 424. Now keep in mind, just because this is a tornado warned storm, it doesn't mean it's going to be coming into Hernando or Olive Branch here as a tornado, but it is still an area we are keeping a close eye on right now. Back out as far as what we have for the wide view of things, Memphis, Shelby County, DeSoto County still seeing some extremely heavy rain that continues to fall here around the Mid-South. As far as some of the accumulation totals that we've seen here, and let's just put this back over the past 6 hours, and really, as far as the majority of this rain goes, it really started to pick up here right after about noon to 1 o'clock, but still, let's run with it. The rain totals that we've seen out of this, especially into eastern Crittenden County, about 4.5, 5 inches worth of rain, 4 inches of rain just to the north of Memphis, looking at Fraser for that matter. About 3 inches into downtown Memphis, 3.1 inches once you start heading towards East Memphis, 2.5 inches on the east side of Memphis yet again here, even into Portions of Crittenden County, about another 3 inches. So the rain totals here, as far as the areas that are within yellow, you see your key towards the top of your screen here. This is an indication of about 2 inches once you make that threshold from the green to the yellow, and then 4 inches once those yellows start blending in here with those reds. So the rain has certainly come down at a pretty good clip. And Ron, I don't think either one of us, as well as meteorologist Patrick Ellis, none of us are really surprised that we had a flash flood emergency issued, especially in an area that has so much concrete, because that water, if it is even trying to go into grassy surfaces or near trees, there's not that many around here, and all that area just gets saturated, and it has been saturated.
Yeah, absolutely. Listen, I want to show you the Helena camera. I believe we've got that. We're starting to see some very heavy rainfall there. Check that out. This is the MDOT camera looking to the west towards Phillips County, towards Helena, West Helena. The bridge there, I see a car coming across the bridge right now very slowly, but it is almost white-out conditions as a result of the torrential rain that's coming down there right now. So be very, very careful. And again, I encourage you to stay home, ride this out. Let's get it out of here. So we continue this afternoon tracking storms. We have right now one tornado warning that remains in effect, and that is for a portion of Tunica County, Coahoma, Lee, and Phillips County. That's going to go until 4 o'clock, but we've also got that severe thunderstorm warning. A tornado is possible within this at just about any time. Coahoma, Phillips, Quitman, Tallahatchie County, that's going to go until 4:30. So let me clear this off of here. I want to show you what's going on right now. So we've got this first wave of rain moving on through West Tennessee. Still a little bit of a threat right now for areas from Hardeman County through McNairy County, although I am encouraged by the fact that I'm not seeing anything in the way of severe storms at this time, but a lot of heavy rain coming your way. But it's this area right here that's going to start to move off to the east, could impact northeast Mississippi. Let's put the future cast on this. It's initializing very well. In other words, this is a forecast model. I was showing you the live radar just moments ago, and it's almost lined up perfectly, even picking up on that Boeing segment that's pushing towards the Tennessee River, and then the stronger storms that are lagging behind. But also, we have temperatures in the low 80s in Lafayette County and in Oxford. As we advance this forward, we can see a few more inflow notches developing along that. And right there along that main line, there's a possibility we could see some more isolated tornadoes and some strong thunderstorms coming into play. We could even start to see our hail threat increasing as we get on into the afternoon around 4 to 5 o'clock. That's going to continue to move east. Lafayette County, it should be moving through then getting into Benton, Tippah, Alcorn County, and then continuing to progress east to around 6 p.m. Heavy rain will then follow behind this. The severe weather threat should be just outside the area between 6 and 7 p.m., but then the torrential rain will continue as that strong southerly flow will remain well into the evening and overnight hours, and we likely won't see this heavy rain move out of the coverage area until around midnight tonight. So more flooding is likely for the Mid-South. So that's what we're looking at right now. There's a look at our first alert Doppler radar. Let's take a look at our live shot right now. Where is this from, Melissa? Barton and East Person. Look at that. Absolutely amazing. Patrick Ellis is back in the studio with us. I think we got you mic'd up. Yeah. You saw a lot of this firsthand, no doubt, huh?
Yeah, me and Matt were trying to navigate the mess of roads across the Mid-South, and it was not great. At one point, we came across 240 at I-55 and said, this is not good for anybody. We need to be heading back. So we started to head back because there was the conversation of heading down towards Mississippi, and it's not good here in the city of Memphis when it comes down to it. You know, hearing Joe Birch say, you know, Overton Park and the golf course, and saying, you know, that the hole 7 and seeing that completely flooded over, I mean, that's not a good sign. I mean, you're seeing this fairly commonly across much of the Mid-South right now, and really it's not just in Memphis and Shelby County. It is almost everywhere. Remember, all morning long I've been over in eastern Arkansas. All of the ditches are full. All of the fields are full. They're starting to spill onto the roadways at this point. So it's not just going to be this. this is something that you can kind of bank on and say, okay, now I can see what I can expect, even if I live in another location. The ground is super saturated right now. There's I-40 at Danny Thomas, and you got at least one lane people are trying to get by. And again, the TDOT crews have been out there trying to clean up those storm drains. The other thing too is that a lot of the storm drains do have a lot of muck in them right now, and they are taking on the amount of water that we're taking on right now. I will say here at the station, it has lightened up a good bit, but comparatively to it was about 30 minutes ago, a completely different story, where it was coming down at like 2 or 3 inches an hour. So a very active situation in the flash flooding realm, and it's only going to get worse. Now, again, the positive thing that we can say, at least here in Midtown, we're starting to see some things improving from the standpoint of how much rain is coming down, but all that water still got to run off into those ditches, into those creeks, into those tributaries. So that is the longer term issue. I will say we've seen several cars getting stalled out, running through the waters, whether it was just like on the side of one lane and they ran through it too fast and the water came up and hydrolocked their vehicles. That was something that we saw multiple times here. The car was far away from the actual puddle, but the car hydrolocked. The engine hydrolocked. So, I mean, that's what we're going to see across many sections of the area. And then not to mention the folks who are just down in the gulches and ended up in the water.
Worked through one of the most devastating floods in probably the nation's history, and that was Hurricane Harvey a few years ago down in South Texas. Eric, this doesn't compare by any means. That was just days and days and days of rainfall. But is there any advice you can give to our viewers from your experience, from that experience there, that they could use and would be useful for what's happening right now?
Stay home more than anything else. Don't go out and go venturing and seeing what we got going on here. If you have storm drains, I get it. If it's raining cats and dogs out there, you don't want to go outside and clear it out here. But it's kind of one of those short-term, long-term things. Short-term, it might be really annoying. Long-term, it could prevent flooding from occurring where you're at as far as your living situation right now. Make sure all of your devices are charged here, even though flooding maybe not necessarily a direct correlation to power lines and things of that nature. It's just a good idea to have those charged as it is anyway. Flooding is one of those things, it takes a while. Quite frankly, it's not the sexy event that, say, large hail or tornadoes are, but it's one of the, it's like getting into a boxing match and you're going all 12 rounds here. It just takes forever, honestly, just to get through the whole entire ordeal here. So that is still something we're keeping an extremely close eye on as far as that flooding here across the Mid-South. But as meteorologist Patrick Ellis did note, the rain certainly has subsided here just a little bit, Ron, compared to what we were seeing here about a half hour ago, but we still have everything that needs to drain into everything.
Let's show you some flooding video we've been collecting. By the way, tornado watch remains until 7 o'clock. We can't let our guard down just yet.
But the tornado warning's being canceled, so that's good.
So good news there. It's a rain event. It's a flood event. Let's show you what's transpired thus far. This is Angle Street in Midtown. Angle Street, it's a Angela Street. Angela Street in Midtown near Overton Park. That is right there. Is that by just behind the? I tell you what. Let me throw it over to Joe and Joyce. They're more familiar with those areas. Eric and I are going to continue tracking the storms. Let you guys talk about this video we're seeing.
You guys get a sip of water. Ed McDougall, probably the best amateur golfer I personally know, and one of the greatest golfers Memphis has ever produced on the amateur level, shot this from his front porch on Angeles. And there's another video that he sent me of a van driving through this mess. And so this gives you a sense of how things are in Midtown. This was about an hour or so ago. Joyce Peterson is live with us here, and you see the sewer.
You see
right
the drain
there.
struggling. The drive into work, I came in between 2 and 2:20. Normally takes about 9 minutes to get to work. It took 20 minutes going slowly, hazards on. You can't see the flooded areas, Joe. The rain's coming down so heavy at times. Do not go out if you don't have to. It is that dangerous.
Here's the thing about driving in this, and we just took short drives, frankly.
Show us some more pictures as we talk, please.
From our homes to the TV station. My drive is exactly 2 miles door to door. Okay, I live near Rhodes College. So when you're driving in this, people ahead of you are going to stop unexpectedly, and it's not normal at all for somebody to be driving that way. Here's Mary in Arkansas.
And they know about flooding, don't they? They got sandbags. The football team, in fact, was filling sandbags because there is such frequent flooding in so many subdivisions there. It's going to be pretty devastating for a lot of the homeowners when all is said and done with this rain. But you're right, drivers in the rain.
Right.
In
They're
the flood.
stopping in places that drivers don't normally stop. And so they're making quick stops. And so if you are going anywhere near the speed limit, you're bound to have a crash. People are thankfully driving in a cautious way out there. In my brief experience. Here's another picture. Hardeman County in West Tennessee.
Gorgeous, but very menacing.
And of course, Grand Junction suffered the damage this week in Hardeman County. Tremendous damage there. Lots of repairs to be done. Let's take a look at some more pictures.
Okay, as the storm system was moving through, ominous sight there in the sky. Those clouds are scary.
Incredible shelf cloud pictures there from our friends in Hardeman County.
All right, we have new photos coming in from Selmer, Tennessee today. I just cannot imagine the cleanup underway that has to happen, and then you've got the rain moving through. So much damage there, and we know yesterday Selmer police confirming 5 fatalities, numerous injuries, but they are really rallying around Selmer, Tennessee, and the communities there impacted. This is Dancer Road, what's left of a house. You can see the front sheared off, huge tree on a truck there.
And this is all Selmer, Tennessee, McNairy County, which Selmer was not the only place in McNairy County that suffered tornado damage. There was locations outside of
Wow, that's the medical
Selmer.
district right there.
This is our medical district, and that is the front coming in, Ron, that you and
the
Eric
time lapse.
and
That is something else.
Patrick have been talking about all day, and that roared through in the neighborhood of 2 o'clock, I believe.
Yeah, it turned to night. The sky, it got that weird green color, and then it just got dark. And Ron, I have to tell you, our mail lady was on the street when I was pulling out.
Wow.
God bless her. I know there's rain, no snow, nor rain, nor whatever. Honestly, it's even too dangerous out there for U.S. Postal Service employees. Do stay home if you do not have to go out. Only if it's an emergency. It is that serious. The city's drains overflowing. We were showing Angela Street in Midtown. I was worried about Peach because there was a lot of flooding on that street historically.
And Peabody.
Yeah. So Midtown, all those low areas. But you're still a Midtown dweller, and I used to live there for many years.
That's right.
We have pictures coming into the newsroom, which we hope to get on the air, showing Midtown neighborhoods, streets flooded, parked cars underwater. Do not go to try to save your car from the flooded water. Even if it's parked, don't do it. It's too dangerous. Leave it there. Stay in your house.
We just had Griffin Day Marais at Overton Park, and my jaw dropped when I saw the 7th fairway. When I passed by, it was nearly to the tee box. So folks who play this golf course know that's an elevated tee box. If you hit a 3-wood really well and know what you're doing, you can hit the green on a good day, right? Man, that entire fairway is flooded. It is a giant lake on the 7th fairway.
All new water hazard at that
All
shiny
new
new golf course.
Yes.
It's very hazardous everywhere right now. Let's turn things back over to Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers to get an update on the weather tracking through. Are you ready for that?
Yeah. I got a sliver of good news, okay? So we still have the tornado watch that's in effect across the area, but torrential rain, flooding, that's the real concern right now. Just got some good news from the Shelby County Emergency Management. The flooding at Danny Thomas and I-40 has been reduced. Traffic is beginning to flow in multiple lanes there. So that's some good news, but there's still a lot going on. And I want to go to Patrick Ellis right now. Oh, here's the camera view. Man, that was just stop traffic
Day and night
underwater.
difference.
Yeah, day and night view. Patrick Ellis is standing by. You oftentimes see him on Action News 5 today doing traffic whenever Taylor Tucker gets a day off, rarely, but Patrick is well versed in traffic, and he's got to look at our traffic map. And Patrick, any areas that are standing out right now on that?
Everywhere? Everywhere. I think that's the best way to put it. I was just looking at our Midtown camera, and you can see off in the distance when me and Matt Infield were coming back. It was Union and Avalon. Union and Avalon completely flooded over. So if we were to zoom in a little bit closer, you can see some flashing lights off into the distance. That's Union and Avalon, and that's completely flooded over. And at one point, we had flooding close to the Kroger, so like LeMaster and heading up towards McLean. That area was also flooded. That has cleared up, but there's still some flooding that's ongoing at Union and Avalon right now. There was a car that was in the middle of the road there at Union and Avalon, and again, stalled out in that situation. So that's the issue. This is a look at the traffic flows across the area. You see all those yellow icons. We don't normally see those even in the mornings here on Action News 5 when we're talking about traffic. Those are all flooding icons. So to give you a couple of spots here, one of those is going to be up at Singleton Parkway as you're heading out of Millington. Roads closed from Bowling Hughes to Pleasant Ridge. So again, Singleton Parkway, northbound, the road is closed from Bowling Hughes to Pleasant Ridge. Here's another one as we go up into Haywood County. Highway 70, no through traffic from Bond Ferry Road to Henry Cannon Road. So that's going to be just outside of Brownsville. So we've got a lot of folks who are going to be kind of shocked here if they're trying to get out on the roadway. Take you to southern Fayette County now. This is going to be Tennessee Highway 76 southbound. Road is closed. Liberty Road and Dacus Road Avenue. If I'm not mistaken, that may be around Moscow. So let me zoom in really quickly and kind of give you an idea. I think that is, yeah, right in Moscow. You know, we've got multiple areas that are dealing with this. I'll take you up to Crockett County as well. Just kind of hitting one or another. That's Tennessee Highway 189. Roads closed from Old Mounds Road to Johnny Powell Road. And then take you to Dyer County now, Tennessee Highway 104. The road's closed, Bush Road to Andrea Drive. So many areas here where we've got flooding, and more may be on the way. I think that if we were to put the amount of flood reports in the city of Memphis, it would fill the map up so much that we would never be able to see the city of Memphis again. That's how bad some of the flooding is here across the city. We just saw, I think that was Garner Montgomery down in South Memphis. He had some issues of flooding there off of Person Avenue. We also have our Griffin Demaray over at Overton Park. Obviously a big issue there, and I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to eventually start spilling onto Poplar if it hasn't already. Then you've got issues here along Union. There are major thoroughfares that are dealing with the flooding concerns, and unfortunately it's going to continue until things can calm down. In the very least, maybe the rainfall rates go down enough that they can start to allow for the water to get down into the drains. But other than that, if it stays elevated like this, it's going to be a while before that happens, hence why the flash flood emergency is in effect through the 7 o'clock hour.
Thank you for that news there. I just got a text from my buddy Keith Billingsley. He was up around Bluff Beach, and the Forkadere River is already over its banks there. And he drove back all the way from Jackson on I-40. He said one of the concerns was on the way back, right around mile marker 37, the median on both sides of the interstate had water already up to the road. So as this continues to fall, that's going to cover the road at some point if it's not doing so already. He also drove over the Loosahatchee and said flooding is over the banks there. Patrick?
To that point, yesterday, myself and Jonathan Mitchell, our general manager, we were heading out towards Fayette County.
Yeah.
And I noticed that going across the Loosahatchee around that area, the ditches were already full yesterday, and we had sunshine to at least help out a little bit. But I mean, it was already in bad shape yesterday, so it's surprising that it didn't already go over. But this is going to be something that could be impactful across the area. Let's take that T.B camera, and that's I-40 at the way station going across into Arkansas from Tennessee into Arkansas, or is it T.A? There we go. That's the one. And we had a big backup there. There's a lot of folks who are traveling back and forth here this afternoon. There are likely going to be lanes that are going to be closed down. I will tell you, as me and Infield were coming back in from Arkansas, there were a few lanes that were occasionally getting covered over with water. So if you are out on the roadways or you know somebody out on the roadways, you got to let them know that this is going to be like this for a while. It's going to take some time. Be patient, and folks, get home as soon as you can. we're here to keep you safe through all of this. I mean, this has been a long, as we said all week long, a gauntlet from Wednesday all the way to now. This is the final boss. We will finally get him out of this and the weather can finally become stable, but we still got a couple more hours before that can even happen.
And not just a couple more hours. Yeah, the atmosphere stabilizing once this main line moves through, but the flooding is going to extend through the remainder of the weekend and likely well into the beginning of next week. Fortunately, we've got a drier pattern that emerges Sunday afternoon. We're still going to deal with rain for the rest of the afternoon today and well into the overnight hours, and some of that rain heavy at times, but the severe threat's not over yet. West Tennessee pretty much in the clear now as far as severe weather goes, but we're still watching one severe thunderstorm warning right now. Let me hit this button and just give you this, then I want to toss it over to meteorologist Eric Brill, who's been keeping a close eye on it. Severe thunderstorm warning, Panola, Quitman, Tate, and Tunica. A tornado possible there. We had tornado warnings as this was coming on through Phillips and Coahoma County. Little spin-ups right there on the leading edge of that just basically straight line wind that was coming through, almost like a mini little QLCS, but tornado possible. We've got to watch it. That's going to remain until about 4:30. So, Eric, what are you seeing there? I noticed you were taking a really close look at that. Anything stand out to you?
So fortunately, Ron, right now, nothing's really kind of crazy catching my attention as far as necessarily the severe thunderstorms or the tornadoes are concerned here. Did get a new skit. Let me just monitor that. That BTI number, it is at a 5.5 here, so that will be something we keep a close eye on. The top of the storm is still at about 41,000 feet here, and it seems like there could still be maybe some pea-sized hail within there. So hail's really not the big threat with this. It continues to really be the flooding, followed by the winds, and then every now and then we might get that isolated tornado that is a possibility here. Let's dive a little bit closer to that. Right now to do a little bit of analysis on that, and this is looking over towards eastern Tunica County. If we turn around and turn this off here, let's see what we got going on as far as the movement of this. So these have been moving to the northeast here at about 45 to 50 miles per hour. Let me get clarification how fast this is moving to the northeast here. It's moving at about 50 miles per hour per the National Weather Service. I think they're moving a tick slower than that, but for the sake of it, I'm just going to ride that here and see exactly what they have. Draw this line down here as far as the storm track goes. Let's see. From here, boom, move it up to the northeast here at about 50. So Senatobia, we're looking at 409. Coldwater about 411, and Byhalia about 436 here. The possibility of seeing some strong winds, that is going to be the biggest thing you have to keep an eye on. And obviously, there's a lot of heavy rain that's embedded within this right now. That severe thunderstorm warning is the only severe thunderstorm warning that we have right now. Fortunately, to Coahoma and Quitman counties, the tornado warning that had been around, that was allowed to expire, as was the case for Tunica, Lee, and Phillips counties. So there is good news within that here. The heavy rain threat, it's still around Memphis and Shelby County, but I think the heaviest of it is starting to move off to the east and down to the south here. But I think we got to keep a close eye over, especially into western DeSoto, western Tate, and into Tunica counties, where there is some very heavy rain still continuing to fall here around the mid-south. You could see the movement of Doppler radar here as far as the past hour is concerned. A lot of this is moving itself to the northeast here right now. So if you haven't seen heavy rain yet, over towards Holly Springs, really throughout Marshall County, Benton, Tippah, Alcorn, as well as Panola and Lafayette counties. A lot of this is still off to your west right now, and it is still going to take a little bit of time before it does move into your area here. So that is something we will keep an extremely close eye on as far as that flood threat especially is concerned. If you're in Mississippi County, if you're in Poinsett County, Cross County, St. Francis County, over into Dyer County, Crockett County, Lauderdale County, and even the majority of Haywood County, you still have a flood threat that's going to linger here really for another 12 to 24 hours. But as far as that severe weather threat goes, that has diminished here quite a bit. So, Ron, there is at least good news that we're trying to eliminate one threat with respect to the severe thunderstorm warnings and the tornado warnings, even though we still do have that watch out for a few more hours. Yeah. But at least that side of things seems to be diminishing relatively quickly. But we still got to keep an eye over towards Lafayette and Panola counties, just because that's still untapped air.
And look, I want to watch these areas closely too, because Senatobia took an EF3 tornado hit in the early morning hours of Thursday. We had also an EF3 come up right through Grand Junction. That then moved on through Selmer. So preliminary reports of EF3 tornadoes, winds between 160 to 165 miles per hour. And now here we have Senatobia under the threat of another possible tornado producing severe thunderstorm, but we're watching this closely. We're going to continue to monitor it. Let me put one more track on it just in case, and then I want to also track some more areas along this line here as it's continuing to march off to the east, because we really want to get this line out of here as quickly as we possibly can. I'm going to put a track on just the leading edge of it, as Eric did. I'm going to give it a little more of an easterly track on through just Tate County, just to give you an idea, and it does include the town of Senatobia. 408 for you. There's your first alert. Then we'll see it get into Cypress Corner. 359, 4 o'clock into Crockett. Como 413, Bowman 417, Barr 421. Then it moves into Aiken right around 424. Now let's pan a little farther to the north and off to the east, and let's take a look at some of these storms that are moving right now through northern Mississippi. And look, we've got some scattered pretty good downpours right here around DeSoto and around Tate County, but the stronger winds associated with it right here from Hernando east, that's going to be crossing 55 soon. So Hernando 359 should move through Bright, and I'm talking about the potential for heavy rain followed by some strong gusty wind, then followed by heavy rainfall. No warning for you at this time, but just know there could be some wind damage followed by flooding. Olive Branch 407, then 408 into Cedar View. We'll see it get into Cockram right around 413, Ingram's Mill 415, then it moves into Byhalia at 418, should get into Casey right around 422. Let's pan a little farther over to the east because I want to take a look at our friends over in Grand Junction, see how they're doing over there. Looks like things are kind of right there on top. Nothing severe. Slayton even took a hit as well, but let's go ahead and track that leading edge right there and Slayton took the hit early Thursday morning as a result of a tornado crossing Highway 72. So the general movement of the whole line is to the east, but there are segments and components moving off to the east-northeast. I just want to give you a general overview of timing so you know when to get to your safe spot in your home. You've still got some time to charge your mobile devices, your smartphones, tablets, and laptops in case of power outage. So 358, it moves into Salisbury, 406 into Rogers Spring, 408 into New Canaan, 411 into Middleton, 416 into Brownfield, Essery Springs, 421, and then into Walnut. It's going to move in there right around 423. Now let's zoom over here and take a look a little farther to the east, and let's check in on Selmer because we've got some heavy rain moving in your direction. I'm going to clear this off of here. Let's put a loop on it to give McNairy County and Selmer an idea of what's coming. Again, nothing severe, but heavy rain that could lead to some flooding and the potential for some gusty wind with this as well. So with that in mind, I'll put a track, and I'm just going to track it really from along that leading edge. We'll take it down to the Mississippi-Tennessee state line, push it off to the east, even though, again, it's moving a little to the northeast-northeast, but your first alert on general timing, 402. It's going to get into Lisbon. Heavy rain, gusty wind. Then Middleton, 408. 413 into Bethel Springs. Should get into Selmer at about 418. Cypress, 423. Adamsville, you're going to see that move in at 427. Crump, 433. And Savannah, 439. But again, Selmer, 418. Heavy rain. A lot of gusty wind with this, but I am very encouraged by the fact that I'm not seeing anything in the way of severe storms at this time. And we're really starting to transition into rain event. The severe thunderstorm warning now that was in effect here has been expired, but we still can't let our guard down. I am somewhat hopeful that maybe some of this rain cooled air is starting to move into Corinth, take a little bite out of the temperature. We had a temp of 82 degrees last hour, and as the rain cooled air starts to move on into Marshall County, Panola, and Lafayette County, hopefully it can eliminate some of the heat that's built up there, taking a bite, although Oxford right now coming in at 84 degrees. Let me show you this. It's 84 in Oxford. It's 85 in Corinth. Eric, what are your thoughts on that line coming into there? What do you see possibly occurring?
So I am cautiously optimistic, Ron, because over towards Clarksdale, that's where there still was a lot of warm, moist air around right now. And we did obviously see those severe thunderstorms that were around and some tornado warnings. Fortunately, it didn't seem like anything was too terribly organized, but I know that there's a lot of people that are in Marshall, Benton, Tippah, Alcorn, McNairy, Hardeman counties, Fayette County as well, that are really have their guard up, and I don't blame you whatsoever about that. But as far as just the overall severe thunderstorm and tornado threat goes, I do feel better about it right now than I did, say, going back a few hours ago. And there is a lot of cloud coverage around right now into that portion of the Mid-South. That's what I'm at least seeing here when we do start to put the visible satellite on here. So there is some good news embedded within that here, but we still got to keep a close eye on things just because this is still largely untapped air that's been moving through this area over the past few hours. I think did we just get a, yep, we got a new flash flood warning that was issued here for portions of Coahoma, Quitman, Tunica, Northern Panola, Tate, Marshall, and over into Benton counties. This is until 10 p.m. I believe this is now the latest warning that we have around the Mid-South. If you want me to give you some sort of positive news, it's the fact that we don't have any tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings here across the Mid-South right now. We still do have that tornado watch in place. I believe that is until 7 o'clock this evening here, and the time right now is 4:02 on Saturday afternoon at this point now. So there is at least some good news there. Want to reiterate again, if you're in Poinsett, Cross St. Francis, I'd even say Lee County, Mississippi County, over towards Lauderdale, Crockett, Tipton and Dyer counties, and even for the majority of Haywood County as well, that severe threat is diminishing here rather rapidly as far as seeing severe thunderstorms or tornadoes. Keep in mind, when we say a severe threat is diminishing, we really are specifically talking about that hail, strong wind, and tornado threat. Severe weather, in theory, is still going to linger around, Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, because of that flood threat that is in place right now. But at least we were able to start to, I wouldn't say clear some counties, but feel better about some counties at least.
Look, we talked about this earlier. The flooding is going to be around. This rain is going to continue through the overnight hours. So our flooding is going to intensify across the area. And areas that may not be dealing with it now likely will be later into the evening, and especially overnight. We're going to start to see runoff. The rain's going to continue well into the late night hours. It's prom season right now. This is a big prom weekend. And as I mentioned earlier, a lot of parents may have to have a tough conversation with their kids about staying home tonight just to be safe, because I think it's going to be very dangerous to be out on any of the streets anywhere in the Mid-South, especially from Memphis north into northeastern Arkansas, West Tennessee, and even east along Highway 64 and along the Tennessee River up around McNairy County and Selmer. But I know it is a big night for a lot of high school kids out there. Prom is a big, big thing. But in a situation like this, you do not want to be out in it and possibly find yourself in trouble and have what should be a wonderful night for everyone turn into a nightmare. So I encourage you to stay home, all right? Just stay home. Parents, tell your kids Ron Childers said so. They could be mad at me. That's okay. But we've got this moving on through right now. As we push it off to the east, let's take a look. We still have the flash flood emergency for Shelby County. That is going to go until 8:15. So that purple polygon you see flashing there, when we see that turn purple, that is an indication that there is catastrophic flooding occurring. We've seen multiple areas in and around the city of Memphis and Shelby County, multiple flash flood warnings around the Mid-South right now. What I want to do, and Melissa, I'm asking for this on the fly. Melissa is our producer in the booth. We've got Jayla behind the scenes right there on the she's our director this afternoon. I'd like to take a camera tour if that's at all possible. I want to show folks at home what we are seeing here in and around the city, and just take a look at some live cameras if that's possible. The rain's beginning to lighten up here in Midtown, but we're not finished with the flood threat by any means, as moisture is still continuing to flow in from the south and southwest. So I tell you what, can you guys just give me a camera and let's just roll through what you have so the folks at home can see what's going on outside. Are we able to do that right now? And I asked for a lot of stuff at the last minute, so they're a great crew to be able to do it. And I'm kind of asking them, I think, to pull off the impossible. Let's go to the high five cameras and let's show you what is going on there. This is a look at Midtown as we're looking to the west towards downtown Memphis. At one point, what was that, Eric, about, was it an hour ago? We couldn't even see beyond the camera.
Yeah, it might be close to about 2 hours ago at this point here, but I mean, it did last for, I'd say, a good half hour. That the visibility was, essentially nothing.
Yeah, so we've been on the air with you here this afternoon. Got on right around midday. We did about 3 or 4 hours of coverage overnight as well. Right around 1:15, we had tornado warnings for eastern Arkansas. Right around Cross County, there was damage there to the Country Club in Wynn, the Wynn Country Club. Also, JB Steakhouse right there on 64B in near Wynn, Arkansas. This is a look at
Senatobia.
That's Northwest Community College. Yeah. That's the camera. That's the live look right now. That's not a bad place to be, but it's coming, all right? Just know it is coming. Let's take a look at the University of Memphis camera. There you go. Look at that. Heavy rain right there in the heart of East Memphis. As we take a look at our Oxford camera, we've got temperatures in the mid-80s, little sunshine trying to peek through there. We're going to have to keep a very close eye on that. And look, Oxford, Lafayette County, I know you've had a decent day so far. It is warm. It is very humid there, but just know storms are coming your way. And I suggest you get home as quickly as you can, let this pass and move on through. I do believe the flooding threat will be a little less along that 278 corridor, but at the same time, there could be some heavy rain that could lead to some brief flash flooding.
You know, if nothing else, Ron, the ground there, it's a lot drier and can handle a lot more water there.
Very true.
The reason why is because we haven't seen that much rain down there, and that was part of the forecast the last couple of days. We told you, look, if you live along and north of the Mississippi-Tennessee state line, more than likely this is where the heaviest and worst of the flooding will likely be. But there was a corridor across northeastern Arkansas, northeastern Mississippi, where they weren't going to get very much of anything for several days. So, you know, that is something that has come to pass. Now, unfortunately, there's still been some bad storms down there.
Yeah. Right.
But as far as the rainfall, you know, that has come to pass as well. You know, the forecast guys were like 3 to 5 inches over the 5-day period, but other spots were closer to 15 inches. And speaking of that, is we still have the flood risk high today, obviously.
Yeah,
I think that's easy to call there. If we take Max 2 really quickly, because I want to step through something really quickly, because, you know, we got to find the silver lining where we have it. Again, today, the high risk for flooding, obviously, if you live here in Memphis and Shelby County, and really across much of West Tennessee and eastern Arkansas, it is much well noted that that is the case. We still have a little bit to go from here on out, but there are some positive notes here because things will start to shut down as we head through the overnight period tonight and into tomorrow. Now, most of the rain will probably happen prior to sunrise. There's still going to be some showers around on Sunday, but the bulk of the rain at least starts to taper off after midnight tonight. Monday looks fantastic.
True.
Get out and enjoy it. But this is one thing I want to show you. 6 to 10 day outlook for precipitation. Below average, and I think we can take some time to dry out as we head through the coming days. You know, we were talking about the potential for our temperatures to get up in the 80s. That'll help to dry things out.
Yeah.
But the big problem will probably be river flooding, and that's going to be a longer-term issue, at least for the next couple of weeks.
Exactly, as the runoff continues. And by the way, Monday is looking better. We're going to have temps in the lower range of the 60s. And by the way, Eric and Patrick, I'm going to make sure you guys get a day off Monday, at least a day right there. You've worked very hard over the last 5 days, so thank you.
What are you
going to
do, Ron? You need a day off, too.
He worked this morning. He's turning back the clock 10 years.
This is the 385 Hacks Cross Forest Hill Irene T-Dot camera there. I want to go to Eric and take a look at the rainfall. This tells the story. I mean, this is just a plain graphic, no numbers on it. This is 3-day rainfall. Look at this. Absolutely amazing. You don't need to be a meteorologist to know where the flooding is on that map. And more rain is going to continue to fall. We'll likely see at least another 1 to 2 inches of rain in those areas, possibly, before the night is over. Eric's popping on some numbers. You want to talk about what you're seeing?
So let's see, we have a contrast of 10 inches to a trace, and a trace is essentially, maybe we saw a little drizzle, and that's about it here. And that trace occurred here in Lafayette County, and really a lot of Lafayette County has been pretty dry. Just east of Marion here, that's where the rainfall total is estimated to be about 10 inches. I know that there has been some hail in this area, so it could be maybe a little bit less than necessarily 10 inches of rain here. But even if we call it, say, 3/4 of that amount here, still about 7.5 inches worth of rain. That is a large quantity of rain that has fallen here across the Mid-South. Into the Mississippi Delta, really on the east side of the Mississippi, that's where there has been slightly less rain, and a lot of that has fallen here over the past few hours. If you start heading further to the north here into Haywood, Lauderdale, and Crockett and Dyer counties, that's where we've been in the range of about 5 to 7 inches worth of rain here. So there's at least some good news that the rain is starting to simmer down here in a lot of those areas that have seen the really heavy rain over the past few hours. And Ron, if we look at the old first alert Doppler radar here, we have at least seen some sort of progress with respect to the heaviness of the rain here across the Mid-South. As far as looping this here, let's put this over an hour loop so we could see where the heavier rain is headed towards right now. Worthwhile to note, we continue to be free of severe thunderstorm warnings as well as tornado warnings here around the Mid-South. Still do have an abundance of flash flood warnings here around the region with a flash flood emergency, and that's as serious of a flash flood warning as you can get here. A flash flood emergency means there's flash flooding going on right now. Get to higher ground. This is an extremely serious issue. I'm sure if you've been here with us ever since we jumped on here, say at about 1:15 or so, you have seen some of those images and videos that have come around here. And Ron, I'm cautiously optimistic north of I-40 here in Shelby County. Maybe it's starting to simmer down ever so slightly, but everything's still got to drain in with everything.
You know, we've talked a lot about Memphis and we've talked a lot about Shelby County. We've not talked a lot about Bartlett, some of the surrounding communities in and around Shelby County. We've got a live view right now of the Bartlett Library. Let's take a shot of this. More view. That is a lake. Look at that. Absolutely amazing. The parking lot inundated there. This is why we say stay home. Just stay home. Stay home for the rest of the day. Stay home tonight. And look, once the sun goes down in about another, where are we, at 4 o'clock? So in about another 3-4 hours, that sun's going to go down. You're not going to be able to see this. You can find yourself in trouble quickly. And that's not going to run off over the next hour or so. Oftentimes we will see something in the, a heavy rain leads to some flash flooding. Look, can you pan back? Oh, well, that live camera, I wanted to go back to where it was going under that underpass right there. Look at the water just trying to basically flow away. It's being inundated, and if that starts to back up with debris, that's going to create an even bigger problem. But this is just one of the many issues we're seeing around the area right now, so be very careful. I want to throw it over to Joyce Peterson and Joe Birch. Eric and I and Patrick are going to continue to keep an eye on the first alert Doppler radar. No severe thunderstorm warnings right now. It's all about the flooding, flash flood emergency for Memphis and Shelby County. That is going to remain, again, just quickly, that is going to remain on through the remainder of the afternoon and well into the evening hours. So let me give you your update there. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But Joyce and Joe, what do you have for us?
Can we bring up the shot from Garner again in Bartlett? Take one more look at that. We're seeing reports on Facebook. Harrington Creek at Stage Road is overflowing. Stage Road at Bartlett Boulevard, Harrington Creek overflowing. So the parking lot, the soccer fields, the baseball fields underwater, in addition to the Bartlett Library. Goes without saying, the book sale is canceled at the Bartlett Library today. Do not think about going out unless it is an emergency trip.
And that shot right there where you see the water rushing into that drainage ditch, what appears to be a drainage ditch right there. Drainage ditches across the whole area are flooded right now. And a lot of these are 14 feet deep. Kelly Bowers, who's a friend here in town, sent a shot of raging water in her drainage ditch in her neighborhood.
Yeah, that's dangerous right there. You don't want to walk through anything like that.
That is extraordinarily dangerous there.
It just takes 6 inches of water to knock you off your feet.
They're overflowing everywhere because we've had this tremendous amount of rainfall. The ground is saturated and the water has nowhere to go. It tries to run off. The sewer systems and all our drainage systems that our taxpayers have paid for are full.
Listen to the streets in West Memphis that are closed right now. Dover, Westwood, 5th, North 17th, South 16th, Barton, Goodwin, Cooper, Auburn, Rice, and Vanderbilt. West Memphis, Arkansas. Those streets are currently closed due to high water. The mayor says city crews are working round the clock to try and mitigate the flooding. The stormwater pumps in West Memphis are fully operational and running at full capacity at this hour. But again, those roads closed off, high water, very dangerous. Do not go around the barricades.
And let's just stay on that graphic just for a moment because Those of us who've lived in the Mid-South, driven in West Memphis, know that those are major streets. Barton, Auburn, a number of the other ones there, they are major thoroughfares in West Memphis, Arkansas, that take you from the interstate through town. And for those to be closed.
Let's go next door to Marion. They also have flooding. Lots of flooded streets to report. Shiloh, Judge Smith intersection, Cypress Street by the courthouse, Trigg Road into River Trace subdivision.
Right. And East Brick Street, Park Street, Springdale, Colonial Drive from Judge Smith to Meadowbrook, all blocked by our floods.
And the mayor of Marion urging everyone to stay home. Haywood, flooded roads as well. The East Main Underpass, Taylor, Chapel Road, Gooch King Road.
And then White Road at Highway 79 North, Carver Street, South Park, southbound, Haywood Street, North McLemore, Windrow Road, Taylor Farms Road, and the list just keeps going on.
Yeah, dispatch there in Haywood County, Highway 70 West, Bond Ferry Road, Shaw Chapel Road, Sugar Creek Road, Mercer Road, Massey Lane, Christmasville, Rudolph Road, Highway 179.
Then Haywood County Sheriff's Office encourages caution on all these roads: Stanton Cocoa Road, Hillville, Vildo Road, and Kearney Road. I saw one report from Brownsville, and that is Haywood County, that they had before this round, Ron, Eric, and Patrick, before this round, they had just shy of 8 inches of rain throughout the whole weather event. And so we're now passing the 10-inch mark for Haywood County, and that's why we're seeing this laundry list of roads, which gets longer and longer.
Yeah, the ground was already really saturated just from the first round of storms. Do we have more video that we can show our viewers? Okay, this is a live shot from Marion right now. We have a crew over there. Emergency responders out. That is not a surprise. What is this situation?
All right.
Oh, dear.
All right, there we see it. We can see flames.
Church fire in Marion.
Church
Do we know
fire
the church,
in
guys?
Marion, Arkansas, or at least near a church. Firefighters have responded to the scene there in Crittenden County. Marion, of course, being the seat of Crittenden County. And they have a job on their hands in this weather.
Awful, awful weather to be out having to do this. I wonder if it was lightning.
It's lightning.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking
so
too.
much lightning.
All right, let's toss it back over to Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers. You ready?
Yeah, you guys were talking about some of the flooded areas. My buddy Keith also texted me back. He was at right there at exit 28. I think that's about I-40 where the Buc-ee's is going in. He said that construction site was a lake. And he was sending that to me about an hour ago. So I can only imagine it's even worse. I want to go to meteorologist Patrick Ellis because, yeah, we've been focusing on the Memphis metro and the surrounding communities, but look, we've seen a lot of flooding here. He's got the traffic map, and Patrick, I want you to point out some of the other areas where we have likely seen some other major issues that we may not have touched on yet.
Yeah, you know, that's the other thing. Going back to what you were talking about at the Buc-ee site, actually yesterday, I saw it was in sunshine, a lake yesterday, so it could only be worse now. Very interesting to see that. So let's talk about where we are right now as far as the traffic map is concerned. Again, you see a lot of yellow on the map here around Memphis and Shelby County. That is indicative of obviously a bit slower. No one's doing, well, I say no one's doing 95 on 240, but you know, that's just what it is. But I wouldn't encourage that because of the very heavy rainfall, and not to mention, I mean, there is multiple lanes that have been flooded over, and they could be reflooded over, even though that we may have called out and said, hey, by the way, they've cleared out this area. The storm drains could possibly get filled back up with muck because there's just that much. And of course, all that water's running down there and it will just get caught up in there. I do want to take you out towards Fayette County. Of course, we were just talking about Fayette County where the new Buc-ee's is going in. This is a look at where we have some flooding going on. Tennessee Highway 194. Stevens Drive to Lambert Drive. The road is closed there. We also want to talk about Moscow. Tennessee Highway 76 southbound. So that's the road that will take you from Somerville down to Moscow. Roads closed between Liberty Road and Dacus Avenue. And then we'll go up north to Tipton County. I see this little icon up here. I haven't seen it just yet, but it looks like roads blocked. That's Tennessee Highway 59. So coming out from Covington, going out towards the western side of the county, it looks like we've got an issue there. Probably, more than likely, I would probably guess that it may be a tree down because of what we dealt with. And usually they would pop up, it would say flooding. So I think that might be a tree down that's probably blocking the road there. And that makes sense.
Winds this morning,
Yeah.
early this morning.
And I was going to say, even the storm that came through this afternoon, that may have done that because that went right across that area. Of course, not to mention these little spin-ups. And I think me and Eric were talking about this. There was occasionally like 2 or 3 moments where there were these like little rotations embedded in that line that came through there that went through up towards Lauderdale County, most definitely. Speaking of Lauderdale County, we'll go up there and show you just north of Gates. Tennessee Highway 210 blocked between Poplar Grove Road and Shotgun Road. Another spot there, no traffic through from Bruceville, Slab Road, and Poplar Grove Road. So there's a lot going on there. I also want to mention Memphis International Airport right now. They are still in their normal operations as much as they possibly can be, but there is a number of delays that are with flights leaving out from Memphis International.
Yeah.
So just want to let you know that if you're trying to get out on a flight from Memphis International, I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 flights right now that have been pushed back. One of them should have taken off or is about to take off or leave the gate at 4:25. That would be an American flight going to DCA. But it does seem like there's a multitude of flights. Maybe they were waiting on things to kind of calm down. I do want to go back over to MAX 2 and show you if you got to go to the airport and you're leaving from one of the suburbs, the drive times are going to be a little bit longer, obviously. We don't encourage you to get on the roadways, but I know if you pay $300 for a plane ticket, you probably want to get on the plane, right? Arlington to MEM, about 40 minutes. Usually that's about a 30-minute drive, so add 10 minutes on top of that. Olive Branch to MEM via Winchester and 78, 17 minutes. And from South Haven up 55 to Shelby Drive and coming up that way about 10 minutes this afternoon. So if you are traveling to Memphis International, just know that you need to check in with your carrier for one, because there are some delays that have pushed back upwards of 2 and 3 hours of time. And then on top of that, the roadways are a mess this afternoon.
Yes, indeed. Stay home. That's why we keep saying it. Look, we still have the tornado watch in effect as well. That's going to go until 7 o'clock. I think the tornado threat's gone for along and north of 40, but we're keeping a close eye right here around Sardis Lake. As a matter of fact, meteorologist Eric Brill was checking out a little area right there. I can even see the rotation on it as this is moving through northern Panola County. It looks like something's up right there. Eric, what are you seeing?
Yeah, Ron, and especially just this is an area that obviously got tattooed pretty hard here going back, about 48 or 70 or so hours ago. Just on the eastern side here of really Panola County, as you did note here, you see some of these greens and reds that are interacting with each other. Worthwhile to note, this does not have a tornado warning on it. This doesn't have a severe thunderstorm warning on it. It's just something that caught my eye as far as those greens and reds kind of interacting with each other right now. But with that said, this is east of I-55. If you're over towards Glenville, if you're near Fredonia Road, over towards Smart Road, Partee Road, Paul White Road, Kelsey Massey Road, further to the north, Mount Vernon Road, Tyro, Luxahoma, Tyro Road, Wyatt Tyro Road, Rock Hill Road, Tucker Box Road, Childress Road, some of those areas over there that are in northeastern Panola County, far southeastern Tate County, northwestern Lafayette County. Those are some of those areas you have to keep a close eye on right now. Yet again, not a tornado warned storm, but just at least there's at least a little bit of spin in the sky here. And that rotation detector too, it is indicating here that there's at least potentially something going on. If you look, you see the green that's in the middle of your screen right now. What I'm keeping an eye on is this red area right here where we could be seeing some strong rotation around right now. So Ron, this kind of caught my eye here, and I know that you saw it on your side monitor over there. So I do think this is really worthwhile to keep keep a close eye on right now.
Yeah, I tell you what, I want you to keep a very close eye on that. By the way, I got to give you props on those roads over there. Eric's from Long Island, so welcome to the South. We've got some interesting roads here, but we're going to continue to monitor this and the entire line. But Griffin Demaray is out in the elements right now. He showed us some incredible flooding from Overton Park Golf Course. You're at a church fire right now. Griffin, you want to talk more about that?
Yeah, guys, we're in Marion, just off of I-55. This is Pleasant Grove Baptist Church. And from the people that I talked to on scene, they said it was from a lightning strike. Now, this thing has totally gone up in flames. A woman just told me that the roof was actually brand new on this building. Again, lightning strike. This whole thing went up. You could see that dark smoke. They're really trying to put it out. There was just a loud bang not too long ago.
I like to take some when y'all get there, please.
Yeah, 1 second, ma'am. And then, again, just fire just kind of went up in flames. And you could see it started kind of on the roof, on the side there, and they just haven't been able to contain it. The woman that was over there before told me that this has been going on for hours. She said it's been going on for at least an hour and maybe two, and they just can't get it out. It's truly unbelievable considering all the rain, but look at that thick, heavy smoke, man. God, that's just coming out like crazy. And it just can't stop. Again, not too long ago, loud bang from the back of the building. A bunch of fire crews rushed to the back. This is fairly close to a residential neighborhood as well. Like, we are just off of I-55, a bunch of residential neighborhoods, a bunch of people walking around, and they just cannot seem to get this thing out. Thick smoke just coming from that. They keep filling it with water. Again, guys, we're going to continue to monitor this situation, maybe talk to a couple people around the neighborhoods kind of along here, because, again, there is a side street right here with a ton of homes, but I know y'all got a lot going on radar still, so I'll send it back to you guys for now.
Thank you very much for that report, Griffin. You get new info, come right back to us, all right? Let us know. By the way, we're taking a look at radar imagery, going back a little bit to see if we can specifically find that possible lightning strike on our Lynx computer system. I think we may be able to display that coming up in a little bit. In the meantime, our Garner Montgomery is out in the field, I believe still in Bartlett. Can we touch base with him and check out what's going on there? All right, so here we go. I'm not sure what we're looking at right now. Joyce, Joe, you're standing by. Any idea? They're still in Bartlett, right by the Bartlett Library. That has just exacerbated tremendously just within the last few minutes. We were taking a look at that shot, 20 minutes ago? And now the water has risen even more considerably. There's the Bartlett Library there. You can see in the distance on the other side. Garner's doing a great job getting us the shots, but it's right there by the creek, the railroad tracks. This gives you an idea. These sites are what we are going to find all across the Mid-South through the remainder of the afternoon, into the evening, and the overnight hours. And when it gets dangerous once the sun goes down. JP?
All right, so we have some more flooded roads that are shut down. This from the city of Bartlett right now. As you continue to look at that video, please, of the flooding in front of the Bartlett Library, we want to show folks just how bad it is. All right, the list of areas that are flooded motorists should avoid in the city of Bartlett.
North Germantown Parkway and Old Brownsville Road and North Germantown Parkway and Highway 70, two highly traveled thoroughfares.
3500 block of Altruria Road, 3700 block of Appling Road.
And Baird Lane and Luther Road.
Also Yale Road between Bartlett Boulevard and Sycamore View. If you are driving, well, if you're driving, you're probably not listening to us. So if you are at home thinking about driving, do not. It is too dangerous. Memphis, Shelby County, the surrounding counties in the metro, rural and urban areas are flooding right now. This is not a drill. It is very dangerous. Stay home unless it is an emergency.
And it is a flood emergency.
Yes.
We have been, I don't know whether you call it upgraded or downgraded to.
We remain. We're under a flood emergency.
This is a flood emergency, and here's video proof of a flood emergency. This is what a flood emergency looks like in Bartlett. And
Let's go to Action News 5's Griffin Demaray now. I think he has someone who can talk to us about this experience being in the rain and with the flooding. Griffin, are you available?
Yeah, guys, I'm right here, still outside Pleasant Grove Baptist Church. I'm actually with one of the church members. This is Dorothy Pratt. Dorothy, you heard about the news. You live just down the street. You said you came out here. You see this.
Yeah.
Kind of what's going through your mind?
It really hurts. It really hurts because we're a closer family and we love each other. And to see this church been destroyed, it's been here for a long time and it's really hurting.
Yeah.
It's
I mean,
really hurting.
that is thick smoke that's
Yes,
coming from that building
yes.
right now.
And this
That's
church
gotta
been
hit.
here for a long time. We getting ready for our anniversary next Sunday, and it's really hurting us.
Yeah, how did you hear about it, and kind of what did you think when you first came up here?
It wasn't as bad as it is now, but it's pretty bad now. It's pretty bad.
Yeah. How did you find out? Did someone tell you? Did you see the smoke in the sky?
Somebody called us and we came up here, and when we got here, it was on fire.
Yeah. I mean, how many members do you guys have at this church? Big congregation?
We got a big congregation,
Yeah, you said your pastor was just here not too long ago. Did you get to talk to him? Did you get to say anything to him, or did
I
you
got
just...
a chance to tell him that I was sorry, and we're going to get over this.
Yeah.
God got a bigger plan for us.
Yeah. Tell me, last thing. This is the place where you go to worship. This is the place where you go to clear your mind away from everything that's happened.
Yes, sir.
You see the place that you go every Sunday
Yes,
like
sir.
this.
Yes, sir.
What's that feeling?
It's hurt. It's a hurting feeling. It's a hurting feeling. To see there's something that you go work to God in and you pour your heart out to it every Sunday. It really hurting feeling.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I appreciate you talking to us. I appreciate you telling that story. I know it's hard.
Yeah.
Again, guys, Pleasant Grove Baptist Church. She corrected me before. We're actually in Sunset, just out of Marion. Again, a very small community. And again, that roof is just still going. The building on the side looks like a complete loss now. So only time will tell. We're going to continue to talk to people around here, try to get in touch with the fire department, see kind of what their game plan is. But for now, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, let's go straight up Interstate 55 from Marion up to Blytheville to just talk briefly about all the roads that are closed there in this weather emergency. We received information from the city via the X platform.
Yeah, so several cars are stalled out in the middle of the intersection in the Moultrie, Ruddle, Ohio, and Leewood areas. Apparently it's completely flooded there.
That's right. And here's a live picture of the interstate at Blytheville, Arkansas. And according to the city's website, there are 2 flood-prone areas in the city due to the Pemiscot Bayou. And they say flash flooding is rather common there. And if they ever receive 4 to 5 inches of rain in a few hours of time, it's not uncommon to see flooding in parts of Blytheville. Right. So this has to be, obviously we can't see it from this interstate camera, but in town there, in the streets we just mentioned, there is a lake forming.
And that camera shows the rain is still coming down for Blytheville and the rest of the Mid-South right now. Any chance we can take the shot of the bridge where I-40 and I-240 meet, the flyover, and see what the flooding is like there? I'm curious. We had flooding in prior days. I just want to make sure that section is okay.
I gotta take this.
Take it away. All right, let's toss it to Ron now.
Let's go to this right now. Let's come to me on the first alert Doppler radar, please. Tornado warning just issued. This is the storm that we were watching just moments ago. Eric Brill and I were keyed in on this coming out of Tate County right now. We've got a tornado warning that is now in effect. This is going to be, let me give you a look at the warning here. This is going to be for Benton, DeSoto, Fayette, and Marshall County. It's going to go until 5:15. I'm going to zoom in just a little tighter here, take a closer look at that area of where we were seeing the potential rotation. It looks like we got a pretty well-defined little area of circulation. It was just to the north and west of Sardis Lake that's moving off to the northeast. Let's go ahead and put a track on it. I'm going to track it from this area right here up through the polygon, take it off to the northeast. Aiken's going to move in at 4:38. Then it moves into Bet, 4:42. Chilhoma at 4:45. Galena, 4:51. Byhalia, 4:57. Then it moves on into Holly Springs right around 5:01. There's your first alert. Attaway, 5:07. Then it's going to move into Piperton right around 5:12. So this is an area that we were watching moments ago for a little circulation. Eric, what are you showing there on the rotation detector?
So, Ron, there's definitely some rotation going on right now into southeastern corner of Tate County. Right now, we have a skip marker. It unfortunately it isn't showing the BTI number on this, so that's worthwhile to point out here right now. You were talking about Aiken. That's where it looks like there could be some strong rotation right now, just on the south and southwest side of town over towards the bar. If we take a little bit closer of a look right now, we're looking at State Highway 4 over towards Aiken Road, Crown Road, Jason Patrick Road, Tate Marshall Road, Smart Road, let's see, King Road, Millwright Road, South Mullen Road, Wall Hill Farms Road, over towards Orion, Rebecca Drive, Alvin Drive, Mount Sinai Road, Union Valley Road. If you live in that area, this would be Marshall County now, and into northeastern portions of Tate County, get in your safe place, put as many walls between yourself and the outside world, and seek shelter, as there is a tornado warning in place right now. This is a radar-indicated tornado warning. It's not one that has been confirmed on the ground here, but Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, we've been keeping a close eye on this here over about the past 20 minutes or so, and it is one that we will continue to monitor as this does continue. It is until 5:15. Worthwhile to note that as well, and this is moving to the northeast here at about 35 miles per hour. So if you're over towards Holly Springs and Byhalia, good idea this is your first alert right now for the potential of a tornado that is headed in your direction over the next few minutes and, well, really over the next hour as well.
And it is a Doppler radar indicated tornado. There is no confirmation. And look, we've got storm spotters all over this area. Moderate risk in place across the Mid-South today due to the threat for the potential tornado development. Right now, we're seeing this one. It's moving on into, let me see if I can put a little info on here for you quickly and show you where it is going. That warning is going to remain until, give me just a couple more minutes here. 5:15, all right? So tornado warning, Lafayette, Marshall, Panola, and Tate County. That's going to go until 5:15. We've got a tornado warning for that area. I'm going to clear this out of here. Let's put this whole thing into motion for you, let you see where it's going over the next few minutes, and give you your first alert on how things are going to play out as that moves off to the northeast. Again, keep in mind that whole line making a push to the east, but that little area of circulation moving in that direction, that's going to take it right towards Holly Springs, where we've seen a lot of activity over the last couple of days, particularly Wednesday night into the early morning hours of Thursday. Here's your first alert to what's going on elsewhere around the area. The heavy rain still continues across parts of West Tennessee. Selmer, you've got some torrential rain that's just about to move in there. No warnings at this time. Want to watch that little area that's right there to the north of you. Let me throw a scope on it, see what it looks like north of 64. Maybe a little broad scale rotation in there. I don't see that tight couplet just yet, but again, we want to watch that closely. So I'm going to clear that out of here, put that into motion. We'll put a track on that as well for you as that lifts off to the northeast. And it looks like the heavier precipitation right now staying just to the north of Selmer, but at the same time, there's more rain coming in behind, and you're certainly going to see your share of it before it's all said and done. So that's the movement of that particular portion of that cell. 40 Forks, that's going to move in at 442. Then we'll see it get into Leapwood at 449. Sweet Lips, 452. Should move into Morris Chapel right around 456. We'll see it get into Roby about 501. Look at the big picture once again. Here is this whole line of rain and thunderstorm activity. Severe thunderstorm warning looks like it's for Sunflower County right now, but this whole line, as I track that off to the east, I think it's slowed down considerably. Has it, fellas?
Without a doubt.
I'm tracking, I tell you what, I'm not even going to put a track on it because I'm tracking it about 50 miles per hour. So looks like it is moving at about 35 to 40 miles per hour. Am I right with that, Eric?
Yeah, agreed. And Ron, hey, we got to check this out here. Now we have a new skid on this.
Let's take a look.
This has a BTI now of 6.3. So that went from essentially not existing here just a few moments ago, and now it's up to a 6.3. Once that BTI number, it's known as the Barron Tornado Index, it ranges from 1 to 10 right now. And once that number climbs above 5, that's okay, we got to monitor this. Once that number climbs to 7, unfortunately, that's when we do think that there could be a tornado on the ground right now. So we're going to keep an extremely close eye on that. Yet again, there is a tornado warning warning right now that does include the far northern portion of Panola County, the eastern portion of Tate County, far southeastern DeSoto County, and the majority of Marshall County, as well as a far northwestern tip of Benton County right now for a storm that is moving to the northeast at about 35 miles per hour. We'll note that there is definitely some sort of broad rotation at the absolute least right now. We're looking over near Aiken. This is pretty much near the intersection of eastern Tate County, as well as into Marshall County, right where Marshall County has that little bit of a kick out or that jut out to the west. That's what we're keeping an eye on right now. Mariana, this is Mariana, Mississippi right now. Orion, Wall Hill, for some roads that are out here, Chulahoma Road, Mariana Road, North Mullins Road, Union Valley Road, South Red Banks Road, Macaulay Road, McClatchy Road, Old Hernando Road, and Lester Road. If I call that your road name right there and you are in Marshall County, if you're just to the west of Holly Springs, get in your safe place right now, as we do have that tornado warned storm right now. Fortunately, it's not on the ground right now. Let's be clear about that. This is radar indicated, but there certainly is at least some rotation that is embedded within this, Ron. So got to keep a really close eye on this, and this is an area that obviously has seen a lot of tornado activity here over the past few days.
Can you guys pop Max 2 behind me? We've got a track on it. I want to show you that right now, if that is possible. If not, you can come to my First Alert Doppler radar, but if Max 2 is handy, there you go, Wyatt 441, and we're tracking it from the center of rotation or potential rotation. So Wyatt 441, Chilhoma 445. These are many of the same names we called Thursday morning. Oh, and we're picking up a TDS right now. Is that what I'm seeing? No, you just put that on there? Okay, yeah, for reference. One, yeah. All right, I saw that pop up on there. You had me scared for a moment. Sorry. Mariana, Patrick's really good with the graphic system here. Mariana 452, 505, Holly Springs. It will be there. Then Higdon at 509, Atway at 514. Should get into Mount Pleasant at about 516. Piperton is going to move through there at 523. Now let's go back to Max 1. Let me show you the tornado watch that remains in effect. Again, northern Mississippi, really the prime area. I think we're about to lose the severe thunder or the severe potential along and north of the 40 corridor, but we still got to keep a close eye on this whole area. I'm going to track this off to the east because a whole line is pushing to the east. As I put some tools on here, let's take a look. The general movement of the activity, again, kind of like this direction right here. We got these storms coming in behind it. Look, a couple of tornado warnings there. I want to keep a close eye on Oxford for any potential development that may come. Looks like something's trying to develop in southern Quitman County, but that whole line itself making a march off to the east. So with that, I'm going to put a track on the whole line itself, and we'll track it from Selmer down to the west and south and move it off to the east northeast. These are some of the communities, just to give you your first alert to when that leading edge may start to move in. 445 into Cortland, Oxford, 527, then into Ripley at 548, should get into Corinth right around 618, 7 o'clock into Boonville, 732 Saltillo, then Columbia, 806, and 820 into Lawrenceburg. That will take it outside the Action News 5 coverage area, but right now, one tornado warning that is in effect. That tornado warning right now, it is for Marshall County, Benton, DeSoto, and Tate counties. That's going to go until 5:15. But let's take a look at this little area that's down here to the south. Matter of fact, let me go back to the home view. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning right now that is in effect for southern Clarksdale and Quitman County, or southern Coahoma County and Quitman County. As I put the information on here, the severe thunderstorm warning itself, Coahoma, Panola, Quitman, and Tallahatchie, tornado possible. That goes until 5:30, but just to the south, we do have an active tornado warning for Grenada, LaFleur, and Sunflower counties. And as you take a quick look at this activity, watch this moving off to the east. Starting to see a little bit of a bowing segment, and the southern portion of that bow is where we're seeing a little vortex start to develop. There could possibly be one on the north side of that as well, but the stronger wind is right there on that leading edge. So we'll be watching that over the next few minutes. Tell you what, let me pull this down just a little bit and let's track this to the north and northeast, because that's about to move into Panola County if it continues to move in that direction. Let me throw some of these tools up here. Then we'll put this track right here. And I'll tell you what, I'm going to track it from right there. And then let's just bring that off to the northeast on through Lafayette County and the town of Oxford. So this could impact you within the next few minutes. So 452 Lambert, 5 o'clock, Crowder. You got a pretty potent storm moving in. Tornado warned to the south of it, but the stronger winds, the heavier precipitation, that's likely going to be moving in at the very least at 5 o'clock into Crowder. Batesville, 522. Then it moves on into Tillatoba at about 526. Taylor, 548. Oxford, 556. Burt, 616. And then Potts Camp is going to move into there at 628. p.m. this evening. We've been tracking storms since just before or right around midday today. We continue now as we're approaching 5 o'clock at 4:45. A lot of activity, but the focus at this time right here in northeast Mississippi, where we've still got a lot of warm air in play, but we're starting to see a couple of these little cells spin, and more specifically for the Action News 5 coverage area, this little cell that's starting to move a little closer to Orion and Chilhoma. As a matter of fact, Eric, you've got a pretty good view on it. What are you seeing?
So, Ron, there's definitely at least something going on there as far as the winds disagreeing with each other per se, and there being at least some rotation going on in the sky right now. And some of these greens and reds, they are pretty bright right now. So this is definitely something we got to keep a close eye on right now over towards Orion. Now we are looking more so into Marshall County than really Tate County. So if you are in, yet again, Orion, Mariana, Watson, over towards Mahone, Red Banks, Holly Springs, especially on the north and west side of town, and that's really the case really along Highway 78/I-22, over towards South Red Banks Road, Union Valley Road, North Mullins Road, Mariana Road. This is in Marshall County. I want to be clear on that. This is not in northeast Arkansas, as well as Victoria Road, Gardner Road, and Bogan Road. Get inside that safe place right now. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside world, and keep an eye out for this. The rotation detector, it has simmered down ever so slightly compared to one of the more recent updates right now, but we still got to really keep a close eye on this because there is some broad rotation out there, and if nothing else, this is untapped air that has been around here within this portion of the Mid-South. I do always kind of keep an eye on, so this way, let me take a wider view out and then we'll kind of dive back into this here. So we're looking right now at the entire Mid-South. The area that we're keeping the closest eye on is into eastern portions of Tate County, but really more so Marshall County than anything else. I do like to keep a close eye on things when we start seeing some of these little red dots pop up here with respect to this specific storm threat, because what I saw when we were going back to Wednesday night and Thursday morning, once we start having kind of a little bit of a square of reds, there's usually a yellow that gets embedded within that here, and that has been a good indication that there was a tornado on the ground here. This is also going back a few days ago, but fortunately we're not seeing that. But if there were to be a tornado, I do think it would be somewhere right near Orion, and this has been a radar indicated storm. So at least there is some good news that this hasn't been confirmed on the ground, and we haven't even gotten a report of a funnel cloud or anything like that. But Ron, we were keeping a close eye on this here just a few minutes ago, and looking further to the south here, we got to keep an eye on some of those storms that could be approaching portions of Panola and Lafayette counties as well.
Yeah, because that's still a ripe environment down there. And I tell you, once we get it clear of Lafayette County, I think we're going to be in pretty good shape in regard to at least the 278 corridor, but we still want to keep a very close eye on Marshall County from Holly Springs south, Benton, Tippah, Alcorn County, still an untapped air mass and some pretty potent storms moving in your direction. And we're seeing this potential for some little cells trying to rotate within the leading edge of that. I even see a little bit of an inflow notch that's right there around Panola County right now. Nothing, no tornado warning there, but at the same time, it could spin up very quickly. But let me put a quick track on this leading edge that is just south of the polygon, all right? So I want to watch this very carefully. I'm going to come back to that tornado warning. And by the way, for our friends to the north who are in northwest Tennessee, we're not talking about you right now because you're just dealing with rain, okay? The severe threat is not there for you. So everybody that's basically along and north of 40 from Memphis west, you're in good shape. But Aiken, 456, the potential for some strong winds to come into there. Chilhoma at 506, can't rule out the possibility of a quick spin-up tornado, but at the very least, heavy rain, strong gusting wind. And then Galena, 513, Abbeville, 518, Potts Camp, that's going to move in at 533. Should be in Winburn at 536. Hickory Flat, it's coming your way at 544. Heavy rain, strong wind. That's going to be crossing 22 right there around, I think we'll see that cross around 5:30 or so, 5:33, but then move into Blue Mountain by about 5:59. So the loop on this, once again, showing you what we are seeing right there. There is some little something trying to spin right there, but that's very typical as we see this. Patrick?
Ron, I was going to say on T.A, I pulled up the bicycle road overpass camera. This is I-22, just outside of Holly Springs. If the storm that we are tracking is going to go in the direction, it would be in this direction. So this is about 2 or 3 miles on the west side. So if you come through Holly Springs, there's 2 exits. There you got the West Holly Springs exit, and then you have the Holly Springs exit. This would be about a mile away from the West Holly Springs exit. You're looking back towards, like if you're looking towards Memphis. So again, this is looking towards the west along I-22. If we're going to get a visual of it, it'd be at this projection here. Right now, that storm is, where the rotation is crossing Mississippi Highway 309. 309 takes you from about Chulahoma, and Highway 4 takes you back up towards Byhalia. This is going to go closer to Holly Springs than it would to Byhalia. So just a heads up, Holly Springs, Red Banks, go ahead and be in a safe place, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home. And unfortunately, as we were talking about a couple of minutes ago, it seems like this is going to go towards those areas that were hit on Thursday morning, very early Thursday morning. Let's hope that there's nothing. We don't have any confirmation, and let's hope that it continues to be the case. But again, we at least have a camera in that area that we can at least take a look at and make a determination. Again, this is going through a very rural area there in southern portions of Marshall County, but a heads up for our friends in Holly Springs and Red Banks. Go ahead, take the course of least regret. Go ahead and be in that safe place, interior room, away from windows, lowest floor of your home.
Thank you. And Patrick, I'm going to ask that you just kind of keep an eye on that camera. If you see something, jump right in, all right? We're also seeing flood warnings coming into play for that area too. As a matter of fact, right now we've got a flash flood warning for Panola, Quitman, Tate, and Tunica counties. Heavy rain has moved on through there. Our flood emergency continues for Memphis and Shelby County. We're seeing some catastrophic flooding in and around the city and around Shelby County and into DeSoto and Crittenden County as well.
Hey, Ron, we got another tornado warning down south.
Let's do it. Let me take a look. I see it right there in Panola County. Here we go. Let's take a closer look at what's been. And this is what we were just tracking moments ago. Let me give you the info on this. Tornado warning right now. This is for Panola, Quitman, Tallahatchie, and Yalobusha counties. It's going to go until 5:30. So again, Panola, Quitman, Tallahatchie, and Yalobusha County. This is the area that we were concerned about as a result of the really just warm air that remains in place right there. Let's put a quick track on it. I'm going to do a couple of tracks, all right? First, I'm going to do just a wide track to show you that whole line. Moving to the east-northeast, so Allen, 453, Crowder, 502. Then it's going to get into Charleston right around 509, 515 into Chapelton, then Batesville, 523. Should move into Eureka Springs, 529. Shuford at about 535. I'm going to throw the scope on here. Let's see if I can detect. There's a little something. I think I may really just kind of be outside of the radar view itself. Maybe a little something out there. Do you have a better view on that, Eric? Because what I'm seeing is back here, and this is really, it's back around southern Quitman County, but I think I may be.
Yeah, this is obviously in a tough spot, Ron, because it's in
there it is. Look at that. Is that it? Can you see what I'm pointing at right there? Is that where we may have our circulation?
It would be on the bookend, so that would be close to where it is. So it would be north of moving up towards the north of Charleston. So you're in the right place.
So I tell you what, let's just track it out from that. I'm going to do a wide fan track on it. So if you're anywhere in any of these communities, I want you in the lowest floor of your home. Get to your storm shelter if you can. Right now, Crowder, 501, Asa. It's going to come in there at 512. Pope, 517. Then it moves into Batesville about 523. Sardis, 534. Water Valley, 542. 548 into Taylor. Oxford, you were in the path. Looks like it's going to come in there just before 6 o'clock, coming up at 5:56. We're also seeing a tremendous amount of rain with this. And Any rotation that does develop could become rain wraps, coming down just over 2¼ inches per hour. So a lot of precipitation there, close to 2 inches per hour, just to the south of
Ron.
Quitman County. Yeah, what do you have, Patrick?
Let's go over to that T.A camera, because that storm is approaching that camera here very shortly. You can see how it's changed the atmosphere. Again, you're looking towards the west along I-22. This is at Bicycle Road, the overpass there right before you get to the West Holly Springs exit. That storm is going to come up from the left. And the National Weather Service noting that there has been a little bit of an uptick in its rotation within the last couple of minutes. So I'm going to keep an eye on this. I know that there's some good news that you're about to tell us, Ron.
Yeah.
So let's get the silver lining really quickly, and we'll circle back to this.
All right, let me show you this. Tornado watch has been removed for just about all of West Tennessee. Hardeman, McNairy, Chester County, hang in there. It's almost out, but right now our focus is really along and south of the 40 corridor. This is now going to remain until midnight tonight. So many counties have been removed, but because of the slow-moving nature of this storm, National Weather Service extending it to midnight. I don't think it's going to be in there till midnight tonight. Good news, eastern Arkansas, you're out of it. If you are west of 55 from Tate County to Tunica County, Clarksdale, you're out of it. Quitman County, you're out of it. DeSoto County, no longer under a tornado watch. The focus now well to the east, and that's where we're seeing all of the activity right now. We have 2 tornado warnings that are currently in place. The first one right here for Marshall and Tate County, Benton, DeSoto, Fayette County included in this as well. That goes until 5:15, and then just to the south, we've got this activity right there around southern Quitman County, that under a tornado warning as well, and that is going to remain until 5:30. So Panola, Quitman, Tallahatchie, Yalobusha counties under the tornado warning until 5:30. So 2 active tornado warnings at this time, both of them making a move to the east-northeast and possibly producing some damaging wind. A lot of lightning associated with that as well. As a matter of fact, look at this little cell right here. Just to the south of Quitman County, there's almost 700 strikes of lightning in there.
And Ron,
what do you got?
The National Weather Service they're gonna put up another tornado warning just to the south of that southern one here.
Yeah.
So that is going to include Tallahatchie and Yalobusha counties. I know that's out of the immediate mid-south coverage area, but still just
watch us.
Still want to note that as well. Kind of interesting though that they dropped the watch for Quitman County when we still have that tornado warning ongoing right now. That's interesting here. But we got to keep an eye obviously on both of these here, especially the one that's moving through Marshall County, because there's going to be a lot of people that are looking upstream that, especially as we move towards Fayette County, Hardeman County, and over into McNairy County, where we've seen a lot of activity going on here lately. But there is definitely some rotation we got going on here right now. Kind of keep an eye on that the MDOT camera over there too.
I was going to say, Early Grove, Sladen, go ahead and take that course of least regret. If you know somebody in those areas, let them know, text them, let them know if they've been out and about here today trying to clean up or things of that nature. Let's go over to the T-Dot camera. That's going to be at, again, near Bicycle Road and I-22. And this is the storm that is approaching. It is about 2 miles away from crossing this. We'll have a good visual on this as it's coming across, and we'll be able to say, okay, is it a tornado or not? Let's hope it's not. I'm going to look over here and see the correlation coefficient, and it's a little messy. It's far away from the. It's kind of far away from the radar site, but this is something that will definitely catch your attention if you are in this area. You're probably hearing the sirens there in Marshall County. So not only in Holly Springs, but again, if you live along Mississippi Highway 7, Mississippi Highway 4, going northbound, heading up towards the areas that were hit hardest on Thursday morning, Early Grove, Sladen, those areas. And then, as Eric was saying, then you start extrapolating that into southern Fayette County, southern Hardeman County, LaGrange, Grand Junction, those areas. Be in a safe place and start thinking about that. The warning's not out for you just yet, but just go ahead and start thinking about that, because it's about 30 minutes away from making their way, that storm, into your area. Let's go back over to the camera, and again, starting to see that rotation getting in that camera shot there. Yeah, and it oddly enough, it kind of looks like in the distance, it looks like that storm that me and Matt were on earlier when it was coming across Crittenden County. So again, this storm is coming up from the left side to the right side. So from left to right on your screen, that's where that storm is going to be coming from, and it should be cresting at 22 here very shortly, Ron.
Eric, what do you got? What do you have?
Keep an eye out with the debris detector. You're talking about that here, Patrick, and this is approaching I-22 right now near Red Banks and Victoria. If you know anybody along Church Road, Red Banks Road, or if you are along Rabbit Ridge Road, Beverly Lane, State Highway 737, this is yet again in Marshall County, Church Road, Briscoe Road, over towards Moore Road. Get in that safe place right now, because the potential is at least there that we could be seeing at least a funnel cloud, some spin within the sky right now. This is definitely a serious situation. You want to treat this here, and this is an area that did get hit and had a bunch of storms go through on Thursday morning. We're kind of under the gun yet again here. If you're in Holly Springs right now, get into that safe place over into northern Benton County. Get in that safe place right now. So
did I see a BTI over 4 on that?
So
what was it? The BTI is the Barron Tornado Indicator. All right, so that's on a scale of 1 to 10. 10's the greatest probability there's a tornado, 1 the lowest. Just under a 5, but maybe upticked a little bit.
Yeah, that's been fluctuating back and forth a little bit. I want to say it was at a lower 6 earlier, so it keeps fluctuating back and forth here. But Ron, quite frankly, keep in mind the storm that went through Selmer here on Thursday morning, when it was going through Selmer, it had a BTI in the 4s as well.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
especially
sure
too, keep in mind, we were talking about this when we were reviewing that Thursday morning film yesterday, that this is going through a lot of rained areas that are seeing rain right now to the north between there and the radar site. So it's going to convolute things a little bit too.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Let's put some tracks on this right now. Let me give you your first alert to where this is going. I want to start with this cell right here that's moving on into Marshall County, the one that we originally focused on, and it looks like there's a little something trying to hook in behind it as well. I'm going to throw the scope on here and see if we can see a couple of little distinct areas of rotation. Nothing really significant on this portion of it, but there's a little something that's coming into play right back here. We may have a little small little meso low that may be working through there. Then again, it's likely just the inflow that's coming in from around that cell itself. Let me hit the next rad, and I'm going to put a track on this. And I tell you what, I will track it. Tell you what, fellas, should I be tracking that south of 22, or are we looking at something that's right
south
there?
South of 22.
Yeah, south
right
of
there.
22.
All right, so let's take it up to the north, northeast. There we go. So Mahan, 508. Mac, 512. Tasca, 515. Then Atway, right around 518. Sladen, 522. Rossville, 529. It's going to get into Moscow at about 534. 539 should move into Canadaville. So we have a tornado warned storm right now. This tornado warning going to remain in effect until 5:15. Now we slide a little farther to the south. We got another one that's coming in through southern Quitman County. And I think the reason Quitman County was removed from this tornado watch is because that's just about out right now. And really the area of circulation seems to be right here. Let's see if I can put a quick track on that to show you where it's going over the next few minutes. And again, we'll track that outside the polygon because that's likely or possibly going to hold together. Crowder, 505. Mims, 510. Then it moves into Asa at about 516. Cortland, 523. Batesville, 527. Shuford, 534. Then it's going to move into Sardis right around 538. That's also going to be followed by some very, very heavy rainfall. Look at these rain returns here coming out close to 3 inches per hour on that. I'm wondering if we're hitting that, getting any hail in those, because, you know, guys, we were talking earlier this week about the potential for some big hailers with this, particularly for Saturday, and now don't see anything there. This is just absolutely saturated. So I think because it is raining so heavily, it's bringing down a column of air with it. And as it does, that heavy rain comes down to the surface. It can also spread out, and it can create some little vortices on the north and south end of that main little bowing segment that's in place. Patrick, what's the camera looking like there right now?
Give me 2 seconds to bring it back up, but
right.
I am pulling it up right now. And there we go. Go ahead and take it now. And that's what it looks like. Again, that's Bicycle Road, about a mile away from the West Holly Springs exit. You're looking to the west. And again, it doesn't look as impressive as it did a couple of minutes ago, but now we're underneath the clouds that are in association with the actual storm itself. There's still some rotation. I will say it looks messier than it did about 3 minutes ago. So
Eric, you've got a shear marker on it. You want to talk about what you're seeing there?
that's actually the one down in Tallahatchie.
Oh, is that
Yeah,
okay?
this one's
All right, so
further to
that's
the south,
the southern one.
Yeah, so this is right now, we're looking into northern Tallahatchie County, and this is trying to move itself into southern Panola County. So if you know anybody over in Cortland right now, that's where there is a tornado warning in place. If we take a look at the skit number, let's see if we're going to be able to pop that up here. Okay, we got a new one in here now. That just read a 4.8 on here. So your first alert right now, if you are into Panola County, this is registering as a 4.8 on the Barron Tornado Index. The BTI, that's the number on the right-hand side of your screen. That is the lowest there. That's not within that Cortland 534 time range. Could be some small hail embedded, and that storm top is at about 41,000 feet. So it certainly is a tall storm. And it's in an environment that if something's going to happen out of this, this is the general area. Got an inflow notch that looks to be appearing too, just to the west of Cortland. So this whole area, I mean, there's rotation in the sky pretty much, you could say, from the intersection of Quitman and Tallahatchie counties all the way really up to about the Mississippi-Tennessee state line here into Fayette, Benton, as well as Hardeman counties here. So that whole line, there's just at least a little bit of spin here. The good news is we have nothing that is confirmed on the ground. We really need to definitely reiterate that right now. All these have been radar indicated tornado warnings around the Mid-South right now, but we are keeping a close eye. And Ron, looking to the north right now, this is right in between Bahaley and Holly Springs. We have a BTI that is 6.6. So that number is certainly, unfortunately,
That's jumped up.
Yeah, that's not a great thing to see clearly here.
Well, it's a moisture-rich environment. It's untouched.
Yeah.
We saw one storm there yesterday, Marshall County, I believe. It was a pretty significant little hook echo on that.
Yeah, it was trying the entire time, but it got too tall for its britches, basically, because there was too much wind shear above it, and then it hit a ceiling and it fell over on itself. So that's what happened. That's a good thing because it was trying to go for quite some time. I do want to circle back to the T.A.
Do it.
And look at that camera. Again, we're starting to see the rain coming through here. The storm itself, again, looking a little bit messier from the perspective of the rotation. It's not fully there, but it's trying to get its act together. It's coming and going. I'd say it like that. It's crossing Mississippi Highway 311 right now. So this is in that same general vicinity as we were talking about that had been hit hard by that EF3 that went through there just a day or so ago. It feels like it was a month ago at this point, but definitely, within the last 36 hours. So I'll cross Highway 72, right there close to the Benton County line. So if you live closer to the Benton County line where Highway 7 gets to Highway 72, where the roundabout is, that general vicinity. So if you are in that area of Sladen to Early Grove, back over to northwestern Benton County, where you've got the roundabout in that general vicinity, you need to start thinking about this. This is going through some rural lands. This is going through the Holly Springs National Forest. So this is going to go through an area that if it wanted to hit some trees and throw a debris signature, it could do that and probably not have any problems, but we're not seeing that. And that's good news so far at this hour.
Eric, pop that up there. Let's take a look at that debris detector that you're looking at right now. And you want to explain what we're seeing there? There's there's certainly some rotation within there.
Right.
But
so as far there's basically a gap in the data that's occurring right now, just to the south of Slayton and to the north of
It's side lobe.
Right.
So we're getting some side lobe contamination on that as a result. It's a little tough for the radar to see itself.
It's folding over right there. So that's why it's doing what it is, and that's why I said it's messy. Go ahead and take the course of least regret. It'll be interesting to see if they do continue that warning into Fayette County and Hardeman County. I would go ahead and say if you live in those areas, LaGrange, Moscow, and Grand Junction, you probably want to go ahead and just take that course of least regret and just start thinking about, okay, where do I need to go in this situation? Some of you have damages to your home in those areas. I know that right now you may be in a panicked or a frenzied state thinking another one could be on the way. As far as right now, we do not have a confirmation of a tornado ground, whether it be radar indicated, spotter indicated. None of that is confirmed. We are seeing rotation in the storm, but I will tell you, again, it looks a little messy, but it is heading in your direction, and the warning is still there to your south. Just a heads up, wanted to give you that first alert that you could be underneath the tornado warning here shortly. We'll just see how the Weather Service wants to play it. But I wanted to give you that first alert in southern Fayette and southern Hardeman County. But northern Marshall, northern Benton County, yeah, you still need to be treating this as such a tornado warning.
All right, Patrick, I want to slide a little farther south. We were looking at that storm that was coming in out of southern Quitman County. There may have been some damage as that moved through LaFleur County. National Weather Service reporting the possibility there. And the cell also showing some pretty significant rear flank downdraft on the backside of it. That too could create some big time damage. But right now we still have an active tornado warning right now. This is for southeastern Quitman County, Panola, Tallahatchie, Yalobusha counties. That's going to go until 5:30. So we got about another 20 minutes on that. Now just to the south of that, Tallahatchie, Yalobusha County, that's going to go until 5:45. Another tornado warning that is in place there. Let's put a track on this, give you an idea of where this storm is going, and I'm going to track it from the area of potential rotation. Whoops, let me pan over to the side over here and move this over just a little bit. Let's take a look at the overall velocity view on it, because there we go. There's a little something, you can almost see it right there. This is base velocity. I'm going to lay over the storm relative velocity. So what we're looking at, the base velocity, just basically the winds within the storm. Storm relative velocity is taking along into consideration the speed that the storm is moving, combined with the wind speeds themselves. So as we take a look, we may see a little tighter rotation, and there is a noticeable little couplet that's in place right there. So I'll tell you what, let me track that, and let's put that, I'm going to put a track right here, take it off to the north and northeast right now. Pope 519, some rotation coming your way. Batesville 524, Sardis, that's going to move in at 536. If you're in any of these communities, I want you in your safe place right now. Get in your storm shelter, lowest portion of your home. If you don't have a storm shelter, make sure you are away from exterior walls, windows. Just put as many walls as you can between you and the outdoors. Also, make sure you've got a way to get warnings. Take that along the First Alert weather app on your smartphone or tablet. And if you got a weather radio, make sure that is on in the event of additional warnings being issued. Taylor, that's coming in at 5:51. Oxford, you're still in the path, 5:59. So just before 6 o'clock, that's going to move on into Lafayette County and Oxford. Abbeville, 6:06. Toccopola, right around 5:20 or 6:20, excuse me. And then Thaxton, that's going to move in there, coming in right around 6:26 right now. So that's a look at that. I'm going to put it into motion for you. Yeah, let's hear it.
National Weather Service employee from the National Weather Service in Jackson, he reported that a station there, Davis Station, which is a pretty good, reliable weather equipment.
It's what we have here.
Yeah, it's what we have here. 85-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Phillip, Mississippi. That's in northern Tallahatchie County.
Yeah, there's going to be some serious wind damage with this at the very least.
I do want to go back to the Marshall County storm. There was another area that started to pop up. Eric Brill had it up on the link system.
Yeah.
But we were looking at it. It seemed like there was another area of rotation that reformed south of Holly Springs. So Holly Springs, stay in your safe place. There you go, right there. Again, that's crossing Highway 7 right now. That would be close to Love's truck stop down there on the south side of town. So again, if you are in that area, that bright green, that's what we're watching. That's going to work its way up towards Higdon Road, cross Highway. Well,
oh, that's a new scan right there. That tightened up a little bit, guys.
And unfortunately, we don't have an MDOT camera there. There's not an MDOT camera there in the city of Holly Springs, but it looked a little interesting, and we just don't know what we're seeing there, because it went from what we were watching up near Early Grove and jumped down to the south. The storm recycled to the south. So that's what we're tracking right now, is that storm that recycled farther down to the south, crossing I-22, Higdon Road, the east side of Holly Springs, being a safe place. Again, course of least regret, because we were watching the storm up to the north that was starting to fizzle out, didn't look as great, and then all of a sudden this popped up as it was crossing Highway 7.
National Weather Service saying they're not going to reissue the tornado warning here for Marshall County.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, we
share a brain here.
The three of us had
Children.
the same reaction.
I tell you what, though, we're going to go ahead.
We're
and
going to treat that as if.
track it.
Yeah,
okay?
there's no reason not to.
Let's just go ahead and continue to track it because what we're seeing is giving us some a little bit of concern. So Holly Springs, you need to be in your storm shelter now. Lowest floor of your home, away from exterior walls, windows. Let's keep that. I'll tell you what. Let me pop his view up there. So this is what we're looking at right now. I'm going to draw on this right here. There's that circulation right there near Holly Springs. Higdon, you're in the path as well. That is going to move off to the east-northeast as it continues to push on through. The warning itself is going to go until 5:15 officially, so about another 60 seconds left on that. However, we're still going to continue to watch it, track it, along with the storm that we're seeing just to the south. Here's a look at the big picture. And by the way, we also have over that tornado warning, there's a severe thunderstorm warning. So maybe National Weather Service is thinking, okay, the severe thunderstorm warning in place until 6, tornado possible. That's likely the reasoning there. And because there's been no visual confirmation, Patrick's still seeing nothing on the camera, I assume?
Yeah, the camera that we were looking at is on the west side of Holly Springs. That particular storm is now on the east side of Holly Springs because, again, it jumped and there's not an MDOT camera there. I do want to circle back at some point. We need to talk about the flooding that's still ongoing here in Shelby County. We got a lot of folks here who are still dealing with that. So I do want to circle back to that at one point. But again, you still have multiple tornado warnings that we're still working through. One in Marshall County and another one that is working its way out of Quitman County into southern Panola County.
So the one in Marshall County, that has now been dropped as of the last minute. So well, we are still keeping a close eye on that one here, but that's a very valid point, Patrick, as far as the flooding goes.
Yeah, we're going to continue to watch this area right here very closely. Tornado warning has been canceled, but severe thunderstorm warning still in place until 6 o'clock. And again, this is going to be primarily for Marshall, Tate County. I think you're in the clear for the most part. DeSoto, Fayette County. Fayette County is in the path of this, and even Shelby County included in that severe thunderstorm warning. This goes until 6 p.m. this evening, but we also have the tornado warning that is just to the south for Yalobusha and Tallahatchie counties. That goes until 5:45. That's just outside of our coverage area, but we are seeing some significant, or what we consider and see on our equipment to be some pretty decent rotation and a pretty strong signature. Look at that right there. You getting a shear marker or even a, what's a skit looking like on that?
So that shear marker, it is, that is a little bit old here.
Yeah, okay.
I'm kind of waiting for it to update itself here, Ron. But
okay.
The three of us, I'm going to kind of speak for the three of us. I think we're very surprised they didn't continue that tornado warning.
Yeah.
After
I am.
mentioning that, that was
specifically, yeah.
But I got to tell you guys, over the last 4 days, the folks at the National Weather Service have done an absolutely amazing job with multiple areas to analyze, look at, and look. We spend all day looking at the radar itself, and to try to just look at all of this and pick out those specific areas, it's tough. It is tough, but in general, they've been on top of just about everything. But right now, we're going to continue to watch this one very closely. But let's speak more on the flooding we're seeing here in Shelby County. Eric, if you do see something, I want you to come back to me. But right now, I want everybody who's in Holly Springs, right there around central Marshall County, just get in your storm shelter. Let that pass on through. Red Banks, Byhalia, you're in the clear for the most part. Heavy rain coming on down, but we still want to keep a close eye on folks in Potts Camp. We want to look at Hickory Flat on into Ashland as that's going to start to make its way into Benton County. So I want you to stay weather aware, just be in a safe place in your home. We've had no confirmed tornadoes this afternoon. However, tornado that did move through, our potential tornado, something came through LaForte County. It looks like there was some damage there. But right now, flooding. That remains the big issue for the city of Memphis and Shelby County. So we're still seeing a lot of activity in and around that area. I want to bring you some more views of our camera views. Things are looking a little better here from our Midtown camera as we take a look. But at the same time, we still have the flood emergency that remains in effect for Shelby and DeSoto County, as well as a portion of Crittenden County. That's going to go until 8:15. This water is not moving out anytime soon. And look, we've got more rain coming in back behind it that we're going to be dealing with. And until this whole line to the west pushes on out, which likely won't be until around midnight tonight, that flood threat is going to remain. Here's a look at our Midtown camera. This is from our tower camera out back. We're at 200 feet at 1960 Union Avenue, looking to the west toward downtown. At one point, couldn't have seen your hand in front of your face on that camera. And now we can see a view of downtown, but it is still raining and the flood threat still continues. This is our downtown Best Care Home Services camera. The rain on the lens there, I wonder if that rain filled up the pool at Mud Island, because you can still see there's a lot of water there. That Mississippi River also rising, could be cresting at about 38 feet, 37 to 38 feet as we get a little closer. Let's take a view at another camera, anything you have there, Jail, just so we can see. University of Memphis camera, I think that it's fogged up. That's what it is. That's what we're looking at. JP's got some new information for us. Let's go to Joyce Peterson. Eric and I and Patrick, we're going to continue to stay laser focused on that. Joyce, Joe, just know we may interrupt you at any moment's notice if we see anything new. Take it away.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to mention that we have heard from Memphis Shelby County Schools. You know, Ron was saying earlier, this is a flood emergency and it's prom night, that perhaps prom should be rescheduled. We've heard from Memphis Shelby County Schools, White Station High School prom. The spring formal has been canceled for tonight. It will be rescheduled. We also heard from MUS, Memphis University School, their spring formal canceled as well. It will be rescheduled. So White Station High and MUS, sorry kids, err on the side of caution though is what your school leaders are doing. Your dances will be rescheduled.
This is a flood emergency. Well, in all my years here, I don't remember us using those terms before. Flood warning, yes. But flood emergency, and we are seeing the reality of that everywhere you look. All our cameras, every one of our reporters is having to go through serious deep water everywhere across the Mid-South.
Yeah, I've driven in a lot of bad conditions in 30 years of reporting the news. I don't want to be driving today. You should not be driving today. And that goes for urban and rural areas. The list of streets that are closed. TDOT, Joe, you had mentioned earlier that the TDOT list was just incredible.
It's phenomenally
Benton
long.
County, State Route 191 between North Eagle Creek Road and Rockport McWillan Road closed. Carroll County, State Route 423 between State Route 76 and State Route 22 closed for flood repairs. Dyer County, State Route 104 between Andrea Drive and Bush Road has flooded. Conditions are bad. Use caution. Dyer County State Route 105, Dyer County State Route 210, Gibson County State Route 152. I will direct you to TDOT's website and to our website for full closures. TDOT doing an excellent job of updating highway conditions. If you must travel, then refer to TDOT or our website or MDOT if you're traveling through Mississippi. Get the road conditions first. They also have those cameras that you can look at. TDOT cameras are all working today. You can see the road conditions. Choose wisely before you go.
Carefully, Garner Montgomery is navigating around the Mid-South.
Oh.
And there he is. We have...
Where is he, y'all? Where is...
This is...
Browning Circle. Okay, Lamar and Airways. So he's in Memphis. There are neighborhoods like this where the drains simply could not handle the rain and they flooded.
So Garner is working as a one-man band today, I believe,
Yes.
with the camera. And so he is manning the camera there. And here's what we're talking about. This is what a flood emergency looks like.
Are they coming over to talk or just to rescue the dog?
And I think they're trying to rescue the puppy there.
Folks, I will tell you this. My mother was a news photographer for many, many years, worked in Chicago. The sickest she ever got was after covering a flood. She was in waders. There was a hole she did not know, a tiny hole in the waders. Flood water got in. She got so ill she had to be hospitalized. The things that are in flood water.
We just don't know.
You do not want to be in there. So get your animals, get your loved ones, get out of that water. Again, this is Memphis near Lamar and Airways on Browning Circle. Sorry you're going through
So
this,
there can be all kinds of chemicals in this water that we don't know about. There can be leaking tanks of all kinds. sewage. There can be any variety of ingredients in this that are just unknown.
Tornado warning for Lafayette, Panola, Tallahatchie, Yalobusha.
Let's take it right now. Let's go. Sorry, guys. Go. First alert Doppler radar right now. Here we go. Brand new warning just issued by the National Weather Service. Let me zoom on in here. There we go. Let's take a look at that. For whatever. I tell you what, Eric, I'm going to let you take it. I think I need to reset my computer. I've given it quite the workout here this afternoon. So let me let you take a quick look at that, talk more about that, and then I'm going to come over here, shut this down, and turn it right back on.
Copy, Ron. Sounds good. It seems like there's a lot of broad rotation within this here. Quite frankly, I was more impressed with what we had a little bit further to the north right now than necessarily what we have with this given tornado warning. But let's talk about some of the specifics within it. This tornado warning is in place right now for Panola, Lafayette, yet again, Yalobusha, as well as Tallahatchie County until 6:15 this evening. Time right now is 5:24 on Saturday. I'm meteorologist Eric Brill. We got Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers, Meteorologist Patrick Ellis, Joe Birch, and Joyce Peterson here in the house, keeping an eye on everything here across the Mid-South and a bunch of other people that we have here at Action News 5 to monitor the weather here across the Mid-South. We are keeping a close eye on the tornado warning that was just issued here for portions of, yet again, Yalobusha, as well as Panola, Tallahatchie, and Lafayette counties here. Oxford, Mississippi is specifically within this warning right now. So if you do hear the sirens here in Oxford, the reason why is because there is a tornado warning in place right now. Fortunately, this is a radar indicated tornado warning. It's not on the ground. We haven't had any sort of confirmation of an observance of a funnel cloud or anything in this area, although meteorologist Patrick Ellis noting that there is a weather station right now that did note some winds that were greater than 80 miles per hour that did come through. I believe it was Yalobusha or Tallahatchie County not too long. Yeah, Tallahatchie County not too long ago here. But if you're in Batesville, Mississippi, if you're in Cortland, get in that safe place right now. I think the area that they're keeping an eye on is right to the west or to the left of where this says Pope, just west of Pope, Mississippi, Brown Road, Pope Crowder Road, Magnolia Street, U.S. Highway 51, Green Road, Hent Road, Aldridge Road, Chapel Hill Road, Morrow Road, Carlisle Road, Eureka Road, Woodruff Road West, Eureka Road yet again, Trantham Road, Cotton Plant Road. Those are some areas that you want to keep an eye out for and get to that safe place right now, as there is a tornado warning in your area. There definitely is some sort of rotation just to the southwest of Pope. But the rotation seems like it's trying to get its act together a little bit. Not necessarily a good thing to see pop up here. As far as what we have going on for a debris detector, fortunately there's not anything really noteworthy popping up quite yet, but there is at least some rotation going on right now near
they're going to issue a new tornado warning. It's going to come up from the south. There's going to be one coming out of Tallahatchie County in Yalobusha and into southern Lafayette County. It will be south of Oxford, but the warning that is currently up that was just issued is for the city of Oxford. So the warning that was issued, there's going to be two for Lafayette County. So that's something to keep in mind. There will be one for Panola County and then two for Lafayette County coming out.
You got it on Max 2. Can you pull it up there quickly?
They're about to issue the second one, but I do have both of the circulations, and I'll show you the one that issued the first warning. It's just south of Batesville. So again, if you're in Batesville, Pope, as well as Cortland, safe place now, interior room. It's crossing I-55 there, pretty close to the big cross, the Batesville exit, then working its way up along Highway 6. The other one's a little bit more broad, but it does have a little bit more wind with it. It's moving across I-55 near the Charleston exit, right before the Charleston Tillatoba Road area, that general vicinity, going up Highway 7 towards Water Valley. That one is going to be the second warning that will be coming out. So this one, the one that's to the north, will be kind of paralleling Highway 6 towards Oxford. And then this one would be coming up Highway 7 towards Water Valley and come up on the south side of Oxford.
All right, good deal. So tornado watch remains in effect until midnight tonight. This is going to include Hardeman, McNairy, Chester County, Northeast Mississippi from Marshall through Benton, Tippa, Alcorn County, Sardis, Lafayette County, you're included in this, or Panola County and Lafayette County included in this as well. But right now, all the activity primarily along and south of the Mississippi-Tennessee state line. That's where we're seeing our stronger storms. And guys, this is what we were talking about. This little area right here where we saw those temps reach the mid-range of the 80s, giving these storms just a little more lift as they continue to move on through. So tell you what, let's put some tracks on here, show you where this is going to go over the next few minutes. I want to first of all zoom in just a little tighter to this area right here in Panola and Lafayette County. I'm going to give that a little zoom in there, come in just a little tighter, pan it off to the left. We'll identify those areas of rotation. Let's hit it with the scope here just to identify it a little better. Let me throw this up here first. Next rad, then we'll hit it with the scope. This is basically, we're looking at the storm relative velocity, and let's just identify those two areas of potential rotation. Man, it's really tough to tell on this. And I may be better off just tracking it with the velocity overall. Let's see if I get a better view of it with that. And yeah, I think I'm seeing, and Patrick, I'm seeing right here. Am I right?
Yeah,
Another
so the one
right
that the one near Batesville would definitely be crossing Highway 6 here very shortly. So if not already doing it, it's going past like Walmart, the Zaxby's out there on the east side of town, heading out towards Oxford. So you're still about 30 minutes out from Oxford at that point. Just a heads up. Again, I'm saying that because we know that there's a lot of people who are there, whether it be, the city of Oxford residents or students at the University of Mississippi. I just want to give everybody a heads up. I know how it is in Oxford, Mississippi occasionally. Nobody's watching the weather at 5 o'clock on a Saturday. So we want you to be aware. If you know somebody there at the University of Mississippi, give them a heads up that there are two storms that we are watching. One will pass south of Oxford. One could come close to Oxford. Nothing on the ground, but something we are watching, obviously, with the tornado warning in effect.
Tell you what, let me put a couple of tracks on this, and let's start it off right here. I'll do it with and you know what I can actually do? Let's track it from right here. I'll do a more specific track and we'll take it, and I'm going to go ahead and include Oxford in it. All right, guys, here we go. Burgess, 544. Aylesville, 549. Oxford, 559. That's going to get in there just before 6 o'clock if it holds together. Spraggins, 605, 617 into Bethlehem. Then it's going to move into Cornersville at 621. Should get into Myrtle right around 634. Then just south of that, got to clear that track out of there. Let me do this one more time. And we're going to track that one that looks like it is going to move just to the south of Oxford. And we'll track that on through, take it into Alcorn County. So Taylor, 544, Oxford, 557. Some rotation is going to come in close proximity to Oxford. There's that new warning right there. Lafayette Springs, that's coming in at 614. Bald Hill, right around 630. New Albany, 639. And then it gets into Baker right around 644. As I clear this out, let's take a look at the new info here. Just outside the coverage area, but it is going to include southern Lafayette County, southeastern Lafayette County, so Calhoun, Lafayette, Yalobusha counties. That's going to be in place until 6:15. Let's put a track on this clear area of rotation right here. It's not quite as messy. You're getting a little better view on that. So I'm going to track it along that edge. It's going to be some bit of a wide track on through the polygon. I'll take it right up through the center and just outside it, taking it into Pontotoc County. So Coffeyville, 537. It's going to move into Velma, 542. Pine Valley, 552. Banner, 605. Sarepta, that's going to move in at 615. Then Toccopola at 622, Thaxton 630, and should move into Buchanan right around 637. Look, if you're downstream of this, make sure your mobile devices are fully charged. Get the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app, put it on your smartphone or tablet. In the event you lose power, you'll still be able to follow us on your smartphone or your tablet via the Action News 5 First Alert Weather app. You can also follow us on actionnews5.com. And by the way, for everyone else, we are streaming live on Facebook right now. We're also live on YouTube. You can find us on the Action News 5 app on Amazon Fire, Roku, and Apple TV. Now, I want to do one other thing, and then, Eric, I'm going to toss it over to you. I'm going to track this whole line, all right? Because that's going to come up to the northeast, and likely, let me take a little more of an easterly component with it. But this whole portion of the storm right here, we'll just track that whole storm, all right, with rotation within it. Oxford 543, Abbeville 550. Then we'll see it get into Banner 614, Potts Camp 615, Ripley 643, Pontotoc 651. Then it moves into Sherman at about 7:03. It will move into Boonville at 7:15. So as we talked earlier, we are likely going to get these storms out of the coverage area right around 7 o'clock. So we got about another hour and a half to go. Still watching these storms that are back to the west, though, because we're watching this come on through and get out of Marshall County. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning that's in place for Marshall County. That's going to remain for Benton, Hardeman, Marshall, and Tippah counties. Tornado possible in that. We've been tracking some rotation with it. That is going to move in at about 6:30. So we've got about another hour to go on that one. But let's put a track on the entire cell itself. And as I put this into motion, you're going to see, again, it's kind of moving in this direction, but making a slow push to the east. So with that in mind, I'm going to put this back on here. And then let me move this down just a little bit. Eric, I'm coming to you right after this to see what you're looking at there. And let me put this track on this whole area that's within this polygon right here, and we'll track it north and east, and should just barely clip Alcorn County. I think this stuff coming out of the South Lafayette County is really what's going to likely move through Alcorn County and Corinth. Potts Camp 540, that's that leading edge of all this activity right here where we could find the stronger wind, maybe some little vortices embedded within that leading edge. Salisbury 551, then it moves into Walnut at 610. We'll see it get into Faulkner at 614, gets into Selmer at 640, Eastview 649, Morris Chapel 703, Savannah 719. So that's a look at the storms we're tracking through northern Mississippi. Again, we have severe thunderstorm warnings. That one now is extended just to the east to include Alcorn, Hardeman, McNairy, and Tippah County. Tornado possible in effect there until 6:30. We have the tornado warning that is for Panola and Lafayette County, as well as Tallahatchie and Yalobusha County. That goes until 6:15, and then just to the south of that, the one that is now in place for Calhoun, Lafayette, and Yalobusha County, that too going until 6:15. But this whole line trying to make a push, get it on out of the area. We're still keeping a close eye on, we're going to keep a close eye on Hardeman, or on Fayette, Hardeman, McNairy counties for the potential some redevelopment, possibly some stronger storms moving in, but I am encouraged by what I'm seeing as this starts to approach Benton, Tippah, Alcorn County, and try to make its way outside the Action News 5 coverage area. Eric, what are you looking at? Anything on this catching your eye?
So, Ron, one thing I do want to note, as far as really I-40 goes, I'd say north of I-40 from the severe thunderstorm and the tornado aspect, we're looking good from that standpoint. There's still a whole heck of a lot of flooding going on right now here, really all throughout Shelby County, even over towards Tipton County, Crittenden County. You keep going down the line. There's still a lot of flooding. But as far as specifically just looking at severe thunderstorms, as far as large hail, strong winds, tornadoes go, we're in pretty good shape here. That tornado watch was dropped. Even further down to the south right now, Tunica County, you're in pretty good shape from that standpoint. DeSoto County, you're in pretty good shape. Tipton County, you're almost there as far as being in pretty good shape here as far as the severe thunderstorm and tornado threat is concerned. Do you want to note, though, all around the Mid-South, that flash flood threat, it's going to continue here for a few hours and likely into tomorrow as well. Let's dive into this as far as what we have going on here, looking closer at some of those severe storms here around the Mid-South. Want to look over towards Marshall and Benton counties. And trust me, folks, we're keeping a close eye on you guys that are over here in some of those areas that were really ravaged by some of those storms going back to Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Trust us on that. What we have going on with some of those storms, though, they are moving off to the northeast right now. Fortunately, we don't see a BTI or a Barron Tornado Index number popping up there, and that's great news to see that. We are still keeping a close eye on all these scattered showers and storms that are around right now. As far as the velocities go, there certainly is some broad rotation that is occurring in this portion of the Mid-South, but it doesn't look to necessarily be anything too severe that's eye-catching per se here. Even as far as a rotation detector goes, there is some that is occurring here maybe just to the north of Ashland, but I don't necessarily see something. You know what? Let me just run through the gauntlet here and see what we got. Maybe just to the north of Ashland. There could be some broad rotation just to the east of Lamar and to the west of Brody. don't think that's necessarily anything too concerning here, but we are going to monitor that given area. If we dive a little bit closer
Looked
here,
like
why
there was a little debris down there. Did I see that? Did you guys see that?
You're saying to the south?
Okay, yeah, that's
way
just
out.
messy.
Yeah.
That's nothing.
And
Hey, we'll
does
take that.
And that does have a severe thunderstorm with a torrent possible.
Yeah.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
That's a great point. But I'd say over towards Ashland, we're keeping a close eye. Not that with that tornado possible, it's kind of the National Weather Service saying, hey, we're monitoring this whole entire area that could potentially just spin up that quick tornado here. If we go a little bit further to the south now, if we go over towards Lafayette County, over towards Panola County, this is looking pretty far away from the radar, so unfortunately things can look a little bit convoluted in this portion of the Mid-South here. Does look like we could be seeing some pretty strong winds, though, on the southeastern corner of Panola County.
And to that point, I was going to say it's looking like it's transitioning into more of a straight line wind threat with that storm, and it's pretty strong. You see there on links about 70-mile-an-hour winds potentially there in the far southeastern portion of Panola County. But I did want to note that it did look more and more like it was broadening out and becoming more straight line wind. The one to the south still rotating more of the tornado threat.
So let's talk about this and what's going on right now, especially in comparison to the 4 days that we have been tracking storms. And by the way, just in the last 4 days, guys, we have done right around or just over 24 hours of live wall-to-wall weather coverage. Our first day started Wednesday, went well into the overnight hours. We went about 13 hours there. Following day, we had what, Eric, about 2 to 3 hours of...
3.5.
Yeah, 3.5. Last night, we did about 4 hours. We've been on the air since shortly after noon. Today, we're coming up on 6 o'clock. So multiple hours of strong to severe storms, wall-to-wall weather coverage. That's why we're with you this afternoon, this evening. Fellas, what are your thoughts on this, comparatively speaking, to what we have seen and what we still have to get through tonight?
So
I'm throwing it out to either one of you. You guys are brilliant meteorologists, both of you in your own right. I want to know what you're thinking and what your thoughts are on what we've still got to get through this evening.
Go for it, Patrick.
Well, I was going to say, there was a pocket down in North Mississippi. We knew that there was a lot of instability, a lot of moisture as well. And then on top of that, there was enough wind shear. All the things were kind of coming together for the potential for strong and severe storms. You've heard me, if you watch the morning show, you've heard me say this time and time again. You can have all the potential in the world, and it doesn't amount to a hill of beans if things don't come together and make it happen. Hopefully, we continue to kind of falter. We have not had any reports so far with these storms in North Mississippi of a tornado. Ron, you're just going to walk right in front of me?
Well, that's from my cousin, Michelle, down in, she's in Ashland.
So this is looks like a wall cloud that has come down.
Yeah.
So,
I just wanted you to say that. I wanted to share. I walked in.
That was the most Ron Childers thing ever.
I'm sorry. I didn't even realize. My bad. I'm sorry, fellas. I just got that. You were talking about it.
Yeah, we know. The more Ron Childers, the better.
I don't know. Right now, I think people are tired of me. But you were saying, Patrick?
I was just saying that, you got to have a little bit of levity with all this stuff going on. We do want to be serious, though, and be honest with you. When we're talking about these storms, it is a situation that will come and go. That system down to the in North Mississippi, yeah, the potential is definitely there, but we've hit a ceiling, and that's good news. We like to see the ceiling being hit. Now, could there still be some strong storms? That's why we have the potential of a tornado or two, and that comes by way of the tornado watch that goes until midnight in those areas. Now to the north, it's the heavy rain. It continues, but I will say there's some positivity in that as well. The rain rates have gone down, but there's still a lot of water that is still moving, and that will become especially dangerous after sunset tonight. Sunset coming up here after the 7 o'clock hour. Eric?
So Patrick really hit a lot of it on the head right there. The one area I'm kind of keeping a close eye on right now is pretty much near where Yalobusha, Panola, and Lafayette counties all kind of intersect each other. There's a little cluster that's kind of straddling that sort of county line area right now. It is still tornado warned. Haven't had a confirmed tornado on the ground here, but it certainly looks like there's at least some rotation. The thing that's quite frankly a pain in the neck with respect to where this is ongoing is that there's not a radar too particularly close to that site. I'll try to flip it on, see if anything else kind of pops it up a little bit more. This is now looking at a radar here that's based out of Columbus, Mississippi, and there definitely is some broad rotation going on here. The one down to the south still looks a lot better. Agreed. I agree with you, but and then the National Weather Service jumps on saying circulation on the Panola-Lafayette County line has become better organized here. So it's kind of this whole little cluster right now of the Panola-Lafayette County line and then down to the south over towards Coffeyville and even towards Grenada. So this is just a continued area that we're keeping an eye on here. And if you're in Oxford, Mississippi, get to that safe place right now. No reason not to. You're under that tornado warning as it is. As meteorologist Patrick Ellis talked about here, it's 5:43 on a Saturday evening here. Might be a little tough to convince people to do so, but hey, you're better off being safe than sorry.
Let's take the Oxford camera.
That's a
let's
great
do
point.
it.
That's what it looks like in Oxford right now.
Looks tranquil.
Well, to an extent.
Right.
We're going to look back at that again in about 30 minutes.
Yeah,
and I guarantee
it's not.
a totally different picture.
And if you could, I don't know if you have the access to doing it. I can do it back here to turn that camera and look it back towards the U of M campus. Okay, I'll work on it. I'll turn the camera and have it looking back towards the U of M campus. This is at Highway 6 in Thacker Heights. I think that's on the west side of town. And yeah, that's on the west side of town. So that's looking back at that storm. I mean, you see how dark it is. That small little sliver in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, that small sliver is that storm that's approaching. And to Eric's point, it does look like, even though it had broadened out a little bit, it's starting to tighten back up as it's about to move across the Panola County line.
Patrick, you brought up a good point a moment ago, the flooding that's still taking place here in the city of Memphis and around Shelby County. We're going to watch these quickly, but I got and continue to watch these, but quickly, I want to show you this video of burst water main. Melissa, we still have that video, or it's a live shot? Let's see it. And can you tell me where we are?
Oh.
Houston Levee and Macon Road. Houston Levee and Macon Road. Joyce and Joe, do you guys have any additional info on this, or? All right, so we're just going to talk over this right now. Burst pipe, we just saw this. Who is out there on the scene right now? Can you tell us?
Kelly,
all right, so we got Darren and Kelly Cook. We'll hopefully get a report from them coming up soon. But a burst pipe now adding to the flood threat from the torrential rain that we have already had. So the problems just continue. I also understand many schools canceling their proms tonight. Good news there as a result of just the flooding potential that exists. Our main concern right now is right here. This is northeastern Mississippi. This was the area we were watching very closely. The potential for the additional severe storms, can't rule out the potential for tornadoes. I am encouraged by the fact we've seen no confirmation of storms, but it's this area right here and this tornado warning that is for Lafayette and Panola counties we're watching closely. That's going to go until 6:15, so we got about another 30 minutes on that. And then just to the south of that for Calhoun, Lafayette, and Yalobusha, that too goes until 6:15. Patrick, were you able to get that camera turned around and take a look in the other direction?
I haven't worked on it just yet. I got to come over and do it on a different computer.
All right.
I'll get back to you in a second.
Okay, good deal. Let me hit this severe thunderstorm warning that's back here. This is for Alcorn, Benton, Hardeman, and Tippah counties. Tornado possible within. So we're seeing along that leading edge the strong to severe storms also producing some little spin-ups right there along that leading edge. Let me clear this out of here. We'll take a close look. Eric, I'm going to put a track on this quickly, and then I'm going to come to you. And I want you to hit the one that is the most obvious to you. Although, wow, I'm starting to see a little bit of, I'm still seeing some rotation right there. Do you see that? You guys see that?
Just south of Ashland.
Yeah, it's right there. I'm seeing something right there.
That's like Potts Camp at Hickory Flat.
Yeah, that's right there on 22 between Potts Camp and Hickory Flat. Right now, if you are in that area, I want you in your storm shelter. Go to the lowest floor of your home. Get away from windows. Don't try to get a look at this. Let it pass. Move on through. I am encouraged by the fact that we've seen no confirmed tornadoes, but we still have a tornado warning or a tornado possible in a severe thunderstorm warned area that is capable of producing a tornado. And right now we're seeing some pretty clear rotation on that. Ashland 607, Canaan right around 618, then into Faulkner 622. We'll see it move into Walnut at about 631, 641 into Middleton, Kossuth 646, Corinth right around 704. We were tracking these storms a little earlier, and we were looking at 20,000 foot tops on these, and let's see if that height is still maintaining. It's getting a little height right around 30,000 feet. I'm going to bring it closer to that area of circulation. And one of the things we were seeing, guys, earlier this week, where we were seeing the basically the leading edge of these supercells with 20,000 foot tops. Then we would come around to the rotation and it would jump to about 40,000 feet, just the opposite with this situation. So we're getting cloud tops right there in that main area of precipitation where that colder air is coming in, but then you get a little closer to the areas of potential rotation, drops to around 10 to 20,000 feet in height. So a little different situation today, and again, mainly due to the potential or the fact that this entire line, I think, is just kind of, as it moves off to the east-northeast, we're seeing some little spin-ups in and along it, and that is very typical. We usually see these quasi-linear convective systems, as we call it, QLCS, and we see little spin-ups as it moves on through. Potts Camp, 549, Ripley, 625, Selmer, 639. Then it's going to come into Corinth at about 7 o'clock. Boonville, 720. Saltillo at 744. We'll get it into Hohenwald at about 829, and then into Little Lot Hohenwald at 813, and then into Little Lot right around 829. So that's a look at that. Let me clear this out of here. Give a first alert once again. If you're north of the 40 corridor, right here, northeastern Arkansas, even back here into East Arkansas and areas that are just west of our warnings, you're in great shape right now. And I don't think we're going to see any of these storms cross I-40 and bring with it the severe threat, but we still want to keep a close eye on Selmer and Corinth for the potential of some stronger storms moving in there. Eric, has anything changed over the last couple of minutes that you're seeing from your perspective, your view, that I may not have caught?
No, you've kind of really touched on everything here, Ron. Yeah. But the just looking at the BTI on one of the storm that's just to the north of Ashland right now, it has registered as 6.4. So that number is
that's jumped up.
That's starting to elevate here a little bit. So especially this portion of the Mid-South, I know we're keeping a close eye on you guys between Hamilton as well as Grand Junction and Middleton. That's going to be an area we are going to extremely closely monitor here right now. So the good news is it doesn't seem like that the rotation is starting to tighten up too much. It's still a bunch of broad rotation around right now, but there is at least some spin in the sky going on in this portion of the Mid-South here in northern Benton, northern Tippah, and southern portions of Hardeman and Fayette counties. So this is an area that is under a severe thunderstorm warning right now with a possibility of a tornado embedded within some of these storms here. But as far as confirmation, I don't think we've had any sort of confirmation of a tornado on the ground here. Come to think of it, really, as far as since we got going here after about 12:30 or so. Guys, correct me if I'm wrong, but
I think you're right.
Yeah. And Ron, this is so similar, and Patrick, you too. This is so similar to what we had this morning here, as far as these quick little things just flaring up here.
Yeah.
Fortunately, compared to this morning, where we did potentially have at least some confirmation of tornadoes on the ground, or tornadoes in general. We haven't had anything confirmed with this quite yet, but these spin-ups, they've been kind of coming and going real quick.
Those could still pack a wallop, though.
Yeah.
We could still see some trees go down. Keep in mind, even though we haven't seen a lot of rain there, the ground in northern Mississippi still somewhat saturated from storms earlier in the week that moved on through. So all it takes is a sudden gust of wind. A tree will go down with 50-mile-an-hour wind gusts easily. Patrick, you were working on a camera shot for Oxford, looking back the other way towards the campus. What have you got for us?
Yeah, I got it pulled up. That's a look at it. So left-hand side would be where you are at the courthouse. City Grocery would be on the other side. Bouray is right underneath the camera. So the library is right in front of the camera as well. Then the next thing you see up in the distance is that storm. So that is the storm, and we have seen a lot of folks, as you would expect on the square, on a Saturday evening for the University of Mississippi. If you have a student who's at the University of Mississippi, give them a text, give them a call, say, hey, by the way, you hear the sirens going off? You should probably think about going someplace and sitting down for a minute.
Yeah.
Because we've seen a lot of folks who are out and about. So just a heads up, you know, again, I don't want to be your dad or anything if you're watching us in Oxford, but for the folks who have a student at the University of Mississippi, give them a text. You know how it is with your children. Just give them a text, give them a heads up, let them know that there is a tornado warning. And yeah, you should probably take those tornado sirens seriously, considering the fact that that storm still is rotating. It's now crossing Highway 6 to the west of Oxford. So it may pass just north of Oxford, but obviously the storm itself is going to be moving in that area. It is a severe warned storm that will probably have some strong winds and tons of lightning and a lot of heavy rainfall associated with it at any rate.
Yeah, and we saw that lightning cause a church fire earlier today as it moves through eastern Arkansas. So right around sunset, a church caught on fire, and they were just 2 weeks away from having their anniversary of their church. But my heart goes out to the folks there, but I hope they all remember people are the church, not the building. But we are still tracking storms tonight, and we've got a lot of activity still working its way through. We talked earlier today, it's big prom night around the area, and we're just getting word that White Station High School has postponed their prom in the interest of safety due to flooding. We don't want kids out in this. There's still going to be flooding that goes well into the late night. Also, the University of Memphis, or Memphis University School, they also canceled their prom, and Christian Brothers also canceled their prom. Bartlett High canceled their prom tonight, and Houston High. Kids, I know that's tough. It's a big night for a lot of folks, but at the same time, it's not worth it to go out in this. You can always have a great party when the weather's better, and you've got just much better conditions, especially to get around and be around late at night. Right now, the focus still remains on Northeast Mississippi. And as we've mentioned before, if we are not talking about your community, you're in good shape, okay, in regard to severe weather, because we're still tracking storms here this afternoon, and those storms now focus on parts of northern Mississippi, and we're seeing those storms right there still moving into northeast Mississippi, starting to approach Corinth, coming on into Selmer. But it's this little cell right here that's working its way through Lafayette County right now, where we have tornado warned storms. They're going to go until tornado warning Lafayette, Panola, Yalobusha, 6:15. So we got about another 20 minutes left on that. The cell that is just to the south of it, Calhoun, Lafayette, Yalobusha, that too goes until 6:15. I can see these potentially extended just because headed into an unstable, moisture-rich environment, but putting a track on just this whole little cell right here. And let's advance it to the north and east, because Pontotoc, Union counties, you're going to be impacted by this. We're also going to take it on through Tippah, Benton, and Alcorn County. Abbeville, 6 o'clock. It's coming on through there. That's a leading edge, not necessarily the area of rotation, but the leading edge, and where we'll find the stronger wind and the heavier rain potential in there. We get into Banner right around 6:15. That will move into Potts Camp coming up at 6:24. Potts Camp, you've already got some rain in there right now from the storm that's moving out of Marshall County, but another one coming up from your south and west, moving in your direction. 6:40, that's going to move into New Albany. We'll see it get into Ripley at about 6:53. Sherman, 7:02. 7:22, it moves into Boonville, and then we'll see that get into Rienzi right around 7:28. So that's for these two tornado-warned storms, basically just looking at the overall track of the cell itself. And as we put that into motion, that's pushing on through. Now look, there is also the possibility we can see some flood warnings coming in behind that, as those storms are going to be producing a lot of precipitation. We were looking at rainfall rates associated with that. They were pretty high. As a matter of fact, just to the west of Oxford, right there around Sardis Lake, it's coming down at over 2 inches per hour. Just to the west of Oxford, the town, right around 2 inches per hour. You get into southern Lafayette County, that's coming down just under 2 inches per hour as well. So a lot of very heavy rainfall, and right there over Sardis Lake, or just near it along the banks, coming down to just over 1.5 inches per hour. So heavy rain, flash flooding possible for those areas, but the greater probability for more widespread long-term flooding is going to come primarily for areas north of I-40, northeastern Arkansas, where they saw rain all day long, continued through the overnight hours, and then the heavy rain advanced east into West Tennessee, primarily along the 40 corridor. Interesting note, early this morning, Eric and I were tracking storms, started around 1:15 this morning, and we were tracking storms for several hours. The rain just kind of stopped at I-40. We picked up just about 1/3 of an inch here in Midtown. The airport had a trace. So that kind of gives you an idea of where it was going. But now all of this coming through, and this is the final push of what has been 4 consecutive days of severe storms. I started working doing weather in 1989 here at WMC. I cannot recall, fellas, a time when we had 4 back-to-back first alert weather days. We've had a couple of long days in years past, even 1 to 2 days that just kind of run together there, but 4 consecutive days of strong to severe storms under moderate risk, enhanced risk. Today we were increased again to a moderate risk. That is a level 4 on a scale of 1 to 5, with the high risk being the greatest. So we've certainly seen a lot of activity. And I got to give my a big tip of the hat to you guys, because Eric, you and Patrick have put in countless hours just over the last week. And I tell you what, Patrick, you are the bravest guy on the team. You win hands down. Eric and I have already discovered that and discussed it, because you jump in the storm tracker, go right to the storms. Eric, you've done a masterful job with your radar analysis, but I got to tell you, it's been a long 4 days. We're going to get this out of here, the storms, but the flood threat is going to remain.
New tornado warning for Lafayette, Benton, and Marshall counties.
All right, here we go. Let me give you the info on this. Right now, there is the new warning. They advance that to the north and east. So Benton, Lafayette, Marshall County, 645. What do you got on that right now, Eric?
So meteorologist Patrick Ellis and myself, we're still looking at that Oxford Skycam right now. We have a BTI of that of 5.0. As a reminder, that's on a scale of 1 to 10 right now. Once that number climbs to a 5, that starts to draw our attention. Once that number climbs to a 7, that really gets our attention here. Keep in mind, as far as these tornado warned storms are concerned, even if whether they do or don't put down a tornado, they are rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to see it, unfortunately, just because there's going to be a rain and it's literally going to block your view here. So
just so you know, that's passing. The circulation looks like it's passing north of the city of Oxford right now. But if we take the Oxford camera, I'll give you some heads up. If you live north of Molly Bar, that's where that circulation is. That's what we're looking back at right now from our Oxford High 5 camera. We've turned it back around towards the north. So you don't usually see this view there. There's the parking garage there, the city of Oxford parking garage. Then on the right-hand side of the camera, Eric's going to turn that around for us. That is where that circulation is currently located at. And again, it's just north of Molly Bar, so where they did all those new roundabouts up there. You know, that, well, anyways, as we go into the next little bit, that is going to cross Highway 7 south of Abbeville, but it will be where Highway 7 becomes 2 lanes once again. So up in that general vicinity. So north of the city of Oxford, going past the College Hill area, it'll parallel Highway 30, or maybe turn up a little bit closer towards Abbeville, but pass it to the south, and then make its way up in the southern portions of Marshall County and far southwest Benton County, Potts Camp, Hickory Flat, the next big towns in line. And yes, we are watching that storm now moving into the city of Oxford. And Rod Childers, kudos to you. You said 5:59, close enough. It's 8:01. It's 6:01.
So we missed it by 2 minutes.
Yeah, close enough though. We'll take it.
Well, hopefully everybody was in their storm shelter before 5:59. That was an impressive image there, though, Patrick.
Yes, and of course, again, the circulation passing north of there. Again, crossing Highway 7 here very shortly, north of Molly Bar, and then working its way towards the north and east. It will cross over. It looks like it'll probably cross south of Abbeville, but Abbeville, go ahead and be in your safe place, interior room away from windows. If you live on the north side of Oxford, if you live north of Highway 6, also safe place, interior room away from windows, lowest floor of your home. We can give an all clear to the west side of Oxford. So if you live past where Jackson gets onto Highway 6, I think we can give you an all clear. But if you live from Jackson, again, in the city of Oxford and points northward along Highway 6, go ahead and be in your safe place. That includes downtown Oxford, the University of Mississippi campus. Course of least regret here, and then it will eventually, we can give you the all clear, probably 2-3 minutes, and you can come out and continue what you do and on the square on a Saturday night. But again, we just want to take that extra time to be safe in that regard. I'm just looking at the NDOT camera as well, Jackson and Rebel, to make sure that's what's right there behind me. Yeah, that's T.A. So that's T.A. So this will be on the north side of the University of Mississippi campus. That's Jackson and Rebel. And you're looking towards the east, actually. It says west, but it's actually turned to the east. So that's the heavy rainfall moving through there. But again, we don't see any confirmation of a tornado. That's, again, good news. And we're using our ability to tap into the MDOT cameras, our Action News 5 High 5 camera there in downtown Oxford to give you that confirmation. But there's still some rotation. There is the opportunity that this storm could, because it is in an environment that could lend itself to that. Now we've got the camera, it's turned to the east. Oxford City Hall right there on the right-hand side. You're looking past the American flag there. Again, off in the distance, that would be Highway 7, would be about a mile or two down the road from here. And, you know, obviously the rain coming down. I bet you the rain and the thunder and lightning has run folks off into some businesses down there on the square. There were a lot of people down there. But, you know, this is why we said, gave you a heads up, parents, to text your kids down there at the University of Mississippi, let them know that this was on the way. And, of course, okay. And we'll continue to watch that make its way off towards the north and east. Again, northern Lafayette County now, safe place now. And we're also looking at the southern portion of the county. Yeah. We have that other circulation that's just now moving into far southern portions of Lafayette County. It'll be crossing Highway, I think it's already crossed Highway 7 here. It will cross over, I think that's 19. Let me make sure. Oh, it's Highway 9 West. That's what it is. So Highway 9 West, that takes you down to Calhoun City.
All right. First of all, I got to say that was impressive. You named off all the businesses and places. Eric and I were looking at each other, and I've been down there dozens of times and didn't even know that. I
might have been a bulldog, but I still spent some time in Oxford.
All right, hotty toddy, Patrick. Hey, Eric, we'll explain later. Let me. You were looking at storm threats. I want to see what you're checking out right now. We'll come back and put some tracks on this afterwards. What do you see?
So right now, as far as the that whole cluster and knowledge that Patrick was just rattling off here as far as to the north of Oxford right now, that storm has a BTI, or a Barron Tornado Index number of 4.5. That's a number that ranges from 1 to 10, and the higher the number, the better chance there is of a tornado on the ground here. Once that number climbs to a 5, it starts to draw our attention. Once that number climbs above a 7, that's when we're saying uh-oh, to kind of put it politely, quite frankly. And that number right now is at a 4.5, so we're monitoring it. That's the best way to kind of go about that. I will say further up to the north right now, let's see, this is a new skit that just came out here. This is a 5.3 that is in northern Benton County and headed towards Hardeman County, over towards the General Middleton area. So we're going to keep a really close eye on that one as well. Let's see what we have here for any sort of shear. Nothing that's really catching my eye at this given time here. Patrick, you seem like you want to jump in.
Well, I was going to say, wasn't that the one that you were watching that was over Ashland?
Yeah, that was the one that was north of Ashland here. And that number actually, as far as that BTI goes, that was just, I believe it was a 6.5 not too long ago. So there's at least still some turbulence within the sky there. This is just to the north of Ashland over towards Middleton. And hey, we're keeping a close eye in this area for, in my opinion, pretty obvious reasons, because this was an area that was devastated as far as a tornado went here just a few days ago. Yeah. 5.3 on that BTI scale right now, and this is headed to the northeast. It is not a tornado warned storm. It is within a severe thunderstorm warning, and that's what you see here as far as this this outline or the shape goes with this orange box, and that is until 6:30. Right now it is 6:06 on this April 5th afternoon here, and we're keeping a close eye on things.
All right, good deal. I see that rotation right there around Ashland. I want folks in McNairy County and Selmer to know we're watching for you, all right? We are tracking it. Stay with us as that little signature starts to move to the north and northeast. We're tracking it. We're going to give you your times. As a matter of fact, let's go ahead and take a closer look at it right now on the First Alert Doppler radar. I want to point out a couple of things. The lightning in this is absolutely phenomenal. We're getting about 268 strikes of lightning right there. And then this little cell that's moving through Lafayette County, that's about 246 strikes of lightning. So these are really the two areas right now of our main concern. That's coming on out of Benton County. That's about to move east into Tippah County, but it's crossed the Mississippi-Tennessee state line. And this is the area that we had some concern about. Hardeman County, McNairy County, and right there around Oxford. You see all that activity there. That has the potential to make its way up into Corinth and Alcorn County as that continues to move off to the northeast. So let me zoom in. Let's do a quick look at these cells, a little closer look, show you where they are, where they're going, and then put some tracks on these to give you a better idea of what to expect where you are. This is the cell that Eric was talking about. I'm going to put 2 tracks on this, all right? First of all, I'm going to track out the area where the potential rotation is, and you see it right there starting to move on into northern Tippah County. You see that area right there? That's where we're looking at right there. And then that area that's right there south of, Eric, you were focused on those 2 areas specifically, am I right?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm going to put 2 tracks on that. Let me move this off, get it out of the way, and then I'm going to track it from this area right here. We'll take that, and then I'll come in and get the one that's just to the south of it. All right, so let's bring that up on through Selmer. Walnut 614. I'm tracking this at about 40 miles per hour. Walnut 614, Middleton 623, Raymer 642, Selmer 649, Mickey right around 656. Should move into Henderson at 707, 712 into Nixon, and then Savannah right around 718. Then that other area that is just behind that, because I think I'm gonna give it just a little slightly south turn. So Faulkner, that's going to come in at about 628. It'll get into Walnut, 636. Then on into Middleton, 646. Kossuth, that's going to move in there about 652. We will see it get into Corinth right around 704. Selmer, it's coming at you around 711. So it's really this whole just line right here, okay? So that's the area that we're tracking closely, that little line that is right there. And now I'm going to clear this off, and I want to put just 1 track on basically the whole thing itself. So let's track it from here on down, and then let's take it off to the east-northeast as it's continuing to move in that direction. So this is where this whole cell or particular portion of this line and this individual cell within it is going to move to over the next few minutes. So Walnut, that's coming in at about 620, 613, 625. It gets into Bethel Springs. It will move into Selmer, the whole thing, 630. Adamsville, 648. Morris Chapel, we'll see it get to you right around 649. Then into Crump at 701. Corinth, 709. And into Nixon at 728. So a lot of times there, but everybody should be in their storm shelter, the safest place in their home, because these storms are just to your west. They are moving in your direction, and they're going to be there sooner than later. But once we get this backside out of here, we're going to be in great shape as we get into the remainder of the evening, at least in regard to severe weather. The flooding threat, that's still going to remain for quite some time. Let's pan up and over just a little bit. Let's take a look at this little cluster that's working its way through here. I'm going to put the first track on the leading edge of it, all right? And I'm going to track it just outside the polygon to the north and east. That's going to take this cell, this portion of the cell right here from Oxford north into southern Marshall County, just south of Highway 22 in Potts Camp. It's going to get to you at about 613. Then Blue Mountain, 636. Ripley, 644. We'll move into Walnut right around 657. We'll see it move into Jumperton right around 711. And then Corinth, 726. Burnsville, 746. And Savannah at 8 p.m. even. Now, I want to put a scope on here and I'm going to clear this off first. Then we'll put the scope on just to see if we can see a little more in the way of circulation or potential rotation. I see it right there. I mean, it's pretty obvious. But let me do this anyway, just to be certain. Here we go. Tracking this. Here we are. We're coming up on 7-11. We're entering our 6th straight hour of consecutive storm chasing. 2 areas or storm tracking here. I want to track these 2 areas right here, the one that is north of Oxford, the one that is south of Oxford. So we're going to put some new tracks on that just to give you an idea of where that's going to go over the next few minutes. So with that, let's do a track right here.
And just so you know, Ron, they're probably going to, that southern storm, it's probably the healthier of the two. They're probably going to do a downstream tornado warning on that one. Actually, they just did.
They just did. Yeah. That's going to be in place now. Let me give you the new info on that. That tornado warning is now going to go until 6:45. All right, brand new tornado warning right now until 6:45. I have tracked the area of potential rotation, which is right here, all right, that area right there. So delay 6:13, Denmark 6:20. Then it moves on into Lafayette Springs 6:34, Etta 6:38. Then it moves into Darden at 6:42. We'll see that then move on into Myrtle at about 6:51. Cotton Plant 7:03, 7:11. It will move into Bluff. So that's that part of the storm. I want to draw this down just a little bit. I'm going to move this down. Let's track this other area of circulation that was just to the north of Oxford. I think that may have now moved on and crossed the line into Marshall County.
Close.
I'm right there. It's right there on the Lafayette-Marshall County line, isn't it, guys?
Yeah, near Sardis.
Yeah, close to the top end of Sardis Lake.
All right, so that's what I'm looking at. Oh, you've got a good view on it right there, Eric. You want to take a look at that?
Yeah, so as far as what we have going on there for this tornado-warned storm right now, we're looking really kind of right in this cluster just to the north of Abbeville and to the south of Malone. It's where some of these reds and greens are interacting with each other. Let's take a full. There we go. As far as those greens and those reds interacting, those are the storm winds right now, and the rotation detector, it's indicating that there's at least some spin within the sky. Keep in mind, this is a radar-indicated tornado warning. We don't have anything on the ground. Let's be crystal clear about that. As far as anything goes on with the debris detector, that seems pretty tame right now, or pretty blasé right now. And there is definitely some rotation in the sky. Really, no doubt about that here. But as far as a concrete rotation, doesn't seem like that's the case right now. Certainly looks like we have some strong winds right now over towards Abbeville, just to the north of Burt, Riverside, County Road 244, a little bit further to the north right now, into Gilmer Road, McSmith Road, Lebanon Road, Wale Road, Potts Camp Road, Bethlehem Road, State Highway 349, Laws Road, Barber Road. If you've heard me rattle off an area that you're in right now between Malone, Bethlehem, Potts Camp, and Waterford, not a bad idea to get into that safe place. You should get into a safe place right now because you are under a tornado warning right now. Fortunately, it's nothing confirmed on the ground, but we are keeping an extremely close eye on it.
Hey, Eric, can we take a look at the sheer swath on that just the whole track? It is really messy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really, we're not seeing those
Messy's
defined.
good.
Yeah, it really is good. So, and I wanted to show that simply because when we were tracking storms Wednesday night, Thursday, early Thursday morning, we had well-defined tracks, just really long tracks of supercells producing tornadoes just really from around Tunica, north and east to Selmer.
Hey, how are you guys feeling as far as just Oxford goes? Are we feeling pretty good about Oxford kind of being in the all clear with respect to this?
Yeah, it seems like, I mean, the warnings, they're clipping the warnings. At one point here in the last 5 minutes, there were four separate tornado warnings for the entirety of Lafayette County. I'd say if you're in Oxford proper, you're fine now. So, you know, but what we are watching, the two storms of note, the one that I'm keeping an eye on is the one in southeastern portions of Lafayette County, so south and east of Oxford, closer to Lafayette Springs and Tula. That will be crossing Highway 6 278 here very shortly near the Denmark community. So heads up there. And what Eric has been talking about, and Ron, the northern storm that's now moving up into southeastern portions of Marshall County, heads up for our friends, and first alert for Potts Camp and Hickory Flat.
Look at this. Look at this suspended hail core in here. That's right there between 20 and 30,000 feet. There's a lot. I'm not getting a return at the surface, but man, I am seeing a really distinct, this is the first one I've seen all day today, as a matter of fact, from any of the storms that we have seen moving on through the area.
We really haven't seen that much hail today.
Look at that. No, we have not.
Comparatively to especially Wednesday and Thursday when we were seeing monster hail.
But I tell you what, I think that colder air is really starting to ride in aloft. Still very warm, humid, muggy at the surface. And look, this is all being driven by a cold front that is going to move through later on tonight. That's what's pushing all of this through right now. But we are going to see significantly colder air coming in behind it. We had temperatures in Oxford, Corinth, mid-80s today. We're looking at temperatures in Memphis only in the mid-50s tomorrow. Likely a little closer to upper 50s to near 60 in northern Mississippi. So a much cooler air mass coming in, and we may start to be seeing some of that colder air start to come in aloft. I have not looked at any upper air dynamics or soundings here within the last, well, it's been 6 hours. We're going into our 6 hour of storm coverage tonight, but that is very interesting to see that the first well-defined, at least little pocket of hail that we have seen. Now, I think it's melting before it hits the ground with the warm air at the surface and friction as it falls. It's going to melt before, but it also brings with it the possibility that we could see some flooding in that area, and I think that may account for the higher returns we were seeing. Eric, you're still seeing that little area right there north of Sardis Lake? And that's got a little bit of an S shape to it. You know, whenever we start to see that little bit of an S shape on the link system, that's an indication that there's some decent rotation in there. Are we still looking at a BTI around 5?
So that's been kind of just meandering and just kind of hanging around that, Ron, really over the past number of scans going on. The BTI is up to a 7 now. All right.
Yeah.
Here we go. You know, as far as that'll catch our attention here. So, hey, if you're over in Potts Camp right now, get into that safe place. You're under a tornado warning right now, as it is anyway. The top of that storm up to about 32,000 feet. So the thing that just kind of makes this storm difficult to be able to really track, is the fact that it's far away from a radar site. Turn around, flipping this as far as the radar site goes here. Now this is based out of Columbus, Mississippi. And these are all pretty far away from the radar site here. But this is indicating from the Columbus site that there's a BTI, or that Barron Tornado Index, of a 4.4. So if we were to get the average of those two between a 4.4 and a 7.0, we're looking at about a 5.7 here. So kind of just a good number to make a mental note of that here. And there's also a shear marker that is popping up here. If we turn around and look at this, the one that we're really keeping an eye on right now, that's the one that's further to the north that could be moving towards Potts Camp. That one is a taller one here, so it looks like there's at least some rotation aloft here, so worthwhile to make a note about that here. And Ron, this definitely has some broad rotation within it here. We got to keep a close eye on this here. I know this hasn't been on the ground yet, but it's been trying to for, shoot, I don't know what, about the past 45 minutes or so, it seems like.
We could at the very least see some pretty significant wind damage, you know, as a result of that moving in, its own forward momentum, and then if it's drawing down the colder air from aloft, and that's making its way to the surface, some straight line wind is likely, and that may account for what we are seeing right there right now. But again, you had a BTI of 7. Was that within the inside that shear marker there that we're seeing? There we go. What was that?
That was a 4.4.
4.4. Okay. Did it pop up to a 7 and then drop?
Correct.
Okay, so it pulsed up, then rapidly pulsed down. It may have just even been some contamination.
I think it's almost the location of it, too, because if you notice as far as the slip into the north here, that's where that number starts to lower a bit. So, if anything, I guess we should probably be looking a little bit closer just to the north of Burt, to the east of Malone, and just south of Potts Camp. So, if you're in Potts Camp right now, hey, get into that safe place. No reason not to, because you are under a tornado warning right now.
I was trying to look to see if I saw a 3-body scatter anywhere in there as a result of that, the potential heavier or the potential for some hail in the middle of that. I did not see that on the reflectivity, but to me, that looks more like I'd be more concerned about a straight line wind. Look at that. Go ahead and tap that. That's going to be 3+.
Yeah.
Hit that white area right there. 3+. Yeah.
So keep in mind, this is also looking pretty high into the sky right now as far as that 3+. And this has a tendency to overdo the hail a little bit. But shoot, I mean, Ron, even if we're talking about that being half the size right now, as far as a comparison, what we could be seeing here for the hail sizes, that's in the range of really about ping pong sized hail here. So that will certainly cause damage if that is the case.
I doubt seriously that that's making to the ground, but it would not surprise me if we saw some possibly quarter, dime 1 to quarter size hail coming
Agreed.
down with that. I didn't see anything coming down with the surface on it.
Well, I think there's two things that are also happening right now. Is that we're losing daylight. And
Yeah.
again, typically this is where we would see our perk, where we'd have the ingredients for severe weather, but because we've had so much rain up north, these storms are running into an area that is much more stable now,
Yeah.
and has been completely worked over finally after about 4 or 5 days where we've been cooking with gas every single time you walk outside. So we finally have gotten to the point where we're turning towards a more stable atmosphere, and as these storms are moving, the farther north that they're going, the weaker they're getting. But I mean, obviously we're still keeping an eye on it, but it's generally going to be North Mississippi. We're very close. If these kind of falter here, we might have maybe a couple of more warnings, and then we may be done as the whole line continues to move off to the east.
But look, the flooding threat, that's the big issue.
And going after sunset, very shortly. What time is it? 6:22. So we're close to sunset. I think that we need to circle back to that here shortly and have that conversation about where do we go from here from the flooding perspective and where we are, because we really haven't seen what's going on with that. We still have that flash flood emergency until 7:15 tonight here in the Memphis and Shelby County.
Yeah, did get a report of a funnel cloud in southeastern Lafayette County near, I'm going to screw this up, but whatever. Tupacula? Toccopola.
Yeah, it was good, close enough. It was good.
So
Eric's from Long Island. He's still learning the names around here.
I'm still
Lafayette County too.
I'm still working on getting the
Lafayette.
storm tracker down there. Trust me on that
All
one.
right, you will. It's a fun town. Let's talk about what's going on. Let me take another track of that, all right? Let's take a look, because there's a lot of lightning in there, and I think the lightning is actually upticked, which is an indication that we could have some decent sized hail in there as well. Right now, we got about 415 strikes of lightning just on that view right there. I want to take another slice of this and just see if maybe some of that hail is transferring down to the surface. I see a pretty decent, oh yeah. Guys, we got hail coming down to the ground right there. Can you see that?
Yeah.
I think that's hail. And let me tell you what I want to do also. I want to go in. Let's do this.
And it goes back to where we were, talking about. There's just more instability in these areas that have been relatively untouched for the better part of the last 4 days. We gave you that forecast saying, hey, by the way, places in North Mississippi could very well not see much of anything for 4 days' time. Yeah. Meanwhile, folks in Dyersburg have been dealing with stuff every single day. People in Poinsett County, Arkansas, every single day. It was kind of like a pick and choose type of situation, just depending on where you are.
Tell you what, Dyersburg, their community storm shelters up there, they've been full for basically the 3 days of all of this moving through, and they were in there last night, early this morning. We've got a tornado warning right now until 7 o'clock, Lafayette, Pontotoc, and Union County. That's going to be until 7 o'clock tonight. Looks like there's a little bit of an inflow notch that we're seeing right there. There's some sort of circulation. National Weather Service issuing a warning based on that. Let's go ahead, even though that's going to track it outside our coverage area, still want to give our friends in Union and Pontotoc counties their first alert. Thaxton 634, Ecru 648, should get into New Albany right around 654. Blue Springs 701. Then it's going to move into Blue Mountain at 707, Alpine 710, Ripley 716, and into Guntown right around 720. Just got a brand new scan of radar data. Let's take a look at that. And we still have the active warnings there also that remain. This tornado warning that is just to the north of the one we just highlighted. This one is going to remain until 6:45. So we got about another 20 minutes to go on that one.
It says tornado on the ground near Thaxton.
So that's what we were looking at right now. That was the one we were looking at.
Yeah.
All right. So I want you to get in your storm shelter. If you're anywhere in that area, I'm going to put another track on this, even though it is just about to exit our coverage area. I do want folks in that area to take it very seriously. Am I seeing this start to try to get rain wrapped?
It's definitely trying to be rain wrapped. Either that or it's wrapping itself up. As it's making its way, it'll be moving into Pontotoc County here very shortly, but right on the county line, basically, Ron.
Yeah, I want to watch that one closely. Look, this is the more specific track for the area of rotation itself. All right, so Flatwood, you're right in the middle of it. 635 should get there. Then into Bald Hill, 639. Ingomar, 644. We'll see it move into New Albany at 650. 7 o'clock into Keonville, I think I got that one right, and then in 7:06 it will get into Halltown and then Alpine at 7:10. So that's what we're looking at there. And again, this whole system, this is really just kind of one cell that we've got 2 tornado warnings in,
and it's
but
straddling
it's
both of
this
them.
one, yeah, it really is. It's straddling both of them, but this is the one really, the one that's going to go until about 7 o'clock tonight that I think's got a pretty good track on where that's going, because we talked earlier about how these storms are all just trying to make an easterly progression as they push on through. Let me put this on a loop on this and show you what is going on there. That's really look at that. Can you see that, guys? Just as it really starts to kind of form a hook there. So we're seeing this cell just really start to get a little counterclockwise spin. And look, there's still a strong southerly flow coming in advance of that, but we're also going to start to see northerly winds coming in back behind it, and that is too also helping or aiding in driving colder air into the top of that storm, and at the same time, the lower levels of that storm really beginning to spin as that pushes on through. Eric, you've got a pretty good shear marker on it. What do you see?
So
oh, wow, you've got multiple shear markers. Let's take a look. The links.
So right now this looks to be the shortest of those 4 shear markers right now. So that indicates some low-level circulation is at least a possibility. And we did get that confirmed tornado on the ground here. And the National Weather Service noting the considerable threat here as far as that goes. That is a tornado warning for Lafayette, Pontotoc, and Union counties until 7 p.m. The time right now is 6:28. So this is moving off to the northeast here. Let's see, at about 40 miles per hour. Chaser had debris on Chaser noted that there was apparently some debris that did occur here. So that is certainly not a great thing to see here. And let's see if we shift this off to the west here at about 40 miles per hour. This is looking to be in Thaxton at about 6:43. And I know that's where the tornado was confirmed on the ground here. So
I think they have like in a Thaxton address type of situation. I will say probably the biggest town ahead of this outside of Thaxton, because it's just about to move past Thaxton, I'd say New Albany.
Yeah.
And I do know that we have some folks in New Albany who pick us up over the air.
Yeah,
So
yeah, sure do.
just want to let you know, folks in New Albany, south of Myrtle, it's going to parallel Highway 30 basically all the way up towards town, but the next big town would be New Albany.
All right, and look, folks in Union County, we're going to be here until this clears Selmer. So until this moves on or clears Corinth and Selmer. So Union County, we're watching for you, all right? Northern Pontotoc County, we're going to go ahead and track that for you as well, just to make sure you are storm warned and you know where the storm is, where it is going. But right now, you can see it's pretty obvious where all of the activity is right now, and that is it right there. Now, we still have the flood emergency that continues for Memphis and Shelby County. That is going to remain until 8:30, I do believe, this evening. It could possibly even be extended. It's going to go until 8:15, but rain is still coming down, and now we're seeing some heavier echoes that are just kind of falling in back behind that. So all of this, we've got training echoes right now. We're going to see more heavy rain coming in behind this. This continues to move off into northeastern Arkansas, bringing it into the Missouri boot heel. So a tremendous amount of moisture still coming through. The whole system will make a push to the east as the night progresses, but we're really not going to see all of this move out until we get closer to around midnight tonight before this back edge finally pushes out, thus exacerbating the flooding potential. We've got confirmation right now. So you see this, whenever you see a red polygon with white around it, that is an indication that we do have some confirmation of that. Eric, I'm going to let you take it away. I've got some new information I want to check on quickly, and I'll get back with you in just a second.
Copy on that. want to make sure we kind of keep a close eye on Selma right now for seemingly obvious reasons because of what happened here on Thursday morning. We do not have a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning in this portion of the Mid-South here, but there seems like there is at least some circulation going on that is just west of the city itself here. So that is something we are going to continue to monitor here really closely, especially since Selma did take that direct hit here going back a couple of days ago. Still do have that confirmed tornado that is on the ground right now. This does include portions of Union County as well as Pontotoc County and over into the far eastern side of Lafayette County. This is not for specifically Oxford as far as that tornado being on the ground. We're not worried about this being an issue specifically for you, but if you are over towards Bald Hill, Esperanza, Pinedale, some of these areas here, let's see, what do we have? Hurricane Road, County Road 47. Your first alert here to the potential of a tornadic activity. Let me flip the radar site back over here.
Looked like we did
well.
have some debris.
Yeah, and that's now crossing over from Pontotoc County into, well, actually out of Lafayette County over to Pontotoc into Union.
Yeah, that's a great point here. The BTI number, it is a 6.6 right now. So that number has been kind of hovering around here over the past couple of scans. So no surprise that we do have that tornado on the ground here, and it is racing itself off to the northeast here. So if you're in Bald Hill, if you're in Flatwood, County Road 47, over towards County Road 94. What other roads do we have over here in this vicinity? County Road 56, 57. County Road 88. I mean, really just all throughout the southern portion of Union County. Get to that safe place right now. Put as many walls between yourself and the outside world, and take it slow. And just put some blankets over your head, some pillows, things of that nature here. So this way you can turn around and stay safe. We definitely want to make sure that we do that here.
I'm going to ask you guys to keep a close eye on that. I want you all notice the three of us are in the studio. Typically, Patrick's out in the First Alert Storm Tracker. It is too dangerous to be out on the streets of Memphis right now as a result of the flooding. That's why he is in studio and assisting with the tracking of the storms tonight. But that's why I also want to encourage you all, stay home. We've had several schools cancel their proms. Just got this new information. Highway 51 north of 385 in Millington, right there near the naval base. Shelby Fire has amphibious vehicles for rescues. Kelly Cook is on the way there, and we hope to bring a live report to you here within the next few minutes about that. But I just got that information. And Patrick, this is what we were talking about. The flood threat that continues until 8:15 this evening, and the flash flood emergency for Memphis, Crittenden, or for Shelby, Crittenden, and DeSoto County, but yes, indeed, does include Memphis. So we've got severe storms and tornadoes moving on through northeastern Mississippi. Corinth, you're right there in the path. Selma, it looks like you're getting rain, but flooding, a big issue that remains here for the city of Memphis and Shelby County. And now we're starting to see that rain, the runoff, create some bigger issues. And it's also now requiring some folks to have to be rescued. Eric?
It makes me wonder about, because we had that report of the road closed at Singleton Parkway up that way.
Yeah.
That's the same general vicinity. So I'm wondering if that's kind of like a staging area for that area for that reason. Going back to the tornado warned storm, though, you know, that storm is basically paralleling Mississippi Highway 30 right now. Again, New Albany, time to act is now. You're the next town in line, the next major town in line that needs to be ready to go.
Absolutely. Let me take a closer look at this. I want to check in on Corinth right now. Let's track what is just to the east of you and rapidly moving in your direction. Let me zoom on in here to Alcorn County. We're just seeing this now. I think Lafayette County, for the most part, you're in good shape. Do believe the threat has exited. Well, that little area right there still remains. So yeah, southeastern Lafayette County, and that's starting to get a little rain wrapped. Eric, you've got a pretty good signature on that. I'm going to put a track on this, and then I'm going to come to you to talk more about that in just a moment. I'm also seeing a little bit of a notch here trying to form just in northern Benton County. So Dumas at about 637, Raymer 651. Eastview, it's going to get there at 6:58. We'll see it move into Corinth at about 7:02. Farmington, 7:09. Jacinto at 7:19. Then it gets into Nixon at 7:26 and Lowry at 7:41. Eric, that's an impressive a very impressive rotation signature you're seeing there. What are you thinking?
So this is based out of the Columbus radar here, Ron, and what you're seeing here is the rotation detector indicating that there's extreme rotation right now just outside of Flatwood, where this yellow is right now. But I want to focus out ahead here into New Albany. If you know anybody in New Albany, make sure that they know that they're under a tornado warning that is confirmed on the ground. This is headed in their direction right now. If you know anybody that is on Highway 15S rather, Bratton Road, Hillcrest Drive, Carter Avenue, Park Plaza Drive, Starland Lane, Oxford Loop, West Bankhead Street, State Highway 15 yet again, Center Street, a little bit closer look at Baker Street, Central Avenue, 2nd Street, really just all throughout New Albany right now. Give them a call, let them know that there's a tornado warned storm that is on the ground right now, headed in their direction, and to get to that safe place right now. This storm is marching into New Albany here rather shortly. Want to make sure you do take cover there into Martintown, Mitchell, and Bald Hill. Those areas are likely seeing the tornadic activity right now, and this is headed towards New Albany right now. If we're looking further upstream here, if this is going to clip portions of Tippah County, it's not a bad idea to kind of keep an eye on that as well, especially into the southeast corner, to the south of Dry Creek, Dumas, and into Locum. I know that's technically into Union County, but just that general corner here of southeastern Tippah County. You got to keep a close eye on this. And for that matter, too, good idea to keep a close eye on this over into Alcorn County, especially into the southeastern corner of that county here. It's not to say 100% sure that it's going to head in that direction, or excuse me, that it's going to still be a tornado warned storm in that direction here, but still want to give you that first alert here into southern Tippah County, southern Alcorn County. You're not under severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning right now, but this is headed in your direction. I've had a few people ask me about Potts Camp, and for the time being right now, I do think you're in a pretty good spot. If you're over in Oxford, we're feeling really good about you now as far as you're seeing heavy rain, you're seeing lightning, you're seeing strong winds.
Look at that hook.
But this isn't specifically for you as far as this tornado warning is concerned.
It is a textbook signature, and I was going to throw this in a 3D mode because you can see it.
You're on Max 2?
Yeah,
Take
go over to
Max
Max 2.
Can you?
So one thing that we look for with some of the stronger storms is what we call a bounded weak echo region.
That's it.
And oddly enough, we have a strong updraft. And actually, let me get the cursor so I can kind of point this out. We have the updraft right here. Right here is the bounded weak echo region. That thing is wrapped up in there. So that means that the storm is basically sucking up all that energy, pulling up into the top of the storm, and of course blowing it out. And of course that's what we're seeing right now. And this is where we are seeing that rotation moving past Pinedale, Bald Hill, and eventually again New Albany. You got to be in a safe place. This is this is the one that we were hoping we didn't have to see today, but it does look like this one, obviously, with a report of a tornado on the ground. You need to take this seriously. If you're in southeastern portions of Union County, New Albany, the next major town in line, it will cross I-22 very close to the New Albany exit, the main New Albany exit. So where Walmart is, you've got the steakhouse right there, the Lowe's right there on the frontage road. So just keep that in mind. You got to be in your safe place now. This is coming up from the south and west. It will come up over very close to the ball fields, or just to the east of the west of the ball fields there on the east side of town. So again, safe place now if you're in New Albany, as that storm will be there within the next 10 minutes.
So we've got a tornado emergency right now for Union County as a result of that. We have confirmation, then we're seeing the radar echoes confirming that as well. And again, whenever you see the red polygon outlined in white, that's an indication that it is there. I want to take a look at the debris signature to see if we're seeing anything lofted into the atmosphere. There is not much there. Eric, I'm going to ask you in just a moment to take a look and give us a new BTI on that if you can. But yeah, as Patrick talked about, it's just about to cross Highway 22. I'm going to go ahead and let's put a track on this and just give you a new update.
Camera that's looking for Blue Springs right there at the Toyota plant.
Yeah.
It's looking back to the west, and you can see tons of lightning with it. It's still about, I'd say about 8 miles away, 8-9 miles away from New Albany. That's what we're looking at right there. So the Toyota plant's on the left-hand side. You're looking back towards Memphis. If you were driving from Tupelo to Memphis, this is the view you have. This is looking towards New Albany. We'll have a decent view of it, but it will likely be rain wrapped. But it's got tons of lightning with it. And again, this is a look of a supercell thunderstorm that is likely still has a tornado on the ground. And we are tracking this through Union County because the next county in line would be Southern Tippah County. So again, Southern Tippah County, you need to be on high alert with this as well as it makes its way up to the north, and Alcorn County too, because again, it'll probably, if it holds together, Prentiss and Alcorn will be the next warnings in line as well. So just a heads up, New Albany, time right now is 6:41. You've got about 5 minutes to be in your safe place.
Yeah, I put a track on this, so here we go. I'm tracking it just ahead of the area of rotation that we're seeing right there. So Martintown 645, New Albany 650, should get into Baker at 655, Cotton Plant 701, then into Bluff, or Cotton Plant at 658, Bluff at 701, then it's going to move into Alpine right around 707, Dumas at 710, and then we'll get into Bethany at about 713. Let's take a look at the debris. Let's see what we see there.
Right there.
There it is, right there. We can see a little bit of something that's popping up right there.
Hey, if you know anybody that's traveling on I-22 right now, if they're in this area, if you know anybody that's in Tupelo heading to the north, or maybe say from Hickory Flat over into Holly Springs, and they're going south, have them stop. There's no point of going through this right now closer to New Albany.
Stop either here at the Blue Springs exit if you're coming up from Tupelo, or stop at the Myrtle exit, because this thing's going to come right across at Highway 15. This will come right across at Highway 15 and I-22. That is the main New Albany exit. That's where all the big businesses are there, right off the interstate. Safe place now if you are in New Albany, Mississippi. And a heads up for our friends in Southern Tippah County, this is heading in your direction within the next 15 to 20 minutes.
Yeah, we've got a tornado on the ground. 7.8 is the BTI, the Barron Tornado Indicator. The closer you are to 10, the more likely a tornado is occurring. We've got confirmation. We're seeing all the ingredients right there, and look at this well-defined circulation right here. I'm going to put another track on this. I want to bring it back this direction, and then I'm going to track it from the area of circulation and give a little bit of a first alert, or give a first alert to Southern Tippah County.
Great call.
And look, let's put a track on this from right here, and I'm going to track it. Inglemar's in it? Yep. All right, so Inglemar, get in your safe shelter. Let's take it on through Boonville, right along Highway 45, because I think that's going to hold together and move on through. And guys, this is what we were talking about all day. This area, mid-80s temperatures. We had high dew points in the area. Really an untapped environment of moisture and instability, and now you get this front moving on through there, and this is what we have. Inglemar, get in your storm shelter right now. Put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. Look, don't worry about watching our coverage. Turn the television up. Take your smartphone or your tablet with you. You can watch us online or on the First Alert weather app. We're going to track this through you, but you do not want to be in the path of this. New Albany, you too are in the path. Eric, I'm going to ask you to go street level in just a second. Center 657. It'll move into Halton right around 709. Locum 709. Then moves into Blackland right around 723. 734. It will move into Boonville. This is what we're looking at. This is a potent storm, a tornado emergency right now. This is for Union County. And wow, what a classic hook echo. And when we talk about a hook, we've got this rotation right here, and you see how it just kind of forms a little hook? There's the inflow notch right there. Maybe a little rain wrapped in the middle, most likely is. Eric, what are you seeing in the way of streets?
All right, we got to rattle some roads here. Park Plaza Drive, Carter Drive, over towards West Bankhead Street, especially on the north side of New Albany. Other roads, Chickasaw Drive, Butler Drive, Coulter Drive. Let's see, some more. Moss Hill Drive, Shady Lane, over into North Hilldale Drive, Briarwood Drive, Denton Drive, Fairground Spur Road. these areas that are especially on the north side of New Albany right now, if you know anybody that lives in this area, give them that first alert and make sure they're inside right now. This is headed right towards New Albany within the matter of a few moments here. So make sure that they're aware of this. And yet again, looking downstream a little bit further into southeastern Tippah County, this is headed towards your direction as well. But yet again, some more roads that are in that area: Chickasaw Drive, Coulter Drive, Butler Drive, over towards Broad Street, Cleveland Street, Carter Avenue, Central Avenue, South Central Avenue, Moss Hill Drive, Reed Street, County Road 269, County Road 324, State Highway 15 over into North Haven, Brazelman Drive, Davis Road, Moss Hill Drive, North Glenfield Road. These are the areas that we really need to get everybody inside right now, get into that interior of your house right now.
In proximity to there, Glenfield, and can you pan up just a little bit, because I think that circulation, yeah, it's right there around Martintown. Did you see that? Yep. So there we go.
This is going to be on the east side of the ball fields, the Bank of New Albany ball fields. That park there, it'll be on the east side of that, but only barely. I would say if you're in that area, that Walmart all the way down to the truck stop at Highway 15 and then beyond, you need to be in a safe place now, because this storm is crossing that area very shortly.
Take that shot. Can we take that live shot? Let's see that MDOT traffic cam. Patrick, you want to talk about?
This is looking to the north, correct?
Yes.
This would be looking back towards the west. This is, I-22 westbound at Blue Springs. Again, this would be the Toyota plant would be right behind you. You're looking at about 4 or 5 miles away to the north. And you see that darkening off on the left-hand side of the screen.
Yeah.
If it's going to be anywhere, it's going to be somewhere in there, and it may rear its ugly head here on this camera here shortly. There's tons of lightning dropping out of it and tons of hail too. This thing's got 2-inch hail dropping out of it. So they're going to go ahead and issue a new tornado warning. It's going to be downstream. This will be for probably Tippah, Prentice, and Alcorn.
All right. Let's take a look. And can we put a double box of the radar view and the camera itself? I don't think so. Okay, we're working on getting the radar view and that camera view. I don't want to take our eyes off that camera. Leave that camera up. There we go. There we go.
People just driving straight into right now too. Dang.
All right, folks. Listen,
This is still a couple of miles away. We're looking at 22 and Magnolia Way. That is Blue Springs. That is the Toyota plant exit. Off in the distance, you see that darkening off in the left-hand side of the screen. That is very likely the tornado. Power flashes off on the left-hand side of it. This storm is about to cross I-22, very close to Mississippi Highway 15. It will parallel 15 all the way up to the north and likely work its way into southern Tippah County. Tippah County, you got to be in a safe place here now. If this is still on the ground once it gets to Tippah County, this will still likely have damage associated with it as it's moving through this area. But again, that storm likely on the ground doing damage and moving into New Albany right now.
Tippah and Prentice will be under that next tornado warning.
Okay.
So if you're in southeastern Tippah County, get ready for this.
we have a confirmed tornado. We believe we have a view of it right here from our NDOT camera as we are looking on Highway 22, looking to the, and what was it, to the west?
Yeah, you're looking westbound.
We're looking to the west, northwest.
Yes.
And then, go ahead, Patrick.
It's like, I think it might be rain wrap, but it's in there.
Yeah, and that's what it looked like on the radar, too. It looked like it was definitely rain wrapped, and that makes it a little more difficult to see. But I think as that gets closer and continues to move on through, we're going to get a better view of it. But that, nonetheless, is a very, very powerful, potent storm. A confirmed tornado on the ground moving through Union County near New Albany right now. If you are anywhere in New Albany, I want you in your storm shelter now. Get into, if you're in New Haven, storm shelter now. It's coming in at 6:55 at the latest. Could even get there a little sooner. Baker, 6:58, 7:02 in Keamville, and then Bluff at 7:04, Alpine, 7:10. Then it's going to move into Dumas at 7:13. If you are in any of the communities I just named, get to your storm shelter immediately. This is just about to cross Highway 22. Taking a close look at it right now. I'm going to try to zoom in just a little bit tighter. There's our new warning right now. Let me give you the info on that. We've got a new warning. tornado warning to replace the original warning. This is going to go until 7:30 now. 7:30 for this new tornado warning.
Ron, take
yeah,
links.
take the links. Let's go, Eric. Let's see it.
So right now, this is an 8.0 on the Barron Tornado Index. That's a serious number right now.
We've got a tornado.
And,
no doubt about it.
on top of that,
It's rain wrapped.
That gray circle there, that is a TDS marker. That is a Barron skid. That if
that's there, it's there.
It's there.
Yeah.
It's there without a doubt. This is a serious situation for New Albany, and again, now we are going to be tracking this downstream into southeastern portions of Tippah County. If you live in Tippah County, you need to be thinking about where you need to go. The Dumas community is the main one in town, and the next one in line. Let's get. Can we get the camera back up?
Yeah, put that camera. I want that live camera.
It's,
up.
we need
Let's
the
see
live
it.
camera.
We need the live camera. Let's bring it up. We have that tornado debris signature right there. Now we're seeing the tornado. It is rain wrapped. You can tell that it is rain wrapped, or at least it looks that way from here. That tornado is almost right there in the center of the screen of sorts, I do believe. Looks like it's getting ready to cross Highway 22 right now, just coming across. So we're looking to the northwest along Highway 22, and right there in the center of your screen, we've got that supercell thunderstorm producing a tornado on the ground at this moment. Get to the safest place in your home. Don't run to a window to try to see it. Just get your family. Take your, make sure you've got shoes on in the event of any debris. Should there be any damage, you don't want to be walking around barefooted in anything in the aftermath of this. Make sure you have your ID with you as well, and get to a sturdy structure within your home, or get to the lowest floor of your home right now, away from exterior walls, windows. If you've got bicycle helmets, put those on your head. That will help to protect your head. But we do have a tornado on the ground. Guys, what are you seeing?
I was just trying to see if the TDS swath was on there, but yeah, I mean, it's crossing 22 right now.
There was one on there a little while ago. I believe it was 12 miles.
That's the TDS exit. That's not the same thing. But definitely a situation right now, and
That up on links. Can we do that, Jim?
We went back and looked at just trying to figure out where exactly this is heading for, and again, this is moving to the north and east, crossing I-22 right now, as you saw there from the Blue Springs camera. There are several people who did stop.
Yeah.
That's one thing.
It's
like they saw it or they heard about it and they stopped. But more than likely, you see more people are stopping now.
People are just driving into it.
And they think it's a rain shaft, most likely, you know? So look, that is a dangerous situation right now. That is crossing 22 right there in the town of New Albany as it makes its way through Union County. It is moving off to the northeast. What's our forward motion on that? Is it 40?
I think it's 40.
40 miles per hour. I'm going to put a new track
35.
on this. 35. So we're at 35. It's a very slow moving storm. Looks like it may. That was kind of quick right there. That last scan, did you guys see that last radar scan on that? Then again, I think we may start to be getting a little bit of rain coming in there.
So keep in mind, Ron, we're looking at this from the Columbus radar site.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, so you've got a better view. I'm looking at Memphis on mine. It's better. Let's take what you guys have, and let's see what you're looking at there. All right, here we go. Patrick, debris detection. What do you see on Max 2?
I'm looking for it, and I don't know if it's just messy or not. But I mean,
Eric's got a heck of a shear marker, or a shear marker, and the shear rate. You can see that on there. Let's take a look.
I think
Let's
at
go
this,
to the links.
I think at this point it might actually be across 22 at this point.
Yeah, it's crossing 15.
It's crossed.
Yeah.
But I will say that it had a debris signature crossing I-22 near Highway 30. But I would venture to say that may be either fallout, and let's hope that it's just fallout from when it was down on the ground earlier, and it was just coming down, and this was
so
on
is
the
it
ground.
lofted
And it was just
twigs,
coming
branches, leaves, not necessarily
Let's
homes?
hope.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
we can only We can only hope. But based off of what we were seeing, it is very possible, and we don't know for certain, but it's very possible that we did have a tornado go right through New Albany. We just don't know. Now,
we're trying to get a new camera view. Well, the camera that we were looking at is now frozen. So there is likely a power outage issue with that, or something's up with that camera. We're trying to find another one to give you another view. But New Albany, stay in your storm shelter. Don't go anywhere right now. Stay right there. Hickory Flat, you're in the clear. Blue Mountain, you're in the clear. Dumas, you are in the path. Jumperton, you are in the path. Get to your storm shelter right now. If you are in southeastern Tippah County, if you are in northwestern Prentiss County, and if you are in southern Alcorn County, just to the west of Ryenzi, looks like it may pass in close proximity to Ryenzi. You are in the path of this as well. 7.8 is the BTI. That's what we're looking at there. Eric, what do you see?
So, we've been talking about here, got to start looking downstream. Pleasant Hill, let me clear off some of the stuff that's popping up here.
Guys, the camera network is out down there. They are not working right now.
Pleasant Hill route, County Road 144, 143, County Road 149, County Road 151, County Road 242. Now, if we start to cross the line back over into Prentiss County, we're looking over towards Dumas. County Road 629. What else we have over here? County Road 611. A little further to the north, County Road 615, State Highway 4, County Road 621, County Road 624, County Road 547, over towards Jumpertown, Eden Road, Blackland Road, New Cut Road. And then as we start rolling towards the northeast here, that's when we got to really start to keep an eye out for portions of Tippah County and over into Alcorn County.
So we have a tornado emergency right now. Union County, Tippah, it is moving in your direction. Southern Tippah County right now, tornado on the ground. We had a distinct radar signature. It is now crossed Highway 22. Come to me. Let's take a look at this. We've got the tornado warning that remains in effect now. This is going to be for Lee, Prentiss, Tippah, Union County. This has a potential to create some considerable damage as it moves on through. We believe the track or the tornado itself is likely rain wrapped. And I think that's maybe where we're finding the signature right there. Let's throw the scope over that. And
hey, we got to watch out too. Back behind us,
got here some rotation coming. I just saw that
in Eastern Lafayette.
It looks a little messy back there, but this is definitely it. Dumas, you are in the path. Let's get a new track on this right now, guys. 40 miles per hour, north and east. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. Let me put a track on this right now. All right, so look, if you're in the path of this, just stay calm, all right? Just calmly get to the storm shelter, get to the lowest floor of your home. This is going to move on through quickly. Wait for it to pass, and then we'll see what comes after. But right now, we've got your first alert to timing. I'm hitting the wrong button here. Let me give you your first alert on timing and where this is going. I'm tracking it out in a bit in advance of the center of rotation, just to give you some extra time to get ready. Ryenzi, I'm going to go ahead and put you in it because I think you're right there, or you are certainly in close proximity with it. So Keonville, I hope I said that right. Keonville, Locum 707, Jumperton 726. That's what we're looking at. I'm going to put a more specific, a wider track on this, and let's track it from right here. Take it off to the northeast. I'll push this on into Alcorn County. Corinth, it's going to be just to the south of you. I think it may miss Corinth, but right now, these are the communities in the path. So Keonville, and please forgive me if I'm mispronouncing that, 701. Molino, go to your storm shelter, 704. Dumas, 712. Then get into Geeville at 720, Blackland 724, Jumpertown at 728. We'll move into Boonville at 733. Ryenzi, you're in the path. That's going to come in at 741. Let me pan down just a little bit and let's see how this is going to play out in relation to Corinth. You have Corinth there just to the north of where that potential tornado will go.
It's going to be
zoom
close.
Out just it's going to be really close.
I think it's going to be just south, but it's going to be really close.
It's going to be very close. Look, Corinth get to your storm shelter. Just go, all right? This is a potent storm anyway. You've got some strong wind coming at you right now. I'm going to put a loop on this. Let's take a look and see that. And wow, you can even see, and we're starting to see right now that stronger wind making its way into western Alcorn County. That's coming up 72. That's about to head toward Corinth. That's going to get to you within the next few minutes. Let me give you a track on just the potential strong wind that may be occurring with this accompanying it. So Kossuth 702, Allentown 706, Biggersville 710, Corinth 715. That is this supercell. Then Farmington 722, Mickey 727, and then it moves into Kendrick at about 730, Stantonville at 736. Melissa, do we have a camera? Do we have anything in that area that we can see?
Ron,
let's go to Patrick. What do you got?
I'm going to show you something odd.
Max 2? Are you on Max 2? Let's
go over to Max 2.
Take it.
I'm going to show you the traffic tracker, okay?
Okay. Let's see.
And the reason why I showed this is because, again, New Albany's a relatively small town, okay?
Right.
It's 7 o'clock on a Saturday. It's not going to be yellow, orange this time.
Right.
We're starting to see that, and this is an indicator sometimes. I've seen this happen when I was working in Jackson. We take this same thing and drive it down into a small area that would normally not have a lot of traffic this time of the day. You have multiple areas here through New Albany that would suggest more than likely something is happening there that is slowing the traffic down. And more than likely, based off of what we know and what we have been seeing, it's probably tornadic damage. So let's hope that for the best, but it seems like Saltillo is a little too far.
It's too far to the north.
Too far.
We have a Saltillo camera. It's to the north.
But
we see the lightning. We need something to see that funnel.
We
need that camera back.
We have a storm chaser there. Trees down, structural damage, power poles snapped. Highway 30, just east of County Road 128. Road's fully blocked. So this would be on the east side of, let's see here. I think this would be on the east side of town. We'll zoom in here.
Eric, what do you see? Anything new?
No, nothing new here.
What's our VTI on that? Can we get a quick reading on that?
So this is down to a 2.6 right now, but I wouldn't really put too many eggs in the basket with respect to that. That seems way too low.
Is that from the Columbus radar, though?
Correct,
yes.
No, this is still Columbus.
Okay, so if it was from Memphis, I would be suspicious of that just because everything that it's got to cut through. But Columbus has a pretty good view of that from.
Yeah, if I put the Memphis on it, the Memphis registers as an 8.
As an 8.
Interesting.
There's a faint. It looks like there may be a faint debris signature still with that storm as it's crossing Highway 30. And that makes sense based off of what we just got. So
man, the Barron button here, it's I remember seeing this the other day as far as once we start seeing these yellows pop up, and this is out of Memphis now. Once you start seeing these yellows, that means it's essentially still a tornado here. And this is saying
Storm Tracker in the area is saying 30E was blocked, had to turn back. There is structural damage. It's all minor thus far, but that's just a preliminary report. But there are many large trees and poles down in that area. Union County, New Albany, you are. Let's give it another 5 minutes. Let that just stay where you are, New Albany. Do not move. Eric, can you zoom in a little tighter? Let's get some communities in there. If we can, Blue Mountain, this is going to move just to the south of you. Locum, you're right in the path. Bluff, get in your storm shelter. Molino, you are in the center of that track. It is coming at you right now. You need to be in your storm shelter, away from exterior walls, windows. Put as many walls between you and the exterior as possible. Eric, you want to talk about some of these roads that it's crossing?
Sure. So we have County Road 151 over towards Locum, County Road 629, County Road 747. Further to the northeast, County Road 627, Pine Grove, that's another area that this is headed towards. Dry Creek, County Road 644, County Road 615, County Road 649, County Road 624, and this is now looking into the far southeastern corner of Tippah County over here now. So this is moving back across into the Mid-South right now as far as our Action News 5 coverage viewing area is concerned here. So this is a serious situation right now in southeastern Tippah County right now. Clariesville, Dumas, Pine Grove, yet again, Locum.
If Eric mentions your street or your community name, you need to be in a storm shelter or a place of safety right now. Eric, go ahead.
Let's see, some other ones. County Road 742, County Road 627, County Road 626, County Road 644, County Road 611, County Road 615, County Road 649. All these are county roads. 619, 624, 623, 621, 617, 615, State Highway 4, County Road 547, Eaton Road. I believe that's when you start getting into the far northwestern corner of Prentice County. And then eventually this is going to be headed towards Alcorn County as well. If you are in Biggersville, if you are in Kossuth, Corinth, you better be keeping at least a very close eye on this and be ready for the potential of a tornado.
Yeah, just go get in your storm shelter right now. Kossuth, Corinth, you need to be in your place of safety. Rienzi, definitely need to be in a place of safety. Dumas is right in the middle. Jumpertown, you are as well.
If you're in Ripley, Mississippi, this will pass to your south. So just if you know, and Blue Mountain as well. I forget, it's like we have Blue Mountain College up there. This will pass just outside, away from Blue Mountain, but you're probably getting a lot of rain, some hail with it as well. Then you've got Dumas. Again, safe place now. It's heading right for you at this point. Go ahead.
Just a couple places that are in Dumas that people might be familiar with, because I know county roads, you're not too sure what's what. Simmer on Down, that's a restaurant over there, over at Dumas Baptist Church. Clark's County Store, the Magnolia Stone Company, the Dumas Fire Station. What else we have over there? There's a Dollar General over there. This is along Highway 370 right now, as far as in Dumas goes. If you know anybody, if you are familiar with any of those areas here in Dumas, you better get inside and get into that interior portion of your house right now, because this is certainly an extremely serious situation.
All right, so we have a tornado emergency, confirmed tornado on the ground. Storm spotters in the area sending us data right now. There have been some reports of some minor damage right around New Albany. Trees are down in that area. Let me pan up and move this to the center of the screen. Let me put a new track on this to give you the updated view. Let's take a look at what we are seeing right now. Looks like it is becoming a little more broad scale. Interesting. It's starting to encounter and have some of that rain-cooled air start to move in. First, I want to see if I see a distinct debris signature. There's a little something being lofted here, really along the leading edge. And that is, right now, it doesn't seem that significant, but at the same time, let's take a look at the velocity on this. And yeah, you see it right there. Do you see where I'm talking about? Right here. So we've got the red and green pixels coming together right here. We have the tornado warning in effect right now. That is going to remain tornado warning for Lee, Prentice, Tippah, and Union counties, 7:30. So we've got about another 22 minutes left on this. Zooming in a little tighter, taking a look at the debris potential. Looks like it is just to the east of New Albany. Let me now put a next rad loop on, or track on here, and I am going to, man, that's what it's doing, isn't it? It's cycling.
So it may be in a situation where it's lifted and it's about to drop it again. That's
guys, I think it may already be
done recycling.
Well, I think it may be right now just beginning to make its way into southern Tippah County.
Yeah. Oh, without a doubt, yeah.
There it is.
Tell you what, National Weather Service, too, we need another tornado warning out here, because this is A, about to exit the region, and I mean, B, we're getting close to the backside of this warning, too.
Yeah, so I'm going to put a track right here on that leading edge of rotation. Let's track it off to the north and east, following along the general direction of that polygon. Jumpertown, 723. Gaston, 728. Boonville, 733. It will get into Jacinto right around 744. Leedy, 751. Burnsville, it's going to come in there right around 755. If I just named your community, you are in the path of the storm. Corinth, it's going to miss you. Walnut, you're fine. Blue Mountain, you're fine.
New tornado warning coming.
New tornado warning is coming with this. That's likely going to include Prentiss. That will likely also include southeastern Alcorn County with the new update. But right now, the current tornado warning we have and tornado on the ground right now, confirmed tornado on the ground, Alcorn, Prentiss, Tippah, Union counties. That's going to go now until 8 o'clock, 50 minutes before this moves on through. It's moving off to the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. I want to take a look at it again. I'm going to put a wider track on this, all right, just to include more communities so that if you are anywhere near this area, let's take a look. Patrick, it still looks rain wrapped too.
Yeah,
agreed.
It's definitely rain wrapped.
You can't see it. It looks like a rain shaft, and we're getting dark.
This one it does clip Corinth.
Okay.
The new warning does clip Corinth.
All right, so
And that makes sense because as far as that cone goes, you want to spread it out so this way it includes more areas than what is needed.
Right, and that's what I want to do. So if I call out your community, I want you in your storm shelter right now. Dumas 712. It's going to get into Jumpertown at 729. Boonville 735. Rienzi 742. Corinth 753. Farmington 757. It will then move on into Burnsville at 802. Iuka at 810. Tornado emergency right now. We have confirmed rotation, a tornado on the ground. Looks like, guys, it is just now moving on into the town of Dumas. It's right on them.
Yeah.
It is right on them right now. Eric, you've got a great view on it. Let's take a look.
So, you know, what I've been kind of just trying to monitor our feed right now on
take links full.
Take it full here. I've been trying to monitor to our Facebook page as far as this live stream goes.
Yeah.
And there were a couple people that said Corinth was having their prom tonight.
Patrick, any new info, any new data?
Nothing yet.
Cameras?
We still have chasers moving out in that direction. So hopefully we're watching a feed right now to see what's going on out there. If I'm not mistaken, our Griffin Demaray, he's going to start heading towards New Albany.
Okay.
So,
all right, good deal. Coming in behind it.
Yes, he'll be behind us. Excuse me, guys. Been a long couple days. Looks like there was an 18-wheeler that did turn over on I-22 at New Albany with a minor injury.
So right there as it crossed 22. That's why it crossed 22 right at New Albany as we were tracking it coming out of southeastern Lafayette County. Pushed on in, right now continues to move to the north and east. Eric, you want to talk a little more about that rotation detector that you're looking at?
And a new tornado warning is going to come out behind this one. So there's going to be a new one that comes out behind this one that will probably include New Albany once again.
Can we see a sheer swath on that just to give us a bit of a track on that? Look at that. Look, and that red that you see there, the yellows, that's where we see peak vorticity. All right, peak rotation right there. Eric, can you zoom out just a little bit and let's see where it originated from? And again, right there around southern Lafayette County, you see just to the south and east of Oxford, really started to pick up some momentum as it got into eastern Lafayette County and right there around the northwestern corner of Pontotoc County. Then it moved into Union County, and that's when things got real, and this started to cross 22. Are we having any luck on getting cameras?
I was just talking to Melissa about
Okay.
I was gonna. Is this TIB? That is okay. So that would be Mississippi 9 at 22. It's still looking to the north. Okay. All right. That's looking north. If there's one that's looking south, that would be even better. So let's hold on that. I do want to go back to what we're talking about here as far as that storm coming up on the backside. They're going to issue a new tornado warning that's near Ecru that will take a path that will be a little farther south than the last one, but it will be very close to New Albany. So if you know anybody in New Albany who may have been affected by the first storm, you need to give them a text message and tell them there's another one that's right behind it that could very well produce a possibility of a tornado.
Well, let's take a look at it and put a track on it because here we go. We're a similar situation to what we saw in the early morning hours of Thursday. We just had basically training echoes, one right after the other. So right now, let me clear this off of here. But right now, we have the tornado warning. That remains in effect, a confirmed tornado on the ground. That is going to go until 8 o'clock tonight. Right now, the area of circulation Looks like it's just now moving through Dumas and right there starting to make a push to the east, but we're starting to see some other rotation develop back in behind it. And I believe that's the area that they've got the new warning for. Am I correct? Looks like it just went away.
No, that was the one that just popped in there.
Okay.
The secondary one southwest of New Albany right now.
Okay, all right, here we go. I got to zoom out just a little bit. Let's take a look at what I'm seeing here.
And it should be noted that storm, that's the original storm, still is cycling. So it's wrapped itself up, but it's trying to reproduce more rotation that could put down a tornado. And in this environment, it can happen very quickly.
Yeah, it is absolutely ripe. We've had temperatures in the mid 80s there, a lot of moisture coming through. It's basically untapped atmosphere. And now we've got a new warning that is now in effect. Another tornado warning. This is just coming in behind. Let me give you the info on this. Not confirmed, but radar indicated to prompt the National Weather Service to issue this for Itawamba, Lee, Prentiss, and Union counties. That's going to go until 8 o'clock. Then we have the other one that is out in front of it. That too goes until 8 o'clock. Let me put a new track on this right now, show you what we're looking at. So we're watching this little area that is just right back here. And tell you what, I want to do this on the velocity. Let's see if we can see. Oh yeah, I see that right there. I'm going to draw a track from this area right here. I'm going to just track it from 22 east and northeast, kind of following along that same line. These are some communities that are in the direct path. New Albany, another round coming your way. So we're seeing more rotation, not confirmed, but on radar, it looks very suspicious. It's going to move in at 7:16. It's on you right now. Keonville at 7:26, then into Locum 7:34. So we're talking about communities that have already endured this first one. Now the second one coming in behind it, 7:51 into Blackland, Gaston. That's going to get in there at 7:58. Now I'm going to clear that out. I want to put a wider track on this whole thing just to give you an idea of who else may be in the path of this. We'll track it from this direction here, taking it off to the north and to the northeast. So New Albany, 7:19, then Baker right around 7:23, Alpine 7:35, Dumas 7:39. Listen, if I say your community's name, don't focus on the time, just go to your storm shelter right now. Baldwin 7:49, Jumpertown at 7:55, Boonville 7:59. Then it gets on into Mariana. It will move in there at 8:03. To put this all in perspective for you, the hot zone right now, northeastern Mississippi, and that was our concern all along today as a potential for possibly big tornadoes moving into northern Mississippi as a result of the ripe environment that was in place. Look, there is still massive flooding in northeastern Arkansas, and we're getting some serious rain echoes, but just rain, nothing severe. Patrick?
We got that camera at I-22 and the Toyota plant back up.
Take it. Let's look.
So we're looking back at that storm, the new one that just got a new tornado warning push on a second ago. So we're looking back towards New Albany, and you see there are a lot of folks who have stopped. And again, I think that this is from the standpoint that they've heard that something has happened. And I just saw some pictures of some damage, trees down, power lines down. That's the extent of it right now. We'll see what goes from it from there. I did text one of my friends down there to see what's going on and try to figure out. I don't know if he's in town or not, but we'll find out.
Okay.
But as far as this, you're looking back towards the storm that's coming up from the backside. So this is why we're saying New Albany, again, you need to be in a safe place. So if you know anybody in that area, you got to give them a heads up. The other thing, too, is the other storm to the north, it has been in a cycle. It's trying to redo itself. It's trying to get itself back together. It kind of fell apart as it moved into southeastern Tippah County. It's about to move into northwestern portions of Prentiss County near Boonville, and then eventually up into southern areas of Alcorn County. Rienzi would be the next town in that general vicinity.
It's going to start running into some rain cooled air because we've got that rain that is just to the north and west of it. So it's quite possible that takes a little bit of a bite out of it, but that was a heck of a cell. That had some serious rotation to it. So it may have all the ingredients it needs to continue churning along.
And when you look at that camera, where this camera's located, it's dry. So
Yeah.
anything out ahead
Yeah.
of it's still right for the taking.
And with this storm being further south too, it should be able to pop up better than the first one.
But I'm looking at it on the radar. It does not look as
Ominous.
as
Yeah.
that one did.
Agreed.
Eric, let's take a look at what you're seeing there on right there around Dry Creek. There's
Sure.
another little notch that's right there. That's that second one that's coming into play. You want to talk more about that?
Sure. So this is the direct area that we're keeping an eye on right now for the potential tornado basically regenerating itself or recycling itself and coming back down here. So if you know anybody that's over in Dry Creek, or anybody that's over towards Jumpertown. Going to start to rattle off some more roads here. Blackland Road, New Cut Road, over towards Eaton Road, State Highway 4, County Road 7321, over towards 3rd Street. U.S. Highway Highway 45 right now is into Prentiss County. If you're really west of Highway 45 here in Prentiss County, your first alert here, get in that safe place right now. If you're over now into Alcorn County, this is Synagogue, over towards Biggersville, really the whole southern corner of Alcorn County, get into that safe place right now. So this.
Hey, Eric, can you hit the storm threats? We may have some ping pong ball size hail in that.
I mean,
you can see those purple returns that were on the radar just to the north and west. Let's see what we're seeing in regard. It looks like the storm has cycled and it is coming back together now. That's what we're seeing. Quarter size hail, dime size hail.
Pocket change, yeah.
All right, so just small hail associated with that. So it may be trying to increase to some degree. There we go.
Tell you what, so this is a secondary, the second tornado that we're keeping an eye on right now.
And that will pass closer to that.
Right.
What's your wind on that?
And going back to what we were talking about, this is back to Thursday morning. Once it starts to pop yellows like this is a tornado.
That's a tornado. Yeah. New Albany, you're in the path again. All right. Beacon Hill, you are in the path of this. So get to your storm shelter. We've got another potential tornado. It is coming right through Ingomar right now. It is near Fairview. It's really right on top of Fairview. It is just about to be right on top of Ingomar. If you are along Highway 15S, 15 South, you need to be in your storm shelter. County Road 97, it's in it. County Road 94, you're just to the north of it, but it's coming. And it is on its way to Beacon Hill and will likely cross Highway 22. Guys, you think this one's going to stay south of New Albany? Looks like it may very
I
well
believe it
do
will,
that.
but I wouldn't bet on it.
So the little dot I put on there, that's where that camera is. So if we're going to see it. We're going to see it there. That's right there where there's a hill that goes down there from Beacon Hill down towards Blue Springs, and it comes back at Blue Springs, comes back up out of that valley. We'll be able to see it from that perspective. And I think they changed the camera. It's looking towards the Toyota plant now. So let's take that camera.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's looking south right at it.
Okay. All right. That's good. That's good. So there is the Toyota plant camera. Let's put that on the air right now. There we go. Tornado. And look, we've had tornado on the ground confirmation. Another area of rotation coming in right behind it. And this is similar to what we saw late Wednesday night in the early morning hours of Thursday. Just basically cell after cell, just training echoes basically. They're right there on a boundary. So they're just riding along a little boundary that is right there between that moisture-rich environment and where, go ahead, Eric. What do you got?
So this is looking back at the original cell right now, okay? The one that we were talking about recycling. Yet again, once these yellows start to pop up, just going off of past experience with respect to here at Action News 5, this usually means that there's a tornado on the ground. There's at least strong winds around it. If this was more of a box shape right now, that would be extremely concerning.
It did pop a TDS, tornadic debris signature in southeastern Tippah County. So it did drop again. So it's probably as it's in the exiting phase, there it is right there, about to approach Jumpertown. So Ryancy in southern Alcorn County, time to action now. That tornado is on the ground over Dry Creek. It'll be moving off to the north and east. It'll cross Highway 45 near Ryancy. And again, down the road from there, we're talking out towards the eastern side.
There's a little debris right there. I don't know if it's a little outflow, just kind of lifting
Where are
some
you
stuff.
talking about?
Right there.
Jumpertown?
Yeah.
Oh no, that's the downdraft.
The RFD.
Yeah.
Yeah. So right there around Graham, it looks like something may be in the air, floating around in the air there as well, although that may just be some sort of contamination, you think?
But the dot over Dry Creek, that is a tornado debris signature. So
Yeah,
if that is, that's State Highway, that's Mississippi Highway 4. Again, approaching Jumpertown, safe place now. If you know anybody there in northern Prentiss County, again, Ryancy in our area, in our Action News 5 coverage area in southern Alcorn County, safe place now. The Glen community there on the east side of, as you're heading out along Highway 72, on the east side of Corinth, in the Glen community out by Alcorn Central High School, that general area. You need to be in a safe place now. That storm will be in that general vicinity here within the next 10 to 15 minutes. Also for our friends in Burnsville, northern Tishomingo County, going across the Tenn-Tom Waterway and eventually up towards Pickwick Lake. I know we have some folks who watch us up at Pickwick, so just a heads up for our friends at Pickwick, that storm will eventually be moving in your direction too.
All right, Eric, let me
ahead.
put a track on it, and let's give some more communities their first alert as to where this is, where it's going. I'm going to take us back to this view here quickly. We've got a lot going on right now. I need to zoom in just a touch, and let's take this on in. So this is approaching Prentiss County right now, currently in Union County, crossing Highway 22. We've got our first tornado warning. This is extended into Alcorn County. Corinth, you're right there on the edge of it, but you are in it until 8 o'clock tonight. So we've got about another 34 minutes to go on that. Then we've got the other warning that is just to the south of that. That is what we're tracking. And again, confirmation of that. Lee, Prentiss, Tippah, Union counties, that goes until 7:30. That's about to expire but be replaced by the tornado warning that is just to the south of that. Lee, Pontotoc, Prentiss, and Union counties, that goes until 8 p.m. tonight.
Hey, Jayla, can you
off. Go ahead, Patrick.
I was going to say, can you go ahead and put that double box with TDOT A in it?
Correct.
Yeah, TDOT A in it. And this will be the look at that storm as it's about to cross 22.
All right, here we go. I'm going to put a wide track on this, fellas, okay? Just to give everybody their first alert. And I think it is just south of 22.
Correct.
It's very close to crossing 22.
It's like it's crossing it right now.
I would say if you're looking down there at the bottom of that hill, there's a turn there. It's going through that turn. So if it's on the ground, it's going to be about a mile away from that camera.
Beacon Hill, 731. Go to your storm shelter right now. Blue Springs, storm shelter now, 736. It's coming your way. Alpine, 745. It's going to get into Bethany at 751. We'll move then into Guntown, 755. Baldwin, 758. I'm putting a wide track on this just in the event that we get a little fluctuation as opposed to a direct straight path. But moves into Blackland right around 8:03. We'll get into Boonville right around 8:11. Right now, the main area of concern, Union County, Prentiss County, Lee County, and that's going to move in and clip Alcorn County as it continues to move off to the north and east. So that's what you have. I'm going to put a loop on this and just let people take a look as they continue to watch that live camera. Patrick, which camera is that one again? You want to talk more about that?
That is the one that's at I-22 and Magnolia Way. The Toyota plant on the left-hand side, that's in Blue Springs, Mississippi. You're looking off towards the west. This is the same camera that we were looking at earlier. If it is on the ground, it's probably rain wrapped, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And so it's probably on the right-hand side of your screen now. It's probably already crossed I-22. It's now moving off to the north. There's tons of lightning with it. And,
that's a sign of some big hail right there.
Yeah,
I'm surprised we haven't seen that just yet.
Actually,
up around Mound City.
Can we take the other TDOT B? I want to see the Toyota plant really quick. I just want to see from that perspective.
MDOT.
Okay. Let's go back to the double box. It looks like you can kind of see the rain shaft off in the distance as approaching the camera there. But again, the circulation is now on the right-hand side of your screen. It's now moving up into northern portions of Union County, southeastern Tippah County. You need to be ready to go again for the storm that's coming up behind you. The Jumpertown storm still looks like it is producing a tornado.
Yeah, Pisgah, you're in the
safe place
path
now.
Yeah, absolutely. Jumpertown, Pisgah, get to your storm shelter right now. Ryenzi, storm shelter now. So this is what we're dealing with. We had one confirmed tornado. It looks like we've got a distinct tornado following in behind it. Both of these coming into northeastern Mississippi right now. Both of these prompting a tornado emergency as a result of there has been some minor damage we know thus far. We've got crews on the way. They're going to come in safely behind it. They'll continue to track it. Eric?
So I'm going to rattle some just different businesses and industries that are near that Jumpertown area. So this way, if you're familiar with it, you at least have a good lay of the land where we're at right now. So let's see, Gino's Family Restaurant. We have Dry Run Nursery. These are near the Jumpertown area. A little bit further to the northeast, Pleasant.
Take that camera. Take the camera at Blue Springs. Take the Blue Springs camera. This is where that storm is now crossing I-22 right now. And you're seeing the sheets of rain coming across that area. We'll come back over to that storm. It does look like that storm is starting to get a little out of it, but this one is still pretty active, and again, angling itself for southeastern tip of county. So we want to be as ahead of it as possible, but it's crossing I-22 right now. That should be the rear flank downdraft that we're seeing there. That wouldn't be the tornado. This would be the rear flank downdraft that would have a lot of wind associated with it coming on the backside of the storm, and that's what is shooting across, is all that rain right now shooting across I-22 right now towards the north into the backside of the storm, wrapping into it to help to for the storm's sake, it wants to try to produce a tornado.
Yeah, and you may see like a little trailing cloud that looks almost like a funnel. That's typically a beaver tail on the back side of that, not the tornado itself.
That's the north view. That's the same camera looking north up Highway 9 from I-22.
No, that's definitely frozen. It's not moving. Oh, no. Okay.
No,
I tracked that. Sorry about that.
There's lightning on it.
It's
there.
It's coming and going.
It's just hard to see right now. And I would imagine there's a tremendous amount of condensation on the camera lens there, too, as a result of just all the moisture, the humidity that's out there right now, also the change in temperature that's occurring. That's going to cause those cameras to also fog up and make it a little difficult to see. Which camera is that? Is that the Toyota plant?
That's the Toyota plant right in front of you. So again, the storm, you see the camera rocking and rolling, and of course taking the wind there as the storm's now moving off towards the north and east. I was just looking over and trying to see if there's anything that was popping off there, but see that lead cell. The lead cell is starting to kind of push out a little bit further. So it's trying to put more straight line wind action out right now on the backside. It's trying to get its act together again. And if it's doing that, it's probably trying to put down some strong damaging winds. Ryenzi, Corinth, Glenn, safe place now. It may not produce a tornado, but it probably tried to produce a damaging winds as it's moving in. Let's take a link.
And guys, Lafayette County EMA, where this somewhat originated just to the south and west, but definitely moved up through, they are reporting damage. They have damage in multiple areas of the eastern part of the county. Lafayette EMA is confirming that. They have county road crews that are out there right now. They're encouraging everyone to stay home. Do not try to go out and see any of this right now. Don't try to be out in it. If you are at home and thinking about going out, stay where you are. Do not leave your home. Make sure you're in your storm shelter, the safest place in your home. Anyone who's in Union County, Prentiss County, Lee, also that extends well north into Alcorn County, southern tip of county, you're in the path of this storm. Eric?
So, I know this might sound silly. Do we have confirmation that the second storm is on the ground?
No, we do not. But they did. I think what they did was when they issued the warning.
They don't put the considerable tag there.
They put a considerable tag, but they did not say observed. That's what it was. Okay.
Yeah.
But so to that point, Ron was just saying the damage in Lafayette County.
Yeah.
This is not in the city of Oxford. I want to make that.
Right.
I want to make
absolutely. It's eastern Lafayette County.
Yes, this would be on the
and it's
Pontotoc
wooded,
County line.
right? I mean, isn't it
fairly wooded out there? Once you get, the farther east that you go, you start getting into the woods. But as far as the city of Oxford is concerned, the University of Mississippi, I want to point out this storm that produced the damage was well east of it by about 15 miles and then worked its way up towards New Albany. I'm still working my contact down in New Albany trying to figure out what the damage is or if there is any damage where he lives. But this is a serious situation for this part of the world because keep in mind, this area had been relatively untapped for the last 4 or 5 days.
Since last Monday.
Yeah. I mean, this area has been primed and waiting for the front to basically come through over the last several days. So now it's happening and it's running into this environment that has been supercharged for 4 or 5 days. And now this is what we're seeing. And it's right, again, anecdotally, the 2 hours around sunset. Here we are. It's 7:35, and this is what we're dealing with.
We're seeing power flashes around Blue Springs right now, so that is an indication of possible tornado right there. One of the
either that
storm
or
chasers are out in that area. Could be the wind, could be a tornado.
Hey, let's talk about if you're in Corinth right now. You're
in your storm shelter right now.
Get into that storm shelter right now.
Storm shelter. If you don't have a storm shelter, lowest floor of your home. If you live in a manufactured home, a mobile home, I want you to find some friends with a sturdy shelter. Get to their home immediately. You've still got time to get ahead of this, but it is rapidly moving toward Alcorn County. More specifically, eastern Alcorn County, really right there along. It's just coming up from the southwest of 45 as it makes its way from Prentiss County into southern Alcorn County. That's going to, I think the majority of it's going to stay south of Corinth, but man, you're close. You are close. Don't risk it. Patrick?
I want to point this out. It's been these 4 days where Alcorn County has basically seen almost nothing. We had one warning 2 days ago. And it's been all in eastern Arkansas. It's been all northwest Tennessee, northwest Mississippi. Today's your time. And now for the folks who are in eastern Arkansas and west Tennessee, northwest Mississippi, understand that now it's for our friends who are further to the east. Now they're dealing with it. It won't be for very long for them. Of course, it's been 4 or 5 days that we've been dealing with this in much of the area. But for our friends now who have not seen anything in the last 5 days, their one time to deal with this is right now. And unfortunately, it's not the best situation considering the fact that we've got 2 storms capable of producing a tornado. One of them has possibly produced a tornado as it made its way through New Albany.
Worthwhile to note over into Blue Springs, this is in Union County, that there was a report of 1 3/4 inch size hail here as far as the hail report goes.
And it looks like this storm did try to produce a tornado.
We do have some damage. We have reports of trees and power lines down near New Albany. Right now, that storm's still holding together, and it is really starting to make a move toward 45. It's going to be crossing that. If you are in Baldwin, you need to be in your storm shelter right now. And look, these counties are just outside our official coverage area, but they are in close proximity. Many can still get us on, can get us through antenna. And you can also watch our streaming coverage on actionnews5.com. You can see us on the Action News 5 First Alert weather app that travels with you no matter where you are in the country.
I do want to.
What are you guys looking at?
I want to circle back really quickly because we haven't talked about this in a while. I want to go back to the flooding issue here in the city of Memphis.
It's a huge
really
issue.
Quickly, because while we have this storm going through, it looks like it may be able to clip out of Southern Tippah, but Southern Tippah, you need to be in a safe place.
Yeah.
And also for Alcorn County, you need to be in a safe place. But for the flooding threat, they did remove the flash flood emergency. It is still a flash flood warning, but it is for a considerable issue, considerable damage. We obviously have seen that this evening with the issues of the flooding that has happened around the metro area. So there's still a flash flood warning that is currently in effect. They will allow that to expire, and then they will go from there.
That's a huge flood warning box. It's really from Shelby, DeSoto County north, encompasses almost all the counties in eastern Arkansas. It does encompass all the counties in eastern Arkansas and much of West Tennessee along and north of 40. That's going to go until 10 o'clock. What was that, Patrick?
They're going to up the, I don't think they're going to go confirm, but well, actually, they may go confirm. The reason why is because they did have pictures of the tornado crossing I-22. So we saw that.
Yeah.
That's what we were looking at there. So this storm probably will be confirmed, and you see the white box going on there for the storm that was trailing behind the second storm that we were watching from the Blue Springs camera.
Yeah.
That was a tornado that passed over I-22, and we got that on camera.
All right, but right now, confirmed tornado right here. This is now moving on into Alcorn County. Let me zoom into this, take a close look at it. Corinth, don't let your guard down
And
just
they just
yet.
issued a tornado warning for Hardin and McNary.
Yep, here we go. Brand new tornado warning. Let me give you your first alert on that. Tell you what, I want to stop this movement right now. Let's give you the info on the new tornado warning. McNary County, this is going to say south of Selmer, all right? It will stay south of Selmer. I do believe it's going to say just to the south of Highway 64 through Selmer. Alcorn, Hardin, Prentice, Tishomingo. It's going to go until 8:30 tonight. We've got another tornado warning just to the south of that. That is for Lee, Prentice, Tippah, Union counties. That goes until 8 o'clock, about another 20 minutes. But it is this cell right here that we are watching closely, continuing to follow as it's moving on through. Let's zoom in. Let's take a track.
Hey, Ron.
Yeah, go ahead.
Eric's going to give you some batteries, so we make sure we don't cut out here.
Yeah,
but,
let me do. I tell you what, I'm gonna let you guys take over. Let me switch my batteries out.
So let's go back. You were
We've been going
looking
a
at
long
the storm
time.
that's the second storm that is currently
Yeah.
tornado warning and now considerable. Again, the flash flood emergency has been dropped, but has been replaced by a much larger flash flood warning for much of the Action News 5 coverage area. Two storms that we're watching right now. That is the storm that Ron was just mentioning, moving out of Union County into far southern portions of Prentice County. The other one is now firmly into southern Alcorn County. Again, moving over Rienzi. And our friends in Glenn, you're the next ones in line that you need to be prepared for that storm. Again, that would be along Highway 72. But as we were mentioning, Corinth having their, supposedly having their
Prom
tonight.
Yeah.
So, you know, if again, I go back to, I'm not your dad, but you probably want to go ahead and text your kid and said, hey, by the way, there's a storm that could be producing a tornado nearby. I just don't know where the prom is located at, whether it's at the school or whatever.
It doesn't matter
Yeah.
because there's also the probability and likelihood of flash flooding all throughout Corinth. You don't want to be out in that. Not at all. Even if the tornado stays to your south, the storms continue to drop tremendous amounts of rainfall over the area. And as a matter of fact, let's just take a quick look at the rainfall rates with this. Guys, if you see something, let me know. Feel free to cut in. But look at this. Right around Corinth right now, we are getting rainfall over in excess of 2 inches per hour. Just to the west of Corinth, right there around Kossuth, close to 2 inches per hour. Eastern Tippah County, we're seeing close to 2 inches per hour. Right there around northeastern Union County, close to 3 inches per hour. But right now we're on the air with you due to a tornado warning that is currently in effect, and it does encompass southeastern Tippah County. It's also including Union, Lee, and Pontotoc counties.
New tornado warning just came out that's going to be for Lafayette and
for this whole area down here.
For the storm that's coming out of Calhoun County.
All right, so let me give you the info on this one. First of all, the one that is currently in place for Alcorn, Hardin, Prentice, and Tishomingo, that goes until 8:30. Now let's pan south and let's take a look at what's coming through southeastern Lafayette County right now. I think we're looking more at some activity that's well to the south. Yeah, right there around Calhoun County. But let me give you the info first, and then we'll put a track on this whole line because Eric, Patrick, we're seeing a scenario again, just like we saw Wednesday night into the overnight hours of Thursday, with just back-to-back supercells coming through there trying to produce tornadoes. So Calhoun, Chickasaw, Lafayette, Pontotoc counties until 8:30 tonight. So I take a closer look to see if we can see any more specific or distinct rotation within this. Yeah, there's a little bit, but we're hitting that at a pretty good distance from the radar site itself. Tell you what, though, I'm still going to put a track on it. Let's check it out, and we'll go from right here and go ahead and track it on out through the polygon. I'll bring it up to the northeast and take it right to 22. Bruce 755, Banner 801, Buckhorn 815, then into Holka right around 823. We're going to see it then move into Thaxton at 830, Pontotoc 835, Ecru 841, and Bissell at 850. Everyone in these communities, if you are in any of the communities I just named, I want you in your storm shelter right now. Everybody in northeast Mississippi, right there around Alcorn County, should be still in their storm shelters.
Hey guys,
waiting for this to move through. Eric, what do you have?
I do think one thing that is extremely crucial to mention right now, because McNairy County is under that tornado warning, this is not for Selmer.
Yeah. Right. No,
this is not for Selmer.
Yeah, and let me pan down and show you. This is all going to stay south of you, Selmer, all right? So let me put this. We've got a lot of storm anxiety this week as a result of the storms that have moved on through. But look at this. This is starting to make more of a right move. Do you guys see that? It's going to start following right along Highway 72. It was originally kind of coming in out of the southwest and moving off to the northeast, but now it looks like it's a bit of a right mover. And yeah, you can see that rotation that's starting to still hold together. It's
Golf
right
off
there.
size hail in Corinth, or that could be in Corinth with this storm.
Tell you what, let's take a slice of it and let's see what's in there, because it certainly looks impressive. Let's see here. And whoops.
And it looks like it's really trying to wrap itself back up again. I think what's happening is that it's jumped the boundary. So it's when it jumps the boundary, it's now going into more stable air, more cooler air. So what's happening is that now it's becoming more elevated. It then shifts out of a tornadic threat more so to the hail and damaging wind threat very quickly. So I think that's what this storm is trying to do. It can still be a supercell. It's just not going to be able to produce a tornado from it. Hopefully that's the case. But it's very close to the boundary, so we don't want to let the foot off the gas just yet, but it's very close to that boundary where it will become more stable to the north of it.
Keep in mind, too, this is going to be another area that the National Weather Service is eventually going to check out here as far as tornado damage at some point, too.
Yeah, they are going to have a lot
as far as eastern Alcorn
goes next week as we get on into it. I'm seeing some pretty good hail signatures over there to the south and east, right there around Alcorn County. Doesn't look like the monster hail that we were seeing the other night, but at the same time, there's some decent sized hail that's in just to the south and to the west of Corinth itself. So let's take a look at that highest return right there. That is just under an inch in size. So yeah, well worthy of the very least is severe thunderstorm warning size. But at the same time, right now, we've got the tornado warning that is there. And again, that is going to remain tonight until 8 o'clock. This one may extend just after, till 8:30 tonight. So we've got a couple of tornado warnings that are going to be expiring here. One that is for southeastern Tippah County. That's going to expire at 8 o'clock this evening. But we're also watching what is to your south and southwest. Let me clear that out, because we got another tornado warning that is right here. That's going to remain until 8:30 tonight. So we'll see that go until 8:30. Then the other one, again for Corinth, southeastern McNairy County, that makes its way on into Hardin County. That's going to stay until 8:30 as well. So we've got Alcorn, Hardin, McNairy, Tishomingo County. You're included in this warning. That is going to remain again until 8:30. So that's what we're looking at there. That rotation you've got up there, Eric, around Guntown, just to the north, west of, what is that, Boonville?
Correct.
That's pretty impressive.
It is, and it looks like it's just to the west of Baldwin as well here. If we're diving into it for some roads that we're keeping a close eye on. Ripley Road, this is over along U.S. Highway 45 here, North 4th Street, North 2nd Street, Thomas Street, Industrial Road. If you know anybody that is in Baldwin here, this is over into Prentice County. Give them that first alert. Make sure that they're aware of what's going on here. Frankstown, that's another area that we're keeping an extremely close eye on. And further to the north here into portions of eastern Alcorn County. That is the original storm that we're keeping a close eye on right now. It looks like it's got a nice inflow now too. This is near Glens. Man, this is so close to Corinth.
I would say that again, it's one of those situations where it's very close to that boundary. And maybe there we go. That's very close to that boundary. So let's treat it as such. But, you know, after it hops the boundary, it does become more of a wind and hail threat. But it's very close in that realm. I think that it's in a transition phase, and it could still try to produce a tornado. About to cross Highway 72 very shortly.
And you're talking about the first storm with this one,
first
correct?
storm, yes, the first storm that's nearing Corinth, coming past Biggersfield.
Gotcha.
So
Makes sense.
yeah, that would be. You know, you start getting out there near Farmington. Out there, there's some big hills out there. Going down 72, going from Corinth out towards northwest Alabama. So again, you're kind of rolling through there, very close. Again, that red area would be about 2 or 3 miles to the south and east of Alcorn Central High School. Again, moving towards the Glens community and then making its way.
Do you know where that is off the top of your head?
It'd be right around Farmington. It's right off the highway.
Okay. So
Guys, look at this cold air rushing in behind this thing. That boundary you're talking about, Patrick, you can see it on the temperature map. Let me draw this out for you. Can you come to me quickly, Jayla, if you don't mind, or whoever's producing in the booth right now? Take a look at this.
Wow, it's 44 in Harrisburg?
Yeah, it is 47 degrees right now in wind, but this is the line right here. All right, so that's the line, and this is the line that the storms are just kind of riding along as they're taking them in that direction. So that's the boundary Patrick was talking about. That's where we're still finding the moisture-rich environment and the warmer temperatures. Mid-80s earlier today in Oxford and in Corinth. We've seen temperatures drop about 20 degrees just within the last hour as a result of that rain-cooled air that's just kind of, and the colder air that's pouring in aloft. That's also going to contribute to hail production for some of these storms that are just to the south and east. So things are looking better for the counties we cover, but those that are still in close proximity in northeastern Mississippi, this whole area right here, there is still a threat tonight, and we still have a tornado watch in effect. That remains until midnight tonight, so let's not forget about that. I do believe we're going to start to see Panola, probably not Oxford just yet, but Marshall, Benton, Hardeman County, Chester County, you'll likely be removed at some point before midnight, but the hot spot is still right here in this area. And again, that is because we've still got that warm air. Can you guys see that temperature gradient there?
It's
Look
gnarly.
at that. We've got temperatures that are 20 degrees cooler from Wynn to Oxford, almost 20 degrees cooler right now. But earlier today, this temperature is almost 40 degrees cooler than the temperature we saw Oxford and Corinth reach earlier. So that is cold air flowing in, and we're certainly going to get a taste of that overnight tonight. It's 54 in Memphis. Let me give you your first alert to what's going on around the area. We are tracking multiple tornado warnings that are clipping counties in our official coverage area, but we're staying with you tonight because of that and the threat from the stronger tornadoes that we have already seen, confirmed tornadoes crossing Highway 22 right there around New Albany, north of Pontotoc. But now this storm moving on into Alcorn County, a lot of lightning in there too. As a matter of fact, just on this view, let me give you your info and take a look at this whole area right here. We've got almost 500 strikes of lightning in there. Brand new tornado warning just issued as well. Let me check on that. Let's clear this off.
What they did, they downgraded that tornado warning. They went from
Is that what it is?
Yeah, I think what that was that they downgraded that tornado warning from a confirmed tornado down to a regular tornado warning.
This being the second one?
I think so. It gets confusing when you look at it, but I think that this was the second one. Yes.
Okay.
This is saying near Wheeler or near Baldwin. That's the
still a
second
notch
one.
right there, guys. Look at that. Look at that notch.
And they
there.
just dropped the one right behind it too, back down to a base.
Okay. I think we're likely going to see the potential, though, for still the potential for some straight line wind to come in behind that. That is very possible, but this thing is still rotating. Corinth, the stronger winds look like they have just now moved to the east of you. Right there, just to the south of Highway 72 seems to be where we're finding the stronger winds at this moment, but still churning on through there. Now we're also looking at a tremendous amount of rain. Again, as we talked earlier, the potential for flooding now occurs. Look at this. It's coming down at more than 2.5 inches per hour just to the east of Corinth. Right there around and north of Corinth, close to 2 inches per hour. You get into the southeastern corner of Tippah County. That is coming down at about almost 2 inches per hour. And then look at this, fellas. We're still seeing a lot of rain in Oxford. A lot of rain. Patrick, that Oxford camera, can we point that to the east and get a look at what we may see? It's probably dark and we're not going to see anything. I'm losing track of time here as we've been on the air now since just afternoon,
to the east
approaching 8 o'clock. Let's see what you got.
Well, you know, it's Oxford on Saturday in April. So, you know, we've got folks are back out like nothing's going on. But again, the eastern side of the county is dealing with tornado damage. So what you're looking at now, again, we're turning the camera back around. The way we're looking, that's westbound. That's looking back towards the University of Mississippi campus. And
just doing a tour now, guys.
Yeah. And then there you go with the city garage there. So it looks like things have calmed down in a great deal now, comparatively to 2 hours ago. But the thing is that I don't know if Lafayette County sounds the sirens for the entire county when they issue a tornado warning. I don't know that answer. I do know they have sirens and they do sound them, because the last time I was down there, they were going off whenever the warning was out. But southeastern Lafayette County is underneath the tornado warning. Technically, that storm probably is not going to get to Lafayette County. I will say that. It's looking more likely that it will go Calhoun into Pontotoc rather than going into Lafayette.
Guys, we got to take a minute and talk about the flooding in and around the Memphis metro. We have picked up 4 inches of rain since midnight here in Midtown. All right, 4 inches of rain. Eric, can you quickly pull up the rainfall map?
What do you want to go?
72 hours? Let's take a look at the 3-day total.
Sure.
I've been asked by a lot of people how much rain we've gotten just over the 4-day period, but 4 inches of rain has fallen in Memphis. Don't have the official report from National Weather Service yet. I'll check that out in just a moment.
I
just went over and checked out our rain gauge. We did get a 54-mile-an-hour wind gust as the strongest storms moved through Memphis. And I got to tell you, we fared overall in regard to the severe weather. Memphis and Shelby County fared very well over the last 4 days. But this flooding, that's going to create some big problems. It's caused many schools to cancel proms tonight as a result, out of safety for the kids. Eric, you've got a pretty good look at the rain totals. Let's talk about that and then take a look and find out more about what's going on with flooding in and around the city in Shelby County.
Sure. So from what I can see with the rainfall totals here out of this, we're looking at about 10 inches that has fallen throughout parts of Shelby County, with an emphasis on the southwestern side of town. Looks like on the southwestern side of Fayette County, about 8 inches. Closer to Brownsville here, now into Haywood County, about 9.5 inches. Blytheville, about 6.8. The same as can be noted here into western Poinsett County, into northwestern Lee County, about 7.7 inches. And down south, now into Quitman County, about 1.5 inches. In northern portions of Lafayette County, about 1 3/4 inch worth of rain. In that whole area along 278, we didn't really see too much rain from Clarksdale to Tupelo up to this point, as far as, say, going back about a handful of hours ago. So that's where the rain totals have ramped up a bit. But
absolutely amazing. And you know, we were looking at this at the beginning of the week, and we were talking about the potential for 5 to 10 inches of rain, and look at how that has all played out. Memphis forecast models had Memphis pegged to pick up close to 8 inches. It did pretty well overall. The green overlay you see there are all the flood warnings, and those are going to be in place through the remainder of the evening and well into the overnight as a result. And that rain's still coming down around many areas, but flooding has been a big issue. At one point, we had a flood emergency for Shelby, Crittenden, and DeSoto counties. Still got a flood warning. We've been focused on tornadoes right now. These are just outside our counties that we cover, but we're watching it closely. Patrick, what have you got?
I was going to say, I just want to go back to that storm that is up in northeastern portions of Alcorn County. Again, it looks like it probably has jumped the boundary. Again, positive note there, but it's very close to it. And more than likely will be a big wind issue for southeastern portions of McNairy County. I know that if the sirens are going off, they're going off right now in McNairy County. But I would say if you live in Selmer, this is not a storm for you. Adamsville, not a storm for you. Bethel Springs, not a storm for you. Raymer, it's not a storm for you either. It's close to Eastview, but it would likely stay off to the east. You know, we've talked about Mickey, and then heading out towards Pickwick Lake. I mentioned Pickwick not terribly long ago. That's in that general vicinity once you get out towards Tishomingo and Hardin counties. Moving across, that's Tennessee Highway 57 between. I'm all messed up now.
Well, you've only been up for
Tennessee
about
Highway
36
57
hours,
going out
so.
towards, yeah, it's close.
Yeah.
Going out between Eastview out towards Mickey, and then eventually out towards the east, out towards Pickwick. So just a heads up, that will cross 57 somewhere close to there, and then go over the dam, it looks like.
All right, so here we are coming up on 8 o'clock right now. We've still got severe storms, tornado warnings in northeastern Mississippi, but they are beginning to push just to the east of Alcorn County. You still can't let our guard down. We're watching what's coming out of southeastern Lafayette County. That's moving off to the northeast, Alcorn County, and now extending north and east on into Hardeman and McNairy counties. We are dealing, or McNairy and Hardin County, excuse me. We are dealing with tornado warnings that remain in effect there. But the big story for the Memphis Metro, much of the Mid-South today, has been the wind and the flooding that we have seen. We've had multiple crews out around the area, and we have seen some absolutely amazing images today of flooding. I'm not sure if we have any flood video that we can show quickly. We still want to watch these. Patrick and Eric are on these storms, keeping a close eye on them, but I do want everybody to see, A, what transpired today, B, why many schools canceled their proms, all because of flooding. So Melissa, if you guys have some video, let's see what you've got, and let's show our viewers at home. This is Riverside and Wagner that we're about to show you. Look at that. That is water coming up out of Riverside Drive. Absolutely amazing. Is that a burst water main, or is that an overflowed? It popped the manhole cover on the drain, didn't it? Yeah.
I think that's
okay.
Beale. That's Beale at Riverside.
Okay,
so that's where the
right
Grand
the
Hyatt
landing.
was going to go.
Okay,
and so right behind. So this is looking from Waterford Plaza.
absolutely amazing. All right, so that's what we saw earlier today. The Bartlett Library parking lot flooded tremendously. JP, do you have any info for us that you can share quickly? We may have to jump in, but I sure would like to hear from you and Joe Birch as to what you guys have seen, because now this is the point where weather becomes the news. And today, the big news in Memphis and Shelby County and much of the Mid-South is the flooding. Let's talk about what you guys have for us.
All right, I want them to keep showing video as we do this, though, because I want folks to see just how bad it's been across Memphis, Shelby County, and the Mid-South. Flooding near the Bartlett Library, flooding out in Bartlett. We just got a picture from Kristen Jones. Pisgah Road near Raleigh-LaGrange is flooded. The Shelby County Fire Department had to rescue some people. This is more flooding from near the library. The creek there near Stage Road overflowing its banks. You see all the trash and debris building up. That shot from Beale Street near Riverside Drive, that was wild. Yeah, coming up out of the sewer system there, simply drains overwhelmed. And do we have other video? Let's keep going. Let's move on from Bartlett. What else do we have?
If I can comment quickly on
That's-
that debris building up under those bridges, that's going to create some structural support on those pillars that are holding that up. That could be a big problem for bridges and overpasses all around the area.
And also debris further clogging storm drains that are already clogged. So the cleanup's going to be difficult, and to get the water level to go down.
JP, I'm sorry, I gotta.
All right, take it away, Patrick.
But they went ahead and went with a confirmed wording on the storm that's coming up from the south, coming up out of Prentice County.
All right, so that's going to take it on into Alcorn County. Let's go ahead and take a look now at our first alert Doppler radar, because this puts Alcorn County, and now we've got Corinth still in the bullseye on this. This is coming in out of Prentice County. I tell you what, let me take all the lightning out of here. We were still looking at that as it moves off to the north and east. I'm going to put a little loop on it here.
Hold on for a second, because I think it's getting confusing because there's so many different warnings.
Overlapping.
Yeah. So it's the lead storm. It's the one that's about to go into Hardin County. It's not the one that's coming up from Boonville. It's the one that's up closer to Mississippi Highway 350. That one, they went ahead and radar confirmed it.
All right, so there we go. So we've got Alcorn, Hardin, McNairy, Tishomingo County That is going to go until 8:30. So we got 27 minutes on that. Now, just to the south of it, tornado warning for Itawamba, Lee, Prentice, Union counties. That goes until 8:30. And just to the south, I think this is going to clear Lafayette County for Calhoun, Chickasaw, Lafayette, Pontotoc County. That is going to go until 8:30 tonight. So we got a lot of activity going on, still a lot of tornado warnings, but there is some rotation. That little area that is just to the south of Alcorn County, that's going to make a move to the north and to the northeast. Let's put the scope on it. Let's see if we can get a clear definition. I think it's pretty obvious where the circulation is right there. So with that in mind, let's move that on out. Let's put a track, and let me take it from here and put this track right there. I'm going to move it north and east. Is that the general movement of it, Patrick? What do we got? About northeast?
That one's
about
moving
40?
they're both moved to the north and east, but I do want to point out it's not that one. It's the one that's right along the state line. It's the one that's on the state line that they're reporting. Law enforcement is reporting on the ground.
Okay, let me clear this off then, and let me move that down, because I didn't have a good view on that. That's a tough one to see.
That's really stuck
right there. Is that it?
Yeah,
right there?
It's
that's in Hardin County. We got a lot of folks up in Pickwick right now. Let me see if I can put a track on this just to give a first alert to where that's going. I think I'm looking at it right there. Am I?
Yes. It's about to cross 57, close to Pickwick Dam.
Okay, so Sandy Creek subdivision, that's going to move in at 8:08. Holiday Hills, 8:12. Nixon, 8:18. Big Ivy, 8:29. Bucktown, 8:35. 8:39 into Cerro Gordo, and then Cromwell Crossroads. That's going to move in there at 8:47. It will move into Clifton right around 8:53. So that's the storm. Selmer, you're in the clear now. You're in good shape. Yeah, southeastern McNairy County still under the tornado warning right now, and that will go until 8:30. But there is confirmation of a tornado that is now moving on into Hardin County, and that is approaching the Pickwick area. So folks who are in and around that part of the Mid-South, you need to stay weather aware. There is still a little rotation down to the south. Are you guys seeing that? Let me show you this. I want to put a track on that, because that right there looks like it is possibly going to clip southeastern Alcorn County. So let me put a track here, and that may even have some hail with it as well. So it looks like there may be a little hail signature in it. Rienzi, you're in the path. 8:17. Cairo, 8:25. Then it gets into Glen right around 8:30. Farmington, 8:35. 8:41 into Iuka. We'll see that move into High Point at 8:47. Then into Eastport at 8:51. Nixon coming into your area at 8:59. So there is your first alert to timing. In the Action News 5 coverage area, our official counties we cover, I want to give that first alert to Farmington and Rienzi. Looks like you may just dodge this, but you are still within the cone of uncertainty as that continues to move off to the north and to the northeast. Want to take a look once again at the big picture. Still have that tornado warning. Lafayette County, the corner of it's still keeping in there. That goes until 8:30, so about another 23 minutes left on that.
That thing is, it's gone. It's falling apart.
Yeah, it is.
And on top of that, the circulation that is associated with it is now past the county line. So if you're in Lafayette County, we can give you the all clear on that one.
Guys, I'm really concerned about all this rain. It is still coming down, and look at this. It's coming in out of the southwest. We've had major flood problems in and around Memphis, big problems with flooding to the north, Loosahatchee, the Forkadeer River. We've got rivers and tributaries, creeks and tributaries around the Mid-South at their bank full and overflowing in many locations. Rain still coming, and that's going to continue to fall till around midnight tonight. We can see additional flood emergencies as the night progresses. That's why it is imperative that everyone in the Mid-South stay home tonight. Don't get out on the roads. It's dark. Traveling, you're going to come across roads that could be flooded, washed out. You're not even going to see it once you drive into it. You could find yourself in trouble in a heartbeat. So it is imperative that everyone in the Action News 5 coverage area stay home tonight, just for safety's sake. So that's what I'm looking at there. Guys, anything to add?
Kind of interesting to note, Ron, looking over at the severe outlook today as far as the rest of the day goes, that the Storm Prediction Center, they have a very small sliver of Tippah as well as Alcorn County, just kind of the northeastern corridor here of Mississippi under that moderate risk of severe weather. But notice it has trailed off quite a bit here, really along and north of I-40. So great news there.
I feel like that may be the smallest moderate risk that has ever been issued.
Safe assumption.
And just for our area.
Just for our
that
area.
is wild.
It was interesting this morning when they upgraded us to the moderate risk too. It was literally just on top of us.
Right.
You know, it'll be interesting to see how everything plays out. Obviously, we know that there was at least a tornado that made its way, maybe two at least, made its way through Union County. And of course, the big story today has been the flooding back here across the area. And that's what you were talking about, Ron. And unfortunately, we're not done with that part just yet.
No.
Just the rain's not coming down as heavy as it was about 6 hours ago.
Yep. But here's something to keep in mind. The severe weather threat, the threat for damaging wind, large hail, tornadoes, that ends tonight. Yes. After 4 consecutive days of threats, 4 consecutive first alert weather days. That's the first that I can recall in my time here since 1989 doing weather at Action News 5 that we have had anything like that. Guys, we have done more than 24 hours of wall-to-wall severe weather coverage. We were on the air for about 13 hours Wednesday night going into early Thursday morning. We were back at it again late Thursday. We had a brief period on Friday for a couple of hours during the afternoon. Last night,
we're on 12 hours today, just literally today so far.
So we've done 12 hours today. So we are looking at just multiple hours of severe weather coverage across the Mid-South. But it all comes to an end tonight. However, this flooding, that's the big problem, and that doesn't end anytime soon, especially with more rain falling on what has already fallen and on a saturated ground at that. So a lot coming your way. You're going to hear lots of stories. And look, there are still areas cleaning up. Selmer has to put their community back together. Grand Junction, Sladen, tornado damage there. We had EF3s in McNary and Selmer. These are preliminary reports. And I got to tell you, fellas, after seeing that video, I think that may be upgraded. Grand Junction, EF3, even Senatobia, EF3. Patrick, what are you looking at?
That's coming out of Boonville. That is confirmed on the ground by law enforcement.
Okay, so that's going to
clip
a tornado on the ground in Boonville.
Yes.
Okay.
It was in downtown in that general area. They're going to go ahead and throw in that considerable tag, and that will probably clip far southeast. When I say far southeastern, yeah, this is not going to include Corinth. I know Corinth is underneath a warning right now. That storm is now moving up into Hardin County. The storm that we're talking about now is kind of the middle storm. That one is the one that's going to come up to the far southeastern corner of Alcorn County and then head over towards Burnsville. So eventually this will move across Highway 72 near Burnsville, in between there and Iuka.
We're going to continue to watch that. Again, flooding, the big problem in and around the area tonight for the Memphis Metro. There are going to be some stories about this coming along. We've had reporters out in the field throughout the day into the evening tonight. Of course, on Action News 5 at 10, we're going to bring you a complete update of all the storm coverage, all of the activity that has transpired, not only just today, but over the past 4 days across the Mid-South. A lot to talk about, a lot to cover, but still a lot of rain coming down. And look at this. It's coming down heavy right now in southeastern Shelby County. Collierville, you're getting some pretty good downpours. I would imagine there's going to be some big flooding issues there, coming down to just over 3/4 of an inch per hour. You get just to the west of Somerville, we've got rainfall just over 1.25 inches per hour. East of Hernando, we're looking at rain just under 1.5 inches per hour. And then as we pan over to the east, that's where we're seeing heavy rain continuing into northeast Mississippi. They're bearing the brunt of it right now. Let's take a look at what's going on in Benton County. We're getting rain right there around just to the west of Ripley, about 1.25 inches just to your south in Union County. just about 1.75 inches per hour, and now coming down in eastern Alcorn County. That may even be skewed by hail. That's coming down at about 2.73 inches per hour. Did we get a new warning for Alcorn County?
Yes, we
What am I
did.
looking at there? Oh, and that's a
the one
that's a brand new one.
So that's the one that they just issued for
Boonville.
Boonville.
Okay.
That storm is, again, far southeastern portions of Alcorn County, will not include Corinth. So if you live in Corinth, you know, the sirens are probably going to go off, but that storm is going to be way down to your south and east. But again, the far southeastern corner of it, of the county, from Ryancy points eastward, and the far southeastern portion of Alcorn County, safe place now. Again, that storm had been reported on the ground in the town of Boonville.
Enzi, get to your storm shelter right now. You need to be in the lowest floor of your home, away from exterior walls and windows. We still have the threat of a tornado working in there. Eric, are you seeing anything on the rotation tracker? Or do you have a decent sheer swath with this? Is there anything that gives us a little bit of clarity? Because it is really messy right now on the radar. Tough to depict out there.
Especially with how far away we are from the radar sites now, Ron. So this is still looking over at the Columbus radar. So this, I believe, is a little bit closer to these storms right now than the Memphis radar. And it does look like we have a couple of shear markers on it here. Fortunately, these aren't specifically over the mid-south as far as into Alcorn County. But we are still keeping a close eye on these right now. And the thing you want to kind of keep an eye on here is how tall or short they are. Notice the one that's further to the south. That one is a little bit shorter than the ones that are off to the north and northeast here. And this is the storm that we are worried about that is going to clip the far southeastern corner of Alcorn County here. So as far as some areas that are over there, we're looking at a Highway 356. Let's dive right into it for that matter. This is over towards Jacinto, over towards Leedy, State Highway 367, Hardwick Road, over towards Hotspur Road, the town of Leedy, State Highway 365, Walker Siding, Burnsville. You got to get along State Highway 72. This is more so as you move into Tishomingo County, not for Alcorn County. And then further to the south here, a couple more roads, State Highway 36, Highway 364, Cairo. What are a couple other roads that we do have over in this region here? County Road 343 in far southeastern Alcorn County, County Road 339 as well, County Road 357. So hopefully you get an idea as far as the southeastern corner of Alcorn County, who this does and doesn't include here. If you look at this map right now and you kind of see what in the world's going on here with all these different colors and things going on. So these areas that are in red right now with the yellow underline, these graduated cylinders, these are all shear markers. And this gives us a good idea that there's some spin in the sky and where there could potentially be a tornado. These arrows that are pointed to the bottom, or from the bottom to the right, these are what are known as skid markers here, and this lets us know the potential hail size that could be embedded, as well as the BTI, the Barron Tornado Index, and that number right now is a 7.8, just in the far southeastern corner of Alcorn County here. That is a number that is between 1 to 10 right now. When it's at a 10, that means there's no question about a tornado that's on the ground, and when that number climbs above a 7, that lets us know that there's a high probability that there is a tornado on the ground as well, and that's the case right now with this tornado warned storm that did move through Boonville here. So if you know anybody that's over in Burnsville, now this is looking over into Tishomingo County, give them that first alert, make sure that they're aware that they're about to get hit by a tornado. Quite frankly, I don't know how you wouldn't know at this point if you're in Tishomingo County that there's a tornado on the ground. A little further to the southeast here, unfortunately, it did look like New Albany did get hit by a tornado. That given storm has a BTI of a 4.3, and that's confirmed as well right now.
No, you're looking at the wrong one. It popped up Tishomingo. Yeah. It had the Tishomingo warning on there.
Copy. Okay, I see what you're saying now.
Yeah.
So good call on that. Thanks, Patrick.
It's so confusing once they start to overlap. It's really tough. We were having that issue on Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. But because of the way they were clustered up, it was really difficult to keep up with it. So very tough.
I would say what you were going to say about Union County. It seemed like there was because there's a shear marker there in just south of New Albany that popped up, and I was wondering if that was something that was trying to get going, heading towards New Albany.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now, just to the south, to the north of Thaxton. Keep in mind, Thaxton's where all this really started here as far as that first warned storm that's well to the northeast now, but we do have a shear marker that's over there yet again.
And it does look like they're going to issue a tornado warning on that storm.
Gotcha, and that's another one that's headed towards New Albany. So not a great situation right now for the residents of New Albany who have been hit by potentially at least 2 tornadoes, maybe not right on top of each other, but they've been pretty dang close to each other. And Patrick, if you look at this right near Bald Hill, you see that the reds and greens are pretty close to each other, maybe indicating where there could be some of that rotation, and that rotation detector, it's starting to show some strong rotation detector criteria right now too.
Yeah, so what they're going to do, the storm down to the south, they are going to allow for that one to expire, but they're going to draw up a really big tornado warning. So I don't know how big it will be, if it will clip Tippah County or not. But I would just go ahead and venture that it may clip southeastern Tippah County, and it would probably be in the same vein that it would go towards Alcorn County at some point in time as
Agreed.
well. So it looks like Nashville's just issued a warning as well. If y'all want to go over to Max 2 really quick.
Let's do it.
Let's go over to Max 2. I want to show you guys kind of the number of warnings on the broader scale. Again, they're going to issue another warning for this general area here. This is the storm that Eric was just talking about, for the storm that's moving through New Albany. But it's going to be a larger warning that's going to encompass the one that's down to the south. There it is. And of course, there you go. It encompasses southeastern Tippah and goes into southern portions of Alcorn County as well. I will say that this storm that is currently moving towards New Albany, think of it on the same track as the first one, okay? Think of it as the first one.
Agreed.
Going across New Albany and then working its way towards Dumas and then eventually towards Rienzi. The second one behind it, that's not going to be a problem for us. That storm is going to work its way towards Blue Springs and eventually kind of be on the southern end of Alcorn County, but I don't think that will be a problem for us. Okay, so let's take T.B. Again, this camera's got some good use
Can we even
here
see
today.
anything on that?
Well, yeah, it's out of focus now.
Yeah.
So
I think it's fogged up. I think that lens is probably fogged up. That's probably what.
So this is looking to the north, and actually, so we did get.
It's got some lightning.
It got some lightning,
Yeah.
and that's probably looking towards the storm that is in southern Tippah County, or the one that's coming out of Boonville right now up in Prentiss County. But really and truly, the storm is heading in your direction, coming up from the south and west, coming up from, well, yeah, most definitely. You see the lightning popping up from behind, and also off in the distance. You know, you got these storms that are just all laid out here this evening, and so that's the storm that's up in near Boonville, and that's the storm that's coming up from behind. And these storms are racing off toward the north and east. We're almost done. Let's just say it like this: it's 8:21 in the evening. We're almost done. This is the last push, and I think by the time we get to 10 o'clock, we'll be done. From the standpoint of the tornado warnings.
You know, it's interesting because Friday we were talking about the potential of this all being out of here right around 7 o'clock. It looked like it was going to speed up, and then we thought, okay, 7, 10 at the very latest.
Yeah.
And that's the way it's playing out right now. So it looks like 10 at the very latest for us and our counties to our north and northeast. But we're still dealing with tornado warnings right now that do impact the Action News 5 coverage area. The latest one right now, that is going to be for Tippah, Lee, Prentiss, Union counties. That is going to go until 9 o'clock, and it also includes a portion of Alcorn County, southwestern Alcorn County. Looks like it is just to the west of 45, but it does include Tippah and Alcorn, which are in our coverage area. But the rest of the Mid-South right now still dealing with copious amounts of rain that are going to continue to exacerbate the flood problems. And there are some really good downpours that are coming into northern Mississippi right now, and we're seeing decent amounts of rain coming into eastern Arkansas. Yeah.
There was another warning that came out that was reissued, or I guess changed up. It went to a confirmed wording on
this
it.
One?
It's the one that's coming up in the far southeastern portions of Alcorn County. It's going to clip the county, but that was a law enforcement confirmed tornado.
So but that one's been out. Am I right? That one's been there.
Again, it goes back to those overlapping warnings.
Yeah, it is. It's tough to see when we have that. So anyway, and I see what you're talking about now, because as I come in just a little tighter on this right here, let's see where we are on, throw the info on here. Let's see. So that storm right there, that's set to expire at 8:30. But just to the south of that, another warning overlaps it. And let's see if I can get some info on that. That too goes until 8:30. So both of these set to expire at 8:30. But the other one coming in out of Lafayette County for Lee, Pontotoc Union, that's going to go until 9. So guys, we may be finished with this 9, maybe 10 o'clock, because the area that they're watching as far as the potential rotation, I'm not even sure that's going to clip, but yeah, it could possibly clip Alcorn County as it continues to just move in this direction as we see that activity just, it's relentless. This is what we saw the other night, Eric.
It's interesting, Ron. The one that's in that southeastern corner of Alcorn County, it definitely looks like if we could take that full again or keep our eye over it, that's fine too. It looks like it had been moving to the northeast, but lately it kind of has more, just like the last couple of frames, more of a northerly component within it.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
it does. But the whole line itself is pushing to the east, but we're watching this activity that is just the moisture, the rain that's feeding in from the southwest. Look, this was a big line all the way back into eastern Texas, swept through just about the entire state of Arkansas, and now coming on into West Tennessee, northern Mississippi. But the brunt of it really focus on northeast Mississippi as it's moving on into the coverage area. But nonetheless, a lot of rain still follows with this. And I think flooding is going to be a big issue now for areas even south of I-40. Flash flooding tonight, but the longer term flooding that we could see the bigger problems with as the weekend progresses and into the beginning of next week, likely along and north of the 40 corridor. Eric, what are you looking at?
So still keeping an eye on some of those storms that are into portions of Union and Pontotoc counties. These are really going to be more of an issue for Tupelo than necessarily what they are here. But the BTI number right now, it is at a 7.5. So unfortunately, it looks like it could be a little bit of a rough night here as far as Tupelo is concerned. So certainly thinking about our friends that are down there into Tupelo. But still have a lot of rotation that's within the sky right now near New Albany as far as that turbulence goes here. So I can't even imagine as far as what it must have been like here in New Albany over really the past about 2 to 3 hours or so at this point.
Yeah, what time did we start tracking those storms moving into Union County?
So this
Patrick,
even, I mean,
recall 7:30? Was it what? 7?
Earlier than that.
Was it 7?
I would have said even like 6.
Okay.
I think we've been on these for a bit.
It has been a minute. I've lost the track of time, and you do over not necessarily paying attention to the clock, not because we don't want to, but we're more focused on the communities that are going to be impacted by it.
About 6.
Okay.
This started really going severe at about 6.
Okay, so we're looking at about 3 hours of storms in northeastern Mississippi.
That led up from flash flood coverage.
Yeah, and it all really just kind of developed east of 55. That's when we saw that started to pop right there around Senatobia, Tate County, then came on into Lafayette County. But really blew up once it got into that moisture-rich environment. And that between, if we drew a line from Corinth to Oxford, maybe even a little farther north, slightly farther north, that was that boundary that's set up, and those storms rode it once again, just as they did on Wednesday night. Interesting characteristics, some of the similar characteristics with this storm as we saw Wednesday night, Thursday, but also noticeably different in the setup, in the way it performed. Because look, we had a high risk when we woke up Wednesday morning, we got that high risk on Wednesday. It was a moderate and then went to a high.
Eric was still awake apparently. He texted me and told me about it. So
I think he woke you up to tell you about it. I was just about to go to bed, and that was Tuesday night, wasn't it? Tuesday night. We got bumped up to a high, and then today, Eric and I were here to do the morning newscast along with Patrick, who was out storm chasing early this morning. Yeah, I think you hit the road right around 2 a.m. And got over into eastern Arkansas. Then we got off the air, and then right around 9 o'clock or so,
Correct.
And that's when we got that.
Yeah, so we had
moderate risk over our
So
area.
we had Action News 5 from 5 a.m. till 7 a.m. Then we had Action News 5 from 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. And it was, I guess, really kind of during that time because you had sent us a text message.
I text you about the moderate.
Yeah.
But I want to circle back really quickly, and I will say this. I think after this storm, we can take a little break from the tornado warning coverage because this storm is riding the county line of Alcorn and Tishomingo. So once we get it over into Tishomingo, we can kind of circle back to the flood issues. And I know Joe Birch and Joyce Peterson have been sitting here for hours and hours on end as well. And we appreciate them for being here with us to kind of dovetail the coverage. And of course, we're still efforting all the things that we were already doing before we got to the tornado warnings. But I do want to go back over to that one storm as it's getting ready to cross Highway 72 close to Burnsville. So if you live on the eastern side of Alcorn County, again, safe place, course of least regret. If you're in the city of Corinth, again, I know that there's a warning, there's a box that includes you, but this storm is way down to the south and east of you.
So I think that was issued out of an abundance of caution.
Yes.
So, and look, a lot of storm anxiety in that area.
I was going to say,
I can't fault.
If that was going to be the case, they could clip McNairy County completely out because that storm's nowhere near it.
Yeah, very true, very true. But the big weather story, really, and look, we know right around New Albany there was a direct hit. So right there in that area, Union County, up into northeastern Mississippi, I think Griffin Desmarais is headed in that direction, and hopefully he'll be around to bring us a live report tonight. But the big problem impacting most of the Action News 5 coverage area today and tonight, has been the flooding. And that's going to continue well into the overnight hours as these showers are just relentless. And I tell you what, guys, I'm going to let you take a look at that. I want to give our viewers at home a look at our future cast. Let's just take a look at the next. Let's take a look at the next 6 to 8 hours and how things are going to play out.
Copy on that here.
And just before we
Yeah.
do that, they have downgraded that warning from an observed tornado, the one that was near Burnsville. I mean,
Boonville?
Near Boonville. It's like, again, near Boonville, it is now down to a base tornado warning.
Gotcha.
Look at the. Can you pop up temperatures?
Oh,
of
they're
that
up.
one? Do you see that? That's that cold air moving in there quickly. So that's going to really weaken those storms. I can understand why clipping Alcorn County, there's still a little bit of some heat, some latent heat that's still in there. Oxford or Corinth, I don't know what their high was today. At one point, I looked over and it was like 84, 85. I don't know if that was the official high. We tied record highs, by the way, twice this week, hitting 87 degrees in Memphis on Wednesday, and then we did it again yesterday. And I was surprised we did not see more activity yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really was.
I think it was the wind shear. I think it's like the storms just couldn't get up there and sustain themselves. So that's good news. Hey, we will take it.
Yeah,
but then,
absolutely.
But then it came all at 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Different story.
Yeah.
You know. Good news as far as Hardin County is concerned. The EMs up there are saying that they have not had any reports so far of a confirmed tornado. So that's good news from that perspective. That storm is now pushing past Pickwick, south and east of Savannah. Once we get this,
hey, let's flip this over to the link system here.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, well, just either way, either to Max 2 or links, either way. So Patrick, go ahead with what you were saying.
Oh well, I was just gonna finish up saying it's like once we get that storm out into Tishomingo County, I think that Joe Birch and Joyce Peterson can have a couple of minutes here to kind of update us on what's going on with the flooding situation. That, again, a big story about what's happening here in Memphis and Shelby County. And not just that, it is region-wide tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I'm drawing up a map here, because I want everybody to see we still have several more hours of rain to go before this moves on out of the area.
It is worthwhile to note that we still do have a small southeastern portion of Tippah County under a tornado warning as of this time still. Now, fortunately, it looks like as far as the rotation embedded within that. It is well to the south of Tippah County. Heck, it's really looks like it's more to Pontotoc County than even Union County for that matter. So there's good news at least over into Tippah County here. So we're just kind of really at this point waiting for Tippah County as well as Alcorn County to kind of get clear of those tornado warnings right now. So
there's still some decent wind down there, though.
Oh, no question.
There could still be a little wind damage in that area.
Absolutely.
Guys, I want you to keep a close eye on it. I do want to show everybody we still have a tornado watch in effect for northeastern Mississippi. Hardeman County, McNairy, Chester, you're still in it. It's going to go until midnight tonight. And even though we believe the severe threat is over for Panola County, you too are still under that watch, as is Marshall, Benton, Tippah, Alcorn, and Lafayette counties. Now, that is the tornado watch. We think we're going to be done with that probably about 9 o'clock or so at the latest. But let's talk about the rain, because here we are right now, 8:33. This is forecast models showing from now until about 10 o'clock. Heavy rain will continue to filter in from the south and slowly push to the east. It's going to be midnight before it clears much of eastern Arkansas. We get to around 2 a.m., still going to be pushing through our eastern counties. And finally, around 4 a.m., the bulk of it's out of here, but still likely to see some heavy rain and flooding potential around northeastern Mississippi. Alcorn County, that does include you. And around 6 a.m., we should be transitioning to clouds. However, there's still going to be the possibility for some isolated to widely scattered showers, just light rain, up until around midday on Sunday, maybe shortly thereafter. But that's what we're looking at in regard to the rain and the precipitation coming through. That cold air already arrived. 47, that's not an anomaly. That is a current temperature right now in Wynne, Arkansas, which we believe may have taken a direct hit from a tornado early this morning. National Weather Service will be surveying that as the morning progresses. Looks like it was around 1:30, 2 o'clock this morning. Came through Wynne. There was damage at the country club in Wynne, the Crowley's Ridge Country Club. We also got reports of damage to a steakhouse there. Patrick, you even found damage, around, was it Fair Oaks or Fairfield in eastern Arkansas?
So I was in Fitzgerald Crossing.
Yep, Fitzgerald Crossing, that was it.
That's south of Wynne. That's where we saw the house that had the several of its outhouses. I wouldn't say outhouses, I'd say sheds.
No, they were like sheds,
sheds and
little
things
shops.
Like that. Shops.
Yeah.
And so
not sturdy structures.
Yeah, so they were blown over into the field next door. There was also several power poles that were also snapped at the top end. And then when we went over to the country club, that's where we saw the trees down, these shallow rooted trees moving at the country club, Crowley's Ridge Country Club, and that and power poles also down in that area. But right there where JB's steakhouse is basically right there behind the country club. It's like right up on the hill on the backside of the country club.
Okay.
Fertilizer facility.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Near that fertilizer facility. That's right. Let's take a look at. I wanted to take a look. Eric, you had something up. Oh, the power outage map.
Yeah.
Let me show you that. Let's take a look, because look, we have fared very well here in the city of Memphis and Shelby County in regard to power outages today, so kudos to MLGW. But our other power companies in and around the area, Eric, show them what's going on and where the power or the lights are out.
So as you said, Ron, I mean, compared to, I really think what we anticipated, especially looking off to the west as well, with Little Rock, who's still contending with a bunch of outages, we definitely didn't fare too badly here around the Mid-South. And just for perspective, over in Little Rock, we're looking at about 46,000 people still without power here.
It was up to 66,000, I believe, at its peak.
Correct. And Shelby County's at about 2,000. Over in Lauderdale County, about 1,000. The same for Dyer County, 1,000 people or 1,000 customers over in Lafayette County, and then a couple of 300s right now as far as a quantity of customers without power for Cross County, and then over into Alcorn County, 200 customers without power in Tippah County, 200 customers without power in St. Francis County, and then 100 customers without power here into both Tipton as well as into Poinsett County. So overall, if you would have, I think, showed the three of us here this map as far as the quantity of power outages with this portion of the night going on right now, I think we would all be very surprised that there wouldn't be more than this.
Yeah, several schools canceling their proms tonight. We got reports from several schools in and around the area as a result of the flooding, the stormy conditions, canceled prom. Sorry to put a damper on that, but it is better to be safe than sorry. And look, you don't need to be out on the roads anywhere in the Mid-South tonight. There is widespread flooding, widespread from Memphis north all the way into northeastern Arkansas, northwest Tennessee, and you could come up on a flooded road and not even see it until you're in it. So stay home, stay where you are. Let's get through the night, let this rain move out, and then we see what unfolds as the sun comes up on the day tomorrow. Going to be interested to see what unfolds in northeast Mississippi around Union County as storms came on through there, but flooding, that is really the big issue. So that's what we're looking at. Do we have any additional flood video? I know we were in it for a moment and then we were getting back-to-back tornado warnings. I'm going to let that sit and simmer for just a minute. And I do want to focus again in on the flooding that we are seeing here in Shelby County and around the area. Yeah, let's let Joyce and Joe do that. Guys, that's going to give us a chance to just kind of regroup. We still need to get a forecast together for Action News 5 at 10 and huddle on that for a minute. So Joyce and Joe, we're going to let you guys take it. I don't think we're going to need to interrupt you, but if we do, apologies in advance, all right? And hey, folks down in northeast Mississippi, we're still watching. We're watching. We're not going to take our eye off it yet, but let's talk about the big story, and that's the news of the flooding.
And we have tons of video of flooding here in Memphis and Shelby County that we want to share with you. And we're going to be sharing information about the exact video we're going to be showing you, and then general information about what's happening all across the region. Roads are closed in all three Mid-South states because of the flooding.
Let's see the video. Let's take a look. We've gotten so much today. This is East Pearson and Barton. This would be Memphis. So many parts of Memphis. We have low-lying areas in the city.
And they look just like this.
Yeah. All right, let's keep going.
All right, we're going to check out another location. All right, this has been a problem area all afternoon and evening. This is I-40 at Danny Thomas. This is very close to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. This place has been flooded on and off throughout the day. TDOT, as you see, had crews working to clear the drains there. They were ultimately able to get the traffic back open after it had stacked up, and you could see there was just one lane open right here.
And people were still trying to get through. They did clean that and open it back up. All right, next piece of video. This is the Overton Park golf course that flooded today. What did you say, hole number 7 up there?
This is hole number 7. It's right on Poplar Avenue at Cooper, and the tee box is slightly elevated. It's flooded all the way from tee to green, just about. Nearly from that elevated tee all the way to the green. This is from the road that leads into Overton Park, and the putting green is there where that light is flashing.
That's just down from us, Union and Poplar. This is the way I go home every night. This is actually eastbound, right? So you go Union where it splits off to Poplar and Walnut Grove right there under the viaduct. And so eastbound, there were cars stalled out in the water there. They had to rescue those individuals. As I drove by westbound coming to work, this was about 2:15 today, the traffic backed up from there was almost all the way to the light where you would turn to go to the school board.
Right.
Hollywood, right? And people were turning around and going the opposite way into oncoming traffic to get away from that scene. No injuries to report. Everybody safely rescued there.
That spot, notorious flooding location, as is under Union Avenue at East Parkway, as is McLean Avenue by the railroad trestle near Central. These are the areas you know are generally going to flood in our community. They got flooded big time today.
Oh, poor Bartlett. The library, no book sale today. That was canceled. The library flooded. The soccer and baseball fields flooded. The creek right there overflowing. Stage Road, that whole area highly flooded. You'll see, I think if we cut to the closer shot there, yeah, all the debris that's gathering on the bridge right there. The drains are going to be clogged. Once the rain subsides, if you can go out safely and check the drains around your property, your house, to make sure that they're clear as more rain comes along, perhaps we can stop some of the flooding around homes. Be careful around city drains, though, especially if there is flooding.
All right.
Oh.
This is the fire at the church in Sunset, Arkansas this afternoon. The Pleasant Grove Baptist Church caught fire, and early reports indicate it was a lightning strike. The church remained on fire even though firefighters from Marion and the surrounding area responded to it, and it was raining. This fire raged on for some time.
And we interviewed one of the church members, so heartbroken. They were getting ready to celebrate their anniversary, I think tomorrow, she said. It was going to be a great time of celebration, and then they had to watch their church literally slowly burn as rain fell on it. It was the strangest sight out there. New roof on the church, too, slowly burning in the rain.
Well, we had our crew there, Griffin De Marais. Here is the scene. This is the Waterford Plaza camera at Waterford Place there, looking down on Beale Street at Riverside Drive. So how many of us have walked down Beale Street right here and walked to Memphis in May and have gone to events down at Tom Lee Park and along the Riverside?
All of us have, and that's usually blocked off during the festival.
Absolutely.
Now, if you were to walk under that pedestrian bridge, that's also the trolley bridge, you would be at Beale Street Landing, if that gives you an idea of where you are. And then to the right is the Waterford condos.
Exactly.
And then to the left, I think it's a construction pit right now. There was supposed to be another hotel there. That deal went belly up, so then I think they were talking about making it parking, but it obviously now is just a empty construction area that has a lot of water in it.
It's a lake at the moment. Now I think we're in McNairy County.
Yes.
This would be Selmer, Tennessee. An EF3 tornado roared through. It was an overnight storm. Our team was on the air live giving the warning, but so many folks went to bed. I believe this one struck about 1:30 in the morning, if I'm not mistaken, and it was an overnight storm. Now, to the credit of so many people in McNairy County, Tennessee Governor Bill Lee says many hundreds of people were in the McNairy County Courthouse in Selmer taking cover when that storm hit Selmer.
When you see the damage, it's just inconceivable that there were 5 fatalities and not more than that. We know that I believe 5 of them were in Selmer, 3 city proper, 2 out in the county, New Bethel Road and Friendship Road.
And of course, there were 2 fatalities in Fayette County and then 1 in Obion County as a result.
Oh dear, look at Putt-Putt Golf on Summer Avenue. The owner there apparently had to get in a canoe to paddle up to his business to get inside.
Every parent of tween-age kids, young kids, adolescent kids has been here. We took our kids here on a regular basis, and I hit golf balls there when I'm in the, well, it's all a water hazard now.
Yeah, no
look
kidding.
at that. That is remarkable. And so that's a low-lying area. And believe it or not, that's a short distance from the WMC Tower that was recently upgraded in 2024. And there you see Putt-Putt is a lake tonight. There is going to be a lot of draining that's going to happen there.
All right, let's go up to Lauderdale County now, where you see there is Hobweb Road. There is serious erosion as it washed out from all the rain. That is going to be a repair job for the Lauderdale County road crews. Wow. Thank you to all our viewers, by the way, for sending these in. And also note that the water line is affected there. We have had people inquire about the safety of the drinking water in Memphis and Shelby County because of all the flooding. We have heard nothing from MLGW to indicate there is any issue. So unless you hear otherwise, your water is safe to drink.
Indeed.
All right, let's take a look at the MLGW outage map now. We did just tick up to 3,900 outages. Let me refresh
But given
mine as well.
the wind and the amount of rain and the ferocity of the storms that have come through. And being longtime Memphians, we know while this is totally inconvenient for the people who are in that number who have no power right now, it's a remarkable thing that most everybody stayed online.
And let's ask them if they can refresh the map there in TMP. I just refreshed my map on my phone. We're down to 1,600 customers without. And I gave MLGW a shout out earlier on X. Very impressed. The effort to fix the grid, to upgrade the grid, tree trimming, repair outages in a timely fashion. Doug McGowan leading this utility in a way we have not seen in a long, long time. For that, we are very grateful to the men and women at MLGW. We are very grateful for all the hard work that has gone into getting this old grid back into a functioning order so that we don't lose power when it threatens to rain in Memphis and Shelby County. It's been a deluge today.
No
and
doubt.
The power has stayed on for most of the customers. So thank you to MLGW.
You know, the Shelby County Fire Department made a Facebook post earlier today, and I'd just like to read a paragraph and a half quickly, if you'll give me that time. The Shelby County Fire Department wishes to remind everyone that the rising water that we will be experiencing this weekend is incredibly dangerous in all caps. We will be experiencing a pretty unusual amount of rainfall, and our meteorologists will confirm that is certain to affect everything from ponds and lakes to creeks to streams to tributaries to stormwater ditches and our rivers. While it can be interesting to look at it all in awe, it can be rapidly deadly. And this is true of every body of water across the Mid-South within my voice right now. A person can be standing on the bank of an edge of this swift water, and the edge may fall beneath their feet once in water like that, the post says. The individual has entered an environment that is not conducive to survival. Please stay away from this water. And finally, every fire department in the whole Mid-South, according to this post from the Shelby County Fire Department, is making preparations to handle not only the regular number and types of calls that we see on average weekend, but an increase in emergencies that are not typical to such as swift water rescue. And we know the Shelby County Fire Department in North Shelby County was out on one such case. We don't know the exact results of that from earlier tonight, but apparently someone was in the water in North Shelby County. We're working to find out just what happened.
Up in Millington, they were rescuing some folks whose neighborhoods were going underwater. So they have been busy today, but remember, don't put yourself in harm's way. Don't put the rescuers in harm's way. I do want to say one other thing. Tennessee Task Force 1 went to McNairy County after the tornado, did search and rescue there. Elite Urban Search and Rescue Squad, they are back home. Colorado Task Force 1 was sent to the Mid-South, deployed to Memphis, where they were based last night. They are prepared to help search and rescue if needed. Again, the elites, FEMA sends these Tennessee Task Force and Colorado Task Forces where they need to be, depending on the catastrophic event in our country. So Colorado Task Force 1, welcome to town, and thank you for your service.
And you know, I was talking with State Senator Paige Wally, who represents 8 counties in West Tennessee, 2 of them hit by tornadoes this week, McNairy County and Hardeman County. I had a long talk with him yesterday via the web, and one of the things he said, I said, what about the long haul now? Because, you know, this will be a focus on our news tonight, and for the foreseeable future, we'll cover the recovery. But then tax day is going to come, and this is going to fold into distant memory pretty soon. We're going to get in Memphis in May, and this storm system is all going to be a distant memory. And Senator Wally said the local leaders in each one of these communities are going to keep the fire under the pants of the state and federal leaders to demand that their communities receive the kind of recovery help that they truly, truly need when we see a devastating event like this. So I thought that was an interesting insight. I said, how are we going to, you know, it's a marathon, how are we going to manage getting folks back to sustainability and getting past this.
Slow and steady wins the race. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee declared a state of emergency before the weather hit Wednesday. President Trump has already approved that emergency declaration that frees up money and resources to help the folks who need it. All right, Chief Meteorologist Ron Childers standing by. Are you ready, sir?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, take it away.
We still have one warning that's in the Action News 5 coverage area right now. This is for northeastern Arkansas, all right? We are confident that the tornado threat is pretty much gone from this, but we still want to stay with you until 9 o'clock. We're going to take you to Saturday Night Live coming up at 9, giving us an opportunity to just kind of regroup, get a forecast together for the rest of the week and the weekend. Lee, Prentiss, Tippah, and Union counties until 9 o'clock tonight, but we're not seeing anything that is really giving us any concern for our coverage area, and it looks like it is beginning to turn more into a straight line wind event. But the big weather story today has been the rain and the multiple flood warnings that we've got around the area. Let's take a look at those rainfall totals. This is over the last 3 days. Eric Brill's got a quick check on that. Eric, let's talk about it. 10 inches of rain for the Memphis metro.
Yeah, but Ron, as a heads up, we just got an alert that we're going to have a tornado warning here for Alcorn County.
So they are going to issue that warning for Alcorn.
Yep.
Okay. All right, good deal. Then it looks like we're going to be going a little longer then. So Alcorn County, we're going to stay with you and ride this out until it's all done. We were looking at it. Looked like we had a pretty good view on it, but looks like the National Weather Service seeing something otherwise. And as a result, new warning, there it is, southern Alcorn County. Eclipsed the southeastern portion of Alcorn County. Let's see what I can see within this right now. First, the new warning right now, that is going to go for Alcorn, Lee, Prentiss, and Tishomingo counties. It's going to go until 9:45. So that's going to take us up almost to Action News 5 at 10 o'clock tonight. So we have an active warning just to the east. That is for Wayne County, just outside our coverage area, just east of the Tennessee River. We're also looking at a tornado warning that's in effect right now. That's set to expire. This is for Hardeman and Tishomingo County. And then we're looking at this other warning that's for Lee, Pontotoc, Tippah, and Union County. Was set to expire. Now National Weather Service extending that a little farther upstream, likely out of an abundance of caution, just given the weather we've dealt with over the last really over the last 4 days. So 9:45 with this. Alcorn, Prentiss, Tippah, and Tishomingo counties. Eric, what are you looking at on that? Anything giving you cause for concern immediately?
Quite frankly, no. I think we're looking actually like we're in pretty good shape right now as far as Alcorn and Tippah counties go here throughout the Mid-South. Not really seeing any sort of rotation that is specifically catching my eye right now. Let me turn around and flip this over to the what it looks like here coming out of the Columbus, Mississippi radar here. It is one that we are keeping an extremely close eye on just because now we do have that tornado warning here for portions of the Mid-South. As far as, say, within our area where we could potentially see anything whatsoever that could be ominous here, this would be into the far southern portion here of Alcorn County. But even then, I don't really think that we have too much that we have to contend with here. This just looks like it continues to just be very broad rotation, nothing that's particularly eye-catching.
Patrick, take a look. Tell me what you think.
I'm kind of feeling the same thing. You know, this storm is north of Saltillo coming across Highway 45. You know, it's so far away from our area too. I mean, granted, you know, clips southern Alcorn County. I would say this. You know, it would be one of those situations where I feel like we'd be on the air to be on the air at that point. So, you know, it's there. And I agree that there's some rotation there, but could it make it all the way to Alcorn County? I don't know, because it's in that boundary zone that's about to move over in Alabama.
Yeah, it's not even going to last another 45 minutes. Tell you what, I'm going to make an executive call on this, okay? I'll take the brunt if anything comes from that. We're going to wrap up our coverage at 9 o'clock. We still need some time. We've been on the air now since about noon today, so 9 hours of wall-to-wall coverage. We still got to get a forecast together for Action News 5 at 10. The three of us are going to be back. We'll continue to watch this. Eric and Patrick and myself will be here. We'll watch this warning, but overall, the big threat remains for the potential for additional flooding tonight. That's the big weather story. Yeah, there's a little something down here, but Corinth, Alcorn County for the most part, I think you can rest easy now knowing that the bulk of this is to your east. We'll let Tupelo handle that as that moves off to the east, and I think that's going to stay just outside our coverage area. That will give us time to regroup. Let's talk about what's coming our way. We still have the rain that's coming in tonight. We need to take a look at how much additional rainfall we could potentially see that could exacerbate the flooding problem for the area. And you can see we're getting some decent downpours still coming through eastern Arkansas, West Tennessee, and into northern Mississippi. So my biggest concern is a potential for flash flooding across the Action News 5 coverage area. So I want to be able to have some time to take a close look at that as opposed to just tracking a little wind that may clip southeastern Alcorn County. So we don't see a significant tornado threat with that. We're going to make the call to go ahead and wrap it up coming up here in about 3 minutes. We've got Saturday Night Live just ahead of that. But before we do that, Eric, any final thoughts?
No, right now, just the flood threat. It continues to be the bigger issue than the potential severe thunderstorm or tornado threat here around the Mid-South. And we're keeping an eye on it. That's all we can really say as far as southern Alcorn County is concerned here. It's still going to be wet around the Mid-South. Folks, if you don't have to head out this evening, don't do so. All
right, good deal. Patrick, you've had a long day today. You've tracked storms. You've been in the studio. Final thoughts from you?
I was just going to say, we'll be here to track it, and I was just looking at the thing, 9:36 at Rienzi. So if anything, it would be 9:30 that we would need to cut in anyway. So, we'll be here. If we need to cut back in, we will, to make sure you're abreast of any changes and what's going on. That storm's lifting off to the north, but again, it would be in the southern portion of Alcorn County in 30 minutes time. So we'll give you 30 minutes of time back, and if we need to break in at that point, we will.
All right, Rienzi, we're watching, okay? We're watching the entire Action News 5 coverage area. We've been doing that since Wednesday. As a matter of fact, we do it each and every day. But the three of us have been working very long hours over the last 4 days. This gives us an opportunity to take a little bit of a breath. We are confident that we're in a much better position now in regard to tornadic activity. The flooding issue, still a big problem tonight. So we want to have some time to take a look at the info there. Stay home. Do not leave your home tonight. There are flooded roadways all across the Mid-South. We're going to talk more about that. We'll have your first alert forecast and a much better one and long coming. And for the first time in 4 weeks, I think we've got a good looking weekend to look forward to. That's coming up next weekend, and I can't wait to tell you about it. Coming up on Action News 5 at 10. Joe Birch, Joyce Peterson, Eric, myself, and Patrick will be back. Saturday Night Live is coming up next right here on Action News 5.